in a lavish hall filled with countless nobles attending. A boy was also placed on a table, and in front of him lay 4 different weapons. Today was an extremely important day for the boy, because the weapon he chose next would determine the future he would follow. And under the expectant and curious gazes of everyone, the boy slowly moved toward the 4 weapons. But what no one could have anticipated was that, as he approached, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a blinding light, causing his parents to look at each other in bewilderment. Very quickly people found their answer, because this proved that the boy before them was a genius. A true transcendent genius who could follow any path, and the boy himself understood this well, for he carried memories from a previous life. To tell this story, we must go back to some time earlier on some battlefield. A thought echoed. I once believed that someone like me, with awakened and flourishing talent, stepping onto the battlefield could begin a new life. And in that new life I could build a family, something I longed for deeply, but I was mistaken. Now, amid the desolation, a voice of admiration rang out, resilient indeed. It's been a long time since someone made me swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you the famous Argric, the talent who bloomed on the battlefield? At this moment, according to his gaze, standing before him was a young warrior, but now his left arm had been severed, while he himself panted from blood loss and exhaustion. Upon hearing the man's words, Argric thought to himself, he knew me, I never imagined I'd feel glad about that. Thinking this, Argric forced himself to brace the sword, tilted his face up to regard the other and greeted, "Ha ha, it's an honor to be recognized by you, Duke Thermion. This young warrior belongs to the Drenic Empire." And seeing that the youth knew his name, Duke Thermion's eyes flickered with surprise as he asked, "Oh, you know my name?" "Yes, who hasn't heard of your fame? One of the 6 hexagonal knights of the Althian Empire. Even a single day on this battlefield was enough for me to feel the weight of the black tide. This uncle is from the Althian Empire, Duke Bout Thermion." Returning to the Duke, hearing Argric speak thus, he truly felt some admiration for the young warrior. "So even though you knew who I am, you still chose to confront me. It would be a pity to end such a talent so soon. Tell me, do you wish to surrender?" He offered Argric a chance. But in response to this golden opportunity, Argric only glanced aside and shook his head. "It's obvious. I was born on the battlefield, so I will die here." Having said that, Argric lifted the sword embedded in the ground and swung it hard, causing the air to tremble violently. The gust was so strong that it blew nearby objects far away, leaving a vacant patch of ground around them. Turning back to Thermion, looking at Argric's face now, he said quietly, "Though you say that, I can still see regret in your eyes. You would have become a formidable opponent had you grown a bit more, however. If this is your wish, I hope that in your next life you can let go of those regrets." As he spoke, he began to envelop his sword in an aura, and charged directly at the young warrior. Thus, after a few sword strokes, the outcome of the battle was decided. My mother was a young widow, a war refugee. She left me in this chaotic world when I was still small, then took her last breath. Everyone knows what happens to an orphan child. At that time, Argric led a wandering life on the battlefield. A lonely existence just to survive. He would do anything to stay alive. At 14, Argric was sent to his first battlefield, and there his talent awakened. The mana core in his heart heightened his movements and senses to levels previously incomparable. At that time, a superior told Argric, "Commander Argric, I intend to put you forward in the upcoming special knight appointments. With your talent, joining the Empire's 5 hexagonal knights will no longer be impossible." Hearing his superior say that, Argric couldn't help but smile. After surpassing 3 mana cores to become a 4 core, finally, I received the long-awaited opportunity. After this war, I could find peace in this weary life. Finally about to have everything. Until that man appeared, and with a single swing of his sword, Thermion could easily shatter Argric's sword. And then his blade pierced through Argric's chest. What a pity, I wanted to rise higher, I wanted a family. He thought to himself, before his body was blown backward like a cannonball. And so Argric's dream was crushed pitifully. I thought that would be the end. But after his vision went completely dark, Ardric suddenly heard a tender voice. "Oh, our little Dane is awake, haha, such a good boy, not crying at all. How clear and beautiful these eyes are. This child is truly a gift from God to us." A beautiful woman with blonde hair gently touched the small hand before her and spoke warmly, while the man beside her wore a similar look. "Haha, the boy really is a great gift from God." He laughed, and at that moment Ardric finally realized his condition. What a child! What are they saying? He thought, his face showing utter confusion as he flailed his arms. Sensing his fear, the man smiled, stretched out both hands, lifted him up in front of him and spoke. "Dane, you must become a great merchant and follow in my footsteps. I am your father, this man is Arkan Saggers." But as soon as he said this, Lady Lily Saggers immediately snatched little Dane from his arms and shouted, "What are you saying? Dane will become a superb assassin." Seeing his wife speak thus, Arkan's face turned embarrassed. "Darling, come on, how could you let the youngest become an assassin? That's terrible. Men should wield spears. Using a spear is the perfect, beautiful martial art," Arkan said, showing a touch of fantasy. However, Lady Lily immediately dismissed that idea. "I told you, being an assassin is better than being a merchant. The boy can hide in the shadows to strike targets unnoticed. That's cooler," she shouted. In summary, indeed, just when I thought that was the end, I was reborn. Not only that, I was reborn in the Althian Empire. My enemy is the youngest son of a count. And recently, my new parents were loudly arguing about my future. Surely because I was born late they wanted me to inherit even more, Dane thought to himself. Turning back to the young couple after a fruitless debate, Arkan had to say, "Then let's do this. We'll teach him both." "Of course, Dane will certainly be an assassin," Lady Lily said with a smile. "Dane, become a merchant. Merchants are best," Uncle Arkan coaxed. "The boy will become an assassin," Lady Lily reminded again. And while they were still bickering, the coachman in front turned and reminded them, "Sir, we've arrived." Hearing this, Arkan was a little startled. He hadn't realized time had flown so quickly. "What, we're here already?" "Now Lily, hold my hand, oh dear. What if people in the city see us?" the lady said shyly. "Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's wrong with that?" "All right, be careful," he said as he reached out to help his wife down, causing Dane in Lady Lily's arms to receive a full dose of affectionate display. So embarrassing, he thought. Then, after scanning the surroundings with his eyes, Dane's eyes could not hide his excitement. "Oh my, it seems Dane is very happy to be home. Look how cheerful the boy is. Indeed, if this is my home, then it will be even easier for my talent to flourish," he thought with a smile at the new beginning. Time passed quickly, 2 months later. At this point, little Dane began gurgling a few words, making Lady Lily overjoyed. "Oh my Dane is babbling." And as if responding to her words, the protagonist's mouth kept chattering like a shrimp. Actually, for him, this experience was somewhat novel, so I'm babbling words. This is truly a new experience. Because during the time wandering far from home, I rarely interacted with children. The few children I met were injured, needing bandages and crying with nowhere to go. Many cried for their parents and then slowly starved and disappeared. Compared to that, the Saggers household is wealthy and fortunate. I won't starve here, the protagonist thought joyfully, having been reincarnated into an easy mode rather than some hellish one. At that moment his father, Count Saggers, burst through the door. "Ha, Dane, look, this is the spear. What do you think, Dane? Long and beautiful, right?" The uncle boasted excitedly, seeming intent on instilling the merchant's ideas into Dane from an early age. And faced with his display, Dane could only force a smile. "This man is my father, the kingdom's strongest 6th-rank merchant, Arkan Saggers. He appears mild-mannered, but he is a heroic warrior nicknamed the Blue Tempest." As for Lady Lily, seeing her husband flaunt a weapon to their newborn, she angrily snatched the spear and demanded, "Really? How can you bring something sharp like that into our son's room?" In response, Arkan's attitude went meek. I just wanted to show Dane. I told you already, not to do that. If you keep doing it, I'll teach the child basic stealth techniques from a young age." Lady Lily said coldly, making her husband break out in a sweat. Lady Lily was formerly the kingdom's greatest assassin. Back to Arkan. Although a little afraid of his wife, he still puffed up and said, "Come on, who's not like this nowadays?" Even renowned mage families place staves beside their children at birth. A spear compared to a staff. Ah, such a fine, sharp spear. Lady Lily shouted, making their son, witnessing the scene, sigh like a little old man. Truly a harmonious family. Saying this, Dane also became aware of his situation. The reason they cared so much about his future was that his two older sisters had both chosen paths unrelated to merchant craft or assassination. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Dane was being visited by his two older sisters. "Look, Dane, if you do this then your cheeks will puff up," said the girl in the red dress as she did something that made Dane's cheeks swell. Afterwards the sister was still delighted. "Look at Dane, so cute, oh my cheeks," Dane screamed inwardly, clenching both fists in frustration but able to do nothing. Looking at his sister in the red dress, Dane quickly recalled her identity. Arabella Saugers. Gifted in magic, Arabella followed the path of magic from a young age. By 12 she was already a third-rank mage. Since the highest mage rank is 9, she was a prodigy to reach the entry rank at that age. Thinking this, Arabella put her hand to her nephew's cheek and coaxed Dane, "Do you want to learn magic with me later? I hate studying alone every day." "Hey, stop teasing," Dane snapped inwardly. Meanwhile the other sister spoke up, "Summoning is good too." Hearing this, Dane glanced at the sister in blue and reflected. Claire Saugers. Claire is a talented summoner. She learned to summon at 7 and can now control 2 summoned creatures at once. At first I thought she didn't like me, but it seems more like jealousy at having a sibling. She's less reserved with me than before. At this moment, Dane saw Claire timidly press her index finger lightly against his nose, then quickly pull her hand back. Then Claire gave Arabella a puzzled look. "Why is he so soft?" Right, he, Arabella chimed in. Next Claire playfully turned to her little brother and said, "Dane, if you also have a summoning talent it would be great. I'll teach you later." The sister smiled. Faced with these offers, Dane could only force a hollow laugh inwardly. "Ha ha, everyone wants to teach me their talent. My father is a 6th-rank merchant. My mother is a former assassin who once attempted to assassinate the king. My eldest sister is a magical prodigy, while my second sister is also a summoning prodigy. The noble Saugers family is truly a perfect aristocratic family, and the ideal household I once imagined. So what meaning does revenge have in this life? Though my death was tragic, it was on the battlefield. Vowing revenge on those who defeated me now seems ridiculous," Dane thought miserably. He seemed to decide to put vengeance aside for now. Back to the matter at hand. Soon he was roused by the shouting ahead. "Merchant craft. Choose the spear," Arkin shouted. "Stealth and assassination are more useful," Lady Lily reminded him. At the same time Arabella and Claire chimed in. "No, magic is the trend now, summoning is good too." Seeing them debate his future like that, Dane sat silently and couldn't help but smile faintly. "I've always wished for a home. I'm lucky to have been born here." Thinking this, the quarrel grew louder and gave him a headache. Really a harmonious family, isn't it? Dane wondered to himself. Speaking of the Saugers family, they have a very special ritual, the choosing ceremony. When a child in the family turns 1 year old, many objects are placed on the table before them. People predict the child's future based on the item they choose. And today is Dane's first birthday. "Today is young Master Dane's first birthday," someone said, and the person beside them exclaimed. "The young master is already 1 year old. Time flies. The young ladies became summoners and mages, right? I wonder what young Master Dane will choose," people said curiously. "We'll know after the ritual. Now hurry inside," an uncle said with a laugh. Next, inside the great hall, everyone quickly gathered to wait and see what Dane would choose. At this time the little lord was placed sitting on the table, and in front of him were 4 objects representing the 4 directions. From left to right a spear, a golden disc, a small pouch, and a short saber. Seeing these items the honored guests around murmured, "Oh, the young ladies brought their items this time. Oh my, how cute. They've grown, haven't they?" Turning to Lily, she whispered to Dane, "Dane, just pick whatever you like." Hearing his mother, the protagonist's eyes showed a hint of thought. "Sigh, what should I do? Surely everyone expects me to pick their item. On this side, Count Arkin looked at his son with a smile as if certain of victory. The kid will be drawn to the dragon tip spear. The dragon tip is a spearhead made from the rare ore Dukran. When infused with mana, it becomes heavy and sharp like its wielder's mana, a mystical magic spear. This is the spear I've used my whole life. Choose your father's spear, Dane, Arkin thought silently. Meanwhile, Lady Lily had folded her hands in prayer. The boy is too handsome to be an assassin, but still pick the dagger, she thought. The dagger Lady Lily placed on the table is called the Black Fang, made from ore Ethrin, which gathers all the elements of the world and can contain and combine various poisons. On this side, Arabella stared at her little brother with a confident smile. Dane will definitely become a great mage. He'll follow me to the academy one day. The item she placed on the table was a secondary space pouch. Only mages or those with magical talent can use it. Pick my pouch, little one, Arabella urged inwardly. Meanwhile, Claire was a bit shy. If Dane learns summoning, I'll take him flying on a dragon's back with me. That's my dream for you, little brother, Claire thought to herself. The item she placed before Lily was a summoning sigil, the summoner's seal. Summoners use this seal and receive a contract according to their talent. They can use it to call their summons. Back to Dane. With his current state, he could see and feel the family's expectant gazes, and the more he looked, the more pressure made him sweat. Oh no, why do I feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Thinking this, the little old man sighed heavily from the annoying pressure, but he couldn't avoid it. Which item should I take? Right, I'll watch everyone's expressions and then choose. As he thought this, he crawled forward, deciding to leave his future to the expressions of others. Seeing him begin to move, the group grew excited. Oh, the boy is choosing. That's it, Dane, choose what you want. If possible, pick something long and sturdy, Arkin shouted, but Lady Lily immediately cut in. No, short and sharp is better, dear. That pouch is my favorite. You remember I showed it to you, right? Dane, go summon with me. Coaxing voices began to rise, giving our little lord a headache. Before he could pick anything, the pressure was on. Then, as Dane approached the 4 items, for some reason all 4 emitted a brilliant radiance. This left his face dumbfounded for a few seconds. What's happening? Wait. Behind him, the young couple didn't understand what was happening either. What's going on? Lady Lily asked. I don't know either, Arkin shook his head and said. On this side, the surrounding guests grew more excited at the sight. Everyone see. All 4 items are reacting. Oh my, how can this be? It seems the young master is an all-around prodigy, someone said. Meanwhile, Dane beamed inwardly. Ha ha, I was already skilled on the battlefield, but this life is on another level. Back to Sister Arabella. Faced with this, she could only turn to her father and ask, Father, what do we do? Nothing like this has happened before, right? I can't believe it, Arkin replied. Then the young couple looked at each other and agreed. Then the 4 of us will all teach the boy. Hearing this, the 2 sisters stared at their parents in bewilderment. All of us. In front, Dane burst into a very happy laugh. Time flew by. 6 years later, during some training session, the sounds of weapons clashing rang out continuously. And now Dane was sparring with his father Arkin, who watched his son parry his attacks. Arkin was pleased. Well done, Dane. You have completely mastered the techniques I taught you. Thank you, father, Dane hurriedly replied. Seeing this, the father ruffled his head and laughed heartily. Good, very good, truly my son. At the same time, in the distance, a man dressed like a steward brought a spear and said, Sir, I have brought it. Ah yes, perfect timing, Arkin exclaimed as if remembering something while Dane had no idea. Father, what is this? Dane asked. That's right, this is your birthday present. I planned to give it at your party, but I wanted to give it to you earlier. Here, take it. I've been preparing this for 2 years. It's a spear crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Happy early birthday. As he spoke, Arkin handed the spear to the protagonist with a beaming smile. Seeing his new weapon, the protagonist tossed his old spear aside. He hurriedly examined his birthday gift. Thank you, father, I'll use it well, he promised. Only after looking closely at the spear in his hands did he realize how magnificent it was, truly wonderful. The black shaft and silver spearhead combined beautifully. It's even light, Dane marveled inwardly while Arkin asked how he liked it. Well, yes, I like it very much. Dane smiled. That's great. I had them make it to your build, so use it until it feels natural. Hearing his father, Dane couldn't stop grinning as he kept brandishing the spear. While he was still elated, Arkin suddenly asked, Dane, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? Hearing the question, the little fellow paused, thought a moment, and answered, Well, the length of a spear helps keep opponents at bay, and the smaller contact area increases attack effectiveness. Hearing this, Arkin nodded in confirmation. Exactly. However, when you reach a certain level it becomes harder than using a sword. That's the basic issue with a spear. You must maintain minimum distance to attack an opponent. But don't worry, every weapon has its own strengths. Even the sword, considered perfect, is disadvantaged in some situations. Yes, I remember, the boy nodded. Then since you have a new spear, I'll show you something interesting. Saying that, Arkin began spinning his spear like a propeller. He created a gust of wind pressure that spread outward. It turned out to be the mana of a 6th-rank spearman. Even my father's mana alone is overwhelming, Dane thought inwardly. Then in his gaze, Arkin suddenly closed his eyes. He pivoted, stepped a foot forward, and gripped the spear tightly with both hands. And thrust it forcefully forward. At the spear tip the air twisted into a vortex, leaving the protagonist gaping in awe. Incredible, just a forward thrust. He looked toward Arkin. Then he withdrew his spear and explained. The space here was distorted because I released mana from my body and thrust at the same time. This is a core attribute optimization technique, concentrating mana at a point. Hearing him, Dane added, Yes, I've heard my sisters say I can surpass my physical limits. As core count rises, those limits expand. Speaking of which, Dane recalled that in his previous life he had 4 cores. Across from him, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Arkin boasted, That's right, you learn fast, your father has 6 mana cores. 6, Dane shouted in surprise, but reassured himself that if he hadn't died he'd likely have reached that level too. Turning to Arkin, who patted Dane's shoulder and said, Why don't you try using your new spear? Relax your mind, forget what you're thinking, and just thrust the spear forward. Yes, sir, Dane replied, and obeyed his father's instruction. He assumed a thrusting stance while his mind wandered. In my previous life, after realizing my sword talent, I lost interest in the spear and only kept it as a backup. Now it's time to go all out. As he thought this, he squeezed his eyes shut to concentrate. Seeing his posture, Arkin thought approvingly, the stance is quite correct. It took me 7 years to master this technique, but with Dane's talent, who knows how fast he'll be. No sooner had he thought that than Arkin's eyes widened. Because in his sight, the moment Dane thrust the spear, cracks appeared in the space like glass about to shatter. Dane, how did you do that? Ha, I'm truly amazed, the father laughed. And Dane didn't hide anything, stating his thoughts. When I thrust, I concentrated mana at a point and poured it into the spear tip. When the mana reached the tip, I cut off the flow. Hearing his son, the father was even more astonished. Wait, you poured mana into the spear then stopped the flow. Dane, have you created a mana core? Yes, while reading a book on creating mana cores I practiced, and luckily, I did it, he boasted. In fact, with knowledge from his previous life, creating a mana core wasn't too difficult. He'd actually formed one during mana breathing. As for Arkin, he stretched his neck in disbelief. Reading and creating a mana core. Truly our family has produced a genius. I've sensed it since he was young and now I can be certain. Dane, one day you'll become an outstanding warrior. You'll surprise me even more later, Dane thought with a silent smile, while Arkin felt some worry. Will my son truly become a summoner, an assassin, a spearman, or a mage? Time flew by. Now Dane's 7th birthday feast, the youngest of the Sagar's family, was underway. The party was filled with honored guests from various families. And at this moment, the man who once took Dane to sell salt in his previous life was also present here. Ha, long time no see, the familiar voice sounded. Arkin smiled and turned, saying, Duke Bout, how have you been lately? Oh my, no need for such formality, just speak normally. The uncle waved his hand and said, Bout Thermion, the greatest family of the Althian Empire, head of the Thermion clan. Thermion turned toward Arkan. At that moment the uncle hurried over to Bout and whispered, "Many people are watching us. I'll act normal in a bit, ha ha." "Do as you like," Bout chuckled, then turned and asked, "Where, that brat?" Hearing this, Arkan called to his precious son, "Dane, come here and greet Duke Bout." "Duke Bout, I didn't expect to meet you here." Dane inwardly sighed as he recalled the face of the man who defeated him in his previous life. Then when he was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said, "So it's this kid, Dane, the son you always brag about." Responding calmly, Dane greeted, "My name is Dane Saugers." Though outwardly polite, the boy felt some irritation. He couldn't help being angry when facing that man. "It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thermion," Dane said, bowing slightly in a polite greeting. Seeing this, Uncle Bout burst into hearty laughter. "Your son is well behaved. Seems the boy never gives you any worries. So he studies spear techniques like you." "Indeed," Arkan admitted. At the same time, a little girl stepped forward to the group and greeted politely. "Greetings, Count Saugers. My name is Layla Thermion." "It's an honor to meet you." The red-haired girl was Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of Duke Thermion. Setting that aside, after calling the two children to greet, the two fathers dismissed them. Then, as if remembering something, Arkan asked, "How is your lady lately?" Bout's face turned melancholic as he replied, "I've tried everything, but there's been no progress." "You've endured a lot, but surely the lady will get better," Arkan offered comfort. Bout knew this was only a consoling remark. He also warned, "If suddenly you don't see me, please understand. I'll have used magic to return quickly to the capital." "Where, that boy Dane?" he asked, scanning around a bit, and freely offered the protagonist some praise. "That kid is quite bright. I wanted to talk to him a bit more." "I don't know either. I can't see little Layla anywhere," Arkan answered. And just then, when Duke Bout glanced out the window, he realized that at some point, the two children had slipped out into the garden together and were smiling. It seemed the kids were bored with the party. Speaking of Layla, while walking in the garden with Dane, she suddenly smiled and confessed candidly, "Actually, I don't like following my father everywhere, but I'm glad I came with him today." After speaking, she stared at Dane thoughtfully. Under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. On the other side, Dane heard this and smiled in return. "That's great. The territory of our house is very beautiful and peaceful," he said with a smile. But his answer seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories for Layla. "Indeed, there's always something going on at Thermion. Nobles visit my father daily, and sometimes even the royal family shows up. Each time that happens, I have to go greet them. I hate it. I prefer simple clothes and swordplay," Layla said wearily. The constant noble formalities clearly wore on a child's spirit. Dane didn't pay much attention to that. What caught his interest was Layla's hobby. "Oh, so she uses a sword too," the boy exclaimed inwardly in surprise. Returning to Layla, feeling a bit odd, she turned and asked, "What about you?" I like both places. It's not as lively as the capital, but I look forward to spear training every day," Dane said, which surprised Layla. "Spear," she blurted. But after remembering Dane's status, she quickly understood. "Oh right, I forgot Count Saugers is the Blue Tempest. I heard my father speak of his skill." Pausing, Layla asked Dane, "So you want to enroll in the academy?" In response, Dane merely shook his head. "No, I don't train spear for that reason." "Then why? Isn't training meant to get into the academy? It's hard to get accepted," Layla hurriedly said. At this, Dane awkwardly scratched his cheek and answered, "Well, I want to train so that when I get there, I perform better." Layla was genuinely surprised for a few seconds. But what if you fail?" "Then I'll try again," Dane shrugged. "If I still fail, I'll just accept that the path isn't for me." He scratched his head as he replied, and his carefree attitude made Layla worry for him. "I don't believe that. Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family?" "Not really," Dane mumbled. Hearing this, Layla felt a little envious of Dane. "My family considers failure shameful." "Ah well, forget I said anything," she waved her hand. Looking at Layla lecturing like an old man, Dane felt pressured too. "Sigh, I didn't know noble families worried about such things." Thinking that, Dane sighed and asked, "Why are you like that? You seem really skilled." Hearing this from Dane, Layla's eyes lit up with joy and she hurriedly asked, "Really? Could you watch my sword technique?" "Huh, your sword technique?" Dane asked in surprise. "Yes," Layla smiled. Seeing her eager expression, Dane, though a bit reluctant, had to agree. "Okay then, but only for a little while." Layla, unable to contain her excitement at his agreement, immediately asked, "Great. Where is your practice yard? Follow me, should be fine for a bit, right?" The general wondered to himself. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to the practice yard, where he usually trained with his father. Now with a sword in hand, Layla began to demonstrate her sword techniques for Dane, each strike and powerful thrust displayed before him. Even a prodigy like him watched and nodded in approval. Wow, her offense and defense are fluid, and her timing is spot on. But after a while the rhythm grew a bit chaotic. Dane stroked his chin, thinking with a slightly puzzled look. Meanwhile Layla, having just finished her display without a moment's rest, eagerly turned to ask Dane, "So, amazing, right? Satisfying to watch." Dane added another compliment. "Truly," Layla asked happily, and seeing her expectant face Dane felt a bit awkward and thought, maybe I should tell her. With that Dane offered a correction. "Yes, but starting from the third stance, it seems you overstep by half a step. As I recall the other stances, you tend to be half a step too far compared to before, so the following strikes get slightly offline." The more Dane spoke, the wider Layla's eyes grew. Finally the girl was completely frozen by Dane's words. "Was I too blunt?" Dane wondered, then awkwardly said, "Sorry if I upset you, it's been a long time since I've seen swordsmanship like that." Turning back to Layla, as if Dane's criticism had wounded her pride, she resolved to make the brat see reason. "All right, so that's how it is. I haven't shown my full strength yet," she thought, clenching herself, and resumed swording once more. Until her foot caught for a moment, and she lost momentum and lunged forward to hug Dane. "Thank you so much, Dane. You really have a keen eye. You immediately found the mistake I've had all this time. Thank you. I will definitely remember it," she said as she rubbed her cheek against Dane's, making the young general extremely flustered. "You're suffocating me, and could you put that sword away?" Dane said as he hurriedly pushed her away. "Oh, sorry," Layla shouted once, then looked at Dane with delighted eyes and spontaneously hugged him again. Dane said this while straightening his clothes. At the same time, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, calls of search rang out. "Young Master Dane, where are you? Miss Layla." Hearing this, Layla snapped back to attention and turned. "It seems they're looking for us. Shall we go back?" Dane replied. And when they saw them return, the servants breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, there you are. Where did you two go? We were searching for you." Cut to the main banquet hall. The most important part of the celebration was about to begin when Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box and said, "Happy 7th birthday, my son. Congratulations on obtaining your first manhwa." "Thank you, parents," Dane replied softly. And when he opened the gift from Lady Lily, he was slightly surprised. "It's a crest pin, the ones the older girls always show off to me." Beside him, Lady Lily smiled and said, "Keep it safe, Dane. This pin will stand as proof of your honor and status." No sooner had she finished than the surrounding guests nodded and spoke up. "Congratulations, happy birthday, young Master Dane. The youngest has finally been recognized as one of the Sagar's family. You'll become as capable as the Count." Hearing these words, Dane couldn't help but smile. This was the first time so many people had praised him like this, he thought happily. But at that moment, the entire hall suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake were happening. "What's that noise? Damn, is someone intruding?" people exclaimed in panic. Meanwhile, seeing the situation change, Dane quickly looked to his father who, seemingly unsurprised, helplessly said, "Stay calm, no need to panic." "Here we go again. I thought today we'd have some peace. Can you guess who it is, Dane?" Lady Lily said excitedly. As if remembering something, Dane's eyes widened. "No way," he thought. Very quickly, a blinding source of energy light appeared on the banquet hall ceiling, causing the nobles below to recoil in alarm. "What is that?" someone shouted. And through everyone's gaze, a red figure leapt out from within that beam of light. "Check the time. My sister isn't late, is she?" Arabella said with a smile. Seeing her appearance, the guests around gaped. That's Miss Arabella. It seems so. Did the young lady just use teleportation? Wow, I heard you need at least level 5 to open a small teleport gate. Our young lady is truly a genius. Admiring murmurs began to rise. Poor Dane, he didn't like such noisy displays. She's showy as always, he thought with a headache. But it wasn't over yet. Very quickly outside, a horrifying scream rang out. Looking out the window, the girls' faces went pale. There's a monster in the sky. Oh my, that's a wyvern. This time it's Miss Claire. Someone shouted on recognizing the familiar figure. And by their looks, Claire was riding a wyvern flying in. Seems I might be late, Claire muttered. She quickly landed and strode into the hall, watching her back. People whispered among themselves. They say she's a summoner prodigy, but taming a wyvern is astonishing. Isn't she only 16? Not paying heed to the murmurs, Arabella turned to greet Claire as she entered. You've arrived. Yes, ma'am. Claire replied, then both of them looked toward Dane. Dane, happy birthday. Wishing you a joyful birthday, Dane. Same here, they said, and both girls produced gifts for Dane. Surprised by the unexpected appearance, Dane was a bit flustered. Thank you both for coming to celebrate me. Of course we'd come. Now open your presents, Arabella smiled. I'm sure you'll like it. Meanwhile, Uncle Arkin was so moved to see his daughters that tears welled up. They only gave me a birthday letter, yet they prepared presents for the youngest, he said in mock grievance, making his wife giggle. Back to Dane. When he opened Arabella's gift, he found a ring. Upon seeing it, Dane noticed something odd. Sis, isn't this a space pouch? He asked Arabella in puzzlement. Because its shape was unusual, Arabella replied proudly, exactly. I designed it myself. The spatial magic is applied at the highest level, though my professor actually crafted it. Is that so? Dane said sincerely, thanking her, knowing how difficult it is to etch spatial magic into an item. Even harder is designing an artifact that can withstand such etchings. The more he thought, the more he felt his formidable sister might be a bit too talented. Not hearing this, Arabella quickly took the ring and offered, hold out your hand, let me put it on. Just so you know, I've embedded your gene code into it, so no one but you can use it. It's a unique item, Arabella added. As for Lady Lily, hearing Arabella's words, she curiously came over to inspect and exclaimed, wow, based on the faint mana aura, this is a top-tier magic stone. Arabella continued, if you channel some mana into the ring, it will create a subspace, so you won't need to open and close a pouch anymore. Hearing this, even someone not very bright would grasp how terrifyingly valuable the item is. Such worth. Thank you so much, Dane stammered, staring at the ring. This is an item only the extremely wealthy use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or archmages. I never imagined I'd use one. Dane marveled, but the surprise wasn't over. When he began to channel a test amount of mana into the ring, the space on his hand immediately churned as if a subspace were forming. Don't tell me you can open a subspace even faster than me. You really are a genius, Dane, Arabella said, astonished. You're truly amazing. Both of you should probably already have mana cores and mana rings by now. On the other side, Claire handed her gift to Dane and said, Dane, open mine too. Oh yes, thanks, he replied. Dane quickly said thanks and then reached to open Claire's gift, curious what had made his sister rush here. It turned out to contain some kind of monster egg. Huh, why does this egg? Dane said as he lifted the egg to examine it, but just that motion made Claire panic and warn. It's not just an egg, you need to be careful. Hearing that, Dane frowned and asked, huh, then what is it? Around them, the others also turned curiously to look at the egg. At that point, Claire leaned in and whispered into Dane's ear, it's a relic beast egg. I once tried to summon Decorin. And once this appeared, I don't know which beast will be born from a summoning, but everyone in the world knows how valuable it is. Hearing this, Dane's eyes widened in alarm as he stared at the egg. Right, I've heard of it before, he thought. A relic beast differs from a summoned beast. It's a different kind of entity. Though they share some traits, once a relic beast is summoned, it can permanently exist in this world, unlike a summoned beast. Turning back to Claire, seeing that her younger brother now understood the gift's value, she patted Dane's shoulder and whispered, "No one knows about this, Dane, only you. So keep it secret until it hatches." "Yes, I will," Dane replied with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Arabella, annoyed that they were whispering for so long, shouted, "Hey, what are you two whispering about?" Ignoring the scolding, Claire continued instructing, "Dane, I don't even know when it will hatch. So remember to feed it manna every day, once in the morning and once at night so it can accept you as its master." "Yes, I'll do that," Dane nodded firmly. "Ha ha, look at these wonderful gifts. It's great that you returned," Lady Lily said, smiling. "Yes, mother, it's truly wonderful," Dane replied. At that moment, the superfluous Arkan cleared his throat a few times to chide. "All right, princesses. While I'm glad you could return despite saying you couldn't, shouldn't you at least greet your parents?" Hearing the reminder, Arabella suddenly realized they were present. "Oh no, father, have you been well lately? I was so focused on giving Dane his gift, I'm sorry." "Ha ha, I'm fine," their uncle said with a smile. After glancing over both his daughters, their uncle nodded. "You seem healthy enough, traveling all that way just to see your youngest. Rest well." "Yes, father," they answered in unison. Meanwhile, Layla in the back watched the family reunion scene. Her gaze seemed tinged with a bit of jealousy, and the protagonist quickly noticed that look and pondered. "Layla, did she leave already? Why does she look so lonely?" Dane wondered to himself. Time passed quickly. The next morning, while taking a stroll, Duke Bout was also mulling over personal matters. She's even better than I expected." As expected, the Academy's top mage is truly a precious talent. She's also a good match for my son, the Academy's best swordsman. If the two houses could unite, they'd form a force even the royal family would hesitate to touch. That way no one could scheme against my family or descendants. Right, I should bring up the betrothal of the two eldest children of our houses in today's conversation. Thinking that, Bout's step suddenly paused as he heard some noisy sound coming from afar. "What's that? Are they practicing? Who would be training this early in the morning?" Bout wondered. And the one training was none other than our protagonist, Dane. He was already at the practice yard as soon as he opened his eyes. Getting familiar with his new weapon, each swing of his spear sliced the air with a whistling sound throughout the room. And following that sound, Uncle Bout also came over and was a bit surprised at the scene before him. "Oh, it's the youngest of the Saugers. What a surprise, ha ha." His movements and focus were not at all like a 7-year-old's. Even his simple thrusts were so refined that soldiers who had seen countless battles could still learn something from them. "It's unbelievable. I'd heard rumors that he showed astonishing talent at only 1 year old. I thought it was just talk, but apparently it's true." Bout thought in admiration, and his amazement grew when he observed Dane's footwork. "Wait, those stances and steps are very similar to a swordsman's. Could he have learned sword techniques at such a young age?" the Duke wondered. Back to Dane. After a session of practice, he sheathed his spear and said coldly, "I don't know who you are, but you'd better show yourself instead of hiding in there." Hearing that, the uncle who had been hiding to the side was a little startled. "Damn, I've been discovered, but more importantly." That movement was extremely familiar. "I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before," the uncle frowned, thinking for a moment, but then he quickly dismissed it and stepped into the practice room. "Sorry, Dane, I didn't mean to spy on you." Seeing the familiar face, Dane hurried over to greet him. "Oh, it's you, Your Grace. I'm Dane, the youngest son of the Saugers. Greetings, Your Grace." Bout Thermion, looking into his eyes, knew he was no ordinary child, Bout told himself. Then Uncle Bout hurried on. "I was so captivated watching the impressive practice of the Saugers' rising star this morning that I forgot about you. Forgive me." "I forgive you," Dane shrugged as if it were nothing. To be honest, Bout had said that more as a courtesy, who expected Dane to answer seriously. "Haha, this kid's bold." He chuckled, and now had time to observe Dane more closely. Only now did he notice. How could this kid not tremble at all after such long practice? "When I was his age, I didn't even have a monocore," Bout wondered inwardly. Then Bout pointed at the tip of Dane's spear and said, "Your thrusts are excellent. You must have inherited Arkan's talent. And the spear you're holding, Yes, someone told me your father painstakingly prepared this spear for you. I'm grateful you noticed, Dane smiled, replying as if boasting. And this behavior made Duke Bout think even more highly of him. It was the best response. My son had skill and good manners in life, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should consider a marriage alliance with them. Thinking this, the uncle began to want to match his daughter with Dane. To pursue his plan, he steered the conversation. Actually, my Layla is also training with the sword. You're the same age, so you could be good friends when you enter the academy. Yes, Your Grace, I'm sure we'd get along, Dane smiled in reply. Ha ha ha, I like your frankness, young man. Anyway, it seems I've bothered you during practice long enough, so I'll. Bout said, turning as if to leave, but just then. He suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, "Oh, Dane, I'm curious. Have you ever trained with a sword before?" Facing Dane, hearing the Duke's question made him inwardly startled. "Oh no, seems my habit has been exposed without me noticing." It's surprising the Duke could recognize it at a glance. Dane muttered inwardly, then quickly changed his expression and answered, "No, sir. I only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I've never actually trained with a sword," he said to cover it up. But based on what he'd just seen, Bout still felt something was off. Strange. I'm certain I sensed something earlier. Like a pure battle spirit within him. He stared at Dane's simple face, then shook his head and laughed. "What am I thinking? No way, he's just a kid." With that, he decided to set his doubts aside and straightened his clothes. "Oh dear, I only meant a short walk, but it's taken too long. Well then, farewell for now, see you later." "Yes, Your Grace. Safe travels," Dane bowed in farewell. Returning to Bout, before leaving, the uncle didn't forget to extend an invitation to the young man. "Well, if you ever visit the capital, come see me. I must repay the hospitality I received here at this Duke's castle." "I do take a liking to you," the sturdy general affirmed. Watching the Dukes retreating back, Dane smiled inwardly. "Interesting. I wonder if he'll remember me. The one who defeated me in my previous life. Just thinking about it fires me up. If I prepare step by step now, I can definitely do it. Buterman, in this life I'll surely defeat you," he told himself. Time passed quickly. After Bout left, Dane threw himself back into training, especially driven by his determination to beat Bout, and he didn't stop until the butler Herman came to remind him. "Young master, it's time to return." Startled by the reminder, Dane turned and said, "Herman, you've been waiting for me this whole time. My duty is to quietly fulfill your requests," Herman said calmly, handing Dane a towel. "Ah, thanks," Dane replied. Noting how Herman could approach without drawing attention, Dane thought Herman might study assassination or stealth. He seems talented in that area. Thinking that, Dane took the towel, wiped the sweat from his face and asked, "So, everyone's quite busy, right?" "Yes, it seems everyone's busy preparing for the next banquet. And it appears other nobles have already been on their way. After all, it's difficult to have over 30 noble families arrive on the exact day." Herman answered. "By the way, how are my sisters?" Dane asked. "They opened a teleportation gate together and went to the academy. They said they had no choice because the midterms are about to begin." "Ah, that's a shame, but it can't be helped. Let's head back." "Yes, young master," Herman nodded. "I should take time to look over the gifts my sisters gave me earlier." Time passed quickly, after attending the celebrations and greeting nobles from various houses. Dane had to slip out to the garden to relax a bit. Aristocratic life is exhausting. My schedule's even busier than usual because it's my birthday. At least I can find some relief resting in the garden like this, he said, glancing around. And he quietly admired the gardeners. They're skilled. I feel an unusual peace watching these flowers. My eldest sister said that, in nature, flowers contain the most mana within them. With time to spare, I should analyze the mana in these flowers. Thinking and doing, Dane sat down in front of a flower bush and slowly closed his eyes to feel it. I've trained as much as I can. Neither magic nor summoning magic has shown any notable progress. I still don't know which to focus on. Having too many talents can be troublesome. This fortunate young man silently lamented his own gifts before a soft gust of wind burst from his palm, scattering the nearby petals. The flower's mana. Such a small blossom contains such a large, violent flow of mana. If someone can sense the mana in nature and convert it into their own mana, it will then remain within their body and become a layer of magic. The mana attraction of this body is truly terrifying. I can perceive things others only sense with a sixth sense. Ha ha. Right now it's only a slight sensation. The surrounding mana actively flowed into his body like a whale sucking in water, he feeling every stream of energy surging within him. Dane's eyes lit with excitement. Here it is. Before I could only vaguely sense mana, but now I can perceive it more clearly. Cut to another corner of the garden where two boys were talking. I'm bored. Just arrived and father's busy chatting with other nobles. He pushed us aside. Let's just show our faces and go back to our rooms like last time. The brown-haired boy complained as he smashed the surrounding flowers with his stick, making his younger brother a bit anxious. Can we do that, brother? In response, the older brother showed no concern and angrily snapped, act like it's our birthday. Who cares? Do you think the young master of the Sagar's family cares about things like this? Damn it. I think we're lost again. Who knows why they built such a big garden? As they said this, they noticed Dane ahead. Hey, there's someone over there, the younger brother warned. Huh, is that kid lost like us? The older brother shouted. Before he put on his arrogant face, hey you, that outfit, are you a servant? Never mind. Lead us to the exit, he said arrogantly, drawing Dane's attention back. And when he saw the two trampling the flower beds, Dane rushed over and shouted, get out of there immediately. Don't you see what you're stepping on? Seeing Dane suddenly become angry, the older brother asked in confusion, what the? Why does this brat dare yell at us just because we stepped on some grass? Without answering that, Dane turned and demanded, why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You're ruining them. Oh, such a mouth on a little brat. Do you know who I am? The foolish older brother began to threaten Dane with his status, not knowing he was arguing with the young master of this family. And of course, given his status, Dane feared no one. Know this, you're just a thug destroying the flower beds, Dane said, frowning. And with his arrogance, the foolish boy couldn't restrain his anger. He lunged forward, grabbed Dane by the collar, and shouted, what the hell, you bastard? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the son of Count Tyron, a prestigious guest of this castle. On the other side, Dane immediately recognized the identity of that Tyron. Count Tyron, the noble I captured after defeating him on the battlefield. He's an extremely obnoxious noble, like father, like son. Thinking this, Dane understood why the brown-haired boy could be so boastful. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the brown-haired son kept brashly threatening. Even in the southern countryside, you know the Tyron house, famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace, so watch your words. Hearing this, Dane knew arguing was pointless. With that thought, he looked at him with contempt. This made young Master Tyron even angrier. Are you insane? How dare a common servant like you look at me like that? After saying this, he raised his fist to strike Dane. But before he could act, Dane was a step faster. He used his head to butt straight into the nose of young Master Tyron, causing him to stagger off balance and fall backward. Nearby, the red-haired younger brother, seeing this, ran over in panic. Brother, are you okay? Turning to Tyron, he suddenly felt something wet in his mouth, touched it, and discovered his nose was gushing blood. What the hell, my nose is bleeding. I'll kill you, you bastard, he screamed like a rabid dog. Dane smirked at the threat. You kill me, if you're so good, try it. Provoked by Dane, Tyron's hot temper flared. Are you out of your mind? Fine, let's fight to the end. Nearby, the younger brother nervously urged, brother, worry about your nose first, just stand back. The older brother shouted and immediately lunged at Dane to teach him a lesson, but Dane simply stepped back one pace to evade the first punch. Damn this sly kid, Tyron grunted. Looking at Dane's crude fighting style, Dane immediately guessed he wasn't a warrior. Judging by his footwork, he's certainly not a weapons specialist. Then he must be a mage or a summoner. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy flailed with punches, but couldn't even touch the corner of Dane's cloak. He's too fast, we can't catch him, Tyron panted like an ox from exertion. Back to Dane, fighting yet leisurely enough to think. The flow of mana I can see now. If I can control it by will, couldn't I transform it into a physical form? Should I test it right now? With that thought, a thrill swelled in Dane. He tested immediately as streams of mana began converging into his palm at a dizzying speed. And then a loud boom rang out as our protagonist unleashed the energy forward. It sent young Master Tyron's body flying like a torn sack, making him cough in pain. The blow was so powerful it carved a deep groove into the floor. Seeing this, Dane felt a twinge of worry. Oh no, the flower garden is ruined. Turning to Tyron, after taking Dane's painful blow, he still managed to pull himself up and realized Dane was no ordinary person. Damn, it seems you can use magic. Who are you? He shouted. The younger brother calmer urged, stop, this will lead to trouble. The older brother ignored him, his temper boiling over. Get out of the way, I'll deal with that bastard. His reason clouded by rage, he muttered some incantation. Hear my call, he intoned, and black mana began to surge around him. At those words, Dane immediately recognized him as a summoner. Just as Dane suspected, a vortex of energy suddenly appeared behind Tyron. And from inside that spiral, a wolf's head poked out and leapt straight outward. Seeing his summoned beast appear, Tyron grinned arrogantly. Ha ha, so this is Genpu that I summoned. I'll show you the consequences of messing with Digron Tyron. Genpu, tear that one to pieces. Back to Dane, seeing V only summon an ordinary wolf, he lost interest. An ordinary wolf couldn't compare to Arabella, since she can summon dragons. Back to Digron, he ordered his summoned beast, that's right, tear that bastard's throat apart. Upon hearing the command, the wolf immediately leaped straight toward Dane. But for some reason, when it looked at his face, the protagonist's aura seemed to activate. Then suddenly, the wolf slammed all four paws into the ground to break itself. After that, its color shifted from red to blue, much to the two brothers' bewilderment. Even more, when the wolf bowed before Dane, Digron could hardly believe his eyes. What is happening? How, Genpu, what are you doing? Tear that bastard's throat out. Brother, it's wagging its tail, the younger brother asked. Hey, what are you doing, Genpu? Digron shouted, but it had no effect. He turned to Dane. At this, Dane reached out to pet the wolf, which made it very happy. Good boy, he murmured. At the same time, he couldn't understand how the wolf's attitude had changed so quickly. How did this happen? Indeed, now even Arabella's summoned beast was quite friendly. Back then, I only thought it was because we shared blood. Moreover, in a situation like this, it had nothing to do with that. Perhaps I have a high affinity, but that also means that that bastard's affinity hit rock bottom. As for Digron, he still refused to accept that his summoned beast had been tamed by Dane. Absurd. How could a summoned beast betray its master? Hearing him, Dane glanced and asked, So you want to continue, you brat? Digron snapped angrily, which made his younger brother nearly cry. Brother, let's go, we've lost. Shut up. I'll cancel the summoning, Digron shouted, not realizing what a summoner loses without his beast. Of course, the younger brother seemed to understand this and still tried to dissuade him. Brother, actually I. As he spoke, the boy began to hesitate, drawing Digron's attention. And somehow his crotch had already spread a yellow stain. Damn, how embarrassing. Digron gaped, while Dane kindly reminded them both. Listen, the bath is on the first floor of the main building. Digron quickly grabbed his brother's hand and left, promising him, Wait right there, I'll be back soon. Let's go, Dinar. And so the two of them began to leave, leaving Dane unsure what to say. Hey, at least recall your summon, he shouted inwardly. Time passed quickly to late afternoon. By then Dane had finished experimenting with summoning. Actually, it was quite simple. Just as Claire taught me, those faint connections between that bastard and Genpu were carefully overlaid with magic. And Genpu linked to me, thinking about having no relation to summoning. Just because I had a high affinity, I could summon it. At the same time, a mature man's voice suddenly sounded behind Dane. That's the kid who bullied your child. Yes, that's the bastard, Digron said, pointing at Dane. Dane saw him run off to call his father and just shook his head. Idiots making a big deal again. He not only bullied the child and Dinar, but he also severed the connection between the child and Genpu, Digron accused. And at this moment the fat pig stepped toward Dane arrogantly and said, "My name is Mogard Tyron. I am the head of the Tyron Count family, one of the great nobles. You're the brat who left my son's face like this and stole his summoned beast, are you?" He asked, and Dane admitted it plainly. "Yes, that's right." As he spoke he glanced at the fat man and thought, he looks fatter than when I took him prisoner. Peace is nice, not knowing these thoughts of Dane. The stinking pig pointed at him and said, "As a guest I'd let it slide if I could, but this isn't something I can ignore. Why are you here alone? Reveal your identity at once." Hearing this, Dane immediately disclosed it to satisfy him. Dane Sagers, the youngest son of Arkin Sagers. He introduced coldly, Lord of the South and head of the Sagers Count family. This made the faces of the father and son break out in a sweat. What? This brat is Dane. But Mogard quickly formed an idea, the youngest of the Sagers family. It seems things have turned around. I was once taken prisoner by that Argric and achieved nothing in the campaign. I'll turn the situation so the Count must take responsibility and use it as an excuse to demand mining rights. Those nobles who scorned me will have to kneel. Thinking this, he began to smile and speak. The boy is the birthday party host Dane." "Yes," Dane replied calmly with not a hint of worry, and with that attitude. Suddenly anger rose in Mogard. "That arrogant brat, I didn't come to the remote southern lands just to congratulate your birthday." He ground his teeth inward, then patted his son's shoulder and continued, "So what do you intend to do about this? You hurt my son and you invited a guest who got injured and you also took his summoned beast. That's a crime." "Yes, today is the end of your days," Digron chimed in. "I'll speak with Arkin Sagers and demand he take responsibility. Let's go," he ordered. As for Dane, of course he wouldn't just accept that. "I understand, but first I request an apology." Hearing Dane's request, the father and son's faces went purple. "What? An apology? Nonsense, you bastard." Before they could finish speaking, Dane shouted loudly, "Yes, I did strike your son's nose and injure him, but I was threatened and only defended myself. I did not steal the summoned beast. Genpu followed me willingly." Up front, Brat Digron shouted, "What? Genpu would never do that, father. That boy is lying." Unlike his son, the scowling man had heard something and thought differently. "Wait, I've heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. Right, I get it. Perhaps that girl taught the brat how to sever the link." He stroked his chin and continued. "Even if the boy's words are true, it's unfortunate that the summoned beast was taken. But you demand an apology." "Yes, that's correct," Dane answered calmly. And Brat Digron kept yapping with his mouth open. Who does this brat think he is to act like that? So arrogant, barging in while the adults speak. Talking to this brat is a headache, Mogard thought inwardly, lowering his voice a little. "All right, I won't scold you further. Let's see what Arkin Sagers says about this." Turning to Dane and looking at his face. A thought suddenly occurred to him. It seems he was very much expecting this, wasn't he? And just as the story reached this point, as if drawn by the commotion, Arkin and Bout arrived. "Are you looking for me?" Arkin spoke, startling the crowd. "Count Sagers and even Duke Thermion has come." Time quickly passed until the sun had fully set. At this time, Digron was presenting the story in the way he had shaped it. "My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I asked your child to guide us, blah blah." On the other side, seeing his father calmly listen to the story, Dane admired inwardly, "Truly my father. He cares deeply for his family, but he's not the sort to show favoritism. Even in disputes with outsiders, he can judge right from wrong." Turning to Digron, he had reached the climax. "Suddenly he struck my nose and kept mocking me with that strange technique. So I only summoned my beast to scare him, and he stole my summoned beast. He even tried to attack me." The brat said this with a pitiful face as if he were the one wronged, while his father Mogard the fat pig snickered at his son's boastful tale. Only Dane saw through their faces and sighed inwardly. He can lie with such a straight face. I really look forward to his future. Turning to Mogard, after waiting for his son to finish speaking, he also spoke. "Count Arkin, I only intended to warn the brat, but stealing another's summoned beast is wrong. I cannot just let it go." In response, Arkin calmly said, "We cannot hear only one side of the story. I want to hear Dane's account, then assess the whole situation and reach a conclusion. If you worry about my decision, I'll ask Duke Thermion for his opinion, Arkan said, pointing to Thermion beside him. And Thermion nodded in agreement. If you need me, do it that way. Seeing Thermion intervene, the faces of Mogard and his son paled a little. Damn, Thermion's involvement only complicates things. I have a bad feeling about this, he worried. Meanwhile, Arkan turned to Dane and asked, Dane, explain. Hearing the question, Dane thought for a moment. Well, just explaining how everything happened should be enough. With that in mind, he honestly recounted everything, though with slight differences from what actually occurred. Some of what Mogard's son said was true. However, the garden we'd carefully tended he trampled at will, and the one who angrily grabbed someone's collar was him. Liar, when did that happen? Brat Digron shouted when he heard Dane's words. Meanwhile, Arkan's face bulged with veins, but he forced himself to stay calm and said, Continue, Dane. Hearing his father, Dane continued, Also, I clearly heard him order Genpu to kill me. And I did not steal his summoned beast. The beast ran to me and saw my kindness. I never stole his summoned beast, Dane said plainly. And now, seeing the story completely different, Mogard couldn't hold back and intervened. Nonsense. How could a non-summoner take in a summoned beast? That brat must have used some secret skill. In reply, Dane explained, No, I have a natural affinity with summoned beasts. A summoned beast that isn't close to its master will accept someone like me as its owner. Funny, Mogard taunted, while Arkan, not well versed in summoning, couldn't verify the claim. Is that really possible? He asked. Yes, it's true, Dane affirmed once more. Back to Mogard. For his own interests, though worried, he still argued. He doesn't want us to believe that, right? The two stories are completely different. Before the other could finish, Thermion, acting as arbiter after a moment's thought, offered a solution. We should verify this with the summoned beast. Upon hearing this, the faces of Mogard and his son hardened. The Duke is intervening. Turning to Arkan and hearing the proposal, he patted his son's shoulder and asked, Dane, can you prove it? Yes, father, he answered confidently. At the same time, Fat Mogard turned to look at his son as if assessing the situation, but Digron's face contorted like an angry monkey. Oh no, what now? I can't summon Genpu anymore, the brat sweatily worried. Unaware of this, Mogard, seeing his son hesitate to act, also chided Digron. What's going on? Hurry and summon it, father. I can't, the kid stammered. Why can't I suddenly summon it, the thing I've called a few times each day? Mogard shouted. Seeing the confused expressions of the father and son, Dane smirked. I severed the link, so of course he can't summon it. Thinking that, he turned to Arkan and said, Father, I'll summon it. To do that, it seems I need the sigil that he possesses. Up ahead, Digron spun around and demanded, What did you say? My sigil. Unbelievable, you want my sigil. What nonsense. Even using another summoner's unique sigil won't work. In response, Uncle Sagers also said sternly, based on what your nephew said, even if the boy used your sigil it still wouldn't work. Then what's the harm in trying, right? Won't it prove your point? Damn it, since he's not wrong I can't refute him, Digron thought in panic. Meanwhile, Mogard, out of options, turned to his son and said, Show them your sigil for a moment, Digron. But father, the boy began, his eyes already welling. Hurry. Mogard barked. With no choice, Digron reluctantly produced his personal sigil. Because a summoner's sigil is uniquely coded, no one else can use it. But Genpu, whom Digron summoned, was suffused with his mana. A sigil is merely a medium. Genpu, having bonded with him, would answer his call, Dane thought. Then, in everyone's sight, when Dane infused mana into Digron's summoning card, a swirl of energy appeared, and from within it, a wolf emerged before Dane. It licked his face eagerly, despite having heard Dane's voice earlier. But seeing this with their own eyes, everyone could not hide their astonishment. Father, how my Genpu? Impossible, the tyrant father and son stammered. Wonderful, you said the boy never learned summoning. Thermion said blankly. That's right, I don't know what led to this, Arkan answered, puzzled. Meanwhile, Dane petted Genpu and whispered, Sorry for summoning you over this, but thank you for appearing. Damn it, this is turning into a disaster, the fat Mogard shouted inwardly. Back to the matter at hand, after Dane recalled the summon, Arkin spoke up. What should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summon. Do you acknowledge that? Dane seemed to say. Isn't that so? Hearing this, Mogard could only force a smile. It seems we misunderstood the alleged stolen summon. My son had no intention of killing Dane, did he, Digron? Yes, I only meant to scare him a bit. I never intended to kill him, the boy hurriedly explained. Look. He had no such intention, Mogard said with a smile as if to drop the matter. Faced with these words, Dane clenched his fists in anger. Ha ha, this bastard just makes things up as he goes. As Dane wondered what to do next, someone's voice rang out and drew everyone's attention. That's not how it is. Hearing this, everyone turned around and discovered that the newcomer was the girl Layla. Speaking of Uncle Bout seeing his youngest daughter suddenly appear, his face grew slightly flustered. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard your voice as I passed by, she replied. Then Layla turned to Arkin and Mogard to greet them. Greetings, Count Arkin and Count Tyron. Ah, right, the fat man nodded once, though a little worried inwardly. Is this kid really the Duke's daughter? Ignoring his attitude, Arkin immediately focused on Layla's earlier words and asked, so what did you mean? Is he lying? The uncle said, his face showing extreme anger. At that moment, Layla recounted what she had witnessed. Actually, I overheard their conversation while I was out walking earlier. Hearing that, Digron's face went pale. What? That girl heard everything, he thought in alarm. Is that true, Layla? Would you mind telling us everything you heard? Arkin hurriedly asked. Yes, what happened was. And so on, the girl began to describe what she had seen, which saved Dane the trouble of explaining. I didn't expect this either, but if it weren't for him, things would have turned out smoothly. Time passed quickly. With Layla testifying, the father and son had no way to deny it. With no choice, the rotten pig-faced man turned to his son and said, Digron, what are you still standing there for? Apologize, hurry up. Only then did the brat Digron accept reality and stammer, I am sorry, I was wrong. I want you to reserve that apology for my son, not me, Arkin said coldly. Seeing this, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand. I was going to make him do the same. Digron, hurry up. Judging from his demeanor, it really seemed he had no intention of doing it about 3 seconds earlier. Turning toward Digron, he now gritted his teeth and walked toward Dane. Sorry, Dane, looking at his annoyed face, it seemed he wasn't sincere at all, and of course. Dane could see that too, just bowing to take the blame because there was no other option. With a third-party witness, was it really a true apology? I really don't want to accept this, but based on my experience, it's more advantageous to show magnanimity here than to be stubborn, considering gains and losses. Dane accepted. All right, I accept your apology. Thank you, Digron said cheerfully. Meanwhile, the fat rotten pig Mogard breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Phew, that was a close one. On the side, Duke Bout, seeing Dane accept the apology so easily, smiled to himself, thinking I knew he was special. He could stubbornly refuse even when the fault was clearly on the other side. Putting that aside and returning to Arkin, although my son accepted the apology, I do not intend to let this matter slide so easily. You two can end the dispute now. After all, Dane has accepted the apology, but personally I do not intend to forgive this incident. Your son tried to kill my son with a summoned beast, Count Arkin said. That's not. The fat man hastily explained, but before he could finish the uncle cut him off. I don't want to hear any more excuses from you. Count Tyron, take your family and leave this castle. Arkin said coldly, causing the fat man's face to change. What? You mean, we came all the way here without complaint, and if we're driven out now everything will be ruined. I must stay in this castle at all costs, he screamed inwardly and hurriedly reached out to grab Arkin. My Lord Count, please forgive us. I will do anything you ask just this once. In response to these words, Arkin once again waved his hand and said, I do not want anything from you. We will send soldiers to your chambers soon. Let us go, your grace. Hearing this, Bout merely shook his head slightly and said, Let's go, Layla. Turning to Dane, he now watched Mogard go, scolding Digron from behind and thinking to himself, serves them right. They started it, so they've reaped what they sow. I didn't expect my father to be so terrifying when he's angry. Putting that aside, as they walked, Uncle Bout suddenly asked, "Is that true? Did you take it down with a mana bullet?" He said this as he turned to Dane with a curious look. "Yes, that's right," Dane nodded in reply. And although he had already witnessed Dane's talent, the uncle couldn't help but be amazed at his abilities, spear skills, summoning, and now magic too. Has history ever seen someone so gifted? Bout said, glancing at Arkin with envy, making Arkin feel proud inwardly. Indeed, I am truly proud to have such an outstanding son. Talent is one thing, but the boy is remarkably calm. Usually when kids fight, they get upset and stubbornly try to assert themselves. But Dane is different. I have no doubt your son will grow into a dignified man, Thermion commented calmly. Though overjoyed inside, Arkin humbly replied that it's too early to say, only when the boy matures will we know. Saying this, the uncle turned to Layla with gratitude. Today's matter was settled thanks to you, Layla. If you hadn't testified, things might have gone in a different direction. Back to Bout, he caught the cue and thought, aha, he's seeing Layla's good side. With that in mind, the Duke hadn't forgotten his plan to pair Dane with Layla. So he turned and suggested, ha, the girl simply repeated what really happened. If there's nothing else, why don't we discuss marriage between the two? The uncle said cheerfully, as if it were market gossip. Of course this proposal made Arkin gasp inwardly. Don't tell me he intends to marry his daughter off to him. The more he thought about it, the more Arkin felt Bout was serious, so he began to dodge. Oh dear, the sun's already set, it's almost time for the banquet. I'll go ahead and prepare, he said. Then Arkin immediately turned and ran off, leaving Bout behind without having time to say more about the marriage. Count Arkin. He shouted once before turning to instruct his daughter, Layla, take your time and go with Dane. After saying this, Bout hurriedly chased after Arkin. My lord Arkin, let's stay and talk a bit. Hearing the two of them, Layla's face flushed betrayed, while the male lead's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. I couldn't stop my father. Anyway, why would a summoned beast ignore its summoner and obey you? I've seen many matches between famous summoners in the capital, but never anything like this, Layla wondered. Dane couldn't explain it either. I'm not sure either. It just happened that way, he shrugged. Layla pouted, feeling Dane was hiding something. You're hiding something, aren't you? That's not fair, I helped you. What do you mean not fair? I helped you too, didn't I help you with swordsmanship? Dane reminded her. Ah, true, now that you mention it, Layla thought inwardly. Reflecting on it, Dane admitted she had helped him a lot this time and said, then let's call it even this once, and we'll keep helping each other in the future. Opposite them, upon hearing this, Layla suddenly brightened with joy. Wow, that's a great idea. I want to use that right away. Impatient as she was, Dane wondered what she wanted to ask and asked, so what do you want to ask? Teach me how to use mana bullets, Layla replied. This request surprised the male lead a bit. What? Why do you want to learn that? Of course, because I want to get better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to become really skilled and make my mother happy. You see, my mother loves me very much. She'll definitely be very happy if I become really skilled, and even sooner, Layla said cheerfully. Speaking of Dane, he wondered a bit. She's still young, why is she in such a hurry? Right, I've heard the adults mention this. Countess Thermion is seriously ill. Thinking about the girl's situation, Dane grew a little pensive and agreed, all right, if that's the case I can't refuse you. Really? Then start tomorrow, I'll be here until then, or do you want to start tonight? The girl asked excitedly. Fine, whatever works. Mana bullets won't be difficult once you understand the flow of mana, Dane explained. I'm so excited. Dane, it's your turn, what's your request? Hearing this, Dane's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, let's see. The thing I want is the next line the author hid. Cut to the main banquet hall. The commotion between Mogard's son and Dane had reached the ears of the distinguished guests. I hear Count Tyron was expelled from the castle. What did he do to deserve that? Someone wondered. A nearby gossipmonger immediately answered for everyone. I heard it was caused by Tyron's eldest son getting into some trouble. That's right, I heard he provoked young Master Dane and got taught a lesson, someone added. Everyone clicked their tongues. Tusk, they've come all this way and caused such a scene, how shameful. And did you hear? There's a rumor that young Master Dane is also an outstanding summoner. If that's true, the Sagar's house could become a prestigious summoner family, someone admired. Not only that, it seems he also knows how to use magic. Oh my, is that real? Voices of admiration began to rise. At the same time, our protagonist was receiving some gray-bearded uncle. So your young Master Dane, the one in the rumors. I'm Baron Open. Do you know anything about my open territory? Dane bowed and replied, I know a little. I've heard it's famous for grilled salmon and sapphire stones. Hearing Dane know about his domain, Uncle Open laughed heartily. Ha ha, what a perceptive young man. Indeed, Open's salmon and sapphires are the finest on the continent. I've heard you have many talents in various fields. That doesn't seem like an exaggeration. Anyway, I brought my daughter. It's almost time to introduce her. Here, Sylvia, go say hello. As he said this, he gently nudged his daughter forward. What, so suddenly? Dane murmured inwardly, unaware of these thoughts. The girl Sylvia stepped up to him politely. Hello, my name is Sylvia. Nice to meet you. Ah yes, I'm Dane. The awkward young man replied, and seeing Dane's mild demeanor, immediately. Sylvia suddenly moved close to him with an extremely flirtatious face. Hey, you're the future heir of the Sagar's family, right? I'm not sure about that, Dane stammered. Don't play dumb. I've heard you're talented in many fields. Please look favorably on me. After all, in the future we might be one family. Saying that, the bold girl grabbed Dane's hand tightly, causing him to take a startled step back. Yes, please favor me. Kids are so blunt these days, Dane wondered internally. At that moment, Layla's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Dane, you're here. Hearing this, the girl only then noticed Sylvia holding Dane's hand affectionately. She widened her eyes, turned to glare at the male lead and demanded, who is she? Ah, she's Dane stammered, unable to answer. So Sylvia stepped forward to introduce herself. Pleased to meet you, your grace. I'm the eldest daughter of Baron Open, Sylvia opened, turning toward Layla. Feeling like a precious toy had been snatched away, the girl gave Sylvia a frosty look. Oh, is that so? Nice to meet you, she said outwardly cheerfully, but her expression showed no joy at all. Then, watching the two of them squint and smile at each other, Dane felt a chill run down his spine. Oh dear. That familiar murderous aura. Girls can be terrifying, he thought, trembling as he imagined the two ladies fighting. Putting that aside, after the formal greetings, Layla grabbed Dane's wrist and said, sorry, I'm borrowing Dane for a bit. We have an appointment, right, Dane? She glared at him and stressed the word appointment, so even without a prior plan he didn't dare say no. Ah yes, you're right. Sorry, Sylvia, we'll talk later, he stammered. With her quick wits, Sylvia realized Layla was staking a claim, but in the current situation she could only force a smile. Ah well, that's unfortunate. How dare she snatch him away? Layla thought as she glanced at Sylvia with wary eyes. The protagonist, seeing this face, swallowed involuntarily. The Duke's beloved daughter, second only to the Emperor in authority. Compared to the Baron's daughter from the East, these two don't seem very compatible, Dane thought to himself. After they stepped outside, Tyron quietly asked him, how do you two know each other? Is she betrothed to you? The blunt question made Dane flinch and wave his hand. Betrothed? No, we just greeted each other. Really? Layla asked cheerfully. Of course, it's true, Dane replied, wondering why her expression had suddenly brightened. Time passed quickly. Cut to some ancient ruins. Looking at the wide courtyard ahead, Dane announced, look, we're here. This is a secret place only I know. Seeing that, Layla's eyes widened. Wow, who knew a place like this existed? Indeed, we won't be disturbed by anyone here, Dane affirmed confidently. And the farther they went inside, they saw giant vines and vegetation covering the surroundings. Layla grew even more excited. Wow, this is amazing. I didn't know a place like this existed. No one will know what we do here. Back to Dane. Once they arrived, he got to the point. Yes, this is a perfect place to train. Have you ever sensed mana before? At the question, Layla thought for a few seconds and answered, a little, not enough to form a mana core, but I've tried absorbing mana by inhaling. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned. HMPH, so you still haven't reached the awakening stage. He was a bit puzzled. He had learned this himself on the battlefield and expected the Duke's household to have taught her. Thinking that, and since the general had agreed to instruct Layla, Dane began to guide her. Start with something simple. First, you must feel the mana you absorb into your body. Feel it inside your body? Layla asked curiously. Dane nodded again to confirm. Yes, if you want to emit mana from your body, you must first learn to control the mana within. The important part is imagination. Close your eyes and imagine the mana spinning inside you. The image of mana rotating through your body like blood through your veins, Dane explained calmly. But Layla's face was already sweating at the thought. All right, I'll do as you say, she gritted out, and that expression immediately made the protagonist realize, I can clearly see she doesn't understand. Thinking that, Dane encouraged her. This will be the foundation for using mana. It's a very basic step. I know you can do it, he added. Following Dane's instructions, Layla squeezed her eyes shut. She concentrated to sense the mana inside her body, but after a while, she opened her eyes and said awkwardly, Dane, it's not working. Hearing this, our protagonist wasn't too surprised. It's basic, but it's your first try. Focus and try again. Then Layla tried again, and while the two kids were helping each other, they had no idea that Uncle Arkin had quietly followed them here, a place he thought unseen, yet it could not escape Arkin's gaze. Watching his son instruct Layla ahead, Arkin's face showed amusement. Oh ho, though young, my son already knows how to teach others. You've grown up. He had barely finished when Uncle Bout's voice suddenly sounded from behind. Startled, Arkin exclaimed, What are you doing here? Good heavens, it's the Duke. The uncle softly greeted upon recognizing Bout's arrival. And like-minded, Bout laughed. Ha, no need to be so surprised. Are there lovers sneaking around on a late-night rendezvous? What do you mean, lovers, and how did you get here? Arkin asked. Faced with the question, Bout wore a smug look. Have I been intruding? Anyway, you're terribly clumsy at sneaking. Your wife is a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you haven't learned a thing. I've done my best, Arkin sighed, realizing Bout had discovered his covert tailing and followed them. Turning to Bout, he offered his friend a piece of advice. If the master of an estate prowls around spying on others, people will speak ill of him. Old friend, hearing this, Arkin blurted in alarm, spying. I was only following my son. Oh, you're the same. I'm following my daughter, Bout said with a laugh. This made Arkin opposite him only sigh. I have no right to say this, but you truly are a hopeless father. Putting that aside. Since they were cut from the same cloth, they then watched the pair ahead with interest. You just discovered this. Show me, and then. Through their gaze, Dane raised his hand and channeled mana into his spatial ring, instantly producing a ring of green light before him. Seeing that, Layla's eyes lit up and she asked, You have a space pouch like that? Ah yes, my sister made it by hand and gave it to me as a birthday present, Dane explained. Hearing him, the girl's face went blank. Oh my, I'm so jealous. My brothers have ignored me ever since they went to the academy. At that, Layla noticed Dane pulling a mirror from the spatial ring and asked curiously, Why a mirror? I bought it because I needed it, Dane answered. What really? Layla asked. Seeing the question on Layla's face, Dane quickly explained. Visualizing something in your mind is easier if you look in a mirror rather than relying solely on imagination. Really? Layla said blankly, as it was the first time she heard this. Yes, stand before the mirror and look at your whole body. Dane nodded. Hearing that, Layla's face showed curiosity as she slowly stepped forward. All right, let me try. Saying that, Layla looked at her reflection and began to close her eyes, sensing the energy inside her body, watching her posture. Dane nodded approvingly. She was taking it quite seriously. Back to the two fathers hiding at a distance. Even if foolish, both realized one thing. Layla seemed to have taken a liking to the Duke's son, Bout remarked. Is that so obvious? Arkin asked. Of course she's not usually so open, the uncle said solemnly. Arkin was a little surprised by this and asked, Has something happened? The girl is normally cheerful. Hearing the question, Bout's face suddenly turned a little somber as if recalling something. Only on the surface does she seem that way. Inside, I'm not sure. After her brothers left for the academy, their mother became bedridden and could no longer be with her as before. That made it hard for the girl to open up to others, he said sadly. Is that so? Dane sighed at the situation. Afterwards, Arkin gave his old friend a puzzled look. He understood the girl's circumstances so well. Why did he treat his own daughter so coldly? In response, Duke Bout's face took on a contemplative expression. Did you notice? I have my reasons. When I raised my sons, I paid them a great deal of attention, and as they grew up, they were spoiled. Hearing that, Arkin hurriedly interjected, Hey, don't lump Layla in with them. She'll be hurt by that. No wonder she asked Dane for help, Arkin complained. You still nag like before, huh? Bout grumbled. What? When have I been like that? Arkin exclaimed, startled. Anyway, moving on. Bout looked at Arkin expectantly and asked, Tell me, will you send your son to the capital? If not, would you mind leaving the boy at the Duke's estate? Turning to Arkin upon hearing the question, the uncle glanced at his son training ahead. At that moment, under Dane's guidance, Layla had succeeded in sensing mana. I did it. I'm successful, right? She said happily. Yes, you did great, Dane nodded in praise, seeing the two kids like that. Arkin couldn't help but smile and said, I let Dane decide for himself, like with Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I'll do as you suggest. Oh, it would be wonderful if you could visit there too, Bout cheerfully proposed. What? You want to bicker with me all day now? Arkin shouted. You're sharper than before, huh? Bout clicked his tongue when his intention was seen through. And while the two of them were trading barbs, they didn't know their conversation had also fallen within the sight of Madame Lily behind them. She had followed the pair here at some point, wondering where those two had gone. But why were they behaving so embarrassingly? Truly, parental love has a strange influence on them. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything, she said with a smile. Time passed quickly. After Dane had taught Layla to feel the mana in her body, the two of them left the ruins. As they walked, Layla didn't forget to thank Dane. Thank you, Dane. You really are a genius. I've heard people call me a genius, but compared to you, I'm not that talented, she exclaimed, having witnessed a true prodigy. Dane, hearing her, turned to encourage her. This is only the beginning. You'll definitely become stronger. As he spoke, he glanced left and right as if searching for someone. Those two have slipped away. Seemingly Dane had noticed the two fathers following them. Back to Layla, unaware of this. She tilted her head and asked after Dane finished speaking, You'll go to the academy too? It's where all the Empire's prodigies gather, Layla said with eager eyes. But Dane didn't seem to notice and shrugged casually. Well, I don't know yet. Do I have to go? I can train on my own to become stronger. Hearing that, unable to hold back, Layla tried to enlighten Dane. You idiot, education isn't everything. It's where noble alliances are formed. You have to go if you want to build connections from a young age, she shouted. Seeing his friend lecture like an old man, he could only scratch his cheek awkwardly. Considering she's 7, she sure understands how the world works. Thinking that, although knowing Layla meant well, Dane's answer didn't change. I know, but right now I'm not interested in attending the academy. There are mountains of books in the library I haven't read yet, and I still need to learn many things from my parents. Hearing this, Layla didn't give up persuading him. That's true. But don't you want to play with other children? I heard your older sisters all attend the academy. She's persistent. Dane murmured to himself and nodded in agreement. I'll consider it later if I want to go, so be sure to tell me if you decide to go, Layla urged. All right, Dane replied. Then, trying to entice Dane, Layla began to promise. Whenever you come to the capital, drop by my house and watch me practice. Promise. Definitely, I will send you a letter if I come to the capital, Dane affirmed in a firm voice. Turning back to Layla as if remembering something, she asked, By the way, Dane, when will you tell me your request? I'll tell you when I get to the capital, Dane smiled. What? Layla exclaimed in surprise. Time passed quickly. The string of parties for Dane's birthday finally came to an end, and now. Duke Bout's carriage also departed from the Sagar's estate. We're leaving now, they said. Watching the carriage go, Dane noticed a small box with a pretty pattern in his hands and recalled earlier memories. This was the gift the Duke Bout had given him before leaving. What's this? Dane asked. It's a birthday present for you, hope you like it, Bout said with a smile. Just by looking at the pattern on it, Dane guessed it was extremely valuable. Turning to Bout, the uncle explained further. Our Thermion emblem stands for vengeance, the sword, and the smith. The history of House Thermion began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our clan acquired the finest forge in the empire. No, call it the best forge on the entire continent. All weapons made by House Thermion led the empire. They were all forged at that furnace, Bout said proudly. Without needing much introduction, and with the knowledge from his past life, Dane knew this clearly. Yes, I know. There are all kinds of ores and every kind of weapon and mysterious artifact forged there on the continent. This emblem is used to identify someone of honor and skill, Dane thought, and as he expected, Thermion then explained its use. If you bring that emblem to the forge and show it to them, they'll make a weapon for you to your specifications. Behind them, Arkin and Lily couldn't hide their astonishment at this. Oh my, what a precious gift! It's something even the royal family would desire, Arkin cried, his face breaking into a sweat as he realized the gift's value. However, to Bout it didn't seem so priceless. Before leaving, he also ruffled Dane's head and advised him. Be good and help your father, he said. Thank you for the gift, your grace, Dane hurriedly replied. Up ahead, little Layla smiled and waved goodbye to him, returning to the present. Seeing his son's pensive posture, Madame Lily sat beside him and patted his shoulder consolingly. Are you sad about saying goodbye to her, Dane? Hearing his mother, Dane's voice was gentle and shared. Yes, very sad, she's my first friend. When I go to the capital, I'll see her again. Grow up handsome and give her a shock, Lily said excitedly. Hearing this, Dane began to pull himself together. But he couldn't stay here forever. I'll meet her when I visit the capital. Take care, Layla, Dane thought silently. Back to Uncle Bout's position. Sitting in the carriage, he suddenly had a thought in his heart. Strange, every time I look at Dane, he reminds me of that young warrior. That warrior named Argrick, whose talent as a third-rank warrior at such a young age, if he had lived, might have become a sixth-rank knight of the Drenic Empire, Dane. I want to see you grow up quickly, the uncle said with a voice full of expectation. Time passed quickly. A few days later, back at the Saugers estate, Dane finally had time to check the two gifts Arabella and Claire had given him. Looking at the summoning egg before him, Dane mumbled that he fed it mana every morning and night, but it was still too early for the egg to hatch. Ah, a familiar mysterious egg, even without being a summoner. If you feed mana into an egg marked by your own sigil as its master first, when it hatches you can permanently control the summoned being that would otherwise only be usable temporarily. Thinking this, Dane fell into thought and stroked his chin. The quality of my mana clearly needs to match. It's possible many complex conditions still aren't met. He'd heard some eggs never hatch because the conditions are never satisfied. Hopefully, this egg isn't one of those, he thought. The young lord gently reached out with both hands, took the egg, and began to transfer his energy into it. Even bored, he tried varying the intensity of his power, but it seemed to have little effect. No reaction despite changing the flow and strength of his mana, he thought. Dane realized he had been a bit impatient, so he quickly calmed himself, put the egg away and exhaled. Phew, hopping for success in one try was greedy, he scolded himself. At that moment Herman's voice rang from outside the door. Young master, are you finished? Oh Herman, I'm coming. Dane replied and hurried toward the door. But at that instant the egg behind him emitted a faint glow and moved slightly, causing his steps to halt. He quickly turned back to check. Did I just hear something? He said, staring at the egg. At the same time the butler Herman, alerted by the noise, rushed inside. Young master, what was that sound I heard? Wait a moment, let me check the egg first, he said. He opened his eyes wide to inspect it, but then his face filled with disappointment. There's nothing, was I mistaken? Ha ha, false alarm. Seeing his disappointed expression, Herman guessed and asked, did the egg react? No, it must have been my imagination. Let's go, Dane waved his hand. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the training yard. Today, instead of practicing spear techniques, the protagonist was training with a sword. After he finished, his friend Herman, standing to one side, applauded. Wonderful, young master. When did you start training with the sword? I just wanted to swing it for a bit, Dane calmly explained. Truly a genius. You also have talent with the sword, Herman continued praising. Looking at his reflection on the blade, a small joy rose in his heart. Learning to use a new weapon is fun. I haven't held a sword in so many years because father watched too closely. Luckily, my skill hasn't decayed. Speaking of Herman, he took out a tray of cookies and said, "Have a snack first, then we'll continue." "All right, thanks," Dane accepted cheerfully. "Training here is nice," he said as he happily ate the cookies. In another development, his father, Count Arkin, was lost in his own thoughts. "Phew, it's tiring when it's like this every year, but we gained a lot from the final banquet. I can tell many nobles are turning their attention southward. Most of them want to build good relations with us. Since the war ended, the South, with its favorable climate, holds many things nobles covet. Perhaps their interest is obvious enough. But those interests still can't compare to the amount of attention Dane himself was receiving. The conflict with Count Tyron's eldest son was beyond his expectations, but the boy calmly explained the situation clearly in front of the adults. He even confidently displayed his talent. The boy is too mature. Sometimes I wish he could act a bit childish, appropriate for his age. I suppose that's just my wish." Thinking that, Arkin glanced at the clock beside him and murmured, "It's almost time. Let him swing the long tail today and see," he said. No sooner said than done. Shortly after, Arkin took the spear and went to the training yard to find Dane. There he found Dane training with a sword in his hand. Swordsmanship, but why is Dane using a sword instead of the spear? Arkin wondered inwardly, but very quickly he guessed the answer. Of course. That must be because Duke Bout said something to the boy. Otherwise, why would he be here practicing sword techniques after spending so much time on the spear? But it seems the boy is fairly experienced with the sword. The power the boy displays is something even some who train in swordsmanship their whole lives cannot replicate. When did the boy learn that? However, one thing is certain, he also has talent in swordsmanship, Arkin thought. After watching Dane practice for a while, he interrupted, "Dane, I've been watching your sword work. When did you learn swordsmanship?" Hearing this, Dane stopped his motion and felt a bit anxious. He'd been discovered. Perhaps it's better to tell father the truth. With that thought, Dane spoke up, "I really didn't learn it." "Oh, is that so? So it truly is talent. Spear techniques, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could be talented in all those fields." Saying that, as if having made a decision, Arkin asked Dane, "Are you curious about the world?" "How do you mean, father?" Dane asked curiously. "Yes. Beyond these walls, I think this territory is too small for your talent. Staying here might be a disadvantage for you," the uncle shared frankly. This made the protagonist opposite him fall silent for a moment. It seemed he realized he couldn't be kept here forever. After thinking, Dane continued, "I'm not sure, but I'm somewhat curious." Hearing this answer, Arkin smiled faintly and spoke on. "That's good. Now we must prepare you to step out into the world." "Really?" Dane asked with curiosity. "Of course, though I'm a bit regretful, I must honor my son's wish. And today I brought you something a bit special," he said, planting his spear firmly into the ground. "Do you recognize it? That's the long tail that reacted to you on your first birthday," Arkin added. This made Dane vaguely recall the weapon. "Right, I remember, it reacted to me." "Here, try holding it," Arkin said as he handed the spear to Dane. And the moment he touched the long-tail spear, our protagonist felt a surging burst of power flow through his body. "Wonderful, there's so much strength here," Dane marveled inwardly. Meanwhile, Uncle Arkin smiled and rubbed his chin, thinking it reacted even more violently than when the boy was younger. "Now no one can say it's because of me. I need to know. I will make his talent with this spear shine the brightest on the continent," he thought. A burning feeling rose in Arkin's heart as he stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder. "I'm thinking at least to help you master the spear before you go. So prepare yourself, Dane. One day this spear will be yours. Until then, grow strong enough to wield it with pride." "Of course, father. Rather than the long tail owning me, I will work hard to follow your teachings with pride," Dane affirmed, making Arkin burst into laughter. "Ha ha, just as I expected from my son. All right then, shall we begin?" Time passed quickly. After a tiring training session with his father, Dane listlessly returned to his room. He stared up at the ceiling and drifted into thought, the outside world. I've always been curious about it, even during the days I struggled on the battlefield. In my previous life I was Argrek. All I knew was war, clearing camps, maintaining weapons, eating bland rations, and marching to the front. The only escapes were the war ending or dying on the battlefield, only those two ways out. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But as Dane, the situation is completely different. I don't know how my talents will be used. How will the world receive me, and what can I do in it? I have the chance to go anywhere. And do anything, for a moment. I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place, but because of my father's words, my thinking changed. All right, it's time to step outside, Dane suddenly exclaimed aloud, and Mrs. Lily, who had just arrived, heard him. So you have made a decision for yourself, my son, she said, startling Dane slightly. Mother. When did you come in? Don't worry, so deep in thought you didn't even hear your mother's knock, she said with a faint smile at his absorption. Ah, I see, Dane said, embarrassed, turning to Lily. Not minding his distraction much, she asked. Yes, I heard from your father that you tend to get lost in thought. Are you curious about the world beyond our territory? Hearing this, his expression shifted and he bowed his head slightly. Yes. Father said it would be a waste of your talent to stay here, and after thinking, I'm curious about the outside world too. I'm sorry, Mother, he said in a voice as if he'd done something wrong, and at this expression, Mrs. Lily sat down, gently stroked him and comforted him. You don't need to apologize, Dane, but your two sisters aren't here anymore, and if you leave too. Dane stammered, I'm fine. Your mother understands you, Dane. I know how great your talent is. Even if you don't want to go, the outside world will call to you. If you could stay with your mother longer, that would be wonderful, but what world would allow that? So go and do what you want, Dane. Faced with his parents' advice, Dane finally became firmer in his resolve, but he also reassured them. Yes, Mother. Even if I leave this home, I'll visit often and tell you about what I see in the world. Thank you, my son. Then it seems we must also prepare to send you out into the world, just as your father said. She said calmly. Prepare? Dane asked. I intended to teach you espionage and slowly instruct you from there, but it seems you'll also have to learn how to set and avoid traps, Mrs. Lily said with a smile. She had long awaited this day. Only Dane felt his idle days were ending. Oh no, I'll have to learn special lessons from Mother too. And the skills to dispose of bodies too. Oh right, I also need to learn human anatomy, Lily added. Oh dear, I'll be exhausted before I even step out into the world, Dane lamented inwardly. Anyway, Mother will teach you many things, Mrs. Lily summarized. Yes, Mother, I will do my best. Dane said confidently while thinking to himself. Those special lessons from my parents are taught with love. Right, if I want to step out into the world, I must prepare well. The southern region of the Arabella Empire, the Sagar's territory, with a warm climate and abundant natural resources. This place became a key land for the Althian Empire, so they wouldn't be depleted during the war. And thanks to the rule of Count Sagars, this land remained stable, and after the war ended, the remaining rebel remnants were also captured. Finally, an era of peace that felt like it would last forever returned. On some street inside the territory, two 20-year-old girls walked side by side chatting. Have you heard the rumor? I heard young Master Dane stopped by some shops. Really? The other asked. It's true, he came and bought something. Apparently the shopkeeper's daughter fainted that day. Oh my, so the rumor is true. I hear he's getting more handsome by the day. I wish I could see him once. It seems he doesn't have a lover yet, right? The girl in the purple dress began fantasizing, which startled her friend. What? Are you crazy? Wake up. He's only 14, the friend shouted when she saw her companion drooling, as if a baby hunter were about to be born. In response, the juvenile gossip also revealed what she'd heard. From what I hear, he doesn't look 14 at all. They say he's already as tall as a count. Wow, could it be that the countess is tall too? No wonder the envy is extreme. You'd swear he looked 20, platinum hair, blue eyes. My heart will stop when I see him in person, she said as the purple-haired girl's eyes lit up like car headlights, while her brown-clad friend's face showed some anticipation. Next time he comes, I must go see. I wonder when he'll appear again. Apparently he often visits that shop. Oh right, now I remember, the forest ranger told me that, the girl in brown added. Is that so? Meeting the ranger first will make it easier. Huh, are you actually going to do that? The brown-clad girl exclaimed. Cut to the outskirts of the territory, inside a pine forest. This place is filled with ancient magic and is called the Apocalypse Forest. Here. Dane was carrying out the escape mission his mother had assigned. At this time, he wore a green cloak and carefully moved through the forest with the spear. He took out a piece of cloth and waved it before him to check the wind direction, saying, "The wind is from the south. I've seen the Cheryl spider here before, so I must head west," he said. He stowed the cloth and thought, 3 hours, I must get out before sunset. With that he moved quickly again, leaping between branches. One of the most important rules for an assassin is not to be caught by the enemy. Within the allotted time, Dane had to avoid the nets and traps his mother set and escape this dangerous forest. Back to the story. At this moment Dane had just landed on a clearing. He inhaled the surrounding air and mana, holding it briefly before exhaling. After hiding and blending into the scene, hidden traps placed in unexpected spots would appear like they do now. Thin, almost transparent threads were everywhere. It seems if I just touch it, the trap will trigger immediately. This is the most basic mechanism, but also the most dangerous. Fortunately, this type is fairly easy to disarm. Thinking that, Dane began rolling up his sleeves, ready to deal with the traps at once. However, since these were traps set by Mrs. Lily, there was no way he could resolve them so easily. Just then, strange noises began above Dane, drawing his attention. Only when he looked up did Dane realize that, at some point, a group of creatures that looked like giant squirrel rats had gathered on the trunks above, staring at him hungrily. Then one of them screamed and lunged straight at Dane. Its cry seemed to signal an alarm, and the rest rushed forward to get a taste of his blood. Seeing such fierce monsters, Dane instinctively took a few steps back. Oh no, it's a pack of Russell. I didn't expect them here. They're charging at a terrifying speed. I must deal with them quickly. As he thought this, Dane reached for the spear beside him to fight back, but his motion suddenly froze. Wait, if I touch those traps, it could be even more dangerous. No choice, I have to get out of here for now. Thinking that, Dane lost his desire to fight the creatures. He grabbed his spear and bolted. The squirrel rats pursued him relentlessly. While moving, those stupid monsters collided with countless thin threads suspended in the air. That caused the traps Mrs. Lily had set to trigger instantly. The moment the threads snapped, the forest walls erupted with the rushing sound of sharp stakes launching out. Before the squirrel rats could react, their bodies were perforated like honeycombs. Seeing them so pitiful, Dane paused, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Trapped, so I handled them without lifting a finger. Dane murmured to himself before he noticed that one lucky squirrel rat had survived the rain of stakes and was now recklessly charging to attack him. Although surprised that it was still alive, Dane quickly dodged to the side to avoid the creature's strike. It's too fast, the protagonist thought inwardly. Meanwhile, upon seeing its attack fail, the squirrel rat immediately dug its 4 claws into the ground to brace itself. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a layer of brownish-red bone blood, whatever that was. The protagonist's vigilance rose. Whatever it spat was certainly dangerous. Dane warned himself, then spun his spear in his palm like a propeller, dispersing the orange mist around him. However, being held up by such a petty monster annoyed him. Damn it, I can't waste time here, he thought. A surge of urgency rose in Dane, because lingering here would mean failing the mission his mother assigned. No choice, Dane launched himself to finish the creature off and send it to its death. The squirrel rat also lunged for Dane's blood, and so the two charged straight at each other. After a few slicing sounds, the creature's body was cleaved in two by Dane's spear, seemingly because he was irritated at being obstructed by this monster. So afterwards, he casually swung his spear once more, cleaving its head in two. Time quickly passed to late afternoon. Finally, Dane had escaped the forest and was sprawled on the ground, panting like a dead dog. Huff huff, I'm going to puke. But at least he had safely gotten out of the forest, he thought tiredly. However, as if heaven would not grant him rest, strange noises began to ring out shortly after. Though exhausted, the general forced himself to sit up to prepare for anything. What now? Damn it, when did I let my guard down? Dane ground his teeth inwardly. He quickly tightened his grip on his weapon, but the person who had just arrived was Mrs. Lily. Well done, Dane. It took only 3 minutes 30 seconds in total. You were even faster than your mother. Seeing her appear, Dane was surprised and asked, Mother, you've been watching this whole time. Of course, I couldn't let you go alone. Although I know your talent better than anyone, as your mother it's different. You did very well. I can't find any mistakes. Are you hurt anywhere? She asked, gently rubbing Dane's head. I'm fine, Dane replied. Really, at this rate? You'll be recruited as an assassin, the lady exclaimed, causing Dane to give a wry smile. Then Lily produced a dagger from inside her sleeve, the same one used in the naming ceremony when Dane was 1 year old, and said, Here, take it. It seems to suit you more than me now. Looking at the dagger, the protagonist's eyes flashed with surprise and he asked, This is your dagger, the black edge one. May I accept it? Dane asked and Mrs. Lily nodded. Of course, after all, I don't use it anymore. The black edge is forged from the mysterious ethereal, an ore that absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, it can even hold every poison in the world, Lily explained. Without her saying more, Dane already knew the dagger's effects by heart. He even knew it could absorb toxins and use them. He muttered to himself, then quickly took the dagger. Thank you, Mother. I will keep it safe, he hurriedly said. Seeing him accept the gift, Mrs. Lily was pleased. Thank you, Dane. Let's go home and rest. This should be all you've taught me, right? Dane murmured. But just as they were about to return, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from within the forest, scattering the nearby birds into the sky. Hearing it, the two of them froze. Mother. Did you hear that? Dane asked, furrowing his brow. Yes, there seems to be someone in the forest. Hurry, Dane. Yes, he replied quickly, and the two of them rushed toward the source of the sound. Time passed swiftly. Cut to the Sagar's family's auxiliary tower. Inside a room, an uncle with snow-white hair suddenly woke up. His face was full of terror, as if he just experienced a nightmare. A few seconds later he calmed and looked around, asking, Where am I? I remember eating mushrooms in the forest. Hearing his voice, Dane, standing outside with a cup of tea, entered and said, You're awake. The detox is still in progress. Don't move yet. Seeing Dane enter, the old man was a bit curious about his identity and asked, Detox, did you save me? That's right. You ate the red cap mushroom. Luckily we found you in time, Dane said calmly. However, the old man's face went pale at the mere mention of the red cap mushroom, so it turned out to be the red cap. In response, Dane handed him a cup and added, It's a poisonous mushroom. If we'd been a little later, you'd be dead. Here, drink some water, thank you. The old man spoke as he reached out to take the cup. Then he immediately gulped it down. Looking at his appearance, Dane began to form a suspicion. The belt bore the emblem of the Nixian magic tower. He wasn't an ordinary man. Without the black edge, I would have died too. I couldn't have saved him otherwise. Back to the old man. After drinking, he turned and asked, Thank you, where am I? You're in the Sagar's family's auxiliary tower. Dane shrugged, and because the Sagar's family is well known, the old man guessed his location. But realizing that made his head ache, so I not only got lost heading south, I ate a poisonous mushroom and ended up here. Unaware of these thoughts, Dane, seeing the old man's color improve slightly, said, Rest a bit. I've told my father he'll come see you soon. Your father? So you are, the old man asked, and Dane nodded in confirmation. That's right. I'm the youngest son of Count Sagars, Dane Sagars. Hearing that, the old man remembered something and stroked his beard. Ha ha, so that's it. You are Arabella's younger brother, the prodigy all the magic towers watch. How did you find me? He asked with interest. Dane had no reason to hide it and replied, Actually, I was training in the forest with my mother. What, in that insane forest? The old man shouted in astonishment, before recalling his own painful memories there. Even an 8th rank mage like me got lost. My mana reversed during a chant, and my whole body collapsed. Thinking that, the old man's expression grew incredulous. Really? The whole forest holds ancient energy and is full of traps. Indeed, that forest is our estate and is extremely dangerous to outsiders. Moreover, the energy flow there differs from the modern magic mage's use. Mages should avoid it. You also fell into danger from the poisonous mushroom. Dane calmly explained, helping the old man understand. I see, so I nearly died there, he exclaimed. Then he realized a far more serious issue. Wait, does that mean this boy is strong enough to train even inside that forest? Pondering this, he asked aloud. You're also the one who brewed the antidote. Yes, Dane admitted, which astonished the old man even more because Dane looked so young. He looked barely a teenager, yet had formulated an antidote requiring broad knowledge and precise crafting skill. Ha ha, what a family this is. Besides 2 genius daughters, even the youngest son is like this. If we were in wartime, the Sagers family might become the most powerful noble house in the Althian Empire. After saying this, the old man laughed. Ha ha, I admire you greatly. Indeed, that's true, Dane nodded in reply, and his unexpected answer silenced the old man. Look at this kid. Quite brave, he thought to himself, then fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. Well, I should repay those debts. But first, let me introduce myself. I am Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago, I was the master of the Nixian Magic Tower. Whatever you desire, tell me. I possess everything in this world except the things I do not have. Sidrain boasted. Surely he meant the pocket space. Many mages can live without a house by storing everything in their pocket space. Dane thought to himself and asked to be sure, is that really true? Dane replied calmly, and his indifferent demeanor once again left old Sidrain dumbfounded. Huh, what? I said I'm the master of a magic tower. A normal person would be surprised or show some respect, yet this kid remains unfazed. Thinking that, as if worried Dane wouldn't grasp the value of his words, the old man gestured wildly to explain. You will never get another chance like this in your life. Don't be modest. Tell me what you want. Hearing this, Dane slightly frowned as if pondering the reward. That look caused the old man to break into a triumphant smile. But Dane's next sentence instantly cooled him. I'll take some time to think about what I want and tell you later. Even a man near death couldn't suppress his anger at that. What, you don't care at all? What kind of brat is this? Ignoring his attitude, Dane left once his business here was done. Then rest well. Saying this, Dane quickly exited the room. Behind him, old Sidrain was still dazed and clueless. Ha! Ha, he's the first to treat me like that. The old man laughed foolishly. Before making an important decision, he thought, I plan to stay a day or two then leave, but never mind. I should stay to investigate that interesting fellow more thoroughly. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training yard. After finishing practice and sitting to rest, Dane told Herman beside him about finding Sidrain in the forest. When Herman learned the man's identity, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The master of a magic tower. He must be outstanding in magic, he exclaimed. Certainly, from what I've heard, he's an 8th rank mage, Dane nodded. 8th rank, even higher than Miss Arabella. Herman asked. Indeed, if that's true, Dane answered. Hearing this, Herman grew excited. Young master, that means a very powerful person owes you. Magic towers function like independent territories on this continent. They are like nations. He marveled, while Dane himself was incredulous at his luck. Who would have imagined he was such an important figure? Turning to Herman after offering congratulations, the man wondered why the master of a magic tower was wandering in the forest. Dane, practicing his sword, spoke his thoughts. That place isn't an ordinary forest. Mages regard it as a forbidden wood. They call it the Apocalypse Forest. Hearing the name, the steward understood part of how terrible it was and clicked his tongue. If it's the Apocalypse Forest, even mages face trials there. He survived by luck, thanks to you, young master. Not replying to that, the protagonist looked at the sword in his hand for a moment, and then said, Herman, get me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light. Herman, startled by Dane's complaint, turned to inspect the swords on the rack and said, So that's it. All those swords are war-damaged blades the Count brought back. No wonder. I'll prepare a longsword so you can train with it tomorrow. Since he couldn't get a new sword immediately, Dane accepted it. Thanks. I'll finish today's practice with this sword, he said. He then remembered the gift Duke Bout had given him years ago. Ah, come to think of it, I already possess that. The Thermion emblem Duke Bout gave me. 7 years have passed since then. If I visit the capital someday, I'll definitely pay him a visit. After finishing today's training on his way back to his room, Dane met his father, Arkin. You trained very hard today, didn't you? Yes, father. I thought you had business to attend to outside. You're back early, Dane said in surprise. Everything finished sooner than I expected, and I had a reason to return home in a hurry, Arkin said with a smile, and Dane immediately guessed why his father had rushed back. Is it because of the master of the magic tower? Dane asked with a smile. His uncle agreed and mused, quite possibly. Who knows, maybe he can help Arabella. He might even be a good mentor for her. Hearing this, Dane pictured some unpleasant scenarios inwardly. You think the Tower Master could help Arabella, but I'm not sure he could tolerate her temperament. Look how decisively she knocked out that senior, Dane worried to himself. Unaware of this, Count Arkin patted his son's shoulder and praised him. Anyway, you saved another life. Well done, Dane. I only did what I had to do, he replied modestly. Not everyone can do what you did. What you did was truly wonderful, Arkin reminded him. Then, as the two of them walked together, Dane remembered something and asked, So my 2 elder sisters couldn't make it this time, father? Hearing the question, Count Arkin replied regretfully, About that, it's so hard to see my daughters these days. Arabella just finished a long term and is choosing a magic tower to join, and I hear Claire received an invitation to attend a session as an assistant professor from her teacher. Seeing both sisters achieving things of their own, Dane was happy for them. They are both truly impressive, he said, nodding. But I have high hopes for you too. I wonder how the world will treat a talented child like you, his uncle wondered aloud. I don't know either, Dane shrugged, making his uncle laugh. Just thinking about how you surprised Bout makes me chuckle. Arkin said cheerfully. Hearing Bout's name, Dane felt a little eager inside. Duke Bout Thermion, one day I want to spar with him again. By the way, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last letter I received from her was a year ago. Well, I'll probably find out when I get to the capital. Time passed quickly. A few days later, old Sidrain was shouting, What? I'm not fully recovered yet. I'm going crazy being stuck in this room so long. Seeing him complain so much, a man dressed like a physician grew weary but had to concede. Then please don't go too far, and for now you are not allowed to use magic. What? Not allowed, Sidrain shouted. For a mage like him, being forbidden to use magic was like an addict without drugs. Opposite him, the physician feared the old man didn't grasp the seriousness and warned, Indeed, your magical flow hasn't purified yet, and we haven't neutralized all the poison in your body, so you'll have to wait a little longer. Hearing this, though eager to use magic, the old man wasn't obstinate and accepted it. Well, I suppose so. It's been a while since I couldn't use magic. Consider it a change of pace. But I can't stand staying here much longer. Let's go out, he said, excitedly standing up to explore like a child, causing the physician to sigh. You don't even know the way around here. Ignoring that remark, Sidrain slammed the door shut. This made the physician feel a surge of worry. If he causes trouble, I'll be the one punished, he thought to himself. Cut to a corner of the domain, the maids huddled together gossiping. There are only 2 sides of mages, you know. A genius on the left and a madman on the right. Listen, he has gone up and down every floor in the house dozens of times, and now he's been admiring the flowers in the backyard for hours. But he's supposed to be the strongest of the mages, right? So what if he is? Definitely he's gone mad. Miss Arabella needs to live a normal life. Yet the murmurs began to rise. And just as they said, for some reason, old Sidrain was sitting and gazing at the meticulously tended roses before him. I'm truly curious. I wonder who made this garden. I never expected these flowers would possess such extraordinary magic, the old man wondered. At the same time, Dane approached and greeted him. I came by to check on you but couldn't find you, so you're here after all. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidran turned and replied, "Ha ha, you thought I ran off somewhere, did you? Someone told me to stay here until I'm fully recovered," he explained. "That's right, that's what I want too," Dane said with a smile. Looking around at the peaceful scene, the old man's spirit seemed healed. This place is truly good for rest and recovery. Now I understand why nobles head south for the season. Yes, it's wonderful. I'm a little sorry to leave so soon, Dane agreed with a nod. That information made Sidran curious and he asked, "What? You're leaving soon? Where are you going?" In response, Dane was straightforward, "Not far. I plan to go to the capital." "The capital? Then you're heading to that academy, right? And your sisters are at the academy too, right?" "Yes, they'll have an easy life there," Dane said with a smile. "By the way," old Sidran began to study Dane with curious eyes. "Your sisters are famous, exceptionally talented, so I wonder how capable this young man is. Should I test him?" Thinking that, curiosity began to possess the old man's mind. He couldn't help but use his sensing ability, covering Dane's body, and immediately discovered a terrifying reservoir of energy within him. It made him break into a cold sweat. Good heavens, what is this dense mana? His mana is condensed to an unbelievable degree. If geniuses his age are streams, then this boy is a raging waterfall. Such an amount of mana is usually very unstable, even to the point of erupting outward. But how? Could Sidran's probing escape the notice of Dane? Of course not, so he warned. "Don't you think assessing someone else's magic without their permission is a bit rude?" Dane said irritably, which made the old man scratch his head awkwardly. "Ah, you noticed quite the skill. I'm sorry I was thoughtless." After saying that, the old man began shouting inside his mind. "I can't believe something this absurd. Could there really exist someone with mana as condensed as this?" He looked at Dane as if staring at an alien. This left the protagonist puzzled. What did he see that's so astonishing? Returning to Sidran, after focusing and observing Dane a bit more, the old man was astonished again. "Slowly now, why can't I see any magical tear? With that density I should be able to see a tear." Thinking this, a horrifying speculation began to form in the old man's mind. Could it be? Does the kid have two mana cores? To test his suspicion, Sidran immediately turned to ask Dane, "How did you create the mana core?" Seeing the old man's look that seemed on the verge of madness, Dane was a little curious and asked back, "Is something wrong?" "Of course there is. You have such a crazy amount of mana, and you still want to wield a spear. And you possess a kind of magic that only needs a core and no magical tear. Do you want to give up the greatest talent ever?" The old man shouted, as if he couldn't ignore such a terrifying magical talent. Unable to accept that he wouldn't study magic, Dane shrugged and said, "Why not use both?" Back to the old man. Hearing Dane's answer, Sidran's teeth ground together and his face contorted. He tore at his hair and scolded himself. "Damn it, I'm so frustrated. Where should I start explaining?" Then, to make the kid understand, Sidran inhaled deeply and slowly explained. "Do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and a magical tear. However, they interfere with each other, and when they collide, problems arise. That's the law of nature. Mana compressed in the core is transmitted into the magical tear, so the tear cannot withstand the collision and will explode." The old man spoke in a grave tone, making Dane, though inexperienced, begin to sweat. I've researched quite a bit, but is this really impossible?" he wondered to himself. Back with Sidran, he was so angry he refused to look at Dane. Such a wasted talent, truly a waste," he muttered. On the other side, seemingly unaware of Sidran's irritation, Dane asked, "Can't you use magic without a magical tear?" The old man pondered and said, "Not impossible, but without the tear's refinement, how would you use magic that requires pure mana? Also, others have thought like you before, but most of those we know ended in failure." Hearing there was still a chance, Dane pounded his chest and said, "Then let me try. I haven't tried before. But it seems it might be feasible." What is this crazy kid talking about? Sidran ground his teeth and thought to himself at Dane's words. "If I rearrange the magic," Dane muttered, waving his hand through the air. With each motion he left a ribbon of blue energy behind, containing countless strange archaic runes. Then he clenched his fist, and immediately, a fierce flame suddenly erupted in midair, and somehow it didn't seem to affect the protagonist. Seeing the blaze, the protagonist couldn't help but smile lightly. Oh, it worked, though it was only a basic first-level spell. Opposite them, Sidrin's eyes nearly popped out at the unbelievable sight. What? How is this possible? This child has no magical tier. How can he use magic? Thinking this, the old man couldn't help but exclaim aloud, unbelievable, you should only be able to use magic by refining the magical tier. And the more he spoke, the more bewildered Sidrin became. Turning back to Dane, the latter waved his hand and produced some kind of barrier. He also offered his guess. My sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high. Maybe that's the reason. Hearing this, Sidrin still found it hard to believe inwardly. Even so. Is this what commoners mean when they describe talents that can't be replicated? The so-called innate talent. Sidrin muttered inwardly as, for the first time, he felt what it was like to look at true geniuses as an ordinary man. Unaware of his thoughts, even Dane was a bit shocked. I succeeded on my first try. It's actually effective. So you can use magic without a magical tier. Now I understand. The general nodded, while Sidrin opposite him was dazed to the point of collapse. An innate mana affinity, pure and denser than anyone he had ever seen. Does such a person really exist? He thought. A fierce urge rose within old Sidrin. Do you want to become my disciple? He offered. However, Dane didn't seem very interested in practicing magic. But the old man wouldn't give up and kept nagging in his ear. Come on, let's talk. It would be a pity to pass up an unbelievable talent like you. Do you know how to use second-level magic? I don't know that code, so I can't, Dane said awkwardly. His answer made the old man grin broadly. Ho ho, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you 8th-level magic immediately. Before the old man finished, Dane coldly refused. No, thanks, I won't accept. Seeing himself, the former tower master and an 8th-level mage, repeatedly rejected by this kid, Sidrin's anger reached its peak. His eyes turned white, and he ground his teeth like a rabid dog. Fortunately, before he could lunge and strike Dane, the cheerful voice of Count Arkin rang out. Ha, I didn't expect you'd get so close to my son. Father, Dane called as he saw his father approach. So son, what were you two discussing? Arkin asked. At this, Dane irritably said, he kept asking me to be his disciple, but I refused. As Arkin spoke, he glanced at Sidrin with a meaningful look. This made the old man slightly embarrassed as he turned to persuade Arkin when he couldn't convince Dane. Well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a great mage. Is that so? The uncle chuckled calmly, for he knew his son's abilities far better than this old man. Back to Sidrin, as if fearing Arkin wouldn't believe him, he slapped Dane's shoulder and affirmed. He may be greater than I expected. He can even use chain spells without any magical tier. Hearing this, Arkin's expression shifted slightly as he turned to ask his son for confirmation. No magical tier. Is that true, Dane? Yes, father, the bewildered youth replied. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any basic magical knowledge, Arkin said with a laugh, which makes the kid's talent even more impressive, Sidrin added, and with this praise, Arkin gave him the label of having a keen eye for people. Truly the former master of the magic tower, he immediately saw my son's talent. It's not just talent. Your son is a genius. The boy could even become a rare magic swordsman, the old tower master said with a smile and a suggestion. Immediately an image formed in Count Arkin's mind of Dane in knightly armor, raising his sword and declaring, the sword is better than the spear. At the thought the uncle's face darkened. A magic swordsman. Arkin's voice was laden with gravity. Seeing this, Dane's alarm bells started ringing. Damn it, you shouldn't say that in front of my father. Dane shouted inwardly, but old Sidrin seemed oblivious to Arkin's sullen expression and kept smiling. Yes, a magic swordsman. Finally interested, right? If you become my disciple, I will take full responsibility. I will make you the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. As he spoke, Sidrin suddenly fell silent when he felt a cold gaze on him. Why do I feel a chill? Sidrin wondered. Very quickly he got his answer as Arkan's eyes went white like a beast's and he roared. He must not become a magic swordsman. Seeing this, the old man recoiled and weakly asked, "But why not? A magic swordsman uses magic. Don't you see the boy is especially suited?" "My son Dane will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic lancer," Arkan bellowed. Sidrain jerked and took a few steps back. "What, that's an issue," he said, and then he turned to Dane with a resigned look, inwardly smiling, "Ha ha. Why is everyone in this family like that?" Time passed quickly. At this time Dane was reading in his private room. The matter of becoming Sidrain's disciple remained undecided. The protagonist was also researching some magical knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple is highly significant. Mages often groom successors through an act called inheritance, a tradition from ancient times that persists even now, into the modern era when widespread magical education exists. Indeed, the master of the magic tower sought not just an ordinary disciple, but a true successor. Considering that a great 8th-level mage was hovering around him, his talent was something extraordinarily amazing. After hearing so much praise, he felt something stir within his body. At that, Dane's eyes suddenly widened as he recalled a childhood memory. "I know," he thought, and an image appeared in his mind of Arabella presenting a crystal orb and telling him to pour magic into it whenever he wanted to speak with her. Thinking that, the general immediately opened a cabinet, took out the magical crystal orb and cheerfully said, "All right, just ask Arabella." Elsewhere in a place that looked like a library, Arabella suddenly heard her younger brother's voice. "Sis, Arabella, it's me, Dane." Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand paused and she cheerfully said, "Dane, my little brother." Very quickly Dane began recounting everything to his sister to ask her opinion. Of course, Arabella could not hide her astonishment. "What, Dane, you can use first-level magic, but you don't even have a magic circle." "It's true I don't have one, but I can still use magic," he shrugged. He shrugged, making her force a tight smile. "I know you're a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this good." Back with Dane, he continued, "Magic circles only purify and cycle mana. Maybe my mana is just too pure." Hearing Dane's hypothesis, Arabella nodded in agreement. "That sounds plausible. I have a way to test it, Dane. I'll send you a magic stone via the transmitter in your room. Just pour a bit of mana into it, okay?" "Understood," he replied. Dane answered happily and marveled at his luck to have such an older sister. "She's so good to me. Mana has always been something I'm curious about." The advice of a 6th-level mage was extremely useful. On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella added a reminder. "Now that you can use magic, you'll draw a lot of attention at the academy." I don't want that," Dane said in panic. "That's unavoidable. Talent attracts the most attention. Tell me if you're bullied at school. I'll deal with anyone who dares touch my little brother," Arabella said confidently. This made Dane on the other end recall something and ask, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who kept flirting with you. He's the Duke Dwell's younger son, right?" Hearing this, Arabella remembered that jerk's face, ground her teeth and snapped. "Don't mention that bastard," she yelled. The servants around them glanced at her with wary looks. Seeing that, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, "By the way, even without a magic circle, over time could your mana become purer?" Dane stammered in reply, I don't know. Let me check and I'll get back to you." Arabella nodded. But before she and her brother could chat much longer, a female student ran up from afar to remind her, "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." Upon hearing this, though reluctant, Arabella had to speak up. "Dane, I have to go. I'll call you back later." "Okay, see you later," Dane said. "I'll send the magic stone as soon as I can." Back with the protagonist after waiting for his sister to end the call. The general couldn't help but break into a joyful smile. "I'll be exposed to a whole new world. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Do I have the heart of a dragon?" Dane said, placing his hand on his chest as if to feel it. In another development, old Sidrain, failing to persuade Dane to become his disciple, sighed miserably as if near death. "Oh gods, I'm ruined." Probing his mana made things worse. "I should have left earlier. But I can't leave until he accepts my offer. What must I do to make him agree? Should I give him some magical artifacts or pass on the accumulated knowledge of my lifetimes? Sidrain wondered, but then he shook his head and dismissed the idea. No, that's too much. If I give him everything and he still refuses, I'll leave empty-handed. The more he thought, the grayer his hair seemed to get. At that moment, Dane's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Are you in there? It's me, Dane Saggers, seeing Dane arrive. A gleam of hope lit Sidrain's eyes. What did he come for? Had he accepted the offer? With anticipation on his face, Sidrain said, "Come in." Hearing that, Dane opened the door, stepped inside quickly and said, "Good you're here. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, what do you want?" the haughty old man asked. Seeing Dane's demeanor, he immediately assumed the youth had come to ask to be his disciple, and smiled as if certain. "Ha ha, I knew it. You must want to become the disciple of a great 8th-level mage like me," the old man chuckled with delight. But before he finished laughing, Dane flatly corrected him. "No." At this, Sidrain's smile vanished and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "HMPH, then why are you here? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic?" "It's not that I'm uninterested in magic," Dane shook his head. "Then why won't you be my disciple? Do you already have a master?" Sidrain asked. But Dane shook his head a second time. "No, I don't have a master either." Hearing this, even the most patient man would feel a bit irritated. "Damn it, are you kidding me? If not, then why did you come?" Sidrain ground his teeth, and of course Dane didn't have time for the old man's rambling. "I don't know how to develop when reaching the 2nd tier. It's hard for my sister to teach me because she's far away. Ultimately, the best way is to learn from you, Sidrain. You still owe me a life." Thinking of this, Dane wanted to take advantage of that life-saving debt and said, "I don't just want to be an ordinary mage." Across from him, the old man made an association and said, "What, so you want to become a magic lancer?" "No. I'll become a mage, a merchant mage, an assassin, a summoner." The young general rattled off a long string of professions, leaving Sidrain's mouth agape like a bowl. "What? Those professions really exist?" He scratched his head and said. "But that's not all. Oh, and a swordsman too," Dane added. For that profession, Sidrain could only shake his head. "That's ridiculous. It's hard to say. You still decide to refuse me even without knowing this is your only chance." "Yes, that's right," Dane replied calmly. Hearing that determined tone, Sidrain fell into thought. "Damn, he's too resolute." The old man muttered, but in difficult moments his mind seemed to start racing, helping him come up with an idea. Perhaps that will work." Thinking this, Sidrain immediately slammed the table and shouted, "Do you want a letter of recommendation? I heard you want to enter that academy. If I write you a recommendation, you'll be admitted directly." Sidrain said excitedly, and faced with such a tempting offer, Dane found it very appealing. This condition was extremely attractive. "All right." He sighed and said, "Good. Now let's discuss the details, shall we?" Sidrain called out. "May I set some conditions?" Dane asked. At those words, the old man smiled inwardly like he'd struck gold. He's tempted. I'll seize this chance and make sure he can't get away." With that thought, he cheerfully said, "Of course, speak up. Then could you teach me how 2nd-tier magic works?" "Of course I can. I know all kinds of magic in this world," Sidrain said, pounding his chest confidently. "Oh, really? Then I'll rely entirely on you," the protagonist said, voice full of expectation. "Ha ha, it's nothing." The old man waved his hand, saying to himself at the same time, "He's still very young. A recommendation letter or a method for 2nd-tier magic is nothing to me." Thinking that, the old man wanted to immediately display his great knowledge. "Then let's begin. Although my health isn't the best, it's fine." "All right, let's start," Dane nodded and said. He's completely fallen into my trap," Sidrain chuckled inwardly. But contrary to the old man's delusion, Dane wasn't stupid enough for that. "I'll treat this as repayment for saving you in the forest," Dane said. Hearing that, Sidrain's face went blank and he asked, "What?" "You said it yourself. You owe me your life, so I can ask anything of you." "I already said it," Dane said with a very sly smile. This made the old man's eyes pop. "Wait, what about becoming my disciple?" "Of course, no way," Dane shook his head. Hearing this, no matter how foolish he might be, Sidrain realized he had been completely played by Dane. Was I just tricked? tricked by a 14-year-old child. Thinking this, the old man's mind started turning again, making him notice something special in Dane's request and exclaim, "Wait a moment, you asked me for two things, but I only owe you one favor." In response to that challenge, Dane replied coldly, I don't think that way. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body, and I even carried you back from there. But I didn't count any of that in. The protagonist confidently boasted about saving the old man. This left the old man's face as if he'd lost his accounting book. How could this child be so calculating? My back even hurts a little. Sidran sighed inwardly. In short, the experience of old age couldn't overcome the passion of youth. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the training yard. Since Dane had managed to rope him in, they were now here to practice magic. Of course, Sidran didn't intend to give up so easily. Let's see. It's fine if I keep persistently persuading him. Perhaps in the future he'll change his mind. It would be a waste to pass up such a natural talent. With that thought, the old man began instructing. The fact that he could condense a mana core before forming a magic circle was trivial. The important thing was being able to use magic without a circle. The second-tier mana transfer method I'm about to explain is very complicated. Countless people had given up at this step, so listen very carefully. As he spoke, Sidran glanced proudly at Dane behind him. All right, Dane agreed calmly. Haha. Look at that bright-eyed look, but I won't let you achieve your goal easily. I'll teach you manners, the Tower Master shouted inwardly. Finally, the lesson officially began. Second-tier magic is a completely different class from first-tier. You must calculate the mana amount yourself, the level of ambient mana in the air, and even your body's condition at the time. That's why most people give up learning magic. It's extremely complex, the old man explained. Dane attentively took out his small notebook to write down important points, and seeing his focused posture, Sidran felt a bit doubtful. Well, do you understand what I'm saying? Surely the kid will beg me to explain it in simpler terms. Imagining Dane begging him, the old man smirked. That's basically it, do you understand? In response, Dane nodded confidently. Yes, I understand. I have a lot to learn, not only how magic works, but also things I haven't encountered yet. Opposite him, Dane's words were completely unexpected by Sidran, leaving the old man bewildered. What? Do you really understand it all? Then tell me about the laws governing magic. Back to Dane. Upon hearing the question, he jotted notes while answering casually. The first law is coexistence. Mana can coexist with the physical world and with other mana sources. Through coexistence, a mage uses their own mana and the surrounding mana to cast spells. The second law is conservation. If enough material elements are gathered by mana, then through conservation it can employ magic across different elemental attributes, blah blah. At this point, Sidran froze like a log, unbelievable. He completely understood the essence of magic. And he even added his own explanations. Most people find this boring, but he didn't seem to. How can someone like this exist? The old man thought with dismay. Since Dane had answered the question perfectly, Sidran began to delve deeper into the lecture. With each tier, magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining further, I'll demonstrate for you. Saying that, the old man paused and waved his hand to the side, causing his arm to be cloaked in bands of blue energy. Quickly, those energy bands intertwined to form a grid-like symbol. Looking at it, Sidran turned to Dane and said, "For example, this is a first-tier spell that can be cast using a simple law. However, from the second tier onward it's different. First tier can't compare at all." He continued with another example, creating larger bands of energy with countless cryptic characters floating around them. "This is how second-tier magic operates," the old man said calmly. Watching the example spells Sidran produced, Dane felt the complexity had indeed risen to a whole new level. They wove together in very intricate ways, seeming even harder than the theory. Dane frowned in thought. Looking at the change on Dane's face, the old Sidran smiled and said, "Well then, this is the spell that forms a second-tier fire magic, a rocket. Also, if you want more, you have to cast the same spell multiple times. You're probably very surprised. You've never seen how second-tier magic works before. Sidrin thought to himself. He continued aloud. It looks complex, doesn't it? Most people spend at least a year after mastering first-tier magic before they begin using second-tier spells. No matter how intelligent you are, you can only grasp part of a spell. The key here is the laws. If you can't understand those, nothing else matters. I'll observe you for about a week and then slowly explain the techniques, Sidrin planned inwardly. However, he still somewhat underestimated a genius like Dane. Should I try? Dane asked, pulling the old man out of his train of thought. Well, it'll be hard, but give it a shot, Sidrin said casually, sure that Dane wouldn't succeed. All right then, Dane replied calmly. Then, based on what he'd observed, he imitated Sidrin, causing his body to be covered by countless gentle streams of energy. Very quickly, that grid magic was successfully formed by him. This is a first-tier spell, right? Dane asked. Yes, Sidrin nodded. At the same time, he felt a bit astonished. Oh, you can create lines with definite length and width. Impressive. So that's a simple first-tier use. Seeing the old man confirm it, Dane proceeded to use second-tier magic. And this is what you just showed me, he said. The energy around Dane suddenly shifted, writhing exactly like the second-tier spell Sidrin had used earlier. At this point, Sidrin didn't know what to say about the scene before him. Really, he copied the operation of a second-tier spell perfectly. He understood it after seeing me cast it just once. Thinking that, the old man grew curious and asked, How did you do that? When I observed, I memorized the laws and the patterns. When you form the spell in your head, it's not that difficult, Dane explained gently. Although Dane made it sound simple, Sidrin knew exactly how difficult it really was. It was truly beyond imagination. Even a magic prodigy like himself would need time to use second-tier spells, yet this boy could realize it without a magic tier, Sidrin thought in amazement. But the astonishment wasn't over. Right after that, our protagonist decided to push further and proposed, Then I'll try using the rocket. Wait, what? Sidrin asked, but Dane had no time to repeat himself. He immediately spread his hands to either side and focused, controlling each stream of his mana so they became shafts of light, flying chaotically around him. Then from within those shafts of light, 4 rockets suddenly appeared in the air. Seeing his spell succeed, Dane was a little pleased. Oh, looks like it worked. Looking at the young teen rejoicing over his successful spell, Sidrin felt it was utterly unbelievable, ridiculous even. If I had such talent, I could have fulfilled my 9th-tier dream, he thought, unaware of his own reflection. After steering the rockets close to himself, Dane turned and asked, Am I doing this right? Ah, yes, very impressive. You learn everything I show remarkably fast, the old man said. The old man spoke and coughed a few times while Dane himself was amazed. Yes, I'm surprised I could do it on the first try. As for Sidrin, he now felt a little fearful of Dane's terrifying talent. A mage without a magic tier. If the world knew, chaos would follow. I must hide this ability. All kinds of people would try to approach and bother the boy, especially until he became my disciple. I should think about how to write a recommendation to the academy, Sidrin admonished himself. And continued, All right, let's move on to another spell, shall we? Yes, sir, Dane replied, and so they did. Time quickly passed until evening. Now, lying in bed, Dane began to recall the moments from that morning. The magic lesson was more fun than I expected. I need to study both theory and practice thoroughly, and I can already use magic. Thinking back to my previous life, I was forced to abandon magic, in situations where I didn't even know when I'd die. Spending time to learn magic was too much of a luxury. To survive, I had to swing a sword. Because up to a certain point, magic prioritizes learning theory over practice. That made me even more eager in this life. Combining the theory I learned from my sister with my innate talent, I can achieve explosive growth with just simple guidance. And being taught by the former master of the magic tower, what spell will I learn tomorrow? Dane asked curiously. Time continued to pass quickly. Half a month later, Dane and Sidrin went to meet Arkan to request something. What? You want to make an alchemical reagent? Arkan exclaimed. Yes, sir. I lack the necessary materials, so I'll need to go outside the territory, Dane answered. Already trying alchemy? his uncle said in surprise. Beside him, Tower Master Sidrain also affirmed, "Don't worry about the boy, he's already learned how fourth-tier magic works." Back to Arkan. Although he knew his son was extremely talented, he was still astonished whenever he heard his achievements. Isn't it supposed to take a month to finish first-tier study? Information on alchemical reagents isn't easy to come by. Where did you learn this? In response, Dane smiled brightly. I learned from reading magic books in the library, they fascinated me. Hearing him, old Sidrain smiled as well. Ha ha, truly a prodigy. I never expected you'd be curious about alchemical reagents, many find them boring. But for you, even just selecting materials is enjoyable, definitely. Opposite them, seeing the two smiling. Arkan pondered a moment and agreed, very well. This will be a valuable experience for you. If you're going out, inspect the territory before you go. Yes, father, Dane replied. Then the three, Dane, Herman, and Sidrain, left their manor and stepped into the street. As soon as he appeared, a commotion erupted as people recognized him. It's young Master Dane. Young Master, he brought snacks. That's the new product. That silver hair looks especially handsome today. Greetings to the young noble rang out everywhere. The protagonist wasn't aloof. He nodded and smiled at them. Hope everyone's well. I'll come back for the snacks later. Beside him, old mage Sidrain stroked his beard and thought about how the people treated this young master. It seems Count Sagars isn't a bad man. Based on how he treated me, that makes sense. With that, he looked around at the lively scene and remarked, the South has many delicious foods. The weather is mild, and the people are friendly, a scenery rare to see in the capital. Yes, this place is very warm, Dane replied. How much longer until we reach the magic tools shop? Sidrain asked. For a recluse who'd lived in the castle all day, this question stumped Dane. Well, I'm not sure. I haven't been there before. What? Sidrain exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, Dane seized the moment to speak to his steward Herman. Please lead us from here. Yes, young master, Herman nodded. Then Herman urged his horse forward to lead the group, saying as they went, this way, it's not far now. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the magic tools shop, and Dane's group had just arrived. As soon as they entered, the shopkeeper excitedly said, Oh my, is that young Master Dane? His silver hair and emerald eyes are as amazing as the rumors. Thank you for visiting us. How has business been lately? Dane nodded in greeting. The shopgirl shrugged and replied, Same as always, few people from the territory buy magic tools. I mostly sell to foreigners and those interested in magic. Then, as if recognizing Sidrain's identity, she respectfully added, I never expected the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower. Master Sidrain is here. Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled in return. Dane was a little surprised she recognized him at a glance, which made sense. Few become masters of a magic tower in the empire, except for someone like him. Returning to the shopgirl, knowing they were here for something specific, she didn't waste time and said, Feel free to browse the shop. Call me if you need anything. Saying that, she let them choose freely. Since this is your first time at a magic tools shop, look around at your leisure. I'll talk with the proprietor a bit, Sidrain said. All right, Herman replied. While the old man chatted up the girl, Dane took the chance to inspect the various items on the wooden shelves and exclaimed, Wow, there are so many interesting things here. There was also something strange. A rather familiar sensation, the young man wondered to himself. Moreover, if he touched the magic tools, he could sense their magical reactions. Maybe it's because my magical sensitivity is high, he thought. At that moment, Dane suddenly detected a strange aura that caught his attention. What is that? A fairly strong reaction is coming from over there. What is it? He said, turning his eyes toward the source of the aura. The shopgirl, noticing Dane's posture, warned, Young master, those are just decorations. Oh, is that so? Dane murmured. The old mage turned and said, Why don't you check out some alchemy ingredients? Moonroot is very good. Hearing this, the shopgirl took the chance to advertise her wares. That's a perfect choice. There are at least 50 medicines containing moonroot, all grown by my own hand. The quality is excellent. Back to Dane. He was still unsettled by the strange feeling he had sensed. That's strange, he muttered, before pinpointing the aura's location and immediately turning to look back. It turned out the whole sensation was coming from some stone. Right, it's that. The stone was resonating. Dane thought and hurried toward it. His steward Herman, trailing behind, was a bit puzzled. "Young master, what's the matter?" "I can sense something from this stone," Dane explained. Herman looked at the stone and shook his head. It's just an ordinary decorative piece." "I'm not sure, but this stone is truly strange," Dane said. Saying that, he reached out, gripped the stone to examine it, and very quickly he found his answer. The more magic he poured into it, the stronger the reaction. Could it be that it only responds to my magic? Unaware of the stone's oddness, the shopgirl continued presenting her goods. "Your eye for quality is excellent. Using it as a specimen is perfect. Now then, I'll take that pile of moonroot and a few Conwell berries." "May I ask what this is?" Dane said, holding the stone up. Hearing the question, the shopgirl turned to look at it in surprise. "Where did you get that stone? What's wrong with it?" Sidrain asked. "Ah no, that pile is just decorative merchandise." She waved her hand, and at that answer Dane was even more puzzled. "Decorative? Impossible. What kind of decoration reacts to magic?" he thought, glancing back at the shopgirl. For some reason, when she looked at the stone in Dane's hand, her face began to scowl. Just looking at that stone makes me so annoyed," she said. Hearing this, the old mage perked up and asked, "What is it? Were you tricked by someone?" The shopkeeper sighed and began to explain. "A few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large package. When I opened it, it was that stone, and the man had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised, but in the end it was just an ordinary stone. I didn't know where to put it, so I left it there." "Strange," Dane mused inwardly. "Clearly this stone isn't ordinary." But instead of voicing his suspicion to the old mage Sidrain beside him, he decided to keep it to himself. Back to the shopgirl. Seeing Dane unable to pick anything, she spoke up with a suggestion. "Young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have some special magical creations. I'll show you." Saying that, she quickly produced a rolled-up paper and began to present it. "This is a roll of calling cards, blah blah." Ignoring the sales pitch, Dane remained focused on the stone in his hand. Despite all the interesting items here, he only wanted this one. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the woman continued enthusiastically. "If you place it inside, it will automatically store the information you want. Just speak the person's name and their card appears." Before she finished, Dane cut in. "I'll take the roll of cards and that stone." Putting the calling cards aside, Dane, taking the seemingly useless stone, surprised the shopkeeper. Why do you want that worthless stone?" she asked. Nearby, the tower master also asked curiously, "What do you intend to do with it?" Dane only smiled and offered no further explanation. After acquiring what they needed, they quickly left the shop. As they walked, Sidrain turned to him and said, "I didn't expect you'd be interested in decorations or art. Does that stone have something special?" Realizing Sidrain had guessed, Dane chuckled a little. You noticed, did you?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I buy such a useless stone?" he said calmly, and at this point, unable to hide it any longer, Dane let slip a bit of information. "Exactly. This stone is certainly not merely decoration. It can react to my magic." Hearing the boy say that, Sidrain's face showed growing interest. "Is that so? I'm not certain what that stone is, but hearing that makes me curious. There are too many people here. Let's return to the manor and study it more carefully." "Agreed," Dane nodded. The group urged their horses on and rode back to the manor quickly. Time passed quickly into the afternoon. Now the two of them prepared to begin researching the stone. "Do you know what it is?" Dane asked. "You're underestimating my invaluable testing instruments. With them we'll find out what it is," Sidrain replied. "But didn't a mage appraise it and say it was nothing special?" Dane asked. Hearing this, the old man gave a slight sneer. "HMPH, whatever he claimed, it can't compare to my equipment. I've burned all my money on this advanced equipment. It can analyze anything you place on it," Sidrain said, as he looked at the magical device he had taken from his pocket dimension. Seeing him speak with such confidence, Dane's eyes showed some anticipation. "Great, let's test it right away." "All right, I'm pretty eager too. Just place the stone on this. Then channel your magic into it," the old tower master said, placing the stone on a star-shaped symbol. and immediately after he transmitted his mana into it. The hidden magic arrays inside the device activated and began to analyze the item. Something truly special, the old man thought with a smug smile, finally something to be proud of. Very quickly, countless streams of energy shot out from within the star symbol. Looking at the ancient script within the streams of energy, Dane gasped. It was a magic code. Sidrain, with his knowledge, also noticed the oddity and pointed out, "Yes, but it's not an ordinary spell." Watching the extraordinarily complex magical currents weaving through the air, Dane could only gape in astonishment. "Incredible! This is a spell with laws, structure, and casting methods I've never seen. It might be as complex as 6th or even 7th tier magic." At that thought, part of the mystery cleared up. "So the magic hidden in the stone is what manifests those spells," Dane muttered. The old man chuckled. "Exactly. As you said, your magic is the key that unlocks that spell. I'm saying that because it only responds to your magic." Back to Dane. Hearing the Tower Master's words, his curiosity deepened. What exactly is it? What spell is concealed inside this stone, and why does it only respond to my magic? The more he thought, the more confused he became. Meanwhile, the Tower Master wanted to try analyzing the spell. "The sealing magic inside is a bit unfamiliar to me, but as a former master of the magic tower, I'll give it a try," he said. Seeing the old man personally handle it, Dane asked, "If you succeed, maybe I can learn why my magic is different from others." "Perhaps. Let's hope it works," Sidrain nodded. Elsewhere, in Arabella's private laboratory, she was reviewing a pile of analysis reports she'd carefully pinned to the wall, muttering, "Indeed, it's different, clearly not like ordinary magic. A special characteristic, a peculiar trait of Dane's magic that even I don't possess." However, which field of magic this spell belongs to did not appear in the results. Spell reagents, mana gates, magical engineering. If it doesn't fit any of those fields, then what on earth is it? It must correspond to something, she pondered thoughtfully. Then a flash of insight struck her. Right, there's a lost field of magic. Dane's magic might align with it. With that in mind, she hurriedly searched through her stack of magic books. Where did I put it? Here, alchemy, spiritual divination, death soul arts, and even a primitive magic code, Arabella muttered as she rummaged. Her hand accidentally knocked a book, sending it tumbling to the floor. An ancient grimoire, she exclaimed in surprise. She brushed the dust off the cover as if it hadn't been touched in ages, recalling that a magical kingdom had long existed before, with traditions inherited from Archana. Because it's an ancient spell from 2,000 years ago, no one knows how to use it now. Hearing that, Arabella laughed at herself. "Ha ha, what am I thinking? Ancient magic vanished 2,000 years ago. Dane's magic can't possibly match it." After laughing, her expression turned pensive again. "Well, why not? I have nothing to lose." She decided to try it. Immediately, she began channeling her magic into the typewriter before her. Quickly, the typewriter spat out a sheet of paper with the test results. Something began to appear. Once the machine finished writing, Arabella quickly checked the results. "What is it? Alchemy, divination, or I hope it's not death soul arts," she muttered, frowning. She read a little, and a bolt of realization struck her mind. "No way, what the hell is this?" Arabella shouted. Back with Dane's group, using his magical power, Sidrain quickly finished unsealing it. At that moment, the stone suddenly began to shatter into many pieces. The old man's face brightened slightly. "The seal's broken, something's inside," Dane frowned and said, "Yes." "Then I'll take it out," Sidrain nodded and proceeded. From the fragments of stone, he produced a seemingly mundane bracelet. "A silver bracelet?" Dane asked in surprise. The old man widened his eyes too. After all their expectations, they were handed this scrap metal, like the kind of bracelet anyone could buy at the market. "I thought there'd be something special in the material, but there's nothing." "This is it. Since it only reacts to your magic, you should try wearing it," Sidrain said, casually tossing the bracelet to Dane. Dane caught it and slowly slid it onto his wrist, and just as they expected. The moment Dane finished putting it on, the bracelet emitted a soft blue light. The old man's expression shifted. "Oh, it's responding." Dane, noticing the change in the bracelet, said, I can see some strange characters here. What is it? Let's see, Sidrin said, widening his eyes to inspect the tiny ant-sized characters. Do you know what they are? Dane asked curiously. Very quickly, with just a glance, the old man recognized them. Yes. These characters are an ancient script that no one in the world can read. Ancient script? Dane asked, puzzled. They are the characters used by the ancient magical kingdom Archana, the old man replied calmly. The protagonist had heard stories of that ancient kingdom before. Archana. I heard Arabella talk about it when I was a child. She said it was a time when even the smallest items were crafted from magic, until one day that era abruptly ended. All that remained were a few relics and passed-down tales, and this strand of magic code. As for Sidrain, learning Dane's connection to the long-lost magical kingdom filled him with excitement. I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to relate to an ancient kingdom. No wonder I could move so easily through that forest these past days. Dane nodded. It seems so. The magic from that forest originates from Archana, the old man said with a sidelong glance, his desire to make Dane his research subject growing stronger. Looking at the bracelet and feeling it for a moment, Dane shook his head. But I don't sense anything else from this bracelet. The former tower master didn't know much more either, so he offered a bit of advice. You can study it slowly, but don't talk about this outside. Yes, I will follow your instructions, Dane nodded. Just then they suddenly heard a strange sound, like something cracking. What noise was that? They asked in unison. Don't tell me that alarm is because a monster is attacking, Sidrin fretted. It's understandable, he'd been in a dazed state, but at that moment. After checking and sensing himself, Sidrin realized he could use mana normally again without harming his body. Because of that, the old man regained his confidence. Good, my body is nearly fully recovered. I'll relax a bit, finally I can repay the favor. Saying that, he grew restless, wanting to smash something in celebration, and turned to Dane. What are you doing? Go fetch a spear or something. What is that? It sounds like it's coming from over there. Seeing the old man's excitement, Dane calmly explained, this sound has nothing to do with monsters. That sound means my elder sister is trying to reach me, he said, looking at the pendant that kept chiming like a phone nearby. His explanation deflated the old man's enthusiasm. What? You should have said that from the start. There's no way a monster would appear in this area. Excuse me, I need to talk to my elder sister for a moment, Dane replied awkwardly. He then contacted his sister Arabella. Yes, is something wrong? On the other end, Arabella was slightly annoyed that her brother took so long to pick up. Dane, why did you take so long to answer? Sorry, did you call about something? Dane asked. Hearing that, Arabella began to get to the point. While I was analyzing your magic code. As she said that, she seemed to sense something and paused, asking, Wait, are you with someone? Dane didn't answer at first. Guessing the truth, he asked, Don't tell me you recognized my magic as ancient magic too. What? How did you know? Arabella shouted, after explaining everything further finally. Arabella understood the matter. So that's it. When you and Sidrain were analyzing a stone, you guessed it came from the ancient magical kingdom, and you said the stone only reacted to your magic. Yes, that's exactly it, Dane nodded. Meanwhile, Sidrain, hearing that Arabella also identified Dane's magic as ancient, clenched his teeth. She realized it just from analyzing the kid's magic. I knew she was a genius, but she's more talented than I imagined, he thought to himself. Turning to Arabella now that everything was clear, she asked anxiously, Does anyone else know about this? No, Dane answered. Good. Dane, listen to me carefully. Sidrain, you listen too. It's best you keep this secret. If you reveal this now, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Arabella warned. Hearing his name, Sidrain cleared his throat a few times. Miss Arabella, I've heard quite a lot about you from Dane. Oh, you're Sidrain. I realize I dived straight into things without introducing myself. Don't worry, I will keep the secret. If this leaks, not only Dane but the entire Sagar's family will be dragged into serious trouble, the old man affirmed. Indeed, you immediately grasped the stakes. Arabella cheerfully asked, Will this conversation be recorded? He asked back. No, the moment this call ends it will automatically disappear. Good, no one wants stray evidence. Also, I plan to return to the magic tower to investigate this, Sidrin added. Thank you for helping us. No, Miss Arabella, I'm doing this out of duty as a mage, so it's nothing, the old man waved off. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, By the way, I heard you're looking to join a magic tower. Is that right? Have you decided which tower to join? Regarding Arabella, hearing that she understood Sidrin's intention. Not yet. However, I'm not considering the Nixian magic tower. It's not specialized in the field I like, she said awkwardly. Earlier I wondered who the kid got his decisiveness from. Seems it's from his sister, Sidrin thought. But quickly his focus returned to Dane, so Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him much. Ha ha, I understand. You don't have to come from our tower, Sidrin said. Arabella responded with reassurance. I'm sure talented people will join your magic tower anyway. In any case, Dane, we'll discuss details later, okay? Okay, take care, Dane nodded and quickly ended the call. After their conversation ended, the old tower master nodded. Your sister has become quite skilled. Hearing that, Dane felt a bit proud. Of course, she made this. She said this refined crystal globe is the trend among young mages today. Turning to Sidrin and looking at the communication device in Dane's hand, he shook his head slightly. Impressive, but I don't need such a gadget. Once someone reaches rank 8, communicating with others isn't what they seek. If there's something important to discuss, they just come see me in person, right? Yes, I understand, Dane said to please the old man, while also guessing Sidrin probably had no friends. Putting that aside, Dane quickly told his parents the story about possessing ancient magic. You say it's ancient magic. That makes me a bit worried, Arkin said. Ha ha, don't worry, father, Dane laughed. Nothing will happen. If anyone targets you, I'll make them pay, his uncle said in a gruff tone. Beside him, Lady Lily promised, Sounds good. Mother will silence anyone who targets you in her own way. Seeing his parents so fierce, Dane began to sweat for the would-be attackers. Ha ha, they're full of killing intent, he thought, but with both of them protecting him he'd be safe. Then Arkin stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, But if that's true, it means ancient magic is hidden in our bloodline, doesn't it? Hearing his speculation, Lady Lily nodded. That's a good question. We don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check on my side of the family. Hearing them, Dane felt a little hopeful. If both sides investigated, what might they discover? It wasn't crucial, but he was curious. Putting the ancient magic matter aside, Lady Lily looked thoughtful and turned to her son. It seems you've already touched more than one limit. Dane, if you stay here, it'll hinder your development. You should consider moving to the capital to live now. Dane's face flushed with confusion. The capital? He asked blankly. Uncle Arkin nodded. Yes, you know you must be at least 14 to enter the academy, and now you're old enough. I actually wanted to keep you another year or two, but it seems there's nothing more here for you to learn. Turning to Lady Lily, seeing Dane's worry, she gently took his hand and said, Dane, if you choose that, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing this, the protagonist was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected them to think that way. Dane, you'll do well. Go and fulfill your talent as you wish, Arkin said with a smile. Encouraged by his parents, the protagonist no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what you mean. I will prepare to enroll in the academy. That's a good choice, Arkin nodded. Good time for me to level up again, the protagonist told himself. Time passed quickly. Dane told Sidrin his intention. Oh, that's your choice, Sidrin asked. Yes, though earlier than I expected, Dane sighed. You've made a very good choice. Staying here would only limit your talent. That would be a waste. Also, a piece of advice. Don't reveal too much of your talent immediately. Though the academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way, the old mage said seriously. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Dane understood this somewhat. Right, Arabella told me before, she faced people insulting her. Back to Sidrin. Ordinary kids can't keep up, but the Thermion family is another story. The old man nodded, making Dane recall the girl Layla. Oh right, think about it. I told her I'd visit if I went to the capital. If I don't visit her, she'll be very disappointed. Also, I should think about what weapon to make with the seal the Duke Thermion gave me before, Dane thought to himself. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the old man opposite stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Let's see. If you enter the academy in 3 months, you should depart from here in 2 months." Hearing this, Dane nodded. "That seems reasonable. What about you?" On hearing the question, the old man outlined his plan. "I intend to return to the magic tower. I think I have matters to attend to. You've made things less dull for me. If I find any clues about ancient magic or anything related, I'll tell you." "Really? If that's so, I'd be very grateful," Dane said hurriedly. "Then the remaining issue is your lessons. If time is short, we must accelerate. Reaching Tier 3 is difficult. Tier 2 is nothing compared to Tier 3. Yes, I'll study very hard. And I also prepared a gift for you." "A gift?" Sidrin's voice held a slight surprise. Dane took a small wooden box from his pocket space, placed it before him and nodded. "Yes, my sister sent this to me yesterday via teleportation magic. It's a newly made item." From both their gazes, inside the box was some small stone. "It's a refined crystal globe not yet on the market. Arabella invented this new product. She likes me, so when I asked, she gave it to me." Opposite him, Siddrain, as if seeing a new toy, hurriedly picked up the stone and his eyes lit up. "Oh, quite compact and pretty. Ah, I don't need this, but I'll kindly accept the gift you've prepared for me. Oh, I can inscribe my magic sigil into this. Yes, please use it to contact me." Though he claimed he didn't need it, he looked rather excited. Dane mentally began instructing the old man on using the modern device. "Yes, do it right here. Ha ha, it's simple and easy to use," Sidrin said cheerfully, making Dane slightly worried. He hoped the old man wouldn't contact him too often. Time quickly passed into evening. The protagonist suddenly grew thoughtful about the coming period. "The academy. I need to seriously prepare in the remaining 2 months. My interest is to develop summoning magic to a certain degree. I'll aim to officially enroll in the summoning magic class, earn the summoning mark, and have a chance to take the proficiency assessment. Since Claire is an assistant professor, I'll probably see her often after enrolling." Saying that, Dane glanced at the egg in the glass case nearby and murmured, "I forgot to immerse my friend in magic." Acting on impulse, he habitually began channeling his mana into the egg. As he infused it, he thought, "For 7 years I've painstakingly bathed it in magic day and night, yet it still shows no reaction. However, if the magic I pour into it doesn't go elsewhere and it has absorbed this amount, it will surely hatch one day," Dane thought with eager eyes. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to Arabella. She was explaining the academy exams to the protagonist. "There is a general exam and a specialized exam." On the other end, the protagonist understood a bit but still asked, "Is that so? Could you explain in more detail?" "Let's see. The general exam is a preliminary test to classify candidates. It covers culture, history, and imperial-related subjects. You should be able to pass it without problems. Of course, the better you do, the more advantageous it is, since it counts toward the entrance evaluation. The next exam is the specialized exam. True to its name, you choose a specialization and are tested on it. The content depends on the professor, but I'm sure you'll pass. Besides, you even have a letter of recommendation," Arabella said confidently with no concern about Dane's ability. "Ah, I see. You sisters passed it easily too, right?" Dane asked. "Yes, there was really no difficulty," Arabella shrugged. Before reminding her younger brother further, she added, however, "Once you choose a specialization, you must follow the chosen specialization in the specialized exam, unless you want to change majors later. So choose carefully at first. I still hope our youngest won't pick the magic specialization," she said on the other end of the line. Dane, training with his sword, forced a smile. "Ha ha, you still won't give up, huh? Fine, I'll think about it. So if you want to change specialization after enrollment, the only way is to transfer majors?" he asked further. "Usually, yes, unless you graduate and want to start over. Of course, you can attend other specialized classes, but typically from the 3rd year on, advanced specialized courses won't allow students from other majors," Arabella explained slowly. With that information, Dane fell into brief contemplation and said, "Then I'll have to pick a single specialization to study." On the other end, as if thinking of something, Arabella immediately reminded him. Oh, right. There's a program called Elective Specialization for talented people like Dane. They have that too. Sounds interesting, Dane exclaimed. But it's not easy at all, Arabella warned her brother. Unless you intend to deliberately fail, no one wants to register for it. Arabella shook her head. Why? Dane asked curiously. Because up to now no one has passed that exam. Oh, I see, the protagonist nodded and exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Arabella paused and asked worriedly, Don't tell me you're thinking of trying it. No, never. Sister Sidrain has arrived. I'll call back later, Dane denied and immediately ended the call. At that moment, Arabella felt some regret. Had she pushed him too hard? No, magic is still superior. At the same time, a woman's voice sounded ahead. Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. All right, I'm coming. Back with old Sidrain. That afternoon, he brought Dane the promised letter of recommendation. Here, the recommendation I promised you, he said, handing it over. Dane quickly took the letter and asked, You really wrote this for me? The old man stroked his beard and puffed up. Not just the form but the content, I put great care into it. I've written a few recommendations, but this is the first time I've invested so much effort. Consider it an honor. Looking at the old man's proud face, Dane couldn't deny the effort he'd put into the letter and felt genuinely grateful. Yes, I'll do my best not to let you down. Sidrain looked at Dane and suddenly sighed. If you wanted to be my student, that would be splendid, but even if I took you as an apprentice, I don't think you'd obediently call me master. The remark struck Dane's heart and made his breath catch for a moment. Ha ha, how did he know? The god awkwardly thought. Putting that aside, Sidrain turned and asked, Have you finished preparing for the journey? Yes, actually I don't have much to bring, and the academy dorms are well equipped, so most necessities are already provided. Ha ha, he sounded as if the academy were a gathering of wicked nobles, Dane thought, forcing a crooked smile. Sidrain immediately caught that expression and guessed his thoughts, reminding him, Don't forget, conditions there can be harsh, and if you act contemptuous many will quickly reveal their true nature. Hearing the warning, he quickly corrected his demeanor and thought perhaps it's not so different from a battlefield. After thinking it over he nodded. Yes, I understand. Seeing that, the old man added, If you need anything, contact me. That crystal you mentioned is truly useful. I will make good use of it. Regarding Dane, hearing the old man speak as if they were about to part, he asked, Why do you talk as if you're leaving? No sooner had he spoken than Sidrain's eyes flashed with surprise. You noticed. I plan to leave tomorrow. Really? Dane said regretfully. I can't stay here forever. Your father offered me the position of magic advisor, but I'll consider that later. When I'm idle, there's work to be done, you know. I have many tasks to finish when I return. I thought I'd completed everything, but there are still missions remaining, the old man said as he patted Dane's shoulder. The remark made him think of the ancient magic matter. Is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him would be like helping myself. Not bad at all, Dane thought. Anyway, thanks, kid. Yes, thank you for everything, Dane nodded. I'm eager to see how strong you'll be when we meet again. Well, I'm off. Don't see me out. You'll embarrass me if you do, the old wizard said as he turned to leave. Take care, Dane replied, feeling a touch of sadness, perhaps because they'd grown close over time. Time flew, and one day that month Arkan and Lily spoke. Sidrain has left safely. Dane said he'll depart today, right? The uncle asked. Yes, the boy said he's all prepared. Hearing he'll leave early reassures me, but he won't run into trouble on the road, will he? Lady Lily worried about her son's first real outing. Arkan patted his wife to comfort her. We'll use the teleportation gate, Arabella prepared. What problem could there be? Upon hearing that, the lady's expression relaxed. Yes, I was worried for nothing. Back with Arkan, thinking of the family's affection, he smiled happily. I think we've raised our children well. Meanwhile, other families' children are busy scheming for headship. We'll have to make clear decisions someday, but I won't favor anyone, he said calmly. At that moment the door opened. Then Dane entered. He'd finished preparing everything and came to say goodbye to his parents. Mother, father. Seeing him, they nodded. Oh, Dane, you're here. Are you leaving now? Did you take the token your mother gave in the black corner? Lady Lily asked. Of course, Dane said with a smile. Lady Lily couldn't help giving more advice. If you face trouble, go to the place I told you and present that token. Yes, yes, I remember. Are those people your mother's former colleagues? Dane asked curiously. Yes, they're my close friends. Though it's been a while, they'll surely help you, she said confidently. Meanwhile, Count Arkin was breaking a sweat. Could our Dane really be going there? Is he about to start the path of an assassin? He wondered. To keep Dane from going there, Uncle Arkin hurriedly reminded him, Dane, when you reach the capital, meet Duke Thermion before entering the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied. Before they parted, Lady Lily suddenly couldn't hold back her tears. Dane had grown so much and was about to leave them. Beside her, the uncle forced a smile. Ha ha, send him off with a smile. My lady, of course, we won't go far, she said, brushing away her tears. Dane felt a lump in his throat. About to leave, his legs suddenly felt heavy. Then I will take my leave, Dane said, forcing a smile. Watching his retreating figure from the window, Arkin's expression turned cold as he instructed someone behind him. Gilad, follow closely. Ensure Dane reaches the teleportation gate safely and then report back to me. Yes, master, Gilad said coldly like a machine. Turning to leave to ensure the young master's safety, Gilad departed. Seeing her husband's arrangements, Lady Lily sighed. It's been a long time since we've seen such care. You know what to do. Watch Dane's teleport and see if anything unusual happens. Back where Dane stood, for some reason the teleportation gate wasn't set up inside the family mansion, but placed in an open field. When the butler Herman saw the gate, he widened his eyes. Young master, seeing something like this in person is impressive. This is, yes. The teleportation gate our eldest sister prepared in advance, Dane said with a smile. Looking at the gate's intricacy, Dane had to admire his sister. Now I understand why she spent a whole year investing in this. The butler then asked, if we step in, will the instantaneous teleport activate? Yes, it should, Dane replied with a smile. He recalled when the gate was first built and wondered how much effort his sister had put into it. Instantaneous teleport can't be done merely by rearranging codes like other spells. It requires combining the rearrangement with continuous transmission of magical energy to function. However, the gate his sister installed was a perfect device, meeting all conditions for instantaneous teleport, Dane thought. Before parting, Herman said somewhat sadly, Then, young master, please take care. Yes, take care of your health, Herman, the young master said, patting Herman's shoulder as he saw the man wiping his eyes. Then he slowly stepped onto the platform, inside the gate, and reflected. She had said that as long as he channeled magical energy into the gate, it would activate. Without hesitation, Dane poured out a surge of magical energy and channeled it down through his feet. Immediately the gate emitted a faint, shimmering light. Finally, Dane's body vanished within the field of energy. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the capital. It's unclear where Dane had been teleported to, but now he was on horseback at the city gates, looking at the bustling crowds ahead. A trace of joy showed on Dane's face. We're here, the entrance to Artenia, the general said with a smile, at that moment. As if recognizing Dane's identity, a knight raised his hand in salute. I've been waiting for you, young Master Dane Saugers. I am Luik Asmar, captain of the 1st Cavalry of the Thermion family. Oh, so it's you. Dane replied as if that were natural. He didn't really know who this man was, but having the captain personally come to fetch him made him feel a bit uneasy. Sensing Dane's thoughts, Captain Luik continued, From now on we'll escort you. Saying that, he turned and instructed his 2 subordinates. Ensure the route is secure. Yes, Captain, the 2 answered in unison. Then let's depart at once. Much obliged, Dane nodded. At the same time, he felt something odd inside. Actually entering here felt strange. He never imagined he'd set foot in the heart of the Thermion Empire he once hated, and as a promising figure at that. As they walked the road leading to the castle, Dane heard countless merchants calling out, Hurry up, cheap, magical frozen snacks, only 1 silver coin. Dane couldn't help but be amused, scanning the crowd and thinking to himself, all sorts of oddities. who knew the capital would be this lively. At that moment Captain Lurk turned back and reminded him, "That's the Thermion mansion. We've arrived." Hearing this, Dane looked ahead and was awed by the scale. What a magnificent residence! He couldn't help exclaiming when before him stood a vast complex of buildings. However, there wasn't much time to take it in before he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind, something strange. It felt as if someone were tailing him. Could it be just his imagination? Dane wondered inwardly. Putting that aside, following the knights he quickly reached the main gate, where servants stood solemnly on either side to welcome him. "Welcome, young Master Dane Saugers." Dane turned and nodded in greeting. "Thank you for the welcome." He praised the group. "Your formation is very well ordered." The decorum and ritual felt natural and strong, quite different from the south, he thought. He then stepped forward to face his uncle, Duke Bout. The man he'd last seen, as a child, stood before him. Dane observed proper manners, dropped to one knee and greeted. "Dane Saugers requests an audience with Duke Thermion." The Duke smiled broadly and nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time." "Dane, how have you been? The journey must have been hard. Come inside and rest." Saying that, his uncle hurriedly led him into the house. As he had a moment to study Dane's appearance, he couldn't help but remark, "Just a glance shows you're nothing like 7 years ago. Compared to peers, or even those a year or two older, few can match you. Arkin must be proud." He patted Dane's shoulder in praise, and Dane politely replied, "You flatter me." Bout continued, "Although it's not bitch Jiang, during your academy entrance preparation, rest well. I'll arrange a personal servant for you, so tell me if you need anything." Grateful for his uncle's careful preparations, Dane thanked him and then asked about Layla. "By the way, how is Layla these days?" "Of course she's fine. Are you quarreling with Layla?" His uncle chuckled, leaving Dane puzzled. "Excuse me, what do you mean?" he asked, voice full of confusion. Bout sighed heavily as he thought of his daughter's recent expression and shared, "Lately, whenever her name comes up, she seems unhappy. Perhaps part of it is pressure from the entrance exam, but Layla will get through it easily." He laughed, growing more puzzled by the day about what exactly was causing her annoyance. In reply, Dane said he would meet Layla in person to ask her about it, though inwardly he speculated whether it might be because she had reached puberty. Across from him, Bout agreed that it might be easier to let the young people sort it out themselves, nodding, "All right, we'll talk about this later. Just don't be too harsh with her, you'll understand soon enough," he added. "Now go to your room and rest. A servant will show you the way." Soon a servant arrived and led Dane to his room. Before leaving he bowed and said, "I hope you rest comfortably." "Thank you," Dane nodded. And after the door closed completely, the protagonist surveyed his room and muttered, "I'll stay here about a week and prepare for the entrance exam. This guest chamber is a bit too luxurious, isn't it? First I'll unpack, then I'll find the training grounds," he said, casually tossing his satchel aside. But before he could sort his belongings, a figure with pink hair stepped out from inside the wardrobe and spoke. "I'll take you to the training grounds." "Dane, why are you only just here? I've been waiting for you a long time." Hearing that familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned and replied cheerfully, "Layla, long time no see, how have you been?" Contrary to Dane's cheerful tone, Layla seemed unaccountably irritable, just as his uncle had said. "I'm fine, more than fine, but don't you have anything to say to me?" she demanded, marching toward him as if to confront him, causing Dane to step back a few paces, fearful of her angry momentum. "Huh, what do you mean?" Dane stammered. "Why didn't you write to me?" Layla shouted, and only then did Dane realize why his friend was so angry. His eyes showed remorse as he explained, "I meant to reply but forgot, I'm sorry." "Is saying sorry enough?" Layla shouted back. Dane's face fell into an awkward grimace as he tried to explain further. "I came here directly, preparing to leave, the family left me distracted. Please forgive me this once." Layla puffed out her cheeks, turned her face away and refused to look at him, making it clear how angry she was. With no other option, Dane gritted his teeth and said, "What can I do to apologize? I'll do whatever you ask." Hearing this, Layla finally looked at him and asked, "Really?" Dane reminded himself to get out of the situation first, and then asked aloud what she wanted him to do. "Yes, what should I do for you?" he said. Layla immediately brightened and proposed excitedly, "All right, how about a light spar?" "A duel?" Dane asked, puzzled. "Yes, fight me," Layla repeated cheerfully. Though puzzled by the request, Dane gladly accepted. "All right, let's see." From Layla's perspective, seeing his confident posture, she felt a bit smug and said, "Are you sure you won't regret it? I'm much stronger now than before. I no longer need you to teach me how to release mana," she said happily. This surprised Dane. Judging by her confidence, she had clearly matured a great deal over the past 7 years. Thinking of that as if remembering something, Dane asked again, "Speaking of which, you mentioned in your letter that you won some competition." Across from him, Layla's eyes lit up at the reminder. "You still remember? I won the Dancer Prize organized by the royal family. Oh right, that's it. It's the competition for boys and girls under 15 in the Empire, isn't it?" Dane asked, and Layla nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that contest has very high standards. If you had entered, we would have clashed in the finals. What a pity." Hearing this, Dane felt a flicker of excitement and replied, "That regret can be settled now." But Layla, upon hearing that, grew a bit anxious. "Are you sure that's okay? You still have the entrance exam. What if you get injured?" "I'll be fine," Dane waved his hand confidently. Seeing his assurance, Layla had no further reason to refuse. "All right, it's late today. Tomorrow when we wake, let's have a match." Time quickly passed to the next morning. The scene shifted to a spacious courtyard where Dane and Layla had come as promised to spar. When the topic of weapons came up, Dane hesitated and asked, "Training weapons?" Layla looked surprised. "Are you still using blunted weapons?" Dane shook his head slightly. "No, but it's just a light match. Training weapons are fine." No matter how skilled a warrior is, they can't foresee every situation. "What if you get injured during the match?" Dane said with a serious look. Layla sighed at his deep concern. "Don't worry, my sister. The Empire's best healer works for our family," she explained. Dane pressed once more. "What if something happens that even your sister can't heal?" Layla, the swordswoman, was flustered and at a loss for words. Dane added, "If you want to wield a bladed weapon, you must think like that." Hearing that, Layla grumbled a bit. "It's just a match. Why are you so serious?" "Fine, training weapons it is," she sighed in annoyance and turned to the waiting servants. "Bring the training weapons here for me." "Yes, m'lady," they replied and hurried off to fetch the weapons. From Dane's perspective, looking at Layla's current bearing, he gave a small smile. Indeed, she had become a proud young woman as rumored. People said she would soon match the achievements of her two older brothers active as knights. Perhaps Duke Thermion had produced his first great daughter. Indeed, the ability to release mana had become a major driving force, Dane thought to himself. Meanwhile, Layla had similar thoughts beside him. "Dane, thanks to you I learned the basics of mana control faster than my peers, and now I have 2 mana cores." Thinking that, Layla glanced at Dane and said, "I've waited a long time for this day. If I win, will you be upset?" At that moment a servant arrived with 2 training weapons. "M'lady, the weapons are here." "Okay, thanks," Layla nodded. She casually tossed Dane a wooden spear. As he caught it, the protagonist swung it a few times to test its quality. "Right, it's light since it's a training weapon." "Is that a problem? On the battlefield you can use anything," Dane told himself. He immediately took an attack stance. "All right, shall we begin?" Seeing this, Layla gripped her sword and nodded, ready. Thus the two stared each other down, without rushing to launch an attack. Turning to Lily, she thought to herself that she was lucky to have faced spear users before. She had sparred an opponent wielding a spear at the Dancer Cup. But it wasn't difficult. The spear has long reach, but its striking power drops sharply at close range. So if that's the case, rush in with a burst. Thinking that, Layla pushed power into her legs and shot forward like an arrow, aiming to close the distance to Dane to limit his reach. As she neared him, Layla thrust her sword hard forward, but before the tip could touch the protagonist, his figure suddenly vanished. Layla's motion abruptly stopped. What happened? Where did he disappear to? She wondered in shock. Then the tip of the spear was suddenly pressing against her hand from the side, leaving Layla incredulous. "When did you get there?" she asked, bewildered. Beside her, Dane looked at her with a reproachful gaze. Good thing this is a training weapon. If it were real, things could have gone badly. Still stunned by how quickly she'd lost despite clearly making contact, the pink-haired girl remained confused. Seeing her displeased expression, Dane offered again, "Come on, let's restart. The same method won't work. Move more carefully this time." Layla unconsciously tightened her grip on the sword and reminded herself, "It's been a while, so I'm a bit nervous. This time I definitely won't yield." Thinking that, she also noticed Duke Thermion watching them both from the balcony above. Of course, Dane also noticed his presence and even guessed why he stood there observing. Duke Thermion had come to check the final result. I know his intention. After winning the Dancer Cup, he's worried because Layla worked so hard. Today I'll put those worries to rest, Dane thought to himself. From Layla's viewpoint, Thermion watching made her more determined. "Dane, steel yourself. My father is watching, so I'll fight with everything I've got," she said with clear resolve. Dane nodded in response and said, "Bring it on." Without more words, Layla gripped her sword and swung it powerfully toward Dane. Her attack generated 2 blades of wind. They flew straight at the protagonist. But Dane simply spun his spear in his hand like a fan and easily blocked them. Layla used the opening to dash and close. "Well, Dane, not so easy, right?" she said as she stabbed her sword forward. However, Dane's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. "Still too easy, try your best," he said. Back at Bout's position, he was intently watching the duel. Their fight remained evenly matched so far. He wondered how it would continue, but felt an odd discomfort. The smile that had been on Dane's face earlier was gone. He now looked like a soldier about to go into battle. Returning to the duel, Layla was moving continuously, attacking from all directions. Yet she still couldn't break through his defense. Dane easily parried all of Layla's sword strikes. With no other option, the swordswoman had to attack relentlessly to find an opening. Until she noticed Dane suddenly exposing a gap at his waist. Seeing that, Layla clenched her teeth and told herself the opportunity had come. No hesitation. She lunged her sword toward that spot without hesitation, unaware that it had all been part of the protagonist's calculation. As her sword tip thrust forward, Dane slammed his spear onto her wrist, causing the sword to fly from her hand and clatter to the ground. "Looks like I won this round too," Dane said calmly. At the same moment, Uncle Bout saw the outcome and asked the knight behind him, "She lost again. What do you think, Luik? Will this knock some of Layla's arrogance out of her?" Hearing the question, the captain of the knights wiped a bead of sweat and sighed. "So you knew about this as well?" Bout didn't take his eyes off his daughter. "Of course I knew. She showed signs even before the Dancer Cup, and after winning the championship it became fully apparent. I planned to speak to her seriously, but I thought it might be better if she realized it on her own." Luik agreed from behind, saying it was an extremely wise decision. Then Bout glanced at the protagonist and quietly asked, "How many mana cores do you think that boy has?" Luik watched Dane fighting below and guessed, "At least 3. His guess made Bout frown. "I think differently, at least 2, at most 3. He muttered, prompting the knight captain to stroke his chin curiously and ask, "Why do you think that?" Bout looked forward and explained, "Look closely. While his spear technique overwhelms Layla, it's not due to sheer speed. What Layla lacks is tactical action experience." Back in the duel, although Layla attacked in a furious close-range flurry, none of her strikes troubled Dane. Layla herself could hardly believe it. "You can block them all?" she asked. Dane confidently affirmed to her, "I can see all of your moves." At Bout's position, a hint of memory crossed his face. Layla matured most after the southern inspection 7 years ago, after meeting Dane, and perhaps this time was no different. Behind them, the knight Luik, having observed Dane's ability, praised freely. "It's quite interesting. The lady won the Dancer Cup but can't use her full strength. Count Sagers must have trained that boy harshly." Hearing that, Uncle Bout nearly laughed out loud. "No, you don't understand Arkan. Though strict, he's not the type to train cruelly. Unlike me, and Dane himself doesn't need brutal training." "What do you mean by that?" Luik asked. To that question, Bout gave a simple answer. "Overwhelming talent that ordinary people dare not surpass. Dane is a genius. Perhaps he didn't participate because he wasn't interested in that tournament. Is that so? Luik said in surprise, feeling it hard to believe. Impossible. He's not interested in the Danter Cup. That's the tournament every young man and woman in the Empire aspires to. Unaware of Luik's inner thoughts, Uncle Bout affirmed that no genius at that age could compete with Dane. Then he added, with a touch of hope, Layla, I hope you realize your shortcomings in this match. If you shed that arrogance and focus on sword training, you could surpass your brothers entirely. Back with Dane and Layla, their duel had ended, and once again the victory belonged to the protagonist. Dane had won so easily he didn't break a sweat, while opposite him, Layla was drenched in sweat. Facing consecutive defeats, whether she wanted to or not, she had to admit her loss. Dane was unbeatable. He's a talent, but she hadn't expected the gap between them to be so large, Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist sheathed his spear and suggested they stop the sparring here. You're tired, let's end it. All right, you win, Layla conceded. Dane narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, Duke Thermion's wish has been fulfilled. He must have realized he's not number one. With that in mind, having taught the swordswoman a lesson about who the true genius was, Dane turned to leave. But at that moment, Layla widened her eyes and shouted, You, how exactly did you train? In response, Dane coldly replied with 2 words, hard work. But that answer didn't satisfy Layla. She retorted, Who isn't hardworking? Up ahead, Dane paused for a beat and murmured, Then you just need to work harder. I'll be going ahead. His words left Layla momentarily stunned. She then shouted loudly, Next time you won't win. Fine, I'll be waiting, Dane replied calmly and walked on. Returning to Layla's thoughts, watching her friends retreating back. She began to recall childhood memories. He was the only child she admired. He was also the one she wanted to surpass. With guidance and patience, she wanted to prove she was no longer a little girl. But why did he keep pulling further ahead? Thinking this, Layla clenched her hand and whispered in a voice only she could hear, Just wait, next time I will definitely win. Time passed quickly, and before long the day of the examination arrived, as talented individuals from across the empire poured in to participate in the entrance exam. Including their families and retinues, thousands of people converged on the capital. The number of candidates admitted to the Royal Academy this time was about 6,000. Simply paying the exam fee alone did not qualify one to apply independently. But 2/3 of them failed to pass the first exam. Now, after the first preliminary exam concluded, more than 2,000 people were preparing for the second specialized exam. Cut to an office somewhere within the Royal Academy campus. At this time, the Academy professors were also seated for a meeting when a voice suddenly spoke up. 2,000 passed the first exam. That's a bit more than usual, it seems quite lively. Then a professor wearing purple asked everyone, How many will pass this time? In response, the blonde girl voiced her guess, at most 200 right. Elsewhere another question rang out, What about the children in this entrance exam? Are some of them potential talents? Someone answered. Is the tally of the first exam not finished yet? Professor DeNavo, head of the magic department, asked. Explaining this, Professor Ingrid, head of the arcane arts department, also complained. It's still being tallied. Who will receive the highest score? She asked curiously. However, the other professors already had their own conjectures. The top swordsmanship student must be the Duke Thermion's daughter, right? Yes, she was the winner of the Danter Cup tournament. That final was splendid. Duke Thermion raised his child well. It seems the top swordsmanship candidate is one to look forward to, Professor Delfinso, head of summoning, said with anticipation. Esterand, head of the swordsmanship department, also affirmed to her in a very confident tone, What is there to await? It's almost certain. Indeed, with no competition, another nodded in agreement, making the others in the meeting admire Esterand even more, for the swordsmanship department had acquired a talent. When will we ever see such a prodigy again? They said, and while the group chatted happily, Professor DeNavo's expression grew somewhat pensive. Then he took out a certain letter, placed it on the table and said calmly, My view is a little different. Looking at the letter, Professor Ingrid asked curiously, "What is that?" "It's a letter of introduction from Sidrain." It bore the seal of the Nixian magic tower and contained magical power. Upon hearing this, Ingrid cried out in alarm. Does that mean Sidrain really recommended someone? Whoever it is, they cannot beat the Danter Cup winner, the head of swordsmanship asserted anxiously, though his sweaty face showed he wasn't entirely confident in his words. Around them, the others also began to huddle together to discuss, and then Professor DeNavo explained in more detail. Sidrain, famed for refusing disciples, had sent a letter recommending a newcomer, a third-year 14-year-old. A third year, who exactly is that? Professor Delfinso hurriedly asked. And not wanting to leave them in suspense, DeNavo went on to say, "It's Dane Saugers." DeNavo's words astonished everyone once more. The Saugers family again. That family already had two prodigies in the magic and summoning departments. Now even the youngest son has been personally recommended by Lord Sidrain. Back with the professors, news of an outstanding student naturally piqued their curiosity. If it's the Saugers family, it's no small matter. Two supreme families of the continent registering at once will surely be a major topic. Upon hearing this, Esterand, head of swordsmanship, recalled something and stroked his chin with amusement. Hold on, isn't that the family famous for arcane arts? If the letter comes from a mage, it seems the Saugers family may now become renowned for magic. Turning back to Professor Ingrid, she couldn't help but feel regretful. Oh, I was sure he joined the arcane arts department. In response, Uncle DeNavo laughed heartily. If he joined my department, he'd be very powerful alongside Arabella. Saying that, he smiled smugly and thought to himself that, after all, the Royal Academy should have magic. At that moment, an assistant suddenly rushed in from outside to announce the results. "Sorry to interrupt, we've finished tallying the first exam." Upon hearing her, the group urged anxiously, "Oh, then let's quickly see the figures," and a blue screen displaying the results appeared before them. Swordsmanship, 1,367, Magic, 227, Summoning, 152. Seeing the overwhelming number of swordsmanship students, those in the meeting unconsciously swallowed. The swordsmanship department has 1,367 students. The magic department has 227. Indeed, the swordsmanship department is vastly different. Back to head of swordsmanship, Esterand, after checking the results screen. He cheerfully said, "Oh, as expected, the top name is the Thermion family." Turning to Professor DeNavo, he also took the opportunity to check and narrowed his eyes. "Wait, Dane Saugers, I don't see that name," he said. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at each other. Really? What about Sidrain's letter of recommendation? On the other side, Ingrid checked her list and shook her head. "My department doesn't have him either." Out of options, a man at the meeting hurriedly asked the assistant who had just arrived, "Hey, is there any candidate not on the list?" The assistant fumbled through her papers and hesitated. There is one candidate applying to the free specialty. And among the 2,000 examinees, Dane Saugers scored the highest in the first exam. "What, Dane Saugers came first?" Esterand shouted. Back at Dane's place, he was still lost in thought, recalling the recent time. "I've been here a month already. Time flies, and the duel with Layla felt like just yesterday." Before he knew it, the first exam was over and waiting for results. Luckily it wasn't too difficult, he thought happily. At the same time, the swordswoman Layla ran up to him to ask about the results. "Dane, did you get your results? What place did you get?" He put his arms out in front of her to show off and boasted, "I'm first." "Of course it's you. So annoying I missed first place," she fumed. Layla complained, then turned to ask Dane, "How exactly did you study?" "Mostly the questions my sister sent," Dane replied. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl rubbed her temples and said she had reviewed those but still found them hard, especially military studies. "You think a 14-year-old knows anything about military strategy and administration?" "Huh, I find that the easiest. Don't you find it interesting?" Dane asked in surprise, mainly because he had the advantage of having learned it firsthand in his previous life. Layla, seeing Dane like a weird person for liking such a subject, gave him a look as if he were an alien. What, are you normal? Not only military studies but also fine arts, music, even the history of the Drenic Empire. She exclaimed, while Dane smirked arrogantly. That's my specialty. Saying this, he remembered his victorious days in his previous life, many things he had acquired unconsciously while rolling on the battlefield. He thought to himself. Putting that aside, Layla asked, "Hey, where are you taking the second exam? There are 3 places in total, right?" Dane answered. As soon as he mentioned that, Layla guessed which specialty Dane intended to apply for and was astonished. 3 places. But are you really going to apply for the free specialty? Tell me honestly, aside from arcane arts and summoning, what else is there? She said with a sidelong glance. Dane only chuckled to himself, revealing nothing. I'll tell you later. Why would you choose the universal study specialty? No matter how I think about it, I can't understand, Layla shouted. Dane replied that he simply wanted to study that specialty, which made Layla's scalp tingle as she warned Dane that specialty has a very low acceptance rate. In response, Dane explained his reason for choosing that difficult specialty. I've heard that if you study universal studies, you can attend any class you want. You don't even have to choose a major until graduation. All subjects can be taken with the same specialized instructor. No need for Dane to explain further. Layla already knew this very well. Who doesn't know that? Aren't you registering for that specialty just to avoid studying with me? She demanded loudly. That's not it, Dane shook his head. So do you really think you can pass that specialty? Aside from spear technique and summoning, what else can you do? Tell me, Layla snarled like an angry lioness. Dane was a little flustered, unsure whether he should fully display his talents to her. Time passed quickly. Cut to a meeting of Professors DeNavo, Ingrid, and Delfinso. They sat together to discuss Dane's exam. We're finally all here. The Universal Studies exam requires passing 3 rounds. There's no other way. It seems he must take the exam. Spear technique and core summoning with circle magic are opposed. It's nearly impossible to pass both. What is he thinking? Although some initially passed 2 rounds, most couldn't clear the final round, right? Delfinso said, glancing at her 2 colleagues. Professor DeNavo nodded. Yes, it's best to choose one, spear or summoning. Shouldn't registering for just one suffice? Hearing that, the 2 female professors sighed. The Universal Studies specialty was established 200 years ago. But almost no one has ever passed it. Because back then, it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Hundreds of years ago, unlike today, the academy desperately needed talent. That was a time of conquest, so all talent had to be utilized. If someone showed talent, they were trained first. Now that's no longer the case, so standards have risen. Candidates must be the very best. At this, Professor Ingrid complained with curiosity. If so, why keep the specialty at all, since no one registers and no one can pass? Why not just abolish it? Explaining this, Professor DeNavo shook his head. It's symbolic, a symbol reserved for the Empire's most outstanding talents. Professor Delfinso nodded in agreement. Yes, that's important, even if the specialty has faded now and only the name remains. At the same time, Professor DeNavo produced some records and noted, my research shows only 2 people passed in the last 100 years. One dropped out, the other became an emperor. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid's face broke into a worried sweat for Dane. That meant unless you're a genius, there's no chance of passing. In reply, Professor Delfinso quietly nodded. If he's the youngest son of the war hero Arkansagers. I'm somewhat hopeful. This isn't an ordinary family. Who knows, he might just be an arrogant child, Ingrid shrugged. If it were our decision, he could enter, but professors have certain standings, so we can't be careless. Let's see how this plays out. Is he confident enough to try for this symbol? The group murmured. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the second examination hall. All 3 professors were present to prepare to test Dane. Standing before them, the protagonist calmly introduced himself. I am Dane Sagers, applying to the Royal Academy's Universal Studies specialty. Hearing this, Professor DeNavo nodded and asked, do you understand what applying to this specialty entails? Of course. I heard you must pass all 3 rounds to be accepted. Dane bowed his head and said. Then, as if to give him another chance, Professor Ingrid spoke up. You said you're Dane, right? It's not too late now. I have great respect for Count Saugers. He is the finest in the Empire. I don't want to see his son eliminated, so, before she could finish, Dane across from her interrupted. Thanks for the advice, but I came here intending to do my best, his voice filled with resolve. That put an end to any thoughts of dissuasion. After all, if he were the sort to give up at a few words, he wouldn't have registered for this specialty in the first place. With that, Professor DeNavo had to begin explaining the rules. Very well, then, there's no other choice. The exam comprises 3 different rounds depending on the specialty you chose. If you fail any round, you are eliminated immediately. Those words were plain enough that even a cow could understand them, let alone Dane. I understand. He nodded. Hearing that, Professor DeNavo looked to Professor Delfinso and continued. Agreed. Since it's been decided, we will begin with the summoning round first. At this, the purple-haired professor calmly rose from her seat and walked toward Dane, from the protagonist's perspective. He had heard of this professor. Delfinso of the summoning department was known as the highest-ranked summoner in the Althian Empire. Rumor held she once sustained 3 level 2 or higher summons at once, he thought silently. Meanwhile, Professor Delfinso didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. The summoning department's test method is simple. Satisfy me by any means related to summoning. Hearing her question, the protagonist showed no great surprise. As expected, this is a free-form challenge. There are no specific standards or formats. Thinking that, Dane spoke up and requested, then could you summon a creature for me? A summoned creature? Delfinso asked, puzzled as if unsure of Dane's meaning. Yes, any kind at all. Dane nodded once more. At this, the 2 observing professors nearly fell backward. What did he just say? A candidate asking the professor to perform the summoning, Ingrid exclaimed in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Professor DeNavo broke into a sweat as he speculated about Dane's intentions. What is he planning? Because there's no fixed format, I think this could be explained theoretically. Besides, he wants to see a summoned creature in person. Turning back to Professor Delfinso, after a few seconds of contemplative thought. Though she didn't know Dane's motive, she nodded and agreed to his request. Fine, bold, but interesting. I know this is far from ordinary. So I must open my eyes wide to see what will happen. Saying that, she began murmuring each incantation, and as she spoke, bands of energy light appeared swirling around. They finally gathered together and formed a spatial gate high in the sky. As it appeared, a strong gust blew through, sending some nearby observers tumbling to the ground. Paying no heed to that, from inside the spatial gate a giant wolf's head emerged. This is a summoned creature with a wolf's head but a humanoid body. The moment it appeared, it opened its mouth and howled, sending out waves of sound all around. This is the berserk summon Edarark. Turning to Dane and looking at the terrifying summon before him, he was not afraid but even somewhat amused. The sound was truly chilling. It is the most ferocious among the level 4 summons, notorious for attacking any object it sees. Since this is an entrance exam, I didn't expect much, but this is really interesting, Dane thought, and a thrilled smile spread across his face. Opposite him, Professor Delfinso watched Dane with a hint of challenge in her eyes. Well then, I've called forth whatever summon I wanted. What are you going to do now? Around them, several assistant professors widened their eyes at the scene, terrified for Dane. Edarark is the fiercest of level 4. Even many knights in one-on-one combat would struggle to defeat it. What on earth are they going to do? Professor Ingrid said anxiously. Then, to everyone's surprise, the youth began to slowly walk toward the giant wolf. Even Professor Delfinso was stunned and tried to stop him. What are you doing? Stop, if you provoke Edarark. No sooner had she spoken than the giant wolf started to go berserk, emitting horrifying warning cries to keep others away. However, our protagonist advanced calmly at a slow pace, as long as he could prove himself by any means right. He asked again, yes, but if you prove yourself by putting yourself in danger. Delfinso warned, but before she finished, Dane interrupted and asserted with absolute certainty, that won't happen, don't worry, and he slightly extended his hand forward. That gesture immediately made the giant wolf alert. Its mouth kept roaring threats as it stared at Dane with mad eyes. Yet for some reason, the longer it looked at Dane, suddenly its frenzy began to subside more and more. Finally, it bowed its head in apparent submission before Dane. "Good boy," he praised. The incredible scene left Professors Dinavo and Ingrid hardly able to believe it. How is this possible? Dinavo wondered. Meanwhile, Dane reached out to stroke Edararch's massive head. "You're much bigger than Genpu, huh?" As for Professor Delfinso, who had summoned the beast and knew it better than anyone, she was all the more incredulous. Unbelievable that the vicious Edararch would so easily comply. Thinking this, she suddenly noticed a pale blue strand of energy connecting to her summon. Was that a mana tether to Edararch? Its faint color meant it wasn't true domination, but it completely erased Edararch's hostility. She thought to herself, and of course the other two professors could also see the strand. Seeing it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. "Is this innate empathy? Wonderful," they both exclaimed. Meanwhile, Delfinso began to analyze how the protagonist had done it. Did he approach Edararch, quickly analyze its mana tether, then create a similar tether and link it to himself? With no other method available, that might be the most suitable way to tame it, an ability surpassing her own. The one who had always been praised by his master before. If he is such a talent, his future will truly be worth looking forward to, she thought. She stepped forward and acknowledged the test result. "Dane Sagers, your ability has been fully confirmed. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid fundamental skills, there is no doubt. You have passed the test." Beside them, Professors Dinavo and Ingrid agreed as well, hearing them say that. Dane gave a faint smile. "Thank you." Time quickly passed until evening. Dane told Layla about his test result, startling her. "It ended in only 30 minutes. Then you really are top of the class." Hearing this, Dane's eyes showed curiosity as he asked back, "Why? I heard you were top of the swordsmanship exams too." "No, you're the top," Layla shook her head. "Cheer up. They're throwing a party to celebrate our passing, aren't they?" Dane answered with a bright smile, but Layla couldn't hold back tears. "Don't eat if you don't want to. Eat plenty," he said. Saying that, she could only grieve inwardly. I can't believe it. Such a huge difference, like an irresistible force. A natural disaster, that's the feeling, she thought, and wandered off aimlessly. Seeing her dejected state, Dane wanted to offer a few comforting words. However, before he could speak, Uncle Bout stopped him. "She wants to be alone, leave her be. Don't worry too much, Layla will get through this." At that, he paused and asked the protagonist, "Have you contacted your father? The Count will surely be proud." Of course, no reminder was needed. Dane had already done so. "Yes, everyone is very pleased," he nodded. Hearing that, the Duke looked around at the guests and added, "If it's the free specialty, it's well deserved. Everyone here is astonished. Now that the exams are over, rest well and prepare for enrollment." In response, Dane did not forget to thank him. "Yes, thanks to the Duke's care, I had a very good time." Then Bout remembered something and asked Dane, "By the way, have you thought about the entrusted item for the forge?" Hearing this, Dane candidly shared his thoughts. I'm thinking of a sword but have no concrete plan yet. My body is still developing, so I don't know what kind of sword to make. I'll think it over. It's a good opportunity." Hearing his explanation, Bout nodded as if understanding. "That's right, there's no need to rush. Leave it be." At that moment, a servant spoke up to remind the Duke, "Your Grace, you've arrived where the Duchess is." Hearing this, Bout's expression changed and became urgent. "I know, I'll go ahead then." Saying that, he hurried off to see his wife. Watching his retreating figure, Dane guessed the Duchess's illness seemed ongoing. Beside him, Layla explained more to Dane. "Luckily, the symptoms haven't worsened, but they haven't improved either. It's been like this for years." Turning to Dane, he could only sigh inwardly at the situation. "It's a pity. Having never seen a sick family member, it's a feeling I can't fully understand. Should I go comfort Layla?" he wondered. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, on a morning at the Royal Academy, students who had passed the exams were gathered for the opening ceremony. An elderly man stood before them and spoke. "Welcome, new students of the Royal Academy. I am Arkwold Hamet, the Academy's headmaster. Seeing these new students who overcame fierce competition and stand here this year, I believe the Empire's future will be bright. They are all talented individuals of the Empire, and notably among this incoming class, there are many outstanding talents. There is even a student admitted to the free specialty, a slot only 2 people have passed in the past 100 years. This student was approved by 3 department heads: the Department of Techniques, the Department of Magic, and the Department of Summoning. Hearing this from the headmaster, the students below began to panic and look at each other. Oh my, admitted to the free specialty. Unbelievable, who could be so talented? Turning to Arkwold, not leaving the crowd in suspense, he then invited that person to step forward as the representative of the new students. Valedictorian Dane Sagers, please step forward. Hearing his name, Dane calmly walked forward, and when people heard his surname, the surrounding students murmured in admiration. Is that the one who passed the free specialty? What blessing did the Sagers family receive? At the same time, Dane's parents were present to witness their son at the opening ceremony. Do you see Dane over there? The boy's grown up. He looks quite good, always first place. You raised him well, Arkin, Bout praised with a smile, making Arkin beam and reply politely. It's nothing compared to you. Hearing this, Bout's face showed some annoyance as he complained about his 2 sons. I had to raise 2 boys and neither turned out proper. The youngest enrolled without anyone knowing, the eldest was expelled, and the middle one ran away, while he had 2 daughters. I'm really envious, but at least you have Layla, Arkin replied with a forced smile. Hearing that, Bout glanced at his daughter with some regret. I wish my wife could be here. Cut to Professor Delfinso, who was speaking with Dane's sister Claire. He's been close to his summoned beast since childhood, hasn't he? Yes, Professor, Claire nodded, which only strengthened the professor's conviction. Indeed, the harmony seems to have existed from birth. She then looked at Dane as if at a monster, a child with no marks who surpassed all other summoners. Ignoring her, Claire voiced her question. Professor, if Dane's harmony level is high, could he summon creatures from beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon is another world where summoned creatures that vanished 100 years ago once connected. To her question, Professor Delfinso could only answer uncertainly. Who knows? Creatures there choose their own mages, so it's possible. Back to Headmaster Arkwold. After looking at Dane's face, he nodded with satisfaction. So you are the rumored Dane Sagers. You may freely display your talents within the academy. Saying that, he handed the protagonist a piece of paper. Seeing this, Dane reached out to take the paper and replied, I will remember that, Headmaster. Now the representatives of those who pass the exam will take the oath, someone called out. Thus time quickly passed and the opening ceremony ended. Looking at the paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself, I've finally been admitted to the academy. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. From now on, this is a new beginning. Cut to the academy's main lecture hall, where assistant professors reminded the new students that the introduction to the academy concluded here. You may rest for now. For the next part, enjoy refreshments at the back and relax. Hearing this, the students began to look at each other and chat excitedly. Swordswoman Layla didn't forget to warn her close friend. Listen, Dane, many people will target you in the future. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you must be careful. If anyone makes you an offer, consider it very carefully. She paused and whispered a final warning. I've heard that place is full of strange, poorly raised people. Seeing her like a worried young mother on her child's first day, Dane sighed. I know. Hearing his words, Layla immediately realized Dane wasn't taking her warning seriously and reminded him again. Don't ignore this. Listen carefully. At the same time, upperclassmen began smiling as they rushed in to recruit the new students to their clubs. Haha, fresh recruits at last. Grab that red-headed kid. He's the talent we've been looking for. They cheerfully said as they pitched to the freshmen like multi-level marketers, which made Layla sigh in exasperation. The upperclassmen have already started hunting new students during the break. Back with Dane, he found it somewhat amusing. He'd heard his sister talk about this. There seemed to be many interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, The upperclassmen quickly remembered him and shouted to each other, "Find the Sagar's boy who ranked first. No, we must get him into our club." They said this and all turned to stare at the protagonist, which startled Layla. "Dane, everyone's targeting you. What do we do? First, run out of here." With that, the swordswoman hurriedly grabbed the protagonist's wrist and pulled him to run. However, the upperclassmen weren't about to let them go easily. Dane Sagars, join the bodybuilding club that cultivates and trains the perfect physique, boomed a large, enthusiastic upperclassman. Nearby, a blonde upperclassman eagerly added, "Hey rookie, what do you think about the map research club? Join now and you'll get access to a completely new map. Our astrology research club gathers only exceptional talents. Over there, she's the heir of the Thermion family. We can't let our precious lady escape." They chased after the two like zombies after fresh meat. Hearing this, Layla was a bit horrified by their enthusiasm and shouted, "I'm not joining. I won't join." Meanwhile, the chase felt oddly familiar to the protagonist. He was used to being pursued by enemies, but this was a first. Being at the top is truly tiring, he grumbled inwardly. Time quickly passed. Cut to a corridor where a calm professor walked, his status seemingly special, causing the assistants to whisper, "Is that Kelthas Redfield?" someone asked. The companion nodded in reply. "Yes, I heard he resigned as head of the Royal Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow, an outstanding figure has arrived, though it might be troublesome now. A new student entering the free specialty after decades. Recently, you could coast by with occasional essays and adequate grades. Those peaceful days are over. Now they'll need to prepare curricula. Even I find it bothersome." Complaints started to rise, and Professor Kelthas felt a headache as the orientation for new students began to wind down. What an unbelievable situation. Why is the head here now? Thinking this, he also cast his eyes toward Dane standing before him and asked, "Are you Dane Sagars? You're early to arrive." Hearing himself called, Dane turned, bowed and greeted, "Hello, Professor, pleased to meet you." "All right, come in." He continued and promptly invited Dane into his office. Then, Kelthas complained about his unlucky fate. "I worked hard to get this position. I came here to rest, not to teach students or even to be a mentor. I'm fed up with the Knights," he thought, and then he turned with interest to ask Dane, "Why did you apply to the free specialty?" "Because I want to do everything I desire," Dane replied. "Have you ever considered transferring to a special program?" Kelthas suggested. "No, not yet," Dane shook his head. At Kelthas's reply, his expression tightened slightly. "So I have no choice but to guide him myself. There's really no other option." If he hasn't taken the swordsmanship exam, it means he lacks confidence, Kelthas thought. As if a plan had formed, Kelthas continued, "Do you know any swordsmanship? I don't mean to offend, but since you're in the free specialty and I'm your professor, you need a certain level of sword skill." From Dane's perspective, he immediately smelled something off. Suddenly bringing up swordsmanship didn't feel welcoming at all. Dane frowned, thought for a moment, and answered, "It's not that I'm uninterested in swordsmanship." Hearing that, Kelthas stood from his chair and proposed, "Very well, shall we test you now?" "All right," Dane accepted calmly. Kelthas couldn't hide his pleasure. "Good, got him," he thought, then said excitedly, "Now let's move to my training ground." Saying this, Kelthas had an agenda. He had the authority to evaluate students, and could use the excuse of the boy's clumsy swordsmanship to fail him and easily expel Dane. Next, cut to the training room, where Kelthas reminded Dane that there were many swords here, so pick whichever you want. "Yes, Professor." Dane nodded and quickly scanned the practice swords nearby. But seeing how the swords were strewn among discarded gear on the floor left him thoroughly disappointed. A training ground like this, even without free specialty students, this was a bit too shabby. "Well, just pick something suitable," he thought. Dane casually picked up a sword. "Is that sufficient?" Kelthas asked. "Yes, this one will do," Dane affirmed firmly. Hearing this, Kelthas began to explain the rules. "If you can strike me with that sword even once, you'll pass. It won't be hard. I only move within 2 steps," he said. He said this confidently, not knowing that standing before him was an extraordinary sword master. "Yes, I understand," Dane replied calmly. Then begin, Kelthus said coldly, while thinking that the boy's calm acceptance meant he was confident. He wondered to himself. Dane tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and dashed forward to launch an attack. First, he aimed his blade at Kelthus's waist, however. Kelthus easily sidestepped, but Dane's strike still surprised him inwardly. Oh, that's fast. Is that how he passed into the free specialty? He thought. Before Dane's sword could start sweeping and stabbing like a machine, the professor was taken aback and was forced to use his own sword to parry Dane's blade backward. Afterwards he swallowed nervously. That was almost a big problem. Unusual swordsmanship. Could a fool really wield a blade like that? Moreover, that kid fought like a battlefield swordsman, not in the stance of someone from nobility or a knight. Kelthus mused, frowning. But before he could analyze further, Dane lunged to attack again. The protagonist moved continuously and unleashed fleeting strikes from every direction, forcing the professor to struggle to block them all. The more they fought, the harder it became. Unbelievable, I'm a rank 6 and I have to concentrate this much. Am I fighting a 14-year-old? He doesn't even need the handicap points. But this stance looks strangely familiar, Kelthus told himself. At that moment, he began to recall an old memory from the battlefield, when he witnessed an enemy soldier with exceptionally powerful swordsmanship. Surprising that the Drenic Empire had someone so fierce. Yet that person bore no plumes or knightly banners. Who was he, after all? Returning to the present. While Kelthus was distracted by past memories, Dane seized the opportunity to thrust at his ribs. Of course, Dane halted his blade the moment it touched the professor's body, marking the end of the test. Seeing Dane's sword touch his body, Kelthus scolded himself inwardly. Damn it, why was I thinking about something else? Back to Dane, seeing he had won, he broke into a satisfied smile. He sheathed his sword and said, Professor, I believe I've met the requirement. Hearing him, Kelthus, though a bit reluctant, had to grit his teeth and admit, you've passed. Having said that, he looked at Dane with great wariness. This kid is a genius, a special kind of genius. Even with a handicap, he's not inferior to me. You've reached rank 6. Now I understand why he wasn't eager for the sword exam. Thinking this, after learning Dane possessed such great sword talent, he couldn't contain his curiosity and asked why, with such ability, Dane didn't apply to the sword faculty. Because I thought my family would be upset, Dane replied, and this answer startled Kelthus a bit. But quickly, remembering Dane's background, he understood. Dane's father is a master of exegesis, and his 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Did he choose all 3 to meet his family's expectations? But quickly, recalling Dane's status, he realized the reason. Dane's father is a master of exegesis, and his 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Did he pick all 3 to satisfy his family's expectations? It's not that he lacks confidence in swordsmanship. I was completely wrong. Returning to Dane, unaware of the professor's thoughts, he asked, Professor, have you confirmed everything? His question snapped Kelthus out of his reverie and he hurriedly nodded. Ah, yes, very well, you may go. I'll send notice to you soon. Yes, thank you, Professor. Dane bowed and quickly left the room. Watching his retreating form, Kelthus could only complain about his unlucky fate once more. What a failure! Do the department heads who judged feel the same? All my plans to fail him and live peacefully have gone up in smoke. Afterwards, Dane met his sister Claire outside the campus, and she was a bit surprised that he completed the test so easily. Did you really pass the test? Strange, Professor Kelthus isn't someone who passes students easily. That professor only teaches the regular term once a year, but this time the headmaster summoned him. He hates troublesome matters. Hearing that, Dane found it hard to accept and complained. So he's really someone who lives by his own rules. Yes, that's why I'm surprised. But thankfully nothing happened, Claire said with a laugh, making Dane feel a bit pleased inside. You're not praising me as so like you, Dane. I'm relieved you're safe. That's one of the reasons I like you, big sister. At the same time, their sister Arabella ran up from a distance and called out, Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were. So you're with Claire. You passed the test, didn't you? She said with a bright smile. At the moment the three sisters gathered, everyone around began to gossip excitedly. Look, the Sagar sisters are together. I thought Arabella and Claire alone were impressive, but now the youngest is even better than her sisters. What kind of family are they? The group murmured. After that, Dane followed a guide to tour the dormitory area. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. My name is Max Hauer. I'm in charge of all dormitory affairs. The dorms are divided into 3 zones by entrance scores. The highest ranked area is called Danter Hall, named after the first emperor. Student Dane, since you are the top of the free specialty, you'll be in this zone. The dining hall, training ground, and library are all standard, and there are also lounges and a magic projection room. Additionally, there are secret facilities. It may not happen, but depending on your scores, you could be moved out of this zone. Arabella and Claire were in this area until graduation. Saying that, he produced a key and continued, "Here, this is Dane's dormitory key. We'll provide you 2 as spares, so if you lose them, report to me and be careful from now on. There are many odd students here. They're not bad people, but unexpected things sometimes happen. All right, check the room, and if you need anything, contact logistics." With that, Max left immediately. Dane exhaled. Should I go see the room? He wondered. He quickly went to look around and admitted, "It's high class, but why is it so quiet? Something strange. I can't sense any human presence, like it's evaporated. So what on earth is happening?" Dane frowned and wondered. Extremely curious, Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing the energy inside his body outward, trying to disperse his perception. He thought silently. Then Dane's energy began to spread, reaching every corner of the dormitory, and its images slowly formed in his mind. The smell of slimy moss drifting past his nose. The faint click of gears. This is a trap. Seeing that, Dane started to piece things together and smiled faintly. So that's it. This is an initiation, he murmured, and just as he had predicted. Somewhere in the dormitory, a group of students watched him through a simulation screen. Seeing Dane stand frozen and refuse to move, the red-haired student asked curiously, "Why isn't he moving? He's got good instincts." Beside him, a blue-haired student complained, "Hey Arnold, maybe he knows all the traps already." In response, young Arnold smiled, adjusted his glasses, and asserted with complete confidence, "No way, my Cullard family are the best hunters for centuries, so I'm very confident in my traps." This handsome student is the eldest son of Baron Cullard, Arnold Cullard, a third-year marksman. At his assertion, one student in the group grew worried and asked if it might be dangerous. Of course, Arnold wouldn't be foolish enough to make something lethal. I've removed everything that could cause real injury. It's only enough to make him a laughingstock. Seeing it's not life-threatening, the group grew excited and waited to see Dane embarrassed. "Heh heh, this first initiation is going to be entertaining. That kid will be miserable when he gets here," Arnold said mockingly. Then a worried voice asked, "Are you sure that's okay? That's the Sagar's family." "So what? We've all gone through memorable initiations." "Ha ha, wait and see, he'll probably faint from fear," Arnold replied casually with no concern. After all, teasing like this won't usually make the elders of those big families get involved. Unlike Arnold's confident posture, a girl in the group frowned and warned him. "But haven't you forgotten he's the top of the free specialty? This time might be different. His eldest and second sisters are geniuses. If he got into the free specialty, he might be an even greater genius than both of them. This girl is Priscilla Nerial of the Nerial family, and she's a 4th-year student in the neurology department." Back to Arnold's point of view, facing Priscilla's doubt, he bristled, glared, and shouted, "What did you say? You mean he won't fall for my trap?" Before Priscilla could respond, the brown-haired student next to him teased, "Aren't you the one who's not very confident?" "Don't laugh, no way," Arnold yelled. But despite his loud mouth, he was secretly panicking. Adjusting his glasses, he tried to reassure himself optimistically. "There's no way he'd notice my trap. I used an invisibility technique and greased it to hide the mechanism's sound." Just as he thought this, Dane began to move again. The group scrambled over to watch. "Hey, he's moving on, make way," they shouted, jostling to get the best view. Back with Dane, the traps before him were child's play compared to those Mrs. Lily had set. With a single glance he could detect them all, starting with the rope trap. Just a light touch and it collapses. Then I'll use a mana bullet. Thinking that, Dane gathered mana into his palm. He fired a mana projectile straight at a brown pouch on the ceiling. The moment it was hit, the brown pouch burst open. The water inside poured down like a waterfall, however. After gauging the amount, Dane was slightly surprised. There's less water than I thought, he told himself. Yet there was one thing Dane hadn't anticipated. Immediately after, a stone in the floor suddenly opened, and a brown smoke billowed out. The group back with Arnold, who had hoped the protagonist would be humiliated, now grew equally irritated, and all that anger focused on Arnold, who had confidently claimed his trap would work. Arnold, what is this? You said it wouldn't be detected. How did it turn out like this so soon? It's just a coincidence, Arnold stammered. Coincidence? Priscilla's voice dripped with suspicion, yet Arnold nodded repeatedly. Yes, I started too gently so it was detected. Just wait, he'll definitely fall for the trap, the bespectacled boy gritted out, and he said it with all his conviction. The other two friends nodded, temporarily persuaded once more. There must have been some mistake. Let's trust Arnold for now, they said. Priscilla could only sigh inwardly. An invisible unease began to surround her. Why do I feel so uneasy? She murmured. Meanwhile, after continuing down the corridor, Dane quickly discovered the second trap and muttered in disappointment. The second one is clumsy too. Should I just break it? Then Arnold's traps were triggered. Dozens of boxing gloves shot out from all sides of the corridor, flying everywhere. However, with Dane's extremely agile movement, he easily dodged them without difficulty. Even the exquisitely arranged spike traps couldn't do anything to our protagonist. Inside the observation room, watching Dane's performance, the young group were nearly speechless and exclaimed in astonishment, just as expected from the Sagar's family. Behind them, Arnold's face went blank seeing the traps he had worked so hard on become useless against someone like the protagonist. Even the two friends up front had lost all confidence in him. It's like he knew exactly where everything was. Arnold had struggled to hide them, yet they were discovered so easily, the two murmured. Still, Arnold felt too embarrassed to give up. Damn it, it's too early to quit. There's no way he'll avoid the final trap, he gritted out. Priscilla couldn't help pausing and asked, "What's the final trap?" In response, the bespectacled boy didn't explain and only gave a knowing smile. Heh, you'll see. Soon they saw Arnold's final trap. A massive red dragon appeared before the protagonist. And not only that, behind it stood another large goat-headed monster of comparable size. Back from Dane's perspective, seeing these huge monsters suddenly appear, he guessed they were summoned beasts. Looks like they'd prepared some fairly strong ones. Dane praised them briefly before noticing something odd. Wait, something's wrong, he frowned and observed. Quickly he realized the images of the monsters were a bit distorted and blurry, not very real. They're just illusions, scare tactics with no real power. No wonder they looked suspiciously strong. Ordinary students would have fled. But I don't need to dodge. Just break the mana flow and they'll vanish, he thought. Dane began gathering energy into his palm. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the students were stunned that Dane didn't flee. What? Dane isn't running. He even looks relaxed. Wait, is he going to do something? Is he gathering mana? Someone cried. Those words hit Arnold like a lightning bolt. Sweat of worry began streaming down his face. He discovered they were illusions in an instant. Impossible. How could that be? The more he thought, the more anxiety showed on his face. Seeing his expression, Priscilla behind him clicked her tongue and shook her head. It's all ruined, she whispered. Back with Dane. Once he'd gathered enough energy, he released it toward the illusions of the monsters. Immediately, the illusions were shattered in an instant, as if they'd never existed. Afterwards, Dane smirked. How silly. Let's see where the designer of these is hiding. Cut to Arnold's group. Suddenly, they bolted out of the room in panic. That's an Edarark. Run. How is that thing here? Arnold, damn it, do something, shouted the black-haired friend, but Arnold was so terrified he had no strength to fight the giant wolf chasing them. I don't know, what the hell is it? Arnold yelled. Isn't this what you prepared? The red-haired friend asked urgently. The giant wolf suddenly opened its jaws and let out an enormous roar. making the red-haired friend scream in fright. Dane's voice sounded nearby. "So you were hiding here, huh?" Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group seemed to find a savior and immediately turned to beg for help. "Newcomer, if this is your doing, can you handle it? We'll apologize." "Please get rid of that thing," they pleaded, turning back to Dane. After feeling he'd intimidated those seniors enough, he canceled the wolf's summoning, causing it to vanish into a spatial gate. Only when it was completely gone could the students finally let out a relieved breath. Then the long-haired boy straightened his clothes, looked awkward, and immediately spoke to Dane. "Ahem, it seems the initiation ritual failed. Welcome, newcomer. I'm Drajan Valentine, a fifth-year metallurgy student and sole heir of the Viscount Valentine family." He had a good build and was very handsome, understandable with such beautiful sisters, right? As he spoke, he extended his hand. Dane took it, squeezed, and replied, "Ah yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." Dane thought to himself, what the hell is he saying? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Drajan continued praising him. "You're pretty good at avoiding traps, so you study the free specialty. That must be why the initiation failed. Arnold must be really disappointed. He's the heir of the famous Cullard hunting family and the one behind all those traps," Drajan announced excitedly, making Arnold extremely embarrassed. "Damn it, why drag me into this?" he shouted. So he was the one who designed those traps. Dane smiled to himself. Drajan then requested, "Hey everyone, come over and say hello." "All right," the group answered and quickly stepped forward. Drajan pointed to Priscilla and introduced, "This is Priscilla. She's a fourth year in the Sacred Arts department. Best not to mess with her. She's truly devoted if she wants to become a cleric." Before Drajan could finish, Priscilla anticipated his words, pushed the flirting youth aside and cut in. "Gentle and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Priscilla Nerial, the abandoned child of the family. Joining the Sacred Arts means I can no longer dream of marriage." Dane nodded in response. "Ah yes, I look forward to working with you," he said. They shook hands as a greeting, but immediately after, Priscilla's eyes bulged wide like a cow's when she sensed the terrifying energy within Dane. "What is this? How is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level of someone our age? It's unbelievable, no way." Drajan behind her looked somewhat confused. Seeing Priscilla overreact, he asked, "Is it that important?" "It probably is," the red-haired friend replied. Arnold was also annoyed that they were making a fuss over a bit of dense mana while ignoring him. The red-haired student stepped forward to introduce himself. "Nice to meet you, Dane. I'm Shal Hasbro, a second-year martial arts student. I'm not one of those muscle-obsessed types, so don't get me wrong. Muscles are important, but martial arts aren't just about muscles, as everyone can see. If you're interested, just say the word and I'll teach you real martial arts," Shal promised. Dane then looked at the last person, Arnold, who arrogantly turned his face away as if uninterested in these introductions. His uncooperative attitude drew some complaints. "Hey Arnold, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell me you're upset because your traps were all broken." "All for something so small. That's petty," the group chastised, making veins stand out on Arnold's face. He had no choice. Though furious, he reluctantly turned to greet Dane, but all he could manage to say was his name, Arnold Cullard. That was all he uttered. Fortunately, Dane didn't mind much. He responded cheerfully to Arnold's sour mood. "I am Dane Sagers, nice to meet you." He seemed upset that all his traps had been ruined. Should I praise them? Dane wondered inwardly, and not wanting to look at his sulky face, Dane offered a few compliments. "They're very good traps. You seem to understand the mechanisms and triggers well, but the paint layer is easy to detect. Why not try mixing F3 silver and D6 black at a 4:6 ratio, instead of using F6 black? At this brightness it will be less noticeable. Besides that, it's a trap anyone would fall for." Nearby, the group felt dizzy at Dane's talent when he offered advice on improving the traps. "He's teaching Arnold how to set traps. He's really interesting," they said. After the greetings were finished, the group led Dane to his room. Walking with them, Dane thought to himself that these people were interesting. But it felt great to have a few kind friends. Things were starting to get fun. Time passed quickly. Cut to a corner of the campus yard where Dane was talking with his close friend Layla. For some reason, after hearing what he said, she shouted in shock, "What? This semester you have 6 specialized sessions." Dane slowly explained that there were only 3 majors and each required 2 lectures. Layla shook her head at his nonchalant attitude. "There are general education classes too. How will you sleep?" she said. "Usually first years only have 4 sessions, so, well, you could skip the first class." Dane gave Layla a slightly reproachful look. "You can say that. That's why military science added 2 general sessions." You're so careless. I'm really afraid of military class. In the first term my grades dropped a lot because of it," Layla complained. Dane had to agree. Indeed, it was the toughest subject, he thought. Layla checked the time and said, "Typical valedictorian look. See you later in the swordsmanship major class. I have to go to my general lecture now." Dane, curious, asked what the general lecture was for. "Oh, it's about cosmetics and skin care," Layla said with enthusiasm. Dane chuckled inwardly at that. "Ha ha, typical girl," he thought, then nodded and replied, "Got it. See you later." Time passed and the scene shifted to the military classroom where Dane was present. Naturally, curious and scrutinizing glances fell on him. "That's Dane Saugers. Why is he here? Is he going to attend the lecture? He's the son of a viscount, so he seems cold." Whispers began to reach Dane, making him slightly uncomfortable. "I heard all of that," he muttered inwardly. He opened his book and reflected on the general military science course. From what he read yesterday, some content he knew, but other parts contradicted reality. True, if theory and reality always matched, no country would ever lose a war. But military science is taught because basic theory is important. As he thought this, a middle-aged professor with a stern face entered from the door, silencing the entire room. "Hello, everyone. I'm Francisco Gavious. I'll be teaching the theory for military science. Call me Professor Gavious. After roll call we'll begin the lesson." From Dane's viewpoint, just by looking at the professor's stern face, he judged him more highly. This looked like someone with extensive battlefield experience. "This should be interesting," Dane murmured inwardly. After roll call finished, Professor Gavious began the lecture. His voice echoed through the silent room. "You must delve deeply into military theory for it to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can act impulsively, but commanders must always weigh victory against the lives of their troops. Clearly, theory is crucial. Only by relying on theory can one understand the scene. And by recognizing inconsistencies in reality, we can grasp the true utility of military theory. I'm genuinely curious how many talented cadets here will become elite fighters. What do you think is most important in war?" Responding to this question. While everyone hesitated, Dane suddenly raised his hand. Seeing this, the professor's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, "All right, student, please stand and answer." Answering the question, Dane spoke with absolute confidence. "The most important principle is logistics." Hearing that, Gavious's expression showed approval. He nodded and said, "Correct. Victory, success, and improvements, all of these can only be achieved when supply lines are secure." Fascinating. Someone already answered correctly so early on, he said with interest before turning to Dane with another question. "Do you know the 3 most important aspects of supply?" To answer, Dane replied, "First is strict military administration. Supplying from the center to the front isn't just physical distance. The system stretches across many links, and if even one person is corrupt, theft easily occurs, leading to shortages." When he spoke, Dane drew entirely on battlefield experience. He wasn't bluffing but truly understood the issue. Most supply problems stem from unscrupulous people in intermediary stages, even when shipments start out secure. "Exactly. Next," Gavious continued. This time Dane answered quickly. "Standardization of supplies. If quantities and weights are unified, mass production becomes possible. That greatly aids rapid resupply. Frontline units can maintain strategy without depletion." Hearing this, the students in class widened their eyes and whispered to each other, "What is he talking about? This isn't in the books." Not only them. Even Professor Gavious couldn't hide his astonishment. Then he posed the final question, which Dane again answered correctly. "Finally, local production." The longer a war drags on, the less the first two measures are adhered to, and overall supply quality declines. That forces soldiers in the field to devise ways to be self-sufficient at a minimal level. Though quantities and quality may be low, it still provides emergency rations, Dane said with a faint smile. All of this was what he'd seen and felt on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the room had gone utterly silent at the protagonist's words. They stared with mouths agape, unable to utter a word. In the end, Gavious couldn't help but praise loudly. That was an excellent answer. What year are you? First year, Dane replied. Gavious's face registered confusion and sweat formed on his brow as he asked again, what, you're only a first year? How could a newly enrolled kid know these things? He probed further about Dane's points: strict military administration, supply standardization, and local production to self-sustain, saying those were practical lessons soldiers and officers learn on campaign. If you haven't been to the battlefield, how could you know them? Dane's face dimmed slightly. Of course he couldn't say he'd directly experienced it, so after about 2 seconds he bluffed. My father used to tell me about these things. Your father, what's your name? Gavious asked curiously. Dane Saugers, the protagonist answered proudly. Upon hearing the family name, Gavious was completely convinced. The Saugers family. So you're the son of the Blue Tempest, no wonder, if you're from the Saugers family. Then you must be the cadet who passed into the free specialty. No wonder his skill differs from other first years. Thinking this, and with no more doubts, he addressed the whole class in a lively tone. Ha ha, then you've all heard it clearly. The theoretical military material we'll self-study is exactly what the student just answered. Apply theory appropriately to real situations, based on textbook theory. That is the ultimate goal of military science. Let's move on to the next part. He also looked at Dane with an expectant expression. It's been a long time since an outstanding Saugers appeared. Time passed quickly. And after class ended, Dane fled in a panic, muttering as he went. I nearly got dragged into the Imperial Academy. Right after class, Professor Gavious had called me over. He even wanted to persuade me to enroll in the academy. Professor seemed a bit urgent, Dane thought. Dane remembered his sister Claire's advice. If anyone urges you to join the Empire's academy, refuse, decline, and leave immediately. His sister's counsel had helped him. But it seemed the professor wouldn't give up that easily. Well, for now he still wasn't used to the academy map. It's too vast. The meeting point with Lily was at the central fountain square. Thinking that, Dane stared intently at the map before him and very quickly found his destination. Ah, here we go. Cutting through the mist garden is the fastest, he muttered. The mist garden is a place where, even when the sky is merely cloudy, visibility is still limited as if there were fog. So it's very easy to get lost wandering inside. It's a vast garden shrouded in mist that everyone avoids. Moreover, there are rumors of ghosts appearing at night. But this place doesn't seem to match what eldest sister said. The weather is good, so I arrived quickly. No sooner had he finished speaking, as if to contradict Dane. Suddenly he heard a desperate scream from behind. Help! Is anyone there? Please help me. Hearing the wailing sound, Dane turned toward its source with a curious look. Huh, is someone there? The sound came from inside. My mother taught me that if someone is in danger, you must help immediately. There's still enough time before the next literature class. So they could be rescued. Dane reminded himself and quickly headed toward where he heard the sound then. Not long after, Dane successfully rescued an unknown trainee. After being saved, he chattered his thanks. Thank you, I thought I'd be trapped in there. Dane waved and asked, all right, are you hurt anywhere? The bespectacled young man said he was a little tired but fine, then introduced himself. I'm Ernest Dillon, a first-year trainee in the exploration department. Upon hearing this, Dane looked at the dazed youth as if seeing an alien. What, an exploration department trainee got lost? His voice brimmed with astonishment, making Ernest blush and feel awkward. I'm just too excited and wandered off unconsciously. Excited enough to get lost, Dane muttered. Putting aside Ernest's recklessness, Dane also noted his surname and asked, if you're a Dillon Baron, your family should be from the West. The crest is probably a ship and sailors. Of course that's the most famous line for exploration, right? Dane asked. Ernest nodded. Yes, my family has charted seas and distant lands for generations. But that seems a bit difficult for you, Dane thought inwardly. Then Ernest scratched his head awkwardly and asked Dane back, It's surprising you know our family. What's your name? I'm Dane Saugers, the protagonist replied with a smile. Just hearing his family name made Ernest's expression change immediately as he exclaimed, So you're the new trainee who was accepted into the free major after 100 years. Yeah, that's me, Dane said, scratching his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ernest began to look at him as if seeing his idol. Oh my, so lucky. I really wanted to meet you even once. Turning back to Dane's viewpoint, Ernest's overenthusiastic attitude made him even more embarrassed then. After calming down, Dane suddenly noticed something odd about Ernest's appearance and frowned in thought. He said he wasn't hurt, but what are those bruises? And there are scars too. They're very different from exploration wounds. Could it be? Dane speculated inwardly, seeming to have an idea then. To verify his guess, the protagonist asked, Are you exploring this garden? Hearing that, Ernest shared, exploring. I'm thrilled. Actually, for me, not only this garden but any new thing I encounter is an exploration. Not just maze-like gardens but people and objects too. Saying that, Ernest opened his backpack to show Dane the countless items he'd collected. Look, over here. Seeing this, Dane was a bit surprised and said, Are all these exploration tools? That's a lot. My goal is to explore everywhere inside the academy, Ernest continued then. Pausing briefly, he lowered his voice to remind the protagonist, The mist garden is of course one of them. There's definitely something here. It's cloudy and the fog is thick. Isn't that too odd? Back to Dane. His expression changed when the garden was mentioned and he nodded. That's right, so have you discovered anything? To Dane's question, Ernest could only shake his head regretfully. Not yet, but I'm sure there's some power inside this garden. Isn't it true that no one can unravel it? Dane shrugged in reply. However, Ernest had his own thought on the matter. Yes, but what if there's a reason no one has thought to investigate or tried and still couldn't clarify it? What if there's a reason it can't be explained? Dane called out, puzzled. At that point, the bespectacled friend slowly voiced his speculations about the garden's strange phenomenon. Right now, we just don't know. But suppose it's a power produced by unidentified elements or objects. For example, the remnants of a lost ancient kingdom, or things summoned from beyond the horizon. Back with Dane, Ernest's words began to spark a bit of interest in him. If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would be truly fascinating, Dane nodded. As for Ernest, seeing someone agree with him made him excited. You think so too, right? I really want to uncover that place's secrets. Speaking of which, Dane hadn't forgotten he needed to get to class, so he paused the conversation. Oh right, I'm on my way to a lecture. Hearing that, Ernest jolted and hurriedly said to Dane, Sorry, let's get out of here quickly, however. Before they could move, the weather suddenly changed and rain poured down in sheets. Ernest's face changed. He turned to warn the protagonist. This is bad. I heard that when it rains the fog gets even thicker. What? If that's the case it'll be hard to get out, right? Dane asked anxiously. That's right, we'll lose our bearings, Ernest ground out. Sure enough, per their words, swirling mists began rising around them, noticeably reducing both their visibility and even. When Ernest took a compass from his bag to determine direction, its needle spun around like a wheel and wouldn't fix on any direction. Sure enough, the compass didn't work. We can't move like this, the bespectacled young man said bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asked, Can't we resolve this with exploration abilities? Ahead, Ernest shook his head slightly and put the compass away. There's another path here, but the fog is too thick to reach it. Some unknown force is affecting this place. Hearing that, Dane began to sweat and murmured, Some unknown power. Damn, have we fallen into a trap? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Ernest turned back and said, My body feels heavier. What should we do now? I'm sorry, Dane, it's all because of me. Seeing the four-eyed youth so worried, Dane reassured him, Don't worry. We should wait, assess the situation, then decide. Then, for some reason, our protagonist suddenly felt something very different from Ernest. This fog feels somewhat familiar. Is this just my imagination? What's happening? I don't feel weakened. On the contrary, I strangely feel as if I'm gaining strength. Could this be? Back in Ernest's POV, he was so worried he almost cried. Brushing tears away, he said, "This is serious. If this continues, Dane will be in danger." No sooner had he finished. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared beside them, stopping him from crying. He turned to look and discovered that, for some unknown reason, a fierce energy was radiating from Dane. So intense it pushed Ernest's body backward. "What's happening? Such terrifying magic," he shouted. As that magic spread, the surrounding fog around the protagonist was driven away. The mist was dissipating outward from Dane. "Dane, what's going on?" Ernest asked urgently. In response, Dane's face grew more confident. "Ernest, let's go. I think I know the way out." "Really? How do you know?" Ernest gaped in astonishment. Dane didn't explain much. In his head, he thought he might be able to uncover this place's secret. With that, the two hurried onward, and walking behind Dane, Ernest couldn't suppress his curiosity. "What's going on?" This is the mysterious fog that many mages haven't been able to penetrate. Yet Dane passed through it as if nothing happened. Moreover, the fog cleared where he walked, and visibility became clearer. "He's truly a miraculous guy," Ernest admired. Before long, the protagonist's steps quickened. He reminded Ernest, "We're almost there." "Really? You found the way," the bespectacled friend said excitedly. However, the place Dane led him to was completely different. It was the center of the mist garden. Ernest cried out in amazement and stared at the fountain before him. Turning to Dane and seeing Ernest's astonishment, he figured Ernest must have noticed something and hurriedly asked, "What's up? Is there something special about this?" Ernest's look grew even more astonished. "Of course, most students come to the mist garden for this." Then Ernest's eyes lit with realization and he exclaimed, "You don't know the legend of this place." Dane really knew nothing about the school, so he could only shake his head. "A legend? This place has a legend." To answer, Ernest said calmly, "There's a legend that if you reach this spot before the fog clears, you'll be reunited with the person you yearn for most." Beside him, Dane lost interest after hearing that. Another cheesy romance story. He sighed inwardly and shrugged. Continuing, Ernest asked, "But if it's so hard to get here, how could it still work?" Hearing that, curiosity showed on Ernest's face and he nodded. "You're right." Then Dane focused his gaze on the fountain and observed, "Unless someone is constantly supplying mana, could there be such a powerful energy source that it needs no replenishment?" Hearing this, Ernest's eyes widened and he shouted, "If so, the whole garden could be a gigantic mechanism." Dane nodded and added, "Given how complex and intricate the garden's layout is, that could be true." "Really? If the garden is a large mechanism, then this magical fountain might be an ancient artifact," Ernest said excitedly, his eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Meanwhile, our protagonist had another conjecture. Perhaps the layer of fog is related to it as well. That feeling was certain, as if something inside was reacting. Like meeting an old friend. "This is ancient magic," Dane analyzed silently as he reached out to touch the fountain and slowly sensed its magic. Then suddenly, Ernest noticed that inside the fountain, some ancient characters were engraved, and he cried out, "Wait, this is the ancient language secret, secret," Dane said with curiosity, and the bespectacled friend nodded. He explained, "Yes, at first I wasn't sure because I couldn't see clearly, but now that I've touched it I'm certain. This is the language of the long-forgotten ancient kingdom secret." After hearing that, Dane couldn't hide his astonishment and praised him. "You know that too?" "Of course, I'm from the Dylan family. Learning ancient languages like this is essential for explorers. It would be maddening to reach ruins and not be able to read what's written there. Of course, I'm not fluent in every language, but I learned this from my father when I was a child." "Let me try to decode it," Ernest said, his eyes shining like stars, excitement clear on his face. He even took out paper and pen to take notes, without waiting for Dane's approval. He plunged into the investigation immediately, making Dane only offer a foolish smile. Ha ha, his explorer instincts have really ignited. Time began to pass. Ernest poured all his wits into deciphering the language engraved on the fountain, muttering as he worked, "This word means qualification. What's this word?" Yes, that's it, if you combine these words together. Dane, I've finished decoding, he shared excitedly. Dane asked what it actually said. Answering, Ernest immediately handed his notebook to the protagonist and shouted, "Those who are qualified will prove their strength." It was a rather cryptic phrase, leaving Dane truly baffled. Qualified, prove. Could qualified here mean only ancient magic? Somehow, the closer I get to the center, the more familiar I feel, Dane thought. Meanwhile, Ernest had a similar thought. Funny, if qualified refers to ancient power, then no one could be that. Dane replied coolly to that, "Thanks, Ernest." Then he began to focus the power within his body, into the bracelet he and old Sidran had obtained earlier. From Ernest's viewpoint, seeing Dane suddenly use his power as if he had an idea, the explorer hurriedly asked, "Hey Dane, what are you doing?" Dane didn't answer. Dane was still pondering. People say runes have power based on their form. If I use this bracelet, it might react. Then, just as Dane predicted, ancient characters engraved on the bracelet began to appear. "Strange symbols are appearing on the bracelet," Ernest shouted. Then the protagonist reached forward, and the bracelet automatically detached from his wrist and flew toward the fountain, and began to cause some kind of resonance. Next, the ground around them shook violently. "What is happening?" "It's trembling violently." "Dane, what did you just do?" The fountain sank into the ground. Ernest shouted in astonishment. Dane himself couldn't contain his joy. Wonderful, finally, that was the right answer, he told himself. By now, even a fool like Ernest realized the situation. What is this? Even the layer of fog was dissipating. An ancient artifact had been activated so easily. So the qualified ones the fountain mentioned turned out to be Dane, Ernest thought, staring at him as if wanting to probe what kind of person he really was. But before Ernest could think further, the giant blue crystal before them suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Seeing this, Dane hurriedly warned his companion, "Ernest, look, the center is glowing." Hearing that, Ernest snapped out of his thoughts and focused. Next, the two of them gaped at the scene before them. "Wow, it's beautiful, like a gem. That's definitely the energy source driving the fountain," Ernest said aloud. Dane agreed. "Perhaps it's the cause of all the strange phenomena in the garden." "Now, let's face this ancient power together," Dane said calmly. Next, a complex magic circle appeared beneath the protagonist's feet, radiating intense energy. Dane also reached out his hand. He felt the energies it emitted. This power, ancient magic, identical to the strength he possessed. Then he focused on the ancient inscriptions on the crystal and speculated. "Archana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. Amazing, I can understand the ancient language I couldn't read before. This really is the heritage of the Archana magic kingdom. So I've absorbed this power," the protagonist said happily. However, a second later, a sudden stabbing pain shot through his chest, causing Dane to clutch his chest. "My heart, it's suddenly hurting so much. Something's happening to my heart." Dane screamed inside, and then, according to his sensation, very quickly a magic circle formed inside his heart. A magic circle, Dane asked himself. The core and the circle have roles that are completely opposite. Possessing both is rare. The combination is inefficient and can even harm the body. That is why magic swordsmen always have heart problems. That's why I didn't want to create a magic-only circle, but I didn't expect it to be forcibly implanted into my heart. The protagonist sighed, anxiety clear on his face to the point it was obvious. He turned to Dane and asked, "Are you really okay? You've looked pale this whole time," Ernest's voice full of worry. Seeing that, Dane didn't want him to worry and forced a smile, waving his hand. "Don't worry, I'm just lost in thought." Hearing this, Ernest was pensive for a few seconds, then, not wanting to probe further, nodded. "Right, I was shocked too, but the power you absorbed, is it real? The bone runes and those ancient languages too. It seems like it's all connected to you." From Dane's perspective, Ernest's curiosity didn't surprise him much. Ernest must be full of questions. He'd seen everything. Better to get a clear picture first. Dane thought, then shifted the responsibility onto his sister. "I'm just doing what my sister taught me. I don't know the details either." "Is that so? Let me know when you find out," Ernest said with a smile. Dane nodded, sure. As they left the garden, Ernest replayed the day's events and excitedly shared, "Today I feel like my blood's boiling. What a mood for an explorer. Dane, do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? We'll share strange phenomena and mysterious places we find." "Sounds good," Dane replied with a bright smile, a little expectation in his heart. Maybe there are more places with magic like this. Then Ernest, as if remembering something, reminded Dane, "Hey, Dane, weren't you supposed to have class?" Ernest's reminder made Dane start, remembering his class. He gave Ernest a pat on the shoulder, then ran off. "Right, Ernest, sorry, I have to go first. See you later." "Yeah, see you," the bespectacled friend said with a smile. Watching Dane shrinking back, he mused, "He's an interesting friend. If I keep exploring with Dane, great things will surely happen." So excited. Back with Dane, his body rushed forward like the wind. As he moved, Dane began to feel differences after absorbing the blue crystal's energy. Strange, why is movement so much easier? Although the circle and the core coexist, there was no discomfort. Normally the circle would impede the core's mana, making it extremely inefficient. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, I don't feel anything unusual. No, actually it's the opposite. The mana flows through the circle, and then seems to converge back into the core. Moreover, the mana in the core is even purer than before. Amazing, I should contact my eldest sister, Dane thought to himself. Time passed quickly. Scene shift to a territory somewhere in the desert. This is Hangston District. At this moment, our protagonist and numerous cadets from the Royal Academy were here for some unclear reason. Beside Dane, his close friend Layla excitedly shared, "So this is the famous Hangston District I've heard about. Oh, I see the entrance." In front of them stood a gigantic gate. Looking at it, Layla gasped in admiration. "This is definitely the famous magic barrier." "A magic barrier?" Dane asked, full of curiosity. Hearing that, Layla realized Dane didn't know and smiled as she explained. "It was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. It's a barrier activated once a year for incoming students with magical talent. When you pass through it, the barrier will display a color depending on the quality and level of your magic. Originally, it was a device to detect and eliminate dark mages infiltrating the Academy. But after dark mages were exterminated, it was repurposed like this." Thinking this, Dane's face lit with interest and he asked, "Which level does each color represent?" Layla answered, "Oh, it's like this. If you have no talent, no color appears. If your talent is decent, it's yellow. If you have notable talent, it's blue. And if you have overwhelming talent, it will be red." Layla spoke fluently, which surprised Dane and led him to praise the young woman. "You study a lot." Hearing that, Layla winked and said proudly, "I want to know everything about the Academy." Then she reminded Dane, "By the way, all your sisters got red." "Well then, Dane, I'll go in first," she said. The swordswoman then slowly stepped through the gate, and unsurprisingly the barrier displayed red, proving she was an overwhelming genius. "It's red," Layla said happily. "That's impressive," Dane nodded in acknowledgement. "Heh heh, at least I'm this good," Layla boasted, raising her hand to show off. Next, Dane couldn't resist wanting to test his own talent level. "Then I'll give it a try." Saying that, he slowly stepped toward the gate, though he hadn't entered yet. Dane had a small guess in his heart. "I'm probably going to get red too. Because I've absorbed ancient magic. Maybe I'm even stronger than usual," that's what he thought. However, the result the gate produced was completely different. The color displayed wasn't red, not blue or yellow, but green. Looking at that light, both their faces turned confused. Green, what's going on? There's no level for green." Layla widened her eyes and said to Dane, "Ha ha." "Yeah, really," the protagonist replied awkwardly. He himself couldn't understand why this happened. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to a lecture hall where freshmen are buzzing about the appearance of a stranger. "Do you see his emblem? He's a finance student." "Why would someone who only deals with money come to the magic department?" someone asked. The person next to them shook their head. "How would I know? Magic classes are always popular. He's probably just here for the orientation and will leave afterward." At that moment, standing before the group of students was a big, blonde guy with an arrogant face. Seeing this, an orange-haired student stepped forward and asked, "Senior Alter, what are you doing here?" Alter candidly replied, I dropped by because I have something to pass on after class." But he still hasn't arrived. I mean Dane Sagers, the interdisciplinary student. The one speaking was Alter Diamant, the fifth-year representative of the magic department. Up ahead, the freshman grew curious at this and murmured, "He said he'd attend this class, but I haven't seen him." Hearing that, Alter scanned the area and nodded. "I see, he's probably just making his way over. When he comes in, bring him to me. After all, he's the brother of Senior Arabella. I should pay special attention." "Yes, sir," the freshman hurriedly replied. Just as Alter turned to leave, he was drawn by loud noises erupting from all around. "Wow, he's really handsome. Look at those eyes, they're like emeralds. Being valedictorian is great. Everywhere he goes, he's the center of attention. That's Layla Thermion beside him, right?" Admiring voices began to swell. But for Dane, who disliked commotion, all the attention and whispers gave him a headache. Meanwhile, his friend Layla teased him with delight. "Amazing. The top student is always the topic of conversation no matter where he goes." Alter smirked when he spotted Dane. Oh, he finally arrived. He stepped forward and greeted, "Pleasure to meet you, Dane Sagers. I saw you clearly at the enrollment assembly. You really stood out." His sudden words left both Dane and Layla stunned. They wondered internally who he was. He looked like a senior, but why was he so familiar? Thinking this, Dane couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Who are you anyway? Doesn't the magic department teach basic manners? If you have business with me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Dane's tone carried a mild complaint. The arrogant Alter heard this, and his face instantly flushed with bulging veins from anger. His eyes widened and his teeth ground together. "This brat is insolent," he cursed inwardly. Not only he, the surrounding freshmen also felt the tension spike. Alter was like a bomb ready to explode. They worried for Dane. He just spoke to Senior Alter like that. Wouldn't this become a major problem? Offending a senior could ruin campus life. Back to Alter. After a few deep breaths to steady himself, he reproached Dane. "I came here specifically because you're the brother of a senior I respect, yet you show such arrogance and disregard for your place. Have you considered that your behavior could affect your family's reputation?" Hearing this, Dane retorted sarcastically, "HMPH, I've never thought about that. From where I'm standing, aren't you the rude one?" Alter ground his teeth once more and said coldly, "Can't you see the situation right in front of you?" He reminded himself that if he let this pass, his honor would be damaged, and Senior Arabella would surely understand. With that thought, he decided to teach Dane a lesson. "You need some discipline, don't you?" As he finished, Alter began to gather mana into his palm. But unfortunately, before the two could clash, a sharp shout rang out. Slap! The professor slammed his book onto the desk and bellowed, "What's going on over there? Is there a problem?" Hearing the authoritative voice, Alter immediately recoiled and hurriedly explained, "Professor, I just stopped by to welcome the freshmen." As for DeNavo, head of the magic department, he understood that matters were not as simple as Alter claimed. However, since nothing serious had occurred, he didn't intend to press the issue and coldly warned, "Is that so? Then save the greetings for after class." Hearing that, Alter had no reason to stay, but before leaving, he still tossed a few pointed words at Dane. "I'll let this slide this time." Watching his retreating back, Layla quietly warned Dane, "You should be careful. He doesn't look pleasant at all." And true to Layla's instincts, Alter had no intention of letting it go easily. He coldly ordered a henchman beside him, "Take him over there." The command startled the subordinate. "Huh, but that's Senior Arabella's brother. Are you sure about this?" Alter narrowed his eyes and said icily, "I'll explain it to Senior later, just take him. Now back to class." After the noisy crowd left, Professor DeNavo began his lecture. "Today is orientation. We'll keep things simple and end the class early. Since this is a practical combat course, we'll start by measuring everyone's mana." Saying that, he placed a device resembling a dish with a hemisphere on the table. Across from him, the student stared at the mana meter, excitedly murmuring, "Wow, that's a mana measuring device. I've seen it before." Back to Professor DeNavo. He didn't make the students wait and quickly demonstrated. If you place your hand on the device and channel mana like this, you can see how many mana circles you have. As he spoke, he demonstrated himself. He placed his hand on the device and began channeling his mana into it. Immediately, several magic circles appeared behind him. Seeing the number of circles, the students couldn't contain their amazement and shouted, "Wow, 8 circles! Truly a professor's caliber." Unfazed by the students' cheers, Denavo continued, "Of course, even at the same level the color deepens with greater proficiency. But there are cases where mana circles don't appear. That doesn't mean a lack of talent, so don't worry." "That's right, it's normal for some people not to have formed mana circles yet," the students agreed. Denavo nodded and added, "That's why we can't judge solely by the circle test. Since you're enrolled in this class, you should at least know basic magic. We'll use this magic orb to measure mana more accurately. Use basic mentalism to control the orb to demonstrate your mana control." "Like this," he said as he demonstrated control. Countless orbs flew about, seeing that scene. The whole class gaped in amazement. "Wonderful. The magic sigils formed perfectly. Can he move the orb with just mentalism?" "No need to make a fuss," Layla complained. On this side, Professor Denavo continued, "Even basic magic varies in power and precision depending on the user. To move the orb, you must channel mana into it. With your current level, managing up to 3 orbs is already very good." Hearing this, the swordswoman Layla glanced at Dane and asked curiously, "Do you think Dane could control more?" Dane only gave a small nod in response. At that moment, Professor Denavo glanced at Alter and suggested, "Alter, you're just auditing, but could you demonstrate for your juniors?" Hearing this, the arrogant Alter, eager to show off before Dane, thought to himself, "I'll make this brat understand the gap between us." With that, he replied enthusiastically, "Yes, Professor, understood." Not only Alter but Dane also felt a bit interested. Now he'd learned the source of that arrogance, Dane thought. Immediately after, Alter quickly stepped onto the podium, channeled mana into the measuring device, and 4 magic circles instantly appeared behind him. Seeing this, the freshman couldn't help but scream as if going mad. As expected, Senior Alter, he achieved 4 circles, and the color is very deep too. Not to mention the freshmen who were barely competent, even Professor Denavo nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you've improved further." Hearing that, Alter replied smugly, "All thanks to the master's instruction." Denavo turned to the class and said, "Normally, reaching 4 mana circles only happens after graduation, but your senior achieved it while still a student. This is true overwhelming talent. You should learn from him. Who knows, his advice might help you develop further." The professor's words caused a stir throughout the class. Meanwhile, Alter stole a teasing glance at Dane. "It's too early to be surprised, Dane Sagers. I'll show you the difference between us." With that thought, he began to control the blue orbs, making them dart around the classroom at incredible speed. Seeing that scene, the freshman stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed. He was controlling the orb perfectly. Impossible, how many of them are there anyway? But in reality, Alter had worked himself to the point his shirt was soaked with sweat. Still, he tried to appear composed. He glared at Dane and smiled provocatively. "I've pushed my power to the limit. How's that, kid?" On the other side, the freshman lavishly praised Alter for going all out to show off. "Amazing," everyone applauded. As expected from Senior Alter. "Which magic tower will he join later?" Curious murmurs rose. Professor Denavo, seeing Alter perform well, allowed him to leave. "Well done, you may go." Alter responded with a smiling face, "Yes, Professor." He then turned back to the protagonist and curled his lips into a grin. "Heh heh. I'm very curious to see your mana level." Unaware of his inner thoughts, Professor Denavo also told the remaining students, "After all, without mana nothing will happen. If any of you are worried, you may leave the lecture hall now." At his remark, the entire group fell silent. No one answered or left because, after all, who could have gotten into this royal academy without mana? Seeing this, the head of the magic department nodded and continued, "No one. Good. Then let's begin step up in order starting from the front row." And so, the students started buzzing as they waited for their turns to be tested. As for Layla, having seen this many times, she simply sighed and explained. They call this orientation, but it's really just a way to expose everyone's abilities to the class. Beside her, Dane pondered for a second or two, then nodded in agreement. Yes, that's precisely what the academy aims for. After that, students took turns approaching the mana measuring device to be tested. A few students produced one magic circle, while others couldn't sense anything at all. And for the orb control test, they did even worse. Most couldn't keep control for long before the orb fell. Back to arrogant Alter, he stood aside observing and sneered, "What a mess!" At the same time, the blonde girl beside him quickly reminded him, "Hey, it's that guy's turn now." Upon hearing this, Alter turned his attention. Now that it was Dane's turn to be tested, he thought inwardly, "Dane, I'll be watching to see how far your arrogance goes." But no one heard it, and without him prompting it, even Dane wondered about his current ability. "Honestly, I'm curious too. Since I absorbed the ancient magic, something must have changed." With that thought, without hesitation, Dane began channeling his energy into the measuring device. Professor Denavo was also eagerly awaiting Dane Sagar's performance. "During the entrance exam, he solved my test perfectly. I'm very curious how many mana circles he has," he thought, widening his eyes and focusing intently, unwilling to miss a single moment. But then something completely unexpected happened. The measuring device suddenly flashed a bright red screen with the words "unmeasurable." In that instant, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. What? What does that mean? It's broken. If he has no mana circles, then fine, but why can't it measure him? The students said as they moved closer to Dane to get a better look. Meanwhile, our protagonist entertained a hypothesis. Could this be because of the ancient magic I absorbed? As for Professor Denavo, he was the most surprised of all because he knew this measuring machine's capabilities. He'd never seen this before. The device is 100% accurate and can filter out anyone trying to fake their rank. But now it says unmeasurable. I've never seen this happen, he thought. Unable to find a reasonable explanation, he could only offer a lame excuse. Maybe it's overloaded. At least finish Dane's orb test first. Hearing that, Dane nodded in agreement. "Yes, Professor." Up front, the arrogant Alter smirked when he heard the machine was overloaded. "Ha, I knew it. No surprise, rookie." Ignoring his taunt, Dane slowly approached the magic orbs, feeling a bit regretful. "So it can't be measured. What a pity. Still, let's try this. I wonder if this will work properly." With that thought, he focused his mind and channeled energy into the orbs, making them float in midair. What shocked everyone most was that he wasn't controlling just one or two, but every magic orb placed on the table. This caused the students in the classroom to gape in horror. Someone shouted in stunned disbelief. "He raised all the orbs. No way, the previous record was only 5 orbs." Not only the freshmen, but even the upperclassmen couldn't believe their eyes. "All the orbs? That guy's crazy," the black-haired fellow beside Alter exclaimed in amazement. Alter's face went rigid. "How could this be?" he thought inwardly. "I can't believe it." Beside him, Layla looked at Dane with vacant eyes. "He did it again. I'm not even surprised anymore. But I never thought he'd lift all of them. He's more amazing than I imagined. He seems even stronger after absorbing that ancient magic," she silently speculated. From Dane's perspective, controlling the orbs was a bit fun, so he decided to push a little harder. "All right, let's make this even more impressive," he said, then began arranging the orbs into a specific pattern. Seeing this, Professor Denavo broke out in a cold sweat. "What am I witnessing? He's arranging the orbs precisely to form a picture, something even Arabella couldn't do." To everyone's eyes, an image of a lion and a serpent slowly appeared in the air above. Someone shouted in astonishment upon recognizing it. "A lion and a serpent, that's the Sagar's family crest." Amid the commotion Dane caused, Layla could only sigh and urge him. "It's my turn next, calm down, Dane." Dane slowly withdrew his magic at his friend's request. Meanwhile, Professor Denavo didn't spare praise. "Very good, Dane Sagars. Even Sidrain, who never takes disciples, would be proud to call you his." In response to the compliment, Dane merely nodded slightly. "Thank you, Professor." All around, people gaped at the earth-shattering news. Wait, what? He's a disciple of the former head of the Magic Tower. Now I understand why he entered the advanced magic program. Back with Alter's group, the black-haired underling was now sweating in fear and hurriedly asked, Alter, what do we do? That guy isn't normal. He might even be stronger than you. Alter, equally alarmed, shouted back, Shut up, I'm thinking. Saying that, he clenched his fists tensely and cursed Dane silently. Damn it, the Saugers family is terrifying. How are they all monsters like this? At that level, we need to change our plan. It was frustrating, but if I pick a fight and end up weaker, I'll lose face. If I can't defeat him by skill, then I'll have to win him over by other means. Arrogant Alter calculated inwardly. Then, as if he'd reached a decision, Alter told his two companions, We need to recruit him into the student council. What? The student council? The other two shouted. Alter only nodded confidently and explained, Yeah, once I'm on that council, it'll be easier to control him if he's under my wing. Hearing this, the two with him couldn't accept the plan and tried to reason, but he's only a first-year student. The brown-haired boy protested, and the orange-haired girl hurriedly echoed, Right, none of us even dare dream of joining that. But Alter was determined to drag Dane in, ignoring his underlings. It was unprecedented for a first year to join the student council, but who cares? Rules are made to be broken, right? Trust me, with him, the reputation of our magic department will spread far and wide. Saying that, he smirked at the thought, and naturally, my own fame and career will rise as well. Ignoring him, Professor DeNavo spoke with regret and pain. Excellent, Dane Saugers. Had I known, I would have competed with the other professors to secure your placement in the magic department. Dane calmly replied, I'll do my best, no matter which department I'm in. Professor DeNavo then shouted to the other students, Did you hear that? Students in the magic department should be more vigilant. He patted the protagonist on the shoulder and advised, If you have free time, come see me. For Dane, the chance to meet freely with the head of the magic department was a good thing, so he agreed, Yes, Professor. When class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. As they walked, Layla the swordswoman complained, How did you do that? How do you keep pulling off these unbelievable things? Dane shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Honestly, I don't know either. His slightly smug tone irritated Layla. Do you think you're all that? Seeing her friend annoyed, Dane quickly steered the conversation by complimenting her. But you did make 5 orbs rise. Hearing that, Layla sulked and muttered, That doesn't make me any happier. Then she turned away and refused to look at Dane. Seeing her attitude, Dane forced a smile and thought, Why does she sound like she's sulking? Before Dane could ponder much longer, Alter approached with his 2 cronies to greet him. I've admired your skill. At our last meeting I behaved poorly. Could we speak privately for a moment? Alter's current tone and attitude left Dane inwardly surprised. He changed completely after seeing my skill. Dane frowned, speculating. Without beating around the bush, Alter plainly stated his request. He wanted to invite Dane to join the student council. The student council decides academy policy and manages its treasury. Its members are renowned figures who enjoy many exclusive privileges. For example, the student council can impose disciplinary penalties on students or approve departmental events. As for Dane, he'd heard a little about the student council from his genius sister Arabella. I've heard about it from her. It's an extremely powerful body, and only a few students ever get the chance to join. Dane pondered while Alter continued to press him. What do you think? I'm planning to nominate you to that council. You already exceed the entry requirements, so no tests needed. If you become a member of the student council, you'll automatically become part of the dancer faction, he added. Dane frowned and reminded him, I'm already in that group. Alter, who knew this well, kept talking. Well, that's true, but who knows if you'll stay there forever. Not only that, council members get many other exemptions, Alter continued. Hearing this, Dane found it hard to believe. Just how much power do they have? Could there really be so many privileges? While Dane was still wondering, Alter widened his eyes and, like a smooth promoter, asked, Are you interested in joining the council? Dane flatly refused without hesitation. No, I don't want to. Even if I joined, I'd only be interested on my own merits. Besides, benefits given without reason usually come with a heavy price. Across from them, Alter's two underlings looked at each other in utter astonishment. As for Alter, Dane's rejection made him furious. Do you realize what you just passed up? Getting into the student council is the dream of so many students. Spend some time at the academy and you'll see how incredible this offer is. Come on, think it over. This offer doesn't come easily. Layla, seeing Alter pester Dane repeatedly, was boiling with anger and muttered inwardly, "What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why is he so persistent?" She quickly dragged Dane aside. "Dane, if we die, there'll be no more tarts, hurry up." Seeing this, Dane understood Layla's attempt to rescue him and agreed at once. "Ah, right, almost forgot." From behind, Alter panicked as they left and called after them, "Hey, where are you going? I'm still talking." Dane just smiled and replied, "I have something more important to do, so excuse me." He also silently thanked his friend. "Thanks, Layla, your timing was perfect." Watching their backs as they walked away, Alter refused to give up and shouted, "Dane, I haven't given up. I will convince you, Dane Saugers." Time passed quickly. Layla kept complaining about Alter, what a nuisance he was. Apparently he really wanted to pull Dane into the student council. If Dane accepted, it would be a perfect stepping stone for Alter to turn him into a pawn. Hearing that, Dane smiled and said, "Thanks for helping me get away from him." Layla replied with an extremely annoyed face, eyes wide. "The important thing is he ignored me, didn't even ask me a single question." "So that's why you're angry," Dane said with an awkward smile. Layla sighed and continued, "It's probably because of your ridiculously high talent. The test today proved it." "So you finally admit it?" Dane asked with a grin. "Well, there's no other way," Layla shrugged. Then Dane asked her, "By the way, do they actually sell tarts?" Layla answered, "Of course, this is the Royal Academy. If any dessert exists in the Empire, you'll find it here." With that, the two walked off to buy tarts. In another development, Professor DeNavo and Alter were having a conversation. The professor asked, "Have you seen Dane's talent?" "Yes, he's truly amazing," Alter nodded. The professor chuckled, "Ha ha, he might even surpass Arabella." Alter, startled by the comment, probed, "Is he really at that level?" DeNavo smiled gently in response, tilting his head to one side. "Magic is an ambiguous field and hard to define, but innate magical talent can be recognized." Beside him, Alter stood stunned at the words. "Oh my, does the professor mean his talent has surpassed the senior I admire?" he wondered. Turning back to Professor DeNavo, who seemed to notice Alter's friction with Dane, he advised, "Alter, just turn a blind eye to Dane. Show him favor so he can get into the magic class." At the professor's words, Alter's hand unconsciously tightened on his thigh. He grumbled inwardly, annoyed. "Tusk, everyone's like that, they're all stunned by his talent." Then, a bit envious but still speaking his mind, Alter admitted, "Actually, I met him after class to invite him to the student council, but he refused." Hearing this, the head of the magic department was shocked. "What? Could he have heard something from Arabella? His talent is too great for us to lose." The two fell into a gloomy silence, though as if remembering something. Alter probed Professor about that recommendation letter earlier. Before he could finish, the professor smiled and replied, "Ah, that. It seems things haven't gone smoothly, but don't rush. You still have 2 years, right? Someone like you will surely be recommended to the Magic Tower before graduation." From Alter's perspective, he put on a bright smile but silently cursed the professor. "Damn it, he said the same thing last year. Does the professor think I don't see his true intentions? If I now take a spot in the Magic Tower, that means losing a student to play around with, doesn't it? You're blocking me, aren't you? Am I right? I heard you were the one who cut 2 slots in the Magic Tower I wanted to apply for in my 3rd year." Thinking that he couldn't do anything to the professor anyway, Alter continued, "All right, I'll try to persuade Dane." Hearing this, DeNavo nodded with satisfaction. "Good, Alter, I'm counting on you." The professor's words made Alter's face stiffen for a moment. Damn, my future's in his hands now. Whether I like it or not, I have no choice but to obey. "That old bastard," he muttered a curse under his breath. Meanwhile, Dane was carrying a large bag over his shoulder and asked his close friend, "By the way, Layla, Is the path to the canteen always this crowded? Why are there so many club events? Layla explained that clubs with too few members or that couldn't demonstrate activity would be disbanded. This is the first time I've participated in so many events, Dane added. Layla glanced at Dane's bag and smiled. Anyway, we've won so many prizes. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store discount coupons, and a treasure map. Layla reached out, took the map and asked. What's this? Dane answered. The senior hosting the event said it was bought at an auction in Arcader. Layla's eyes lit up like car headlights at that. Bought at an auction in Arcader. Then it must be valuable. Seeing her greedy expression, Dane smiled faintly and thought, my father used to say. The auction house specializes in collecting rare and beautiful items from across the empire. The country's top appraisers evaluate everything and ensure only masterpieces are put up for sale. Up ahead, Layla pointed at the seal on the scroll and exclaimed, "This is completely intact." "Is it a treasure map of the academy?" Dane guessed. Layla nodded in agreement. "I've heard this academy has many mysterious and secret places." She then tossed the map to Dane. Looking at it, he couldn't help but think Ernest would be thrilled to see it. Cut to the lecture hall, a place mainly used for general education lectures. At that moment, our protagonist stood outside the building, gazing at the massive architecture and marveling. So this is where the empire's history is taught. Before coming here, the head steward had already taught me in advance, so I already know most of the material. That's a relief, Dane thought to himself. At the same time, his curious friend Ernest greeted him from behind. "Hey Dane, we meet again." Hearing the familiar voice, the protagonist turned and replied, "Ernest, you're in this class too." In response to Dane's question, Ernest cheerfully explained, "This is a mandatory course for freshmen. I figured I'd run into you here, so we meet again. How do you find it?" "Are you feeling okay?" Dane smiled, but his answer was vague. "Nothing much has changed. It's a bit complicated. I'll explain in detail later." "Oh, right." "Ernest, I have something to tell you," Dane said with a smile, likely intending to mention the treasure map he'd just won. Before Dane could speak, a red-haired guy led a group up to Ernest to cause trouble. "Hey, you're Ernest, right?" Hearing this, Ernest's face became panicked, something Dane couldn't miss. He wondered, "What is it?" Ernest's expression changed. He was trembling, looking utterly terrified. Opposite them, the brown red-haired leader smiled as if they were close friends. "Wow, Ernest, didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while." For some reason, Ernest began sweating more and more from the stress, which made Dane think. He looked like a soldier with psychological trauma. Ernest hesitated and replied, "Bron, hi." Bron scolded him. "If you're attending, why didn't you tell me? I got here first." Dane wondered if they were friends because their relationship didn't look normal at all. Then Bron stared ahead. Ernest bowed his head and said, "Sorry, I didn't know." Bron stepped closer, ruffled Ernest's hair and continued, "Damn, how did you even get in here? I thought you wouldn't make it. You're always shaking like a leaf when you talk, aren't you?" "Perfect timing, I'm too lazy to go out. Since we ran into each other, buy me a sandwich," he said loudly with a smile, making Ernest go pale. Ernest blurted, "What, right now?" Seeing Ernest's refuse, Bron's expression shifted and his tone grew sharp. "Well, don't want to go, Ernest," Ernest awkwardly explained. "I'm hanging out with a friend, so it's inconvenient." From Bron's point of view, he glanced at Dane and teased. "Your friend, huh, but he looks tough enough. What department are you in? If you're with Ernest, I can guess your level." His tone was full of contempt, which ignited a flame of anger in Dane. "I don't know what family he's from, but that careless attitude reminds me of raiders on the battlefield." The more he thought, the darker Dane's expression became. Unfortunately, idiots like Bron didn't realize this and still spat out taunts. "That name not going to answer," Bron sneered. But at that moment, a teacher noticed their group and shouted, "Hey you lot, what are you doing? Class is about to start, get to class now." Hearing that, Bron turned and replied, "All right, we're heading in now," and finished speaking. He glanced at Ernest and said, "We'll talk after class, okay? I have a lot to tell you. The academy's about to get interesting." With that, the red-haired boy led his pack into the classroom. They left Ernest behind, still trembling with fear. His arms shook uncontrollably. Dane approached and asked, "Ernest, are you okay? Who were they? You seem to know them." Ernest tried to steady his breathing and explained, "They're from another family. Back home, they used to bully me. I know they also study at this academy, but the school is huge with so many departments. I thought I'd never see them again. Sorry for dragging you into this," Ernest said, his voice full of guilt. Dane thought for a moment, then replied, "I'm fine, just go to class." Seeing how pale he looked, Dane wondered how badly they must have tormented him. To ease Ernest's mind a bit, Dane reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll go with you." Ernest couldn't hide his surprise, but then shook his head and declined, "Go with you. No, it's fine, I can handle it myself." Looking at Ernest's frail frame, Dane realized handle it probably meant being a punching bag for Bron's gang. Dane asked, "Are you just going to walk along and do whatever they tell you? If you do, they'll keep bullying you like before." "Come on, you saw my magic at the fountain. What are you worried about?" Dane's reminder made Ernest recall the moment Dane unleashed that overwhelming energy at the fountain. He was startled to realize how powerful Dane was, and a small hope rose within him. Seeing this, Dane closed the matter, "So let's go together." Time passed quickly, history class ended and the two groups met again. Across from them, Bron Sour said, "It's so quiet here, nice and peaceful. Hey Ernest, doesn't this bring back memories?" Before Ernest could answer, our protagonist spoke up, "Are you really his friend? Why drag him out here just to cause trouble?" Bron shot a warning glare at Dane, stared him down and snarled, "And who are you to butt in? You want to die?" Dane replied coldly, "I'll pass that question back to you." For someone arrogant and used to bullying like Bron, he couldn't stand being opposed. Veins bulging, he shouted, "What? This arrogant brat, just because he got into the academy he thinks he's hot stuff. Have you ever heard of the Sour family? I'm the heir to the most powerful clan in the West." Dane provocatively flicked his ear and shrugged. "The Sour family, never heard of them." Across from him, Bron's face darkened like a ticking bomb. His followers joined in. "What did that brat just say? Bron, are you just going to stand there and take it?" Seeing his henchmen eager for a fight, Bron didn't disappoint them. He ordered, "Go on, beat him up." The lackeys cheered at their leader's command. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know Dane's real strength, so they remained overconfident. "Ernest, you really picked the wrong friend. Now you'll get beaten twice as badly." The gang's threats terrified Ernest. He stepped back and turned to advise the protagonist, "Stop. I think we should leave while we can, no matter how strong you are. They're really dangerous, especially Bron. He's been called a sword prodigy since he was a child." Hearing that, Dane's eyes sharpened with interest. "Now I'm starting to get intrigued, Ernest. I'll leave one of them for you, knock him out with your bare fists." "Me?" Ernest shouted in disbelief. Dane continued, "Trust me, you can't keep living like this, can you?" Turning to Ernest, he really couldn't understand what Dane was saying anymore. But before they could talk more, one thug lunged forward and yelled, "Why are you acting so calm? You're dead, bastard," as soon as the words rang out. He swung a straight punch at Dane's face. The blow made Dane's head tilt to the side. Seeing this, Ernest cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, the thug smirked with satisfaction. "How does that feel, you bastard? Are you awake now?" "I'm not done yet," he said, then swung his fist again, intending to teach Dane a direct lesson. But the protagonist wasn't about to let him succeed so easily. Dane casually lifted his hand and effortlessly blocked the punch. Then he said cheerfully, "You clearly struck first, so from now on this is self-defense." Across from him, the thug heard Dane mumble like that and cursed, "What did you say, you bastard?" As he spoke, he swung a fist forward, but with Dane's close combat skill, the thug's punch seemed as slow as a turtle. Dane immediately bent down to dodge the attack. Then he clenched his fist into a ball and delivered a straight punch into the thug's waist, causing him to scream in pain and roll his eyes white. His large body staggered from the pain and lost momentum moving forward. Seeing this, Dane seized the opportunity and quickly moved to the side, then used his foot to kick straight into the thug's heel, throwing him off balance. And he crashed to the ground, however, at that very moment. A brown-haired member of the gang rushed forward and swung his fist, But once again, Dane dodged with extreme ease. He even took advantage of the time before the brown-haired man could regain his guard. Dane immediately threw a straight punch to his chin, then gave him a powerful shove with his shoulder. As a result, his body flew backward like a torn sack and almost collided with another member of the group. However, Dane's assault did not end. He had no intention of giving the thugs any chance to retaliate and immediately used his magic, creating spheres of energy and firing them straight at the two remaining men, sending them flying backward and rendering them unconscious on the spot. Though it sounds drawn out, the fight actually lasted only a few dozen seconds. After defeating the thugs, Dane was a little surprised, panting, "Why did I suddenly get stronger? Could it be the ancient magic around them?" Ernest and Bron stood frozen in place, eyes wide as they watched Dane win so easily. "What the hell, what's going on?" they muttered in shock. Meanwhile, Bron's gaze showed a momentary hesitation, but he still didn't forget to curse his subordinates. "You bastards, you idiots." In front, the bootbays began to regain consciousness and cleared their throats. "Bron, this guy isn't normal." But before they could finish, Bron screamed like a mad dog, "Shut up. You're pathetic, taken down so easily." Hearing this, Dane turned and taunted, "Well then, you gonna keep going or are you all talk?" Dane's provocative words made Bron's eyes flash with rage. He demanded, "What did you just say?" Behind him, another underling, having witnessed Dane's power, hurriedly advised Bron, "Stop, he's strong, look how he fires magic bullets." But Bron couldn't bear the humiliation and let things end here. How could a coward be shamed in front of these kids? "Stand aside, I'll handle this myself." As he spoke, he began to use his mana, creating a spatial portal beside him, from which he drew out a long sword and said coldly, "In a remote place like this, there's no one around, so it should be fine. You just made a big mistake forcing me to draw my sword." Seeing this, Dane only smirked and complimented, "That sword looks decent." Unlike Dane's calm, Ernest was panicking. "This is bad." Bron drew his sword. This could get really ugly. When Dane saw Bron draw his weapon, he couldn't decide whether to admire him for being stupid or for his absurd confidence. "He's reckless," Dane thought. "Does he not care about academy rules?" But Bron continued to threaten. "You know, when the sky is overcast, a fog pours into this area. A thick fog so dense no one can find someone who's gone missing." Beside him, one of his underlings, who seemed to understand the academy rules, worriedly said, "Bron, are you okay? What if we get expelled?" Responding to that well-meaning advice, Bron only shot a mad look, then spun around and ordered, "Shut up. Go beat that idiot up and bring him back to me." Seeing the look in Bron's eyes as if he wanted to eat him alive, the underling no longer dared to argue and could only bitterly accept. "Fine, all right." With that said, both thugs lunged forward at once. Meanwhile, Ernest, witnessing this, was so scared he almost wet himself. "Damn it, what am I supposed to do? Dane, if you fight Bron, what will I do?" Hearing that, our protagonist remained calm and said slowly, "Don't worry, those guys aren't that scary. If it's a one-on-one fight, you can win. You've explored a lot. Your lower body strength is definitely good. So get in close and deliver one really strong strike." Ernest widened his eyes at Dane's words, unsure whether to believe him. However, at that moment, Bron and his cronies closed in on the two of them. "You're all dead," Bron sneered. But just then, Dane suddenly turned and ran to the side. This infuriated Bron. "Huh, not letting me close the distance, huh? So you've been getting some real combat experience lately." Not answering the provocation, Dane simply said confidently before leaving, "Do as I say." Thus the two of them quickly left the area. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed more confident thanks to Dane's words. He clenched his fists and reassured himself, "That's right. Dane is right. I can't keep living like this." Opposite them, the brown-haired thug stepped up to Ernest, scratched his head and sneered condescendingly, "So you're clenching your fists now. You've got some fire in your eyes. Friends must be important. Just standing next to him makes you seem more confident." He snorted and continued, "Come on, take a few punches and then get lost. I'll go easy on you." As he spoke, he interlaced all 10 fingers to warm up. Meanwhile, Ernest's face was dripping with sweat. He told himself, "Don't panic, think what would Dane do in this situation?" At that moment, the image of Dane dodging the black-haired thug's blow suddenly popped into Ernest's head. But before he could think of a plan, the brown-haired thug laughed loudly. "Then I'll just land a few punches first," and swiftly threw a punch at Ernest. However, just before that punch hit his face, Ernest immediately lowered his body and used the top of his head to absorb the blow. Then he suddenly surged forward and unleashed a full-force punch. "The me you used to know is dead." Ernest's devastating punch struck the thug's face, forcing him to spit saliva in pain. Looking at the thug writhing in pain on the ground, Ernest still couldn't believe he had defeated him. Sweat poured down his face and he shouted, "I did it." Not far away, Dane heard Ernest's triumphant shout and teased, "Braun, looks like your companion just went down." Upon hearing this, Braun panicked and yelled, "What? No way my friend lost to such a pathetic guy." As he spoke, he turned his head to check. And the only thing he saw was his comrade, lying on the ground like a dead dog. And while he was busy watching his comrade, Dane glanced at two brooms placed nearby and whispered, "Oh, looks like I found something interesting." Then Dane calmly picked up a broom, chopped off the brush head and kept only the shaft, treating it like a spear, which seemed to offend Brun and made him shout, "You think you can fight me with that?" In response, Dane smiled and said, "That will be enough," his casual remark, as if shopping, made Brun's face go black with fury. He yelled, "You arrogant brat, today I'll crush you. I won't kill you, so don't worry. I'll just leave a little scar on your face. So every time you look at it, you'll remember how terrified you are of me." With that, he lunged at Dane and slashed his sword repeatedly. Each of his sword strikes began to cut through the air, yet for Dane, these attacks were overly simple. With just a few basic moves he could easily dodge. Seeing this, Brun couldn't help but compliment, "You're better than I thought." Dane sneered in reply, "Because your sword patterns are too predictable." Brun angrily shouted, "What do you know about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Thermion or something?" At the same time, Brun silently analyzed the situation in his head. He was trying to hold out by channeling mana into the staff, but it wouldn't hold much longer. Thinking that to make Dane more tense, he began to utter threats. "You're just a rat locked in a cage. What can you do with that splinter of a stick?" Across from him, Dane simply smiled and then focused more mana into his staff. He thrust forward hard, the lightning-fast stab striking Brun square in the chest, causing him to cry out and roll his eyes back. His body curled like a shrimp and writhed on the ground. All with a wooden stick, the thug panicked to himself. The explorer friend witnessed the scene and gaped, saying stupidly, "Amazing, he took Brun down with one strike." "I knew Dane was strong, but not this strong," Ernest thought. Dane then walked over to Brun, clutching his stomach in pain, and said, "Get up. Once you've drawn your sword, you must fight to the end. My father used to say that. Once you draw a weapon outside of a fair duel, it means you're ready to accept all consequences." For all his stupidity, Brun now realized Dane was not someone simple as he'd thought. He muttered inwardly, "Damn, this guy is on a completely different level, then." He shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Dane replied coldly, "Dane Sagers, eldest son of Count Sagers, first-year student in the School of Freedom." Hearing that, Brun's eyes widened because the name Dane Sagers was all too familiar, Count Sagers. "So you're the first person admitted to the School of Freedom in 50 years, the genius, the child of that family." "Seems I introduced myself a bit late," Dane whispered. Meanwhile, Brun was inwardly filled with regret. He cursed at himself. Damn, no wonder he's so confident. Why is someone like him hanging out with that idiot Ernest? Back to Dane, he began to consider, "So what should I do with Brun? What should I do? You drew your sword and you lost. Should I take your life? From my perspective, this wasn't a fair fight to begin with, but since you actually drew your sword..." Dane's gaze grew colder and colder, a murderous aura beginning to emanate from him, making the face of that stupid Brun go pale. "Damn it, he really intends to kill me," he thought. To protect his own skin, Brun wasted no time. He hurriedly sat up and knelt before Dane to beg for his life. "I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. I didn't know you were from the Sagers family. I swear I'll never do anything this stupid again." Before he could finish, Dane shook his head to stop him. "It seems you still don't understand. You've apologized to the wrong person," he said, pointing toward Ernest, who was watching. As if only confronted with mortal danger did Bron's tiny brain start working. He immediately turned, grabbed Ernest's arm tightly and pleaded. "I'm really sorry, Ernest. I'm truly remorseful. I sincerely apologize for everything I did to you. Please forgive me," he sobbed pitifully as he spoke. Looking at his pathetic posture, memories began to flood back into Ernest's mind without end. He thought to himself, "Bron, the one I used to be so afraid of, is now kneeling on the ground like a pitiful wretch." Beside him, Dane stepped forward and offered counsel. "Hey, Ernest, end this however you want. Whether you beat him until you're satisfied or accept his apology and let it go, do what you want." Hearing this, Ernest pressed his lips together and began to hesitate. Bron knew Ernest's next words would decide his fate. His hand unconsciously gripped Ernest's arm as he admitted, "Yes, beat me all you want. I deserve it." From Ernest's perspective, seeing Bron so miserable suddenly snuffed out the flames of anger inside him. Honestly, he did want to punch him to vent, he thought, then issued his challenge quietly. "Bron, next time fight me in a fair match, and then I'll forgive you." The sudden offer stunned Bron so much he stopped crying. But Ernest paid it little mind. He turned and added, "Then this time I'll let you off." Beside him, Dane lightly nodded. "You did well, Ernest." With that, the two of them quickly left the area, leaving the thug Bron standing there in a daze. At the same time, the swordswoman Layla approached them. "Dane, I've been waiting for you, but you didn't come, so I had to come find you," she said. She noticed the thug sprawled on the ground and asked, "What's this? Did you get into a fight?" Dane explained. "Someone started it with me first," as he spoke. Dane glanced back at Bron behind them. This made the swordswoman a bit curious. What stupid person dared challenge Dane? Of all people, why did they pick on him? From behind, Bron saw Layla approaching and his face went ashen. He recognized her identity. Layla, the daughter of Duke Thermion, was actually here. Ignoring the onlookers, Dane casually asked, "He said he studies in the same sword department as you. Do you know him?" The swordswoman crossed her arms and shook her head. "No, I don't know him, and I'm not very interested." She then turned to Ernest curiously and asked, "So who is this?" Dane answered, "This is Ernest Dillon, a first year in the exploration department." The explorer scratched his head awkwardly and greeted, "Miss Layla, pleased to meet you." "Oh, come on, no need to be so formal. Just treat me like a friend." The swordswoman waved her hand and then curiously asked, "What do you study in the exploration department?" Ernest answered, "Things like ruins, secret sites, basically exploration." Walking between them, Dane chimed in, "My family is famous for their expeditions." At this, Layla's eyes lit up and she excitedly said, "Then we should show him the map we have. Maybe he'll have a clue." Dane winked in response. After all, that had been his original idea in coming to find Ernest. Ernest, still clueless, hadn't understood what they were referring to. What map all of a sudden? Dane turned back with a smile and said, "We took part in the club event last time and got a treasure map." At that, Ernest finally put it together and exclaimed in admiration, "I heard someone got a treasure map, so it was you guys." When he said that, Ernest's face seemed to brighten completely. Even Layla was impressed and remarked, "He seems like a completely different person." Dane replied, "Probably obsessed with artifacts." Next, the swordswoman suggested they find a quiet place and sit down to examine it. After inspecting the map in his hands for a moment, Ernest's brows furrowed slightly. "This map looks complicated. Since it's a treasure map, you can't read it at a glance. It doesn't show the whole academy, only points to a specific area." She then pointed to a spot on the map and asked, "What's this?" There were many strange inscriptions on the map. Dane studied them as well, then shook his head. "I can read them, but the meanings don't connect. Maybe there's a pattern." They found nothing new. Layla asked, "So what do we do now?" Ernest replied, "First we must find out who created this map. Things like this have no standard orientation, but if we know the maker, we can roughly predict what to expect." Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. so decoding it immediately might be a bit difficult. Before our protagonist could finish speaking, the explorer friend reminded them of one detail. The map wasn't within the academy grounds. The architectural motifs were only used when the academy was built. At that, Layla and Dane both gasped, so it's somewhere nearby. From Ernest's perspective, seeing the two of them suddenly so elated as if they'd found treasure, he sighed and warned them. The architectural style uses a unique secret magic of Saul Hangston. That's a very famous name. Layla had heard it countless times and asked, Saul Hangston, isn't he the Academy's founder and a legendary archmage? Unlike her, Dane immediately guessed what Ernest meant. That magic can no longer be used, right? Because Saul Hangston left no disciples. Ernest nodded in agreement. You sure know a lot, Dane. As for Layla, she finally understood why Ernest had looked so dejected. I expected this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't think it'd be this hard. Hearing that, Ernest shrugged calmly. Ultimately, the key is finding who made the map. That way we can find clues to decode the symbols and read it. Beside them, Dane smiled and suggested, once we've decoded it, let's go treasure hunting together. His proposal was immediately met with enthusiasm from the other two. I'll join, sounds fun. Before the academy, I only worked with my family. This is my first time experiencing something like this. Their childlike excitement about a camping-like adventure made Dane smile inwardly. You two seem really eager. This could take quite some time, so let's investigate step by step. Ernest nodded. I'll look into it more and return the map to you guys. As he spoke, Ernest rolled the map up and handed it back to the protagonist, but Dane refused. Wouldn't it be better if I keep it while decoding? No need. I've memorized it all, Ernest said confidently, causing even genius-level Dane to startle and exclaim. No way, how good is your memory? Even Ernest himself didn't understand why his memory was so superior. I don't know how, but I remember codes and text very clearly. Dane and Layla went. So you have an incredible talent in certain areas, must be useful for exams. Anyway, understood. If you need anything, just say so, Dane said as he reached out to take the map. Ernest squinted and said, thanks. This is the first time I've searched for something without my father. I'm genuinely excited. Then to celebrate, Layla suggested, let's go eat. Consider it a celebration for becoming a team. Sounds good. The other two agreed, and the group headed off to eat. Time passed quickly. Scene cuts to the dormitory, more specifically, Dane's private room. Now he finally had time to tidy up his stuff. Today was really eventful. I should take the chance to organize things a bit. Important items gifted by my family. They should be placed somewhere visible. But where to put this summoning egg? They say living creatures shouldn't be kept in pocket dimensions. Dane glanced around to find a suitable spot for the large egg. Just then the egg began to shake violently, making Dane a little panicked. Why did this happen so suddenly? In 7 years this had never happened. Did it happen because I moved to the academy? No matter how mysterious the academy is, the mana distribution here isn't much different from my room. Then it can only be because of the ancient mana stream I absorbed in the garden. It unexpectedly triggered the egg's reaction immediately. All right, I'll put everything into this. Maybe it'll hatch today, there's no time to hesitate. Dane placed the egg on the table and poured his mana into it. Then, without Dane actively channeling, the egg itself emitted a powerful pull, absorbing his mana. He was startled. His mana was being drained non-stop. I've been feeding it mana for 7 years. How much more does it need? I can't stay here. This room is about to collapse. What should I do? This seems like the perfect opportunity to incubate it. The more he thought, the more anxious Dane became. Finally, he risked bringing the egg to his sister Claire's laboratory. Claire, seeing her brother carrying an egg radiating energy, widened her eyes. It's reacting violently. What the hell is happening? Dane explained back. It's still shaking violently. I stopped channeling mana into it. Claire suddenly remembered and reminded him, Dane, isn't it dorm roll call time now? Skipping roll call won't be good for you. Dane, of course, had already prepared, so he chuckled. I've got a way to handle that, don't worry. Cut to the student dormitory. As Claire mentioned, A tall guy and two friends strode down the dorm corridor shouting, "I'm Albert, president of the dorm council. Now I'll take roll call in Danter Hall." Inside the rooms, students seeing someone come to check hurriedly ran out to be counted. Roll call for all dormitories in the Imperial Academy is carried out according to strict standards. On this side, Arnold scanned the area with his eyes and worriedly said, "But why haven't Priscilla and Dane come out yet? Do they even know roll call is happening? If you're late for the monthly roll call, 1 disciplinary point is deducted. If absent, 2 points are deducted. If you're late more than 3 times in a term, you'll face disciplinary action and be assigned labor. If absent more than twice, you'll be demoted from the dormitory." Meanwhile, Albert, seeing people whispering, shouted loudly, "Everyone stay still and silent. 9th floor, Dunta Hall. Today you won't get past this easily." His stern tone made Arnold a bit uneasy. For some reason, the atmosphere had grown serious. To satisfy his curiosity, Arnold asked, "What do you mean?" Hearing that, Albert waved his hand through the air, summoned a blue screen, and said, "In the newly installed Mana surveillance footage, interesting, there's a scene showing someone inside the dorm named Priscilla sneaking outside. We traced and confirmed she left the dormitory grounds only 5 minutes ago, but now the system still shows student Priscilla as present inside her room." Saying that, he immediately opened the door and stepped into Priscilla's room. As expected, she was nowhere to be found. Seeing that, Albert nearly laughed in disbelief. His voice sharpened into each word. "Normally, we don't check attendance like this, but from now on we may have to change the rules." His cold, dangerous words drained the color from Arnold's group's faces. They silently thought, "Damn, a storm of penalties is coming." After a period of inspection, Albert's anger temporarily subsided. "The others are generally fine and the rooms are clean. Priscilla will lose 2 points for an unexcused absence. Make that announcement clear." "Yes, understood," the meek group replied. Albert continued, "And the last one, Dane Sugras, the freshman, isn't present either. Don't tell me he missed his first roll call." To explain, Drajan stood up for Dane. "No way, he must be in his room. He was busy moving his stuff earlier." Before he could say more, Albert waved him off. "Stop, go check and you'll see." So he quickly strode into Dane's room. Sure enough, he found Dane fussing over something, which surprised Albert a little. "Dane Sugras, are you in your room? Do you know roll call is happening now?" Hearing this, Dane awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Ah, sorry, I was so busy unpacking I didn't notice." His cheerful manner prevented Albert from staying angry. He nodded. "Ah, well, it's the first day, so it's understandable." Cut to Claire's laboratory. Of course, the real Dane was in the lab, and the Dane Albert saw was a decoy. Claire yelled, "Isn't that the MK1 hologram projector?" On the other side, the protagonist smiled and explained the trick. "You said most people won't notice the image projected from the device linked to this machine." Then Dane opened his hand to reveal a round device in his palm, leaving his sister momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, she sighed, "I've heard this is hard to use. It's remote-controlled so the signal can be easily interfered with. One small glitch and it will be exposed." Dane answered, "I anticipated that, so I tested it many times. As long as they don't come close, it'll be fine." His confident demeanor made his sister admire him a little. "You're really gutsy. By the way, what about the egg? It's clearly reacting to your mana, Dane. That likely means it's about to hatch." But many eggs react like this and still don't hatch, yet the mere fact that it reacts is already progress. Hearing her, Dane frowned and asked, "So what now? Should I keep channeling mana into it?" His golden-haired cousin stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, "There are still too many unknowns about this summoning egg. So putting it into a mana stabilizer right away would be risky, but I don't think we should stop here. Besides, I think this lab is the best place for it to hatch. Haven't I already set up mana barriers to keep things secret?" Her words immediately won Dane's agreement. He nodded. "Right, if we leave it there, it could hatch anytime, anywhere." After puffing his cheeks in thought for a moment, Claire made her decision and said, "All right, let's begin. Dane, your mana is very pure, but I'll attach an extra mana filter just to be safe." Then once again Dane began channeling his mana into the egg. And this time, the pull the egg exerted was even stronger than it had been in his room. Dane was sweating profusely. God, is it still hungry? It's draining so much mana. What on earth is inside this thing? Not to mention him, Claire watched from the side, unable to hide her worry. She thought to herself, this is a bonded beast egg. Anyone with money can buy one, but to hatch it is another matter. The hatching conditions remain a mystery. All they know is the breeder's mana must match the frequency of the creature inside. Whatever it is, how talented is this kid really? I knew he was good, but seeing it with my own eyes. She couldn't help but hold back her emotions as she thought this. Suddenly cracks appeared across the surface of the egg. Seeing that, Dane cried out in delight, "Sis, do you see that?" Claire's voice was a bit hurried in reply. "Okay, it looks like it's about to hatch, just a little more." "Good, let's see what kind of creature this is." Then, in the eager eyes of both of them, the egg began emitting a fierce beam of light, which culminated in a small explosion, blasting the shell fragments outward. The shockwave knocked Dane straight backward. Claire also covered her face and stepped back several paces. Seeing this, Claire hurried over to check on her brother. "Hey, are you okay?" Dane gasped and shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Sis, look at that," Dane said, pointing ahead. Where the egg had been stood a small pale purple dragon. It stood there staring at them innocently. "A dragon!" Claire shouted. Before she could finish, the dragon started puffing little flames in all directions. "Oh my, it can breathe fire too," Dane exclaimed. But Claire didn't let him say more. She hurriedly pushed him forward and instructed, "Don't just stand there gawking. Move closer." There have been cases where a bonded beast recognizes the first person it sees as its master. "Dane, it's your bonded beast, so hurry." Following his sister's words, Dane slowly approached the little dragon. He murmured, "Up close it's actually kind of cute. Hello there." "My name is Dane," he said as he extended his hand forward. Then Claire's joyful voice filled the room. "You've connected with it." Dane, hearing this, happily replied, "Yes, it's so adorable." As he spoke, Dane gently reached out to catch the little dragon while Claire excitedly rushed over and asked, "How did you do it so easily? Let me see." Then, after watching the little purple dragon closely for a moment, Claire's eyes suddenly widened as she exclaimed, It looks like a creature summoned from the other side." Hearing that, Dane hurriedly asked, "Are you serious?" Claire nodded firmly. "Yes, only a handful of chosen summoning prodigies can do something like that. Even I can only summon a fragment of a soul. I never expected our youngest brother could summon something like this. This is a big deal, Dane." Seeing his sister's serious expression, our protagonist suddenly felt a bit anxious and asked, "So it means this isn't a familiar summoned creature?" Claire began to explain, "I know all the ordinary summonable creatures, even the larvae, but I don't recognize any summon that has features like this kid. The closest is probably a dragon, but the details are clearly different." To her remark, Dane could only smile. "It doesn't look particularly extraordinary, so no one knows what this truly is." In response, the golden-haired girl said, "We'll have to study it from now on. The problem is there's no documentation mentioning a creature like this." Dane suddenly wondered, could this be a new species? Why did this thing come to me? Could it be related to ancient magic? These thoughts raced through his mind. Claire, the summoner, began surveying the mess in her room and reminded him, "Right, remember to keep the eggshell safe. Some species that hatch from eggs eat the shell for nutrients." "Got it. So what should I do from now on?" Dane asked, and Claire quickly gave him a list of instructions. "First, approach carefully. Try to record everything. What it likes and dislikes, how long it sleeps, whether it shows aggression, how much it grows each day, things like that." Blah blah. The more Dane heard, the more overwhelmed he felt. He thought to himself, "Too much, but it's definitely worth it. I don't really know what it's thinking, but I already feel like I have to protect this little one." Claire saw the earnest look on Dane's face and seemed to sense his thoughts, so she said, "Are you planning to keep it with you now? People might freak out if they find out. Why not leave it in the lab?" Hearing this, Dane nodded. "Maybe, but we can't hide it forever." The protagonist's words made Claire uneasy. unsure what the best course was, but before she could think long, Dane waved his hand. "It's fine. Even if I get caught, I have you sisters." "It would feel trapped if it's stuck in the lab," he added. Claire sighed in agreement. "That makes sense. Then take this opportunity to officially register you with a title, the title of a summoner," Dane asked back. The golden-haired girl smiled and explained, "Yes, you're still new, but your talent is obvious. It will be difficult to handle everything, but now that you have a summoned creature, this is your chance." Back in Dane's perspective, after a few seconds of thoughtful reflection, he rubbed his chin and nodded. "Sounds right, then let's do it." In response, Claire asked, "Okay, you've registered for the summoning course, right? Orientation is tomorrow, Professor Tamarik's piano, isn't it? If you display your talent there, people will surely mention special admission. Usually meeting the requirements is difficult, but you're different, Dane. Of course approval is needed, but I'm certain you'll meet the conditions." She said this while firmly patting Dane's shoulder, and the protagonist himself seemed a bit excited by the idea. Special admission. Sounds interesting. What should I name it? Time passed quickly. At this point, Dane had returned to his dorm, and as soon as Drajan spotted him, he anxiously asked, "Dane, where have you been? You weren't in the room at roll call." Dane replied, "I had urgent business to take care of." Dane's answer only made Drajan more curious. "How did you get out during roll call? Priscilla would have been caught immediately." "There's always a way," Dane shrugged, causing Drajan to sigh. "The Sagar's family always surprises people, doesn't it?" His offhand remark made Drajan a bit curious. He glanced over and asked, "Have your sisters done things like that before?" Drajan nodded. "Your sisters are legends in this dorm. Ask any dorm student and they'll tell you. But don't worry, only I know you snuck out, so you don't need to fret about it." After saying that, Drajan waved goodbye to Dane. Once back in his room, the protagonist wearily collapsed onto his bed and sighed. "Phew, glad we got back safely. What was Priscilla thinking going out like that?" Then Dane noticed the little dragon constantly circling in the air. Occasionally it spat small bursts of flame. Dane thought to himself, "It's so excited, but it's really amazing." A memory surfaced in Dane's mind about how he could return to the dorm without being noticed. This is the secret passage his sister mentioned. The entrance is sealed. This is the first way back. They'd surrounded the dorm with a mana fence. How could I break it? First, I'll try to sense the mana flow. There must be a weakness. Saying that, Dane reached out and lightly touched the barrier, feeling it slowly, but before Dane could break down the barrier, the dragon beside him breathed fire, instantly creating a large breach in the magical barrier. In short, that's how Dane returned to the dorm without the management noticing. Just thinking about the little dragon's power made Dane flush with excitement. Does that flame temporarily nullify mana? Unbelievable. The dragon truly is an extraordinary summoned creature. Time passed quickly. The next day Dane told Ernest about his new pet, but the name Dane chose left Ernest baffled. "Happy? You actually named it Happy? Who names something like that?" Dane replied, "I think it's friendly and easy to call. Come up with another name then." His words surprised Ernest a little. Ernest glanced at the dragon. "It's cute, but maybe the name should carry more weight." Seeing Ernest's serious expression, Dane couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You don't have to be that serious." After a few seconds, Ernest came up with a name. "Karnas, how about Karnas?" Hearing that, Dane stopped in his tracks and nodded. "Not bad, what does it mean?" "Mysterious," Ernest answered. "Fits well, right?" Dane was very satisfied with the name. "Perfect. From now on your name is Karnas," he said, looking at the little dragon Karnas. Time passed quickly as the scene shifted to Bumyada's Hall, named after the scholar Bumyadas, and the venue for the summoning department's classes. At this time, the group of students had already gathered here, and in another corner Digron, the one who fought Dane when they were kids, was also present. He was there and immediately recognized the protagonist, somewhat surprised. "It's Dane Sagars. He had taken my summoning contract. After we were humiliated at the banquet, my family completely collapsed in public. Now the family can only try to cling to its urban noble status. Of all places to run into him, why is he here? He's here for the summoning class. Why do I have to take this subject now?" Not at any other time. I've got to do my best to avoid him, Digron silently reminded himself. His face was sweating from the tension, but just then a big guy called out from behind. "Hey, Digron," repeating the class for the first time. Startled, Digron turned and replied, "Ah, yes, senior." After saying that, the tall senior clapped a hand on Digron's shoulder and cheerfully reassured him. "Come on, it's no big deal. Everyone repeats a class once. This is the second time I've repeated it, just this subject. Treat it as an easy A and step on the newbies." The burly senior proudly boasted his exploits, and Digron could only force a polite response so as not to offend him. Not long after, the professor entered the classroom, and the noisy chatter suddenly died down. At the front, the handsome Professor Tamaric spoke. "This lesson will begin with the basic theories of summoning. This knowledge is crucial for those of you just starting down the path of a summoner. This theory will later appear on the summoner certification exam, so study it thoroughly." After he spoke, the students murmured among themselves, "Wow, this professor seems strict. I heard the official summoner exam is really difficult." Across the room, Tamaric heard the whispers and nodded, warning his students a bit. "Of course, if qualified, you can pass via special admission, but it's by no means easy." At this, some student shouted, "Professor, what are the requirements for that special admission?" Replying with a hint of amusement, Tamaric said, "Yes, I knew you'd ask that, look here." He waved and conjured a blue screen in the air, explaining, "First, you must summon a rank 5 summoning beast or higher using a sigil. Second, you must maintain the summoned beast for more than 30 minutes. In the back, the students who heard these lofty requirements stared in disbelief. They turned to each other skeptically. A rank 5 summoning beast. Even with a sigil it's not enough. Rank 7 beasts are already nearly impossible, and now it has to be maintained for 30 minutes. Not letting his students chatter further, Professor Tamaric definitively stated the final condition. Lastly, you must demonstrate your unique qualities, be worthy of special admission. Even if you pass the first condition, you'll fail if you don't satisfy the third. Whatever it is, you must impress us. That's what makes it special." Hearing this, the students in the class were truly outraged. That's absurd. The first conditions are already hard enough, and now there's a subjective condition. Has anyone ever passed this exam? Not to mention them. Even Dane snorted at the professor's conditions. In short, it seemed the professors pass whoever they like and fail whoever they don't. Back in Tamaric's perspective, the student's reaction didn't surprise him. He'd seen it countless times. "Now you understand why it's called special admission. Oh, and you also need recommendation letters from at least 2 experts in the field to apply." Opposite him, the students fell silent, unable to say another word. Seeing their stunned faces, Tamaric smiled inwardly. "Yes, I knew you'd be speechless. Now nobody will dare try." Then the professor glanced toward Dane and thought, "Dane Sagar's right. If that's the interdisciplinary student, what then? I heard about his admission test from Professor Delfinso, about how he could form a secondary bond with the rank 4 Eterarch she summoned. If you haven't seen it with your own eyes, you won't believe it. Maybe she has ties to Count Sagars and fabricated the story to help him. I want to verify it myself." Meanwhile, Tamaric continued his lecture. "Your first goal is to pass the regular exam, so keep working hard. If you can already summon, it'll be easy, but I don't think first years can do it." On the other side, the students remained confused, turning to look at each other in silence. Even Dougrun swallowed hard with anxiety. The protagonist's face was full of doubt as he thought to himself that the new students must be very flustered. They've only gone through the theory and compatibility tests so far. Above them, Professor Tamara kept smiling, provoking his students. "Really, no first year knows how to summon, right? This year's disappointing," he added, and casually glanced at Dane, which made the protagonist's scalp tingle. He wondered if the professor was naturally watching him to test his ability. That meant Dane decided to prove his skill a little and stood up to say, "I can try, Professor." His declaration instantly drew a response from the handsome professor. "Oh, really? What's your major and your name?" Dane answered, "I'm a first year, an interdisciplinary student, Dane Sagars." "Ah, I've heard about you from the department head. They said you have outstanding talent. Tamaric praised him, and Dane waved it off. Yes, if that's what the department head said about me. From Tamaric's perspective, his expression stiffened slightly as he silently assessed Dane through the conversation. Look at this kid. People usually act either humble or arrogant, but he answers smoothly. Tamaric said bluntly, there are many rumors about you, but that talent, frankly, it's absurd. Still, can you demonstrate your ability for everyone here right now? Now the professor had called him out plainly. Dane thought and nodded. If you want, I can do it. No problem, but if I prove myself. Could you write a recommendation for me to apply for the special admission exam? Dane's sudden request fell silent over the students and the professor in the lecture hall. A few seconds later, Tamaric opened his mouth. You want a recommendation for special admission? He understood what that implied. Dane had just heard Tamaric explain the requirements, so how could he forget? Tamaric pressed. That means you must display exceptionally superior talent right here. If you fail, then what? Dane shook his head. I haven't considered that. At those words, a vein showed on Tamaric's face, but he forced himself to restrain it, thinking inwardly that Dane was being overly confident. Even Claire Saugers, his sister, would never be this cocky. Thinking that and wanting to teach the kid a lesson, Tamaric cheerfully agreed. All right, come up here, if you truly meet the conditions. I'll gladly write you a recommendation. Easier said than done. Ignoring the professor, the other students began shouting as if the place were on fire. What is he thinking? He's not even specializing in summoning, and he's Claire's brother. What's wrong with the Saugers family? Unbothered by their words, Tamaric issued his final warning. If you fail, you must accept all consequences, whatever they are. Still want to try? After a few seconds' thought, Dane agreed. Yes, I'll do it. Hearing that, Tamaric stopped offering advice and eagerly commanded, all right, come down here. By coincidence, I already have a summoning sigil here. With that, Dane briskly walked toward the lectern, thinking to himself that he hadn't planned to do this on the first lesson, but oh well, whatever. Might as well take whatever I can, he thought, and Dane reached out to grab the white card in front of him. He slowly channeled his energy into the card and whispered, answer my call. No sooner had he finished speaking than a magic circle began forming in the air, and a giant wolf leaped out from within it. A dangerous aura radiated from its body. With a single glance, it made the students tremble like lambs before a wolf. My God, it's real. Isn't that a rank 5 summoned beast? Using an empty sigil, how could that be possible? In another corner, Digron immediately recognized that the wolf was his own summoned beast, stolen by Dane. Genpu, is that mine? Unaware of Digron's thoughts, Dane confidently turned to the professor and said, Professor, I've summoned Genpu. Tamaric stood frozen at the scene, sweating and screaming inside. How did this kid do it with an empty sigil? Is he forming a true contract, or is it something else? Still, he only summoned it. There's no way he can maintain the summon for 30 minutes. Thinking that calmed Tamaric somewhat, he said, Impressive as reported, but the second condition isn't easy to pass. Dane, not wanting to waste time, proposed another plan. True, I won't waste the class's time. Or let me show you something else, Professor. His words made the professor curious. What, something else? The students were equally curious. They looked at one another and buzzed. What is he going to do next? The Saugers family really is terrifying. Back in Digron's mind, he inexplicably felt anxious. My God, the third condition is to show something special. After all, everything depends on the professor's judgment. If the professor is determined, is he really going to do it? With that thought, all the students fixed their eyes on the protagonist, determined not to miss a moment. The professor nodded in agreement. Okay, let's see what you can do. After he spoke, Dane began releasing mana from his body, forming strands of blue energy that wrapped around Genpu. At the same time, Dane parted his lips to utter some obscure incantation. Then, the wolf's body was lifted by the energy into the air, and to everyone's astonishment, Genpu's body slowly swelled, and its claws became sharper than before. Seeing this, even Dane's magic-using friend was amazed. This really is the power of ancient magic, he whispered. The students were nearly stunned. The wolf howled as if a living dinosaur had returned, empowering a summoned beast. Isn't that something only fifth years can do, and he's not even a summoning major? On this side, the giant wolf Genpu let out a thunderous howl that silenced the students. Dane smiled and looked at Tamarick, asking, "Is this enough to prove my uniqueness, Professor?" Turning to Tamarick, the teacher was rendered speechless. My God, he even managed to perform link enhancement, so everything they said was true. How does the kid have such unbelievable talent? I can hardly believe my eyes. The more I think about it, the wider the professor's mouth hangs open. Seeing that, Dane nearly burst out laughing. Even the professor seemed shocked. No wonder I felt the same way. He stroked Genpu as he thought, and after a few seconds Tamarick finally regained his composure, cleared his throat a couple of times and said, "Ah, yes, this is truly unusual. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later," he added. "Yes, I understand," Dane replied with a smile. Dane smiled and said. Meanwhile, Digron, watching from behind, quietly swallowed in worry. He's matured since before, truly a frightening kid. In short, after the commotion, the class resumed. Dane could still feel the professor's gaze on him, sometimes tinged with awkwardness. I'd heard the teacher was very serious. My sister will be delighted to hear about this. This already counts as part of a recommendation letter. Should I ask Professor Delfinso for the rest? Dane wondered. Not long after, the lesson finally ended. Okay, class dismissed for today. One by one, the student groups began to leave the classroom, and as they walked, suddenly a voice called out, "Dane Sagers," hearing his name. The protagonist turned and saw a familiar flash of red hair. Frowning, he asked, "Ah, you're Digron Tyron, right? You were Genpu's previous owner, so you're studying at this academy too?" Digron, embarrassed, replied, "You remember me? Yes, I had to repeat a year after failing an exam." Seeing his awkward demeanor, Dane was a bit curious. Wasn't he here for revenge or something? Why is he speaking so politely? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Digron scratched his cheek and said awkwardly, "Actually, I saw you before and intended to ignore you. It's been a long time, but I still feel I wronged you back then. So I'm here to apologize. I'm truly sorry for what happened. Please forgive me." With that, he bowed sincerely at a 90-degree angle. Seeing this, Dane's face softened into a slight smile and he nodded. "It's been years, don't worry, I'm fine," Dane said. Digron brightened and asked, "Really? So can I continue my studies here? I won't cause trouble or get in your way," he added. At that, Dane seemed to realize something. "Oh, you thought I'd report you and get you expelled or something." Dane thought to himself, then stepped forward to pat Digron on the shoulder and reassure him. "No, don't worry, everything's fine now." Relieved, Digron exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Dane. If you ever need anything, just tell me." At that moment, Dane felt a bulge swell under the back of his shirt, then slowly move around inside his clothing. From this, Dane guessed that Kunnas had awakened and begun to stir. Could it be hungry? Thinking that, Dane turned and asked, "Right, you're in the summoning department, aren't you? Perfect timing, I need to get some supplies from the shop. Can you show me the way?" Digron cheerfully replied, "Sure. The place is called Hughes and Bowden. I've been there often. That place was founded by two former students after graduation. It's been over 30 years now. As for the common items there, blah blah. The recent trends are blah blah." Hearing his chatty, cheerful sharing, Dane had a thought. He actually seems genuinely remorseful, no need to show attitude. At the same time, the little dragon Karnas suddenly poked its head out, peering around with curiosity, prompting Dane to hastily warn, "Calm down, Karnas." Shortly after, the two walked to the shop together, pale golden sunlight filtering through the tree canopy, adding warmth to the afternoon air. On the way, Digron turned and asked curiously, "What do you need me to help find?" "Actually, just tell me your summons level and I'll handle the rest." Dane replied, "I only need food for it." Digron nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Oh, that's my specialty. I've overseen compatibility training before, so this is a small matter." "Ah, what species is your summon?" Dane hesitated a bit and then answered, It's a wyvern." He thought to himself, Karnas does look a bit like a wyvern. Their diets are probably similar. Hearing the answer, Digron suddenly shouted excitedly, "Wyvern, a tier 3 summon, that big already," seeing Digron agitated. Dane hurriedly raised a hand to signal, lowering his voice, "Yeah, but it's still young, so keep it secret, okay?" Digron startled, eyes wide, and at the same time the Karna's girl in the cloak began to wriggle, making small chirps. Dane thought silently, if this gets out, they'll know who's responsible. No one but Digron. Still excited, Digron continued, "A wyvern, then soft food is best. Even though they're small, wyverns eat heartily. Within a week they start eating meat." Dane nodded slightly, thinking silently, truly an expert, but how did this guy fail his exams? When they arrived at the shop, a bustling atmosphere enveloped them, shelves stocked with magical items shimmering with mysterious light. Digron scanned the stalls and quickly grabbed 2 small bags of food, turning to Dane with a smug smile, "Here. This one is made from 17 ingredients, and this is a soft milk blend. Take both." Dane took them, smiling brightly and gratefully, "Thanks a lot. With you I managed to buy everything. If not, I wouldn't know what to do." Seeing Dane polite, Digron frowned slightly and nodded, "Is that all you need? Anything else?" Dane shook his head, "That's enough for now." Digron enthusiastically suggested, "Since we're here, look around a bit more. There are lots of useful things." "Makes sense," Dane nodded. "All right, let's take another walk around." The two strolled leisurely through the shop, which sold countless magical items, from glowing garments to radiant support potions and shimmering trident staves. Suddenly, Dane stopped, his eyes lighting up when he saw a magnificent magic staff before him. He said with delight, "Oh, this looks pretty neat." But at that moment, a warning voice came from nearby, "Hold on, this isn't for newcomers to use. You haven't mastered summoning yet, and you're already reaching for weapons. Be careful of cursed magic." Step back. Near the staff was a neatly posted warning note. "Do not touch, especially newcomers. We are not responsible for consequences." Digron nodded and reminded him, "That's right, Dane. This staff is normally only for 4th-year students. If you touch it, your mana will be drained." But Dane seemed unconcerned, thinking, "Come on, it's not that big a deal. The more forbidden it is, the more I want to try it." Ignoring the warnings, Dane reached out and took the staff. The shopkeeper cried out in alarm, "You new student, don't touch that, it's dangerous," but before he could finish, Dane had already gripped the staff. The orb at its tip suddenly radiated a mysterious light, dazzling like a gem. Dane smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "It's craving mana." Immediately, he channeled mana into the staff. He felt power surge within. The shopkeeper gaped, stammering, "What the hell just happened?" The staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He thought to himself that even with enough mana, hardly anyone can control it. Dane remained calmly smiling, "This isn't bad at all." Digron beside him couldn't hide his amazement. "Dane, I know you're good, but you're really top tier." The shopkeeper stepped forward, hands on his hips, annoyed. "Are you really a 1st-year student? I've never seen anyone like this." Dane replied with a light smile, I'm Dane Sagers, younger brother of Senior Claire." Hearing the name, the shopkeeper flinched, his tone changing. "Oh, the top student of the interdepartmental faculty. Even 1st-year Claire couldn't hold this staff. I underestimated you. Had you said earlier, I would have advised you more carefully." Dane gave a wry smile, thinking to himself how quickly attitudes change. The shopkeeper continued, "Are you planning to buy this staff?" Dane shook his head and put the staff back. "No, it looks troublesome and can't hold much mana," the shopkeeper said in surprise. "What? This one is more than enough for 5th or 6th-year students." Dane looked at the staff, thinking it felt like pouring a whole well into a teapot. Not worth it. Finally he said, "I'll just take the bags of food," the shopkeeper muttered. "Are all the Count's children like that? Your sister too?" Dane, curious about his sister, furrowed his brow and nodded, thinking to himself, "That's exactly my sister." After that, Dane and Digron paid and left. The shopkeeper watched them go, muttering, "Why are all geniuses so strange?" After leaving the shop, Dane found a quiet corner, carefully placed the 2 bags of food he had bought in front of the eagerly wriggling Karnas tucked inside his cloak. Looking at the tiny creature with eyes sparkling like gems, Dane chuckled gently. Here you go, tasty. Easy now. Don't choke. Karnas ignored the warning and dove into the food, making delighted muffled noises. Each soft bite melted in her mouth and she clung happily, her little tail wagging. Seeing that, Dane shook his head, thinking next is basic class. Layla said there are only 5 minutes left. We must hurry back to the dorm. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out from the nearby alley. It shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Clanging impacts and flying fragments made Dane freeze. He frowned and muttered, "What's that?" Foul curses echoed from the alley. A voice cold as a blade snarled, "You brat, shut your mouth." "Beat him into paste," growled another vicious voice. "You stupid clown, only a few punches and he can't even open his mouth." Dane narrowed his eyes as unease rose. The abuse continued. "There was no one here yesterday, you're unlucky today." A weak voice replied, trembling but defiant, "I'm not afraid of you anymore." At those words Dane froze, his heart racing. "Wait, that voice is." He immediately turned, his gaze sharpening toward the alley. There Ernest was surrounded by 3 thugs, looking utterly miserable, hair disheveled, glasses crooked, hands and legs trembling. But his eyes still flashed with resolve. The red-haired one was clearly the leader, sneering contemptuously. "Did you hear what he said? He says he's not afraid." The one beside him laughed loudly and added, "Big mouth but shakes like a dried fish." Ernest gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, thinking, these bastards, waiting for me to be alone to gang up on me. One of the group spoke arrogantly, "Who wants to go first? There's no one around here." Another sneered, "Let me. My jaw still hurts from last time because of him." The 3 stepped forward together, brimming with aggression. Ernest, though frightened, took a fighting stance and snarled, "Don't come near." The 3 burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha, this loser dares to raise his fist. Thinking he got lucky once and now thinks he's tough." Despair rose in Ernest's mind. "This is bad. What else can I do this time?" But at that moment, decisive footsteps sounded from afar and a calm, slightly sarcastic voice drew the group's attention. "Oh, it's you guys again." The blonde turned his head, his eyes widening as he recognized the newcomer. He shouted, panic edging his voice. "Dane Saugers." Dane paid no mind to their astonishment. He strolled forward, wearing a faint smile, and waved at Ernest, "Hey there." Ernest saw Dane like a drowning man spotting a lifeline. His eyes lit up, and his voice trembled with emotion, "Dane." When Dane appeared, the bullies murmured among themselves, "What's going on? You said nobody would come," one grumbled. Another replied, "Who cares? Grab some weapons." Dane glanced at them, muttering inwardly, "Trouble." He looked around. He thought to himself, "There's no one else here, right? Then I'll make you taste some pain." Immediately, a surge of mana flowed from Dane's body, startling the bullies. In an instant, countless spears appeared in the air, aiming straight at them. Seeing this, one shouted, "What the hell is that? He can cast spells too." The buzz-cut guy trembled and said, "Isn't the Saugers family famous for spear techniques?" The redhead snarled in anger, "You idiot, have you forgotten? His sister is Arabella Saugers." Beside them, Ernest also exclaimed in surprise. Dane, with the spears hovering in the air, aimed them at the bullies and said coldly, "All right, choose. Step back obediently, or get beaten to a pulp." Hearing this, the 3 bullies' faces went pale as fear surged. Soon after, the nearby wall sprouted countless cracks as if pierced by something, and the ground suffered the same. The bullies now lay face down, crying out in miserable pain. Ernest was still trembling. He stepped closer and said, "Thank you, Dane, my limbs are still shaking." Dane smiled and replied, "As long as you're safe, that's enough." Then he added, "Ernest, let's train together from now on." Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his sore arm and asked in surprise, "What?" Dane answered, "You once said you wanted to beat Braun, right?" Ernest nodded and gave a wry smile. "Ah, that's true." Dane continued, "So I'll help you get stronger." Ernest could only smile, "Ha ha, I always rely on you." After that, the 2 walked across the campus. Dane asked, "Hey, have you joined any clubs yet?" Ernest replied, "No, I looked everywhere but couldn't find an exploration or archaeology club." Dane wondered, "I thought there had to be one." Ernest explained, "Our year has a map research society, but that's a required course. Not a club. I also checked out some map analysis clubs. But they all use excuses to be lazy. It's disappointing. Hearing that, Dane stroked his chin and pondered. Seems most people just want an easy life. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, "But why are you asking about clubs? Are you going to join one?" Dane replied, "It's just that everyone is so eager to recruit freshmen that it made me wonder if it's really important." Ernest explained, "They say you must choose carefully. Once you join, you can't change for 2 years." Dane gave a wry smile. "The rules are stricter than I thought. Choose wrong and you waste 2 years." At that moment, the campus was filled with recruitment banners from clubs, everything from gourmet dessert societies to book discussion clubs. Suddenly Dane stopped, turned, and said, "Why don't we start our own club?" Ernest was surprised. "What kind of club?" Dane replied, "A club that can do anything." Ernest was still puzzled. "What do you mean?" Dane explained. "I mean we can train and explore ruins. When free we can gather to eat, do whatever we want, no rules. What do you think of the idea?" Ernest's eyes lit up. He quickly agreed. "I'm in. Going with you will definitely be fun." But before he could be happy, he asked, will a club like this get approved?" Dane answered confidently, "It's fine, leave it to me." Ernest nodded. "If you say so, I trust it'll work, but why did you suddenly think of this?" Dane smiled. "Those club invitations are bothersome. I always have to refuse. No club interests me, so I'll just start one." Ernest asked further, "If I join, can I learn spear or sword techniques?" Dane smiled. "Of course, definitely. You might even discover a hidden talent." Ernest cheered. "Great, we'll surely learn a lot from each other." Then he suddenly remembered. "But I heard you need at least 3 people to form a club, right?" Dane nodded. "We have Layla." He continued, "She's already mentioned, go ask her now." Scene shifts to the club registration office. The 3 walked and chatted. Ernest said, "We just submit this form here, right?" Layla excitedly, "Sounds simple, hurry up and fill it out." Dane glanced at her, thinking to himself, "Typical Layla, she even left the dessert exploration club just to hang out with us." Layla cheerfully said, "The dessert club meets weekly to taste sweets, perfect." Dane nodded, "We can do that too if you like." Ernest chimed in, "I'm a big fan of tarts." "Do whatever you want," Dane added. "If you want to meet upperclassmen, that's fine, but just follow Ernest." Hearing that, Layla looked satisfied, beaming. The 3 filled out the club formation form together. Then they brought it to a room to request confirmation. Suddenly Layla shouted, "What? The rules changed." A blonde girl pushing up her glasses explained, "Yes, there are over 3,000 clubs now, most inactive and hard to manage. So from this year forming a club requires approval, not just filing a report." Dane's expression tightened slightly. He asked, "What do we need to get approval?" Layla sighed. "Oh, great, terrible timing." The blonde continued, "You need a recommendation letter from a full professor. Do you want me to give you the form?" Dane nodded. "Just give the form to me first." After that, the 3 left the room. Layla complained, "How can freshmen like us get recommendation letters?" Ernest agreed, seriously, "There's no professor we've even met yet." Layla added, "You can't just pick any professor to sign." Dane smiled. "Actually, I already have someone in mind." Layla and Ernest shouted in unison, "What? Who is it? We're just first-year students, they'll probably look down on us." Dane smiled confidently, "Trust me, guys." Ernest and Layla could only stare, speechless. Cut to Professor Kelthas's office. Dane sat down to present the club plan. After a while he thought to himself, "Damn, the professor said he'd listen, but why is this so hard now?" Kelthas spoke up, "Why have you come here?" Dane replied, "Professor, actually we want to start a club." Kelthas was quite surprised. "Oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club is it?" Dane smiled. "A club for sword practice, exploring the academy and fun adventures, but we need approval now. The professor's recommendation letter." Kelthas asked, "A recommendation letter?" Dane nodded. "Yes, we're looking for a great professor to ask." Hearing that, Kelthas stiffened slightly. He thought to himself, "Find a professor. They came all the way to see me and still say that, you kids, do you think you can find a better professor than me?" As soon as the thought passed, Kelthas smiled and said, "Ha ha, isn't there a professor right here? No need to search far, I will recommend you." Dane replied, Professor, you're always busy. I'm afraid it would trouble you. Before he finished, Kelthas interrupted, busy or not, at least I can do this. What do you need me to do now? Dane smiled, really. Then please sign here, Professor. He quickly took the registration form from his coat and handed it over. Kelthas cheerfully took a pen and signed the form, saying, My only student wants to start a club. Of course, I'll enthusiastically support it. Dane smiled, bowed, and said, Thank you very much, Professor. After finishing, he immediately reunited with Ernest and Layla. Layla exclaimed, I can't believe we got the recommendation so fast. Are you familiar with the professor? Ernest chimed in, we didn't even get a word in. Holding the recommendation letter, Dane laughed. I pretended to ask about sword technique and luckily won his favor. Ernest nodded. Anyway, it's great we succeeded. Layla patted her chest excitedly. So are we really forming a club now? Dane nodded. Now we just need to submit the application. Imagining the club being established. Ernest was ecstatic. I'm so excited. It's going to be so fun. Layla marveled. I thought this would be hard, but Dane made it look easy. Dane took out a blank sheet of paper and said, Now we need a name to register. What should we choose? Naming turned out to be a long story. Ernest said the name must represent our image. This is important. Layla nodded. I don't want anything childish or meaningless. Both of them wrung their hands and muttered, What name will work? Watching them, Dane smiled faintly, thinking they're really serious about this. Suddenly, he felt something stir inside him. He glanced down. Dane muttered, Karnas. Awake at this moment, the little dragon moving across his body made Dane uneasy. He whispered, Not now, Karnas. Ernest spoke up, Dane, have you thought of a name? Dane answered. I'm fine with anything. Layla asked, What? You're the one who suggested this and you have no idea. She pointed at Dane's coat. There's a bulge on your shirt. About to be exposed, Dane muttered inwardly that he hadn't introduced it yet. He stammered, well, this is Ernest, and Layla's eyes fixed on him. Layla pressed, What are you hiding? Suddenly Dane's button popped open and a shadow shot out. Turns out it was Karnas. The mischievous little dragon had escaped, and seeing the adorable hatchling. Ernest and Layla stared with their mouths agape. Dane forced a smile, thinking to himself, This is it, I'm done for. Layla pointed accusingly, What is that? A summoned beast. How did it get out of your shirt? Don't tell me that egg you took from Sister Claire has hatched. The little dragon circled Dane's shoulder and let out an adorably low growl. He nodded. Yes, it was born not long ago. Its name is Karnas. Ernest happily said, Hello Karnas, long time no see. Layla, irritated, Ernest, you already knew about this. Dane quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important than Karnas. As they headed to the registration desk, let's think. At the registration office, the blonde woman held the paper and frowned. A club for magical exploration, summoning, spear techniques, and swordsmanship. The three could only smile wryly at such an odd name. She asked again, Are you sure you want this name? Dane nodded. Yes, please approve us. After approval, the three left the registration room. Layla turned to scold Dane, Never pick a name again. Dane frowned, Isn't it fine? Layla snapped, No, it's not fine at all. Ernest hurried to smooth things over. Don't worry so much. We can always change the name later. Cut to Tamarik's office, the summoning department head. Someone entered and asked, Hope I'm not intruding. Tamarik replied, Not at all. The visitor was Delphine, so she sat and gently asked how things have been. Tamarik answered that there are many talented students, but he worries professors will be overloaded. She emphasized she heard rumors of one student who stands out. Tamarik stammered, Yes, it's true. He thought to himself, News in class spreads fast. Delphine, holding a teacup, continued, I heard your class has some interesting happenings. I'm not interfering with your teaching, just curious. Tamarik quickly replied, No, of course there's no problem. You are the department head. This is normal. He set the teacup down and added, There is one student who is remarkable, even exceeding expectations. Surprised, Delphine smiled. It must be Dane Sagers. I personally accepted him into the academy. She continued, I heard you promised to write a recommendation for him, right? Tamarik nodded, Yes, that's right. Delfinso added, since the special admission needed 2 letters, I think I'll write the other one. Tamaric was surprised. You'll write it yourself. She laughed. He clearly has talent. How could I sit idle? Tamaric fell silent, thinking to himself that she is a cunning snake trying to seize everything. He clenched his hand and muttered, yes, she's always like that. I underestimated her. Delfinso asked, Professor, is something troubling you? Tamaric jolted and hurriedly replied, no, not at all. Delfinso looked him straight in the eye. Is that all? When you finish the letter, show it to me, after all. We should be frank with each other about this. Tamaric slightly frowned, nervous, of course. Having achieved her goal, Delfinso stood and said she'll take her leave. Watching her walk away, Tamaric gritted his teeth. Pensive, his hand clenched so hard it trembled as he muttered, does she think I'll sit by and let things go her way? She's trying to pull Dane to her side, but this time I won't let that happen. I must secure that prodigy first. Cut to the campus. Dane muttered as he walked, today only the history of Empire founding class remains, right? Dane sighed, there's still time. Maybe I'll grab a tarred pastry or something, when suddenly a figure approached. Calling out, Dane Saggers. Dane turned his head. He saw a blonde woman he had never met. He asked, who are you? She replied, hello, I'm a messenger from the academy, Professor Delfinso, head of the summoning department, here to fetch you. She smiled in a way that made Dane puzzled. He muttered, isn't that Professor Tamaric? He asked further, why would the department head want to see me? The blonde replied. She said it's only about the recommendation letter and requested you come immediately. Shall we go? Dane nodded, oh, the recommendation letter. But inwardly, he muttered that such a sudden summons felt wrong. The Imperial Academy, cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where the flame of scholarly passion always burns, is famed for its brutal competition beyond all expectation. Especially the power struggles among professors. The influence of a department determines the budgets, equipment, and facilities it receives. Here the 3 largest departments, swordsmanship, magic, and summoning, always receive the highest allocations, and a professor's reputation and evaluations shift accordingly, directly affecting their core responsibilities. In the head of summoning's office, Delfinso looked out the window and muttered she couldn't remain stuck in 3rd place forever. She couldn't keep losing to those other guys. She pondered that if that boy joined her department, they could easily overtake the magic department. The problem was Professor Kelthas was from the interdisciplinary department. Even so, his sister Claire studies here, so he would be hard to refuse. If she could just make him interested in summoning, the opportunity would come. Suddenly a voice from outside called, Professor, I've brought Dane. Delfinso answered at once, bring him in. She smiled and said the academy must be busy. Dane, with your ability, many places must be seeking you. Dane humbly replied he still had much to learn and was approaching everything like a freshman. Delfinso nodded. Humility is commendable. Is there any subject you are particularly interested in? Dane smiled faintly. I haven't chosen a specific subject yet. I want to do well in all of them. Delfinso nodded approvingly. Wanting to excel broadly is the spirit of a new student. Do you know why I called you? Dane shook his head. She continued. I heard something miraculous happened in Professor Tamaric's class. You summoned Genpu and achieved an enhanced link. With a skill like that, how could a department head like me sit idle? She smiled. With your talent, you should take the special entrance exam. Dane slowly realized the reason and replied, thank you for recognizing me. Delfinso continued that she and Professor Tamaric had agreed to write recommendation letters for him. Writing for a student outside summoning was a first for her. Because his talent was rare, she frowned and got to the point. Why not explore summoning more deeply? Dane asked, summoning. She nodded. Honestly, someone qualified for the special exam needs no extra lessons, but precisely for that reason I want to teach you personally. Dane pondered that if the department head herself extended the offer, summoning must be short on talent. He replied, thank you, but regarding the club, I already started one with a few friends. Delfinso was startled. What, you've already formed one? The approval standards are so strict now. Dane smiled. Yes, it's not easy, but fortunately Professor Kelthas wrote the recommendation for us. Upon hearing that, Delphinso's eyes widened and she muttered, "That annoying Kelthas, huh? He never attends faculty meetings and is always lazy, yet he moved before me." She clenched her fist in anger. How dare he ruin my plan to steer him into my summoning club? She calmed herself and continued, "Well then, congratulations on forming your club. Drop by my lab when you have time. There are many interesting things." She murmured inwardly that she'd let the hook sit for now, then added, "I have a few rarities like unhatched spirit beast eggs. Just one is worth an entire castle." Dane was startled, plunged his hand into his shirt and thought, "Oh no, I'm already raising one." He replied, "Spirit beast eggs, I'll come take a look." Delphinso smiled. "Don't worry about the recommendation letter. Professor Tamaric and I will provide it. If you have any questions about the exam, ask me anytime." Dane cheerfully said, "Thank you for your concern." She picked up a cookie and said, "Have dessert while we talk. What you brought looks delicious." As she tasted it, she muttered that Tamaric would likely try to move before her again. We must write that letter quickly to see how surprised the others will be when they read it. The next day, Claire met Dane and said, "Dane, Professor Delphinso has just contacted me." Dane asked about me. Claire nodded. "Yes, after sending the recommendation, the summoning council contacted her today. They're dispatching examiners to the academy immediately." Dane was startled. "They're coming that fast?" He muttered, "It's too fast. They clearly want to recruit him." Claire widened her eyes. "Professor Delphinso holds you in high regard. What did you do to catch her attention?" Dane smiled wryly. "I don't know, maybe because I'm a top student." Claire continued, "Anyway, you're about to be called for the exam. Back when we took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, maintain them, then perform an enhanced link." Dane shouted, "3 at once? This is serious." He muttered that Claire passed the special exam at only 16. Claire replied, "Yes, but no one knows what this exam will be like. They don't announce it beforehand. With Professor Delphinso's recommendation, you're qualified, but there's internal factional fighting within the summoning council." Dane asked, "Internal fighting?" Claire explained, "You probably don't know. Professor Delphinso has refused the council's requests multiple times, so they dislike her and won't let her gain an advantage easily." Dane pondered, "So the exam could be harder because of that, right?" Claire nodded, "It's possible. But I'm not too worried for you. If you get hurt because of adults' power plays, I'll feel guilty." Dane smiled. "Don't worry, that won't happen." He thought to himself that he had no intention of getting caught in those traps. 2 days later, the Summoning Council's inspection team arrived at the academy, led by Chairman Elgard Poten. He said, "Long time no see, Professor Delphinso." She replied, "You're well, sir." Elgard nodded, "Yes. So how talented is the student you recommended?" Delphinso calmly apologized to the chairman. "His talent is exceptional. I couldn't ignore it." Elgard continued, "Then you should have accepted a seat on the council when we offered to handle things swiftly." Delphinso smiled wryly. "You know I value my duties at the academy. If I took a council post, I couldn't devote myself fully to the school." She gritted her teeth and thought, "Do you think I don't know you're trying to pull influence to your side? Because of the council's greed, I nearly died several times in reckless missions." She turned around. "So follow me, we'll talk as we walk." Elgard nodded. "All right," he thought, "The recommendation is sent, so I'll cooperate, but I don't like that brat one bit." On the way, Elgard asked, "That boy is Dane Saugers, Claire's brother, right?" Delphinso replied, "Yes, his talent truly runs in the Saugers bloodline." Elgard continued, "I heard he summoned a level 5 Genpu, achieved an enhanced link, and even made multiple simultaneous links with spirit beasts during the interdisciplinary exam." Delphino nodded, "That's correct." He turned and said, "Such abilities are extraordinary, shocking the whole council. Even for the Saugers family, I didn't expect the brother to surpass his predecessor. Could he be on par with Galderin?" Delphinso gave a wry smile. "I'm not sure he's reached Galderin's level, but when you see him in person, you'll understand." Elgard frowned. "We will evaluate very strictly. The special entrance exam has always been like that." Delphinso nodded, "Yes, I understand." The arrival of the summoning council sent the academy students into a stir. One of them exclaimed, "What? The summoning council came to the academy? What for?" Another replied, "I heard Dane Saugers received a special recommendation." A different student cut in, "Oh, wasn't he the freshman who shocked everyone in Professor Tamarik's class and even enhanced a spirit beast?" An angry guy shouted, "Unbelievable. What's there about summoning he isn't good at?" After a while, Delphinso and Elgard arrived at the entrance to the summoning department. She cheerfully said, "All right, this is where the exam will take place." Elgard glanced at the summoning department's emblem. Murmuring, "Very good, come inside." At the examination site, light filtered through the door slits, illuminating the entire room. At this moment, Dane was standing in the center of the courtyard and spoke up. "I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Lord of the Southern Region and head of the Saugers family. My name is Dane Saugers, pleased to meet you." As he finished speaking, a confident smile played on his lips. Seeing that, Elgard murmured inwardly, "Impressive. It's hard to believe he's only 14 and already has such bearing. Now I understand why they rushed to send that recommendation letter." Elgard lightly stroked his chin and said, "I am Elgard Poten, chairman of the Summoners Association. I've heard a lot about you. You've been praised quite a bit. However, this test will not be easy." Seeing that, Dane showed no fear and immediately replied, "Yes, I am ready." He muttered inwardly that the man was pretending to be friendly, but nothing about this was pleasant. Then Elgard turned to the assistants behind him and said, "No need for long talk, begin at once. Everyone prepare." Hearing this, the two people behind him immediately answered, "Yes, sir." Delphinso in the back frowned slightly and said, "I wonder what challenge the chairman has prepared for us." Looking at Delphinso, Elgard said, "Your passing or failing will be entirely my decision, Elgard Poten. If you object, you may withdraw from the exam now." Dane immediately replied, "I agree." He continued, "During the exam, all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited. If the test is judged unfair, the results will be annulled and your summoner qualification may be revoked. Remember that." Dane replied calmly, "Yes, I understand." Elgard continued, "Good, then I'll wait to see what makes you special." Immediately after, he raised his hand high and declared, "The test begins." The officials standing around him each had a summoning magic circle appear before them. It then drew in all nearby energy to reinforce the magic circle. Seeing this, Dane murmured, "This is." Then suddenly, the magic circles emitted some kind of sound, and a massive surge of energy enveloped the entire examination grounds. Seeing that, both Dane and Delphinso frowned slightly. Delphinso murmured inwardly that they had activated the magic circles, which meant that the surrounding streams of mana were converging toward Elgard. He then widened his eyes and called out, "Answer me." After he finished speaking, a tremendous flow of mana poured from his magic circle, followed by the appearance of a large, ferocious creature with a lion-like head. Seeing such an enormous outpouring of mana, Dane murmured inwardly, "Just as I suspected, the chairman's mana is terrifying. I didn't expect the test to be on this scale." Immediately after, his eyes widened. Looking at the creature before him, he wondered, "This thing is far more dangerous than usual." Streaks of lightning containing massive mana swirled around it, giving anyone who faced it an extreme sense of peril. Seeing this monster appear, Delphinso in the back suddenly shouted, "Impossible." A third-rank summon, that is Antares. Antares clenched its paws, lifted its head to the sky, and let out a mighty roar, causing all its surrounding mana streams to suddenly erupt, filling the testing area with choking dust and smoke. Struggling to steady himself against this immense pressure, Dane murmured inwardly, "Now I understand why my second sister was worried about me," looking at the summoned beast before him. Elgard folded his arms slightly and said, "Because you're a prodigy, this level should suit your rank, shouldn't it?" He frowned slightly and said, "You may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your task is to subdue Antares by any means." Looking at the ferocious summoned beast before Dane, Elgard continued, "This is the requirement for the special selection test." Seeing this, Delphinso ground his teeth, angered inwardly. "That old man clearly wants to see me fail. He wants to embarrass me." Elgard said irritably, but with your outstanding talent there should be nothing to worry about. Of course, if you're afraid you can withdraw now. Dane replied at once, unflinching. No, I'll take the test as planned. Seeing that, Elgard smiled faintly. Very well. I'll give you a little time to prepare. Immediately after, Dane reached into the pocket dimension before him. Then fumbled for something. He muttered inwardly, good, I have the perfect thing for a situation like this. Soon after, he pulled something out and murmured, the spear Sister Claire gave me for my 7th birthday. Now I finally get to use it. Looking at the beast before him, Dane murmured, it's big, so there must be many openings. I'll strike fast and withdraw. Seeing this, Elgard frowned slightly. He's using a spear, truly the blood of the Sagar's line. He then shifted his gaze to a corner of the testing area, where Tamaric and several students had come to watch Dane's test. Seeing this, Tamaric gaped, stammering, what the hell is this? Pitting him against a third-rank creature, isn't that excessive? Hearing the familiar voice, Delfinso glanced over and said, it seems Professor Tamaric has come too, he'll probably object to this. Elgard was unconcerned and replied, it's fine, he's ready. Begin. Then his expression darkened slightly and he immediately thrust his hand forward, saying, Antares, eliminate the enemy before you. No sooner had he finished than Antares began to bare its teeth and screech, its eyes blazing red. It immediately launched itself powerfully toward Dane. Dane remained calm, waiting for the monster to close in. He murmured, all right, come on then. As it neared, the creature suddenly accelerated toward Dane. But immediately, using his skilled spear techniques, he was able to parry the monster's attacks. Then he dashed to the rear of the creature. At this point, Dane's expression was no longer calm. He began to take the matter seriously. They streaked past each other with wind-dripping speed, but Dane was a cut faster. In a flash, his spear tip skimmed across Antares' waist, leaving a significant wound. His dazzling move left the onlookers around them stunned. Countless surprised exclamations rang out. My God, what was that movement just now? Unbothered by those comments, our Dane hurriedly recovered his defensive stance. He couldn't help but break into a confident smile, thinking to himself that the special training seems to be starting to pay off. Across from him, the monster seemed scarcely affected by the wound, so it continued to lunge madly at Dane. As it closed in, it swung its massive hand down straight at the protagonist, shattering the ground into a trench. Terrifying, luckily Dane dodged aside in time, or he'd have been smashed to a pulp. Seeing its prey flee, a red gleam of anger appeared in Antares' eyes. Next, it charged in close and kept throwing its fists, forcing Dane to continuously leap backward. With each punch, the giant left a large, bowl-shaped crater in the ground. Dane had to admit Antares' strength inwardly. No wonder it's third rank. That size and that speed. Opposite him, Antares seemed to grow wiser. Realizing it wasn't easy to close on Dane, suddenly a blazing golden flame erupted from its body. Then it thrust its paw forward, releasing a column of searing fire. Seeing that, Professor Delfinso couldn't contain her worry and cried out, he's taking a direct hit. Beside her, old Elgard stroked his beard, nodding with smug satisfaction. Even with enhancement power, facing Antares was utterly insane. He'd expected the test to end quickly. That was what he thought. However, Dane was about to teach him a lesson. Inside the flames, Dane's spear spun without stopping, creating a powerful gust that blew the surrounding flames apart. However, Dane was a bit shaken by the previous attack. That was close. Almost done for. All right, it's time to finish this. The protagonist thought, then burst his mana to strengthen his body and lunged forward to strike. However, Antares reacted extremely quickly. Before Dane could swing, it clenched its fist and drove it forward, ripping the ground into an unrecognizable mess. Unfortunately, the attack missed Dane and was useless. At that moment, he sidestepped and aimed for the giant's waist, thinking to himself that, for the finishing blow, he'd use what his father once showed him. Focus mana at the spearhead to create a single-point explosion. Taking advantage of the fact that Antares hadn't yet assumed a defensive stance, Dane's explosive spearhead pierced straight into its waist. and easily drove deep into the colossal body. The pain from the wound made the monster roar violently. Meanwhile, Dane tightened his grip on the spear, thrusting with full force as ribbons of blue energy continued to radiate outward. In the end, the explosive power of the strike took effect, blowing a large hole through the creature's waist. However, whether the lion man used a healing skill or not, despite taking such a blow, it could still concentrate power into its two forearms as if to strike back. As for the observers, witnessing the protagonist's power left them all gaping. Amazing, the beast's attack nearly missed, and what was that mana amount? Back on the battlefield, this massive monster was truly formidable. Right there at the wound, it became enveloped in a blazing golden flame. Within seconds, the injury healed as if nothing had happened. Moreover, being wounded only made the monster more frenzied. Mad sounds began to echo from its mouth. Antares then unleashed a terrifying shockwave from its body, flinging all the loose earth and debris in the four directions away. Seeing this, Dane felt his scalp go numb. Oh my, it really looks like it's angry. No sooner had the words left than the lion man opened its maw and spewed a scorching fire, forcing Dane to panic and jump aside. However, his spear remained lodged in Antares' waist, leaving his face a bit dazed. Damn, my spear. Kelthas came rushing in from outside, sweat beading on his brow, cursing nonstop. Damn, I hope I'm not late. Why hold the exam in such a remote place? His heart pounded, worry mixed with irritation. The moment he pushed the door open, the scene froze Kelthas in place. His eyes widened in shock and he ground his teeth. His gaze fixed on the dazzling mana barrier before him, his voice trembling with doubt. The barrier in the testing area. What did they summon? From within, Antares lifted its head to the sky and let out a savage roar that seemed to shred the air. Its eyes boiled with furious flames, red sparks flashing straight into Kelthas' eyes. His face went pale, his heart raced from shock. He clenched his fists and shouted in outrage. What? Antares is third rank. Horror mixed with excitement made his body tremble slightly. In the arena, Antares had just flung Dane's spear, sending it skittering across the ground and leaving long scratches. The wound the spear caused still oozed blood and couldn't heal immediately. The monster growled, its eyes bloodshot as it glared at Dane as if it wanted to swallow him. Dane stood opposite, murmuring with a hint of admiration. It took a hit like that and suffered nothing. It's tough. He nodded, the corner of his mouth curling into a confident smile, thinking the spear won't injure it. Then he flicked his hand, eyes flashing determination. Sorry, father, but in the end I have to use a sword. Immediately, Dane drew the sword from his side. The blade sparkled under the mana light. He frowned and stared straight at Antares, a confident smile on his face. Round two, then. His move stunned the stands. Elgard stroked his chin, eyes glinting with curiosity, saying, ha ha, using a sword. Delfinso beside him nodded, thoughtful. Makes sense. This is an independent test, a bit odd is not surprising. Elgard agreed. But surprise showed in his eyes. Indeed, the scary thing is how calm the boy remains. That stance, like a warrior who'd fought countless battles. In the stands, the students gasped, their hearts racing with excitement. Kelthas stood behind, narrowing his eyes to observe, pride mixed with curiosity swelling in him. He said firmly, now we'll truly see his ability. In the arena, Antares charged straight at Dane. Its gaze fierce, fists clenched, forming a giant ring of fire that radiated searing heat. But Dane did not flinch. He stood firm, calmly receiving the monster's successive attacks. The skills of a true swordsman were on clear display, showing superior finesse and speed. After a few exchanges of moves, Dane stepped back. A thought flashed through his mind. He murmured admiringly, not bad. After a few strikes it shifted from power to speed, reacting precisely to each of my moves. Antares showed no sign of stopping, and continued its frenzied assault. But not one to be easily subdued. He kept his composure and swung his sword to parry each blow. As soon as he found an opening, Dane swung his sword hard at Antares' arm. However, the strike caused no damage. He murmured in mild surprise that both arms were covered in flames. Hard to pierce with sword chi, Antares accelerated, its punches raining down like a storm. Dane's mind swam with thoughts, silently resolving that he wanted to crush it with ancient magic. But so many eyes were watching here. Then he'd have to do it this way. From the stands, Delphinso was filled with extreme worry. Pale-faced, she turned to Elgard, her voice trembling. "Chairman, this is too dangerous. If a student is injured, we will all face punishment." She put her hand to her chest, preparing to activate forced summoning. But Kelthas had just appeared behind them and spoke to stop her, his voice low but confident. "Wait, just watch." Delphinso startled and turned, surprised. "Professor Kelthas, when did you get here?" Kelthas smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. "I understand your worry, but it seems Dane has found a strategy." In the arena, Dane continued to parry Antares' attacks with his sword. Suddenly he spotted a flaw. His eyes widened as a decisive light flashed. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Mana erupted brilliantly as Dane accelerated toward Antares, launching countless razor-sharp slashes. Deep cuts appeared on Antares' thighs, making it throw back its head and roar in pain. A heart-rending sound echoed. The monster lost its balance and its strikes grew inaccurate. Its two hands slammed hard into the ground, face fierce, flames bursting around its body. Elgard in the stands gasped in astonishment. Did he combine swordsmanship and magic in that instant? Kelthas nodded, a confident smile on his lips. "Perhaps we should summon something stronger." Hearing that, Elgard's expression darkened and he clenched his fist, thinking, "Terrifying. A third-rank summon should have been enough to make him fail." Yet he had exceeded all expectations. His heart raced, equal parts anger and admiration. In the arena, Antares opened its maw wide as rings of fire formed at the corners of its mouth, signaling a terrifying attack. Dane smiled faintly, thinking this is a final thrash, truly the king of toughness to the last moment. He clenched his fist, eyes flashing with determination. "I don't want to use this, but it's time to end this." Above Dane, three spearheads wrapped in mana suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He looked straight at Antares, a triumphant smile on his face, ready to deliver the finishing blow. In the arena, the air was suffocatingly tense, as if the whole world held its breath before the clash between Antares' terrible third-rank power and Dane's eruptive magic. Sensing the danger, Antares threw back its head and let out a mighty roar, a thunderous sound that shook the ground. It opened its jaws and spewed a brilliant column of fire, lunging at Dane with heat that incinerated everything in its path. But just as it was about to strike, Dane's three mana-wreathed spearheads shot forward at terrifying speed. Antares froze, its eyes wide with shock, unable to dodge. Energy from the spears exploded, creating a massive mana blast that shook the arena. The three spearheads pierced straight through Antares' body, leaving three large holes. The monster was sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. It howled in pain, a wailing sound echoing through the air. Dane stood in the center of the arena, his gaze cold. The corner of his mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. His heart beat steady, yet he felt a flood of victory inside. He maintained an astonishing calm like a veteran warrior. In the stands, Delphinso turned to Elgard, pale and anxious. "Chairman, this exam has gone too far." Kelthas stood behind, frowning, voice low but challenging. "Too far? What did you say, Delphinso?" Her eyes flashed with anger as she explained. "No matter how talented he is, making a freshman subdue a third-rank summon, is that really reasonable?" Elgard sensed the tension and forced a chuckle, trying to soothe things. "Ha ha, but the result is fine, isn't it?" His words only made Delphinso erupt further. She shouted in fury. "Fine. Good enough to be recorded in the Empire's history. A freshman using spear, sword, magic, and a forced link to subdue a third-rank summon. This is insane." The crowd in the stands fell silent, their hearts racing at her passionate words. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapons in his pocket dimension, his demeanor untroubled as if he had never faced a fearsome monster. Elgard and Kelthas glanced at each other, frowning, filled with amazement. They thought to themselves that finishing blow really was shocking. Suddenly, Dane approached Antares and reached out his hand, to everyone's astonishment. The action set the stands buzzing. It was a force link reaction. Dane had established a forced link with Antares, suppressing its hostility. Tactically and result-wise, it was a perfect finish. Delphinso was still furious and spoke up. If today's events get out, people will say this was an unfair test designed to fail him. Elgard was cornered and turned to explain. Professor Delphinso, I put clear safety measures in place. But his answer didn't calm her. She stood up reproachful, and yet you sat by while he confronted it head-on. Elgard stammered, trying to find an excuse. That was. Before he could finish, Delphinso glared resolute. As a professor, I cannot turn a blind eye to this, Chairman. Elgard gritted his teeth, thinking in frustration. Damn it, how did it come to this? The whole plan's fallen apart. Kelthus stood behind, eyes closed in quiet thought, murmuring in admiration. I knew he was a genius, but to this extent. From the start, he seemed more like a seasoned knight than a freshman. Kelthus and Delphinso's gazes turned to Dane. A determination sparked. I must recruit him as an apprentice. After the test ended, Elgard stepped forward, his voice resonant. The test is concluded. Dane, you have passed this special examination. We hereby officially confer upon you the title of summoner along with this badge. May you continue to develop your talent as a summoner of the Empire. Please accept it. Dane accepted the badge and bowed in thanks. His eyes glittering with pride, he looked at the golden badge before him, engraved with strange runes, and murmured that the gold badge is only given to those who pass the special exam. Pretty cool. Channeling a large amount of mana into it, he murmured. In response to the call, mana gushed from the badge immediately, shooting straight into the sky and forming a colossal magic circle. From within, a tide of mana surged forth, and something shot out, leaving everyone stunned. Elgard's eyes widened as he shouted, "What is that?" On the field, a creature with long ears and short legs appeared. It was a summoned beast resembling a rabbit. Info displayed. All-Temor, 4th rank summon, enhancement type, capable of greatly boosting the summoner's physical abilities. Looking at the little rabbit, Dane smiled with delight. That's high quality and it's cute too. He stepped closer and gently said, "Nice to see you again, All-Temor." The atmosphere fell silent, everyone froze. Speechless at the unexpectedly adorable sight, Delphinso turned to Kelthus, who was also stunned, and thought to herself that everyone seemed shocked. She glanced toward Dane, her heart full of thought. With so many witnesses, the entire academy would surely be thrown into chaos. Just as predicted, students on the campus buzzed. One shouted, "Is he the one who passed that special exam?" Another replied in astonishment, "What on earth is the Sagar's family like? After this, he's even surpassed his sisters." At that moment, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the campus, countless eyes fixed on them. Ernest turned to Layla, bewildered. "Layla, I can't make sense of this. Could it really happen?" Layla crossed her arms and replied coolly, confidence twinkling in her eyes. "Don't try to understand it. Accept it and you'll get used to it. He's from another world." Ernest changed the subject excitedly. "Oh right, I've decoded that map." Layla brightened with joy. "Really? You're good." Dane added calmly but expectantly, "Then when it's decoded, let's hold our first club meeting." Hearing that, the group got excited. Layla beamed. "Awesome, I'm so bored." Ernest clenched his fist happily. "I'll try to decode faster too." Dane smiled serenely, thinking to himself that he was actually very curious about it. Then he turned to the others. "Professor Kelthus called me. I have to go see you all later." After saying goodbye, he turned and walked off confidently. In the training room, Kelthus was waiting. He looked at Dane in a deep, solemn tone. "All-Temor is a terrifying summon. An Imperial summoner, Drennick, once called 2 of them and it was a nightmare. Just those 2 took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers." Dane was startled, thinking to himself that he remembered. He'd heard Professor Kelthus was present in that battle. Kelthus stepped closer, his gaze sharp. "Yet you defeated that creature without a scratch." Dane scratched his head sheepishly. "Just lucky, sir." Kelthus shook his head seriously. "Excessive modesty can be a double-edged sword. In my view, your decision to switch to the sword was the right one." Dane was taken aback, thinking the teacher was no ordinary person. Kelthus turned and walked slowly. At just 14, your training and composure in swordsmanship far exceed your years. He stopped and lowered his voice. Therefore, I want to ask you, would you like to formally study swordsmanship under me? The offer made the air seem to freeze. Dane's eyes hardened with resolve. His heart raced from excitement mixed with pressure. He took a deep breath, preparing to answer, carrying the determination to change his destiny. On the paper, Dane had written line by line to reassure his family. Dear parents, I hope you are well. The hot summer is coming, and the bright sunshine is shining down on the vast academy where I study. Today is no different. Your youngest child is still busy with life at the academy. Right now, Dane is studying swordsmanship with a professor at the school. I'm happy to share this with you. Oh, I've completed Professor Kelthas's sword course I mentioned before. He is very dedicated and delighted to teach me, and I can feel that myself. I've learned a lot of theory, which makes me think coming to the academy was a great choice. The quill flew as Dane wrote his thoughts. I can now perform sword techniques much more proficiently. Thinking of pleasant things, he smiled with amusement. Perhaps it's time I have a sword forged at the smith. After a while, Dane stopped and dipped his pen into the inkwell. The letter didn't only talk about him but also about his friends. Ernest finally decoded the map. He even discovered that the designer was Saul Hankston. There was also an adventure expedition to a ruined ancient site in the academy, far to the east, beneath the now abandoned St. Amer Hall. They say something extraordinary hides in the saints' crypts. Dane reread the letter and felt dissatisfied. Was this too detailed? He picked up his pen and crossed out some lines. I shouldn't write so many specifics. He remembered the wooden door blocking the passage and changed that part of the letter. After all, it's a forbidden area, no entry allowed. Dane thought quietly that, more importantly, immortals had appeared there. He told Ernest and Layla about the immortals and both were terrified. Immortals. The two looked at Dane, speechless and wailing, that's terrifying, Dane. In the letter, Dane continued his story. I considered giving up, but luckily I received help. The help I mentioned came from a beautiful blonde girl. When she heard my request, she was shocked and frightened. What? You want me to go with you into the forbidden area? Are you crazy? I wrote her identity to you, Priscilla, a student of theology. Then Priscilla gave a small lesson to our trio. Listen carefully. An immortal will disappear if you destroy its core. She warned carefully. But before that, you must receive baptism from me. Ernest and Layla vaguely followed her instructions, and later the four of us explored the crypt, fought the immortals. Dane, break its core, focus all your condensed mana at once. A purple light filled the air and helped stop the pile of dry bones. As expected, Priscilla's holy power was terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, we could handle the immortals easily. Layla skillfully swung her sword and cut through every obstacle. Moreover, her swordsmanship improved dramatically. Ernest and Priscilla watched each other's backs, protecting one another. Elsewhere, Dane bravely faced the immortals alone. The battle was fierce. One immortal's arm was struck off and flew high into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their goal, an ancient structure now blanketed in green moss. After passing through the darkness, we arrived at the underground crypt and at last found the treasure. Layla, following behind, asked in doubt, was it really from 300 years ago? Dane pointed ahead and answered confidently. Yes, the treasure is here. The treasure the emperor longed for desperately but could neither open nor take. Upon finding the treasure, he and Priscilla both smiled happily. Ernest and Layla couldn't help but grin widely as well. All they found was a large red gem. The treasure was a jewel glowing with crimson light, utterly magnificent. Dane had to use both hands to lift the gem. Everyone was overjoyed to see it in his hands. The club's first achievement brought great happiness. The four of them couldn't hide their satisfied happiness after the trip. They stood in the crypt laughing heartily. Everyone was so excited they couldn't sleep. Dane candidly wrote everything down, and as a result the whole academy was thrown into an uproar. He reluctantly recorded his decision. I think I should keep quiet for a while. Clear light streamed into the neat, tidy room. Here Dane paused in thought for a moment, then chose to tell his family the origin of the treasure. As for the true nature of the gem, everyone would be surprised to learn it was actually an ancient manhwa, right? And I probably don't need to add that the gem granted me an extra mana circle. Finally, he set down his pen and murmured to himself, "Yes, I'll tell you in person when there's a chance." Dane leaned back in his chair and told himself that, until then, he would rely only on his sister. Just then, the voices of his friends called from outside. "Dane, what are you doing? We have to go now. There's not enough time to tidy the club room." He quickly grabbed his bag and shouted back, "Okay, I'm coming." Earlier, at the end of the letter, he added one more line. And after that day, Priscilla also joined the club. Dane opened the door and went out. Waiting for him were the familiar figures of the three. Ernest happily announced in the letter that the club now had 4 members. Ernest glanced at Dane urgently. "Dane, let's go." Priscilla feigned displeasure, teasing, "How dare you keep your seniors waiting?" Layla chimed in jokingly, "That's right, we're busy too." Seeing that, Dane scratched his head and smiled brightly in explanation. Sorry, I had a bit of cleaning to do." "Hurry up," he helplessly wrote in the letter. But because they kept teasing that the club's name sounded silly, their chatter echoed through the hallway. "Today I'll take on all the heavy work." "Of course, aside from you, who among us can do the heavy lifting?" Dane stepped closer to the three, and they looked at each other and laughed happily. Thus a group of 4 was formed, so we decided to call it Naman for short. The sky was clear and beautifully blue. The whole school brightened under the radiant sunlight. In the room, a long sheet of paper was filled with lines of writing. In the magic faculty, there was a notoriously grueling exam, a 24-hour test, enduring a whole day without food or sleep. The desks around were empty, and the silence was so complete you could hear a pin drop. As long as you don't bring others in, any reference materials may be opened. This exam was notorious for its harshness. Dinavo stood with his hands clasped behind his back by the window, marveling, but Dane passed very easily. He calmly analyzed. He completely grasped my intent. Not only is he good at solving problems, his ability to analyze the surrounding environment is extraordinarily excellent. Dinavo folded his arms with complex emotions showing. "I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I've yearned for a student from another faculty so much." Suddenly he turned and asked, "So how is the task I assigned going?" Alter fell silent and looked at him upon hearing this. Then he timidly reported, He keeps refusing invitations to join the student council. If he joined, he wouldn't just have a title. He could even rise to a key position deciding future academy policy." At that, Dinavo turned back to gaze at the scenery and replied calmly, "I see. Even though I assigned someone with 5 years' worth of experience like you, it still failed." Dane's image appeared in his mind. He frowned in displeasure and thought, "Damn it, he's truly an unpredictable child. He lacks the vanity or arrogance typical of his age. Every prediction was completely wrong." Dinavo wore a stern, dignified expression, but inwardly stubbornly resolved that the boy could not escape his grasp. Thinking of the future, he couldn't help but smile with delight. His heart hardened with determination not to give up. "I will certainly hold on to him." In a remote mountain forest, a cliff rose like a wall blocking the path. In a room stacked with books, the laboratory of Arabella, someone asked with concern, "Is Alter from the student council still trailing after him?" Dane replied reluctantly, "Yes, it's a bit troublesome." Arabella complained irritably that professor hasn't changed. "It was the same in my time." Seeing that, he rubbed his head and asked suspiciously, "Did he do that to you too?" She immediately admitted it. Arabella recounted unhappily that he even said he'd make her head of some student society. Dane commented in surprise, "Head of a society sounds impressive." She immediately retorted that the professor likes to lure talented youngsters to turn them into his own pawns. She revealed other mysterious information. Those with talent but low birth and uncertain careers easily fall into traps. Hearing that, he immediately thought of Alter's close relationship with Dinavo, so that's why Alter keeps shadowing Professor Dinavo. Dane smiled smugly and asked, "So is that why you left Arabella?" She affirmed firmly, "Of course. That professor is dangerous, not only capable but a master at drawing others to his side. If you get entangled, you'll become a compliant puppet, so be careful, right? Worried, she cautioned carefully. Whatever he offers, refuse it immediately. Dane listened patiently and replied, I understand, sister, I'll be careful. Suddenly the door burst open. Arabella sprang up alert and cried, What is it? Someone holding a blue orb raised it high and shouted for help. Dane, so you're here. Look, I found something terrible. The visitors were Dane's 3 friends. Layla hurriedly pleaded at the front. Ernest brought this back from the forbidden area. Could you take a look for us? Arabella, startled and incredulous, demanded, What? The forbidden area? You actually went into the forbidden area? The 3 felt nothing wrong. On the contrary, they beamed proudly. Seeing that, Dane covered his face helplessly, unable to meet their eyes. I told you to keep quiet for a while. I'm sorry, sister. Dane approached. Ernest, anxious and restless, asked, Ernest, what's wrong? Surely since the visit to Amer's sanctuary the guards have tightened security. He smiled to reassure him. Don't worry, Dane. As an explorer, I have to face challenges like this. Upon hearing that, you watched Ernest hesitate and probed. Well, that's certainly your forte, but isn't it still too dangerous? He folded his arms and replied firmly. I understand your worry, Dane, but the explorer's blood in me is boiling. I can't sit still. Seeing that, Dane felt reassured and thought to himself that, since visiting Amer's sanctuary, Ernest had definitely become more proactive. He thought of the man in the black cloak at Amer and felt Ernest's reaction was only natural. It made sense. Saul Hankston, the only one said to have reached the 9 Shackles realm after the fall of Archana the Demon King, a place that breeds such geniuses, would shine before any explorer. Over there, Layla was begging Arabella desperately. Senior, please take a look at this, she pleaded helplessly. You kids are nothing but trouble. Dane glanced at the 3 of them and asked curiously, So what is Layla holding? He looked at the orb dimly glowing in Layla's hand and guessed. Did she put something into a mana detector? Hearing that, Ernest touched his nose and hesitantly recounted. Here's what happened. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk in the forbidden area. When he got there, he noticed something strange and suspicious. You know Saul Hankston's laboratory is in the forbidden zone, right? I kept hearing odd noises coming from the building. Ernest looked around terrified and searched as he spoke. It sounded like machinery running or something being crafted. It gave me goosebumps. Moreover, the sound seemed to echo in my ears, and there were even voices mixed in. Dane remained skeptical and puzzled. So what? Even in the forbidden area guards come and go, so hearing people isn't strange. Ernest scratched his head and rebutted decisively. Not just guards, I'm certain. His gaze sharpened, full of suspicion, and the most suspicious thing was. He said that the blue orb had suddenly lit up. The backup mana detector I left running registered mana. Dane reacted with shocked disbelief. What? No way. After Saul Hankston's death, all items in the lab were moved to the memorial house, so nothing in the laboratory could be emitting mana. At that moment, the blue orb helped Ernest realize the hidden secret of the place. He continued cautiously, Exactly, that means. After that, Ernest panicked and fled the forbidden area. Recalling the gloomy scene inside the building, he solemnly affirmed that there was definitely something unknown inside Saul Hankston's laboratory. Dane's mood also turned serious and doubtful because of his attitude. Mana waves. A while later in Arabella's room, she announced sternly, Ernest, your guess was right. There really is something in there. Ernest asked in astonishment, Really, Senior Arabella? She set a paper on the table and said, Yes, and it's far from ordinary. Here, look at the data I've analyzed. Ernest and Layla bent down to examine the information inside. Then Dane also picked up the paper and read it carefully. The paper was filled with writing and continuously fluctuating curves. These fluctuations are very similar to the samples you've collected, Ernest. Of course, not everything matches if we discard the vague patterns. Hearing that, Dane looked at Arabella and calmly asked, So what's the conclusion? She smiled smugly and declared that there's definitely a colossal something in that building. The 3 of them, Ernest, wide-eyed and horrified, repeated in unison, A colossal something. Arabella looked down at the blue orb on the table and asked, Yes, The kind of fluctuation like this usually comes from an object containing an enormous amount of mana. You said you struggle to even pick up the signal, right? She looked at the three of them and explained confidently. I mean, something is blocking the signal from leaking out. Ernest went pale and was speechless. Arabella, ignoring his reaction, continued. As for who hid the mana signal, Saul Hankston or someone else, we don't yet know. Dane again examined the figures on the paper and said seriously, the only certain thing is that, whatever it is, it's valuable enough to warrant concealing its mana signal. Arabella nodded in agreement. She folded her arms and recounted. So that's the gist. And as far as I know, the guards never even enter Saul Hankston's laboratory. Back then, I even snuck into the forbidden area out of boredom. Priscilla widened her eyes in surprise and asked, really? Dane looked at the proud expression on Arabella's face and thought helplessly, even you did. Yes, who could resist Saul Hankston's pull? He truly was a sorcerer in his prime. Finally, she summarized. Anyway, I don't know exactly what they're hiding, but if it's related to Saul Hankston, it would be an earth-shattering discovery. Perhaps something that contains Saul's mana, or even more powerful. The mana detector on the table continued to emit a faint blue light. Hearing that, Ernest clenched his fists in delight and said, if that's true, that's amazing. Layla, still puzzled, asked, but why would that be in an otherwise empty lab? Arabella praised. Ernest is extraordinary. He found this purely by instinct. Upon hearing that, Ernest immediately turned solemn and thanked her. Thank you, Senior. You've helped me a lot. Arabella looked at him helplessly and asked, Kid, what do you intend to do with something like this? Dane, privately doubtful, suspected it was likely not a true mana core. Their previous tomb expedition had shown there was nothing suspicious inside. You were on guard the whole time, sensing your surroundings, so you can be sure. If it were a real core, you'd have noticed the moment you entered the forbidden area. Dane frowned and thought to himself, then. He stared at the light from the orb and let himself sink into thought. What exactly is inside it? Across from him, Ernest's questioning voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Dane, what do we do now? I told you to be careful for a while. Isn't this signal worth investigating? Layla chimed in to persuade him. Yes, even if you won't go, Ernest will go no matter what. He replied confidently, exactly. Dane pointed out the risks to the three of them. We might avoid surveillance somehow, but nobody knows what could be in that laboratory. Are you all really confident? Layla held up two fingers proudly and answered, of course our club is strong. Ernest affirmed confidently, right, and Karnas is with us too. Priscilla crossed her arms and replied firmly, I won't be outdone. Seeing that, Dane complained helplessly, even Ernest and Layla fine, but now Priscilla too. Arabella was at her wit's end. At this point we really can't stop them. She then pulled out a scroll and instructed, all right, if you won't listen, at least take this with you. Dane asked suspiciously, what's that? Arabella introduced it with a serious expression. This is a teleportation scroll. Do you know how to use it? She pointed to the scroll and explained its use to the four of them. If you're in danger, don't hesitate, tear it. It will immediately teleport you back here. Forced teleportation will shock your body and mana a bit, but it's better than dying, right? Layla, unafraid, asked brightly for confirmation. You're really giving us 3 precious scrolls. Priscilla expressed gratitude. Thank you, Arabella. She also carefully reminded them, remember, you're forgetful. Forbidden areas cause suspension, and being suspended twice will definitely get you expelled. Understand? The 3 of them answered timidly and cautiously, yes. Dane smiled and assured them. Don't worry, sis, nothing will happen. But Arabella was skeptical and said, don't just talk. In the end, she could only look at the 4 before her resignedly and let them go scout the area. Her instructions echoed through the room. All right, come back safely and tell me everything you find, understood? Then the space fell back into silence, as if no one had ever been there. Some time later, the 4 gathered, spread out the map, and Ernest explained the plan in detail to the others. Here is the infiltration route. The entrance is here. There will be a blind spot in visibility when we move toward this building. We'll use that gap to get in. Dane praised. Not bad, Ernest. After finishing the discussion, everyone packed their backpacks and necessary gear. We'll begin in 2 days. We've distributed exploration equipment per person and checked the infiltration route in detail. Ernest carefully told them what to watch for from now on. We must sprinkle anti-tracking powder while moving. Once there, Karnaz's role will be crucial. His flame can dissipate the dense mana barrier without leaving traces. Dane nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll prepare. Priscilla, arms crossed, added her opinion. We must also prepare a plan B for emergencies. Instead of tearing the scroll blindly, we should assume action directions for each scenario. Layla agreed in surprise. Sounds reasonable, Priscilla. Finally, Dane devised the combat plan and calmly assigned roles. Let's do it this way. We'll arrange the fighting formation like this. I'll handle mana detection at the front. Layla and Ernest will be at the rear. He signaled to Priscilla that she should stand in the middle. Priscilla is prone to ambushes, he noted. She agreed without hesitation. Okay, got it. Then he turned to give Ernest his task. Ernest, this time use the short bow instead of the staff. You've practiced a lot, just shoot in a supporting role. He cheerfully accepted. All right, leave it to me. Dane looked at everyone seriously and warned, remember. He reiterated the danger of the forbidden area. The top priority is not being detected. We don't know what's hidden inside. Ernest rubbed his arm and asked curiously, all right, what might be in there? I'm so eager. Layla, fearful, whispered a prayer, just hope it's not demons. Seeing the three in high spirits, Dane confirmed, is everyone ready? They faced him with no fear, only excitement. Dane raised his voice enthusiastically. Nam and Club, let's go cause some trouble. On the high wall of the building, the outer guards stood watch seriously, but their complaining voices drifted about. So annoying, every day like this I'll die. Wait a bit, only 20 minutes until the shift change. Who dare sneak into the forbidden area? Just wait until they're caught. After that, the space sank back into silence. The flickering firelight lit the guards' figures. In a corner of the forest, Layla widened her eyes and exclaimed in surprise, why are there so many guards? Beside her, Ernest murmured, I heard they recently doubled the patrols, so it's true, probably because of us. Upon hearing that, she anxiously asked, what do we do now, Ernest? In the dark, the four moved stealthily, then quickly ran in one direction following Ernest's guidance. Everyone's tired now, there will be a gap. I know where the guards are weakest, let's take that path. At the high wall, another team of guards arrived to announce, it's shift change time. One guard standing watch grumbled at them, so bored nearly fell asleep. Another guard asked suspiciously, why are you late? Behind the relieving squad, Dane and the others darted across nimbly. The unaware guard kept complaining, everyone's dispersed already. Following one last person who jumped up and scaled the wall, the whole group safely avoided the guards. But the noise from the jump had caused one guard to turn and investigate. Seeing this, the nearby guard asked curiously, what's going on? The guard rubbed his head and asked, do you hear anything? The other guard, not paying much attention, replied, probably just the wind. The suspicious guard confirmed, really. Fortunately, the guard paid no more attention and the patrol finally left. All right, good work everyone, came a confident voice from the wall. Not even a mouse could get through. Below, the four of them knelt on one knee to steady themselves. Dane reported calmly, good, we've infiltrated successfully. Under the moonlight, the large house was silent without a sound. But now a voice from the stairs warned, watch your step, you're about to see the basement door. After a while, Dane's group stopped before a tall door. Priscilla sighed, here. Thanks to Ernest, we got in pretty easily. Letting him lead was a wise choice. Suddenly, Dane noticed something and warned, wait, there's a mana ward here. He studied the blue light surrounding the door and murmured, the closer to the center, the stronger it gets. Saul Hankston really was careful against intruders. Then he contradicted himself, no, it's not like that. Dane approached and touched the magic circle, assessing, this ward does not carry Saul Hankston's mana signature. He observed the layer of the ward seriously and concluded, it's entirely different. Layla, puzzled, asked, really, how can you tell? Dane replied nonchalantly, Saul Hankston lived long ago, this ward looks new. Ernest stroked his chin in disbelief and pointed out, that means someone entered here before us, and erected a new ward to hide something inside. Dane confirmed sternly, yes. He eyed the door cautiously and guessed, there could be something very dangerous hidden in there. Priscilla asked anxiously, so what do we do now, go back? Layla looked at her resolutely and objected, we've come this far, there's no turning back. Maybe an academy official came, set defenses, and left. Ernest looked at the three and stated his view solemnly. I think differently. This seems more like the work of an outside intruder. If the academy had found a new relic of Saul Hankston, they wouldn't have any reason to hide it so secretly. Hearing that, Layla complained, so besides us, someone else is after this treasure, my treasure. Priscilla crossed her arms and weakly corrected her, we're here to explore, not to steal treasure. Suddenly Dane said solemnly, exactly. He calmly analyzed the forbidden area's structures. They're different from us. They deliberately set up wards to hide something. Whatever it is, encountering them would be troublesome. Layla sighed and pointed out sadly, if they mean harm, we won't be able to stop them. But Dane smiled optimistically. True, this place may have become much more dangerous, but I trust the strength of the Naman Club. We're strongest together, right? Yet Dane thought differently inwardly. Sounds reasonable, but honestly I'm dying of curiosity. Unaware of his thoughts, Ernest was moved to tears and called his name, Dane. Layla crossed her arms and enthusiastically agreed. It's rare anyone beats Dane, true enough. Seeing that, Priscilla helplessly went along with the majority. If you insist on going, trouble will follow, so I'll come too, there's no other way. Ernest and Layla's eyes sparkled as they looked at her. After confirming everyone's intent, Dane smiled and declared, no objections. Good, then we'll go all the way. Then the group turned to face the ward on the door with serious resolve. Though a little hesitant and frightened, we decided to continue forward. They summoned the little draconic familiar to breathe fire at the ward. Karnas did very well breaking the mana barrier. The ward couldn't withstand his flames. After a while, the door finally opened. When we opened the door and stepped inside, all four had to dodge extreme dangers. Ahead stretched a corridor full of endless traps. Dane warned as he moved, Ernest, lie down, everyone careful, the floor is collapsing. Follow me. They quickly jumped up to avoid crushing traps. The stone path echoed with the noises they made, then they reached a vast, gloomy chamber. After overcoming countless traps, we finally arrived. What is this place? I didn't expect such a huge room under the ground, an enormous room. Piled there were wooden chests and sacks of rice. In another corner were a dining table and beds. Ernest was the first to notice and called their attention. Look, there's a stockpile of food here. Someone must have lived here. Dane pondered with puzzlement. Strange signs of habitation, as if they've been here quite a while. Layla turned and asked suspiciously, could the academy have come here to research? He disagreed with the idea. That's unlikely. Dane glanced around and signaled, look closely. He pointed to the piles of chests and analyzed carefully. If the academy investigated, they'd have supplied gear. These items are all different from many places, even some illegal. If it were the academy, they wouldn't keep it this secret. Dane looked at everyone and concluded, Priscilla was right. This is clearly someone else, not the academy. Ernest fell silent, uneasy at that. Then Dane assigned them to inspect the room. Quickly check around. We don't know when the owner might return. The place was dark and gloomy, making them uneasy. Following his words, Layla searched the chests while Priscilla examined the walls. Dane knelt down to observe the floor. Suddenly his hand felt something suspicious in the ground. What is this? Beneath this room I can sense a massive flow of mana. Suddenly Ernest called to draw his attention. Dane, come see. Dane stood up and asked, what did you find? He announced. There's a staircase going down behind this wall. He hadn't expected the answer to appear so quickly. We can directly verify the mana source I sensed from above. The stairway wound down to another basement beneath the ground. Even with torches hung on the walls, the space couldn't be illuminated. Suddenly, a strange purple light radiated from the end of the stairs. The four followed the passage to a chamber containing a huge blue crystal core. The sight filled them with terrifying disbelief. Unbelievable, I have never seen such a massive mana stone. Is this thing hidden deep underground? Dane looked up at the stone, thoughts racing. No doubt, this is the aura of Saul Hangston. It's emitting overwhelming mana. Then he looked down at the complex magic array beneath it and confirmed. There are engraved formations around it. Dane examined the mana-emitting stone in the center of the room with a grave expression, and wondered what they intended to do with it. Who did this? And for what purpose? Suddenly Ernest behind them cried out in panic. Oh no, everyone, someone's coming this way. He looked at them in alarm. Priscilla and Layla turned at his call, and they heard Ernest's terrified warning. The perimeter devices we placed are going off. Dane immediately grew stern and heightened his alertness. Outside the building, a group of people in black approached stealthily. One person, seeming to lead, ordered, "Hurry up." The three others responded respectfully, "Captain." Those people quickly broke into the house with a clear objective, heading in one direction, focused solely on extracting mana from Saul Hangston's essence inside. The captain ran forward shouting passionately, "Glory will be ours." His subordinates replied respectfully, "Yes," their voices echoing through the silent stairwell. After a while they reached the lowest floor and opened the door to enter. The captain led the way, guiding the men into the room. When they reached the mana stone, he reported, "We've entered safely." Then he turned to his men and ordered, "Clear the room. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately." The men bowed and answered, "Yes." One of them looked toward the stairs and sighed, "Finally, we can rest for a bit." The man beside him asked, "For 2 months straight here?" The first man nodded, "Maybe longer. At least we have enough rations, so that's not an issue." After answering, he stepped up onto the stairs. Unexpectedly, a mechanism on the stairway wall expanded, and dozens of swords shot out straight toward the two of them. The first man stared wide-eyed, terrified as the deadly weapons drew closer. Moments later, both men were slammed away, screaming in agony. Struck, they tumbled down the stairs and fell back into the room. Hearing the commotion, the captain hurried out in panic and demanded, "What's going on?" No one answered him, only the sound of the door closing echoed. Then a strange purple gas flowed in and filled the room. One subordinate inhaled it and trembled, asking hoarsely, "What is this gas?" The man beside him stammered in fear, "Gas." He immediately clapped a hand over his mouth and cried out in alarm, "Captain, this is..." The captain hunched and barked a strict order, "Fall back." He struggled to cover his mouth and nose, warning with difficulty, "This is a trap." A short while later, the 4 of Dane's group had tied up the men in black and searched their belongings. Ernest exclaimed with surprise, "There's more stuff here than I thought." He picked up a paper, skimmed it, and concluded, "A notebook." Layla added a few items aloud, "Gold and all sorts of odds and ends," and she curiously pointed out, "There's something in that back pocket too." Behind Dane, he quietly observed the intruders. He frowned and thought to himself, "Who are these people? Clearly they're after Saul Hangston's mana stone." He looked at the 4 unfamiliar faces before him and wondered suspiciously, could they be from the academy, or... Suddenly Priscilla approached with a notebook and said, "Dane, look at this. This seems important." He accepted it without hesitation, "Okay." Dane took the notebook and read it seriously. The pages recorded notes of a strange experiment. During the essence extraction phase, always maintain 2 extractors. When the process reaches 60%, add another. If the formation fails, stop immediately and reinforce it. Check the attached diagram of the formation. Dane repeated it thoughtfully. "Extracting essence," Priscilla bluntly assessed, "sounds dangerous." He agreed, "Yes, extremely dangerous." Ernest brought over a long sheet for him to see and added, "Not only that, they even have a continent map here." He asked in stunned disbelief, "A continent map?" Layla widened her eyes in surprise. "Those are strictly controlled by the Empire, never allowed out." Ernest solemnly guessed, "Could they be some rebel group?" Dane heard everything but said nothing. He fell into deep thought, too many suspicious points. Suddenly he noticed something, and his eyes widened in horror. Facing them, a strange liquid flowed from the captain's mouth, while a flicker of light glinted inside his mouth. It was. Dane reached out and touched his mouth. He frowned, eyes serious. thinking to himself just as I thought. In Dane's hand was a small purple vial. It's a suicide poison. This reminded Dane of the knowledge his mother taught him as a child. I remember learning this from her. Dane glanced at the men in black, thoughts racing. This is used by assassin guilds or secret organizations to silence members, so secrets don't leak in emergencies. They're brainwashed to commit suicide and given poison. What kind of organization does something like this? Suddenly Priscilla found something else in the book. She looked up and alerted everyone. Look at this. There's a code of conduct written here. The three of them turned back in surprise. Priscilla then read the contents solemnly. For a new world. The rules rang out in the quiet room. Rule 1. Security must always come first, more important than life itself. Rule 2. We always act to change the world. The book's pages were filled with inscrutable rules. Rule 3. Do not investigate the identities of other members. We are one, yet separate individuals. Rule 4. Reading to the end, Priscilla frowned and said, "This part is the most suspicious." Dane asked suspiciously. "Suspicious," she clarified. "There are coordinates listed here. I don't know the exact location, but it's near the academy." In the center of the room, the mana stone served as a light revealing everything. At the end of the page, a special number was written. Priscilla looked at it puzzled and asked, 3458, where is that? Ernest rubbed his chin and replied thoughtfully, "Wait, if that's the location." Seeing this, Dane asked him, "Ernest, do you know the place?" He confirmed, "Yes, it's the supply route near the back gate." Layla exclaimed in shock, "So they entered from there." Dane agreed with her thought and calmly analyzed the men in black. Very likely, someone inside the academy must be helping them. After that, Priscilla and Layla fell silent, and Dane and Ernest also remained quiet. Then he looked at the great mana stone and spoke slowly to break the heavy air. "A secret organization is trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What do they intend to do with it?" Finally, the four agreed to leave. "We should get out of here quickly." Along the passage, each stair quietly glowed with an eerie purple light as if no one had ever come here. In the room, a black circle was absorbing all the assassins' belongings, gathering their items into a pocket space for inspection. Once finished, the four looked at the bound assassins and decided to report to the academy leaders and the guards. But before leaving, Dane looked at the mana stone and suggested, "It'd be a pity to go back empty-handed." The three reacted in sudden confusion, exclaiming in unison, "What?" He narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the stone. Then Dane made a bold demand, "Let's take this mana stone." He watched the stone's faint glow and thought that if they left it, it would fall into the wrong hands, rather than let unknown people use it for some plot. "It would be better for us to take it ourselves." On the wall, the purple light still quietly shone. Suddenly, someone in the room cried out in alarm, "Captain, wake up, it's bad." The captain stirred at the noise, groggy and asking, "My head, what's all the commotion?" A subordinate looked at the crystal in horror and reported, "The mana stone, it's emptied." The captain glanced at him in disbelief and shouted, "What? Are you talking nonsense?" Two other subordinates also looked toward the ordinary blue stone ahead. Seeing that the man's claim was true, they angrily cursed, "Damn it, it's definitely the trapsetter's doing." The captain widened his eyes, unwilling to believe it. Impossible. Suddenly, a squad of guards entered from outside. The sergeant eyed them warily and barked, "Stand still." The guards threatened them angrily. "Who dares violate this sacred academy? We won't let any of you leave." One assassin cried out in panic, "How did the guards get in here?" The guards immediately ordered, "Capture them. Don't let a single one escape." The captain gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, damn it." Immediately the guards rushed forward with weapons and attacked the assassins. Seeing this, he suspected in outrage, could the organization have abandoned us? Her eyes lifted to the solid gray wall standing out against the dazzling teal sky, and she let out an involuntary cry. This is insane. A person strode slowly out of the gate, cold eyes sweeping the area. He sighed. After decades of peace, this forbidden zone is causing trouble again. The young captain with blonde hair shouted angrily, "Did the intruders confess anything?" His squinting subordinate stroked his chin, thought for a moment and replied, "Report, no words. Perhaps we need stronger measures." In his mind flashed the three recently captured figures, three faces showing three different expressions: anger, helplessness, and boredom. They all maintained a stubborn silence. The captain pointed at the captives and ordered decisively, "Then beat them until they come to. After the initial investigation, transfer them to the interrogation room." The subordinate immediately answered clearly, "Yes, sir." He frowned, thinking deeply. This incident is serious. Even though we doubled security, 5 intruders still got through. He watched the soldiers packing before him with suspicion, a rising unease in his chest. He would surely be punished, maybe even lose his post. Suddenly, a soldier ran up. "Captain," he reported, "an investigator from the magic department has arrived." The captain was stunned already. He pressed his palm to his forehead and rubbed, looking irritated and extremely worried. "Damn, I didn't expect that lazy old professor to come here himself." A voice from inside the base called out in astonished questioning, meaning, "Did you hear noises in this building, detect the mana barrier disappearing, and then see intruders inside?" The captain confirmed immediately, "Yes, sir." Dinavo was puzzled. Strange. Saul Hangston's mana barrier isn't easy to break. His gaze fell on the bound group, full of questions. If they were capable of that, why were they captured so easily? The captain closed his eyes briefly, looking clearly weary. "I don't understand it either." He brought over a book, sounding flustered. "By the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to look at it?" Dinavo was surprised. A book. He took the thick blue book and felt a cold, magical energy emanating from it. Dinavo carefully opened it and flipped through the pages slowly, after examining it thoroughly. His face turned serious as he announced, "It's sealed with magic. Only someone authorized can open it, but someone forced the seal." Dinavo tucked the book into his coat with a determined look. "I'll take it back for further investigation. There may be other hidden spells in it." The captain gave an awkward, forced smile, trying to steady himself. "Of course. I only skimmed it, but it seems they belong to some secret organization." Dinavo frowned, his gaze sharpening. "A secret organization." The captain added, "We also found a gigantic mana stone in the cellar, taller than an adult man." Dinavo wondered, a mana stone, but the cellar was supposed to be empty. The captain was doubtful too. "We found it strange that a giant mana stone would be in the forbidden zone." Dinavo parted his lips slightly, thinking. His mind quickly linked together all the odd details. Finally, he decided and ordered, "Take me there. I want to see it for myself." At the academy fountain, many students were excitedly discussing the latest topic. "Have you heard? There's trouble in the forbidden zone again. The guards are in chaos. Why are there so many incidents lately? It feels unsettling." Priscilla stood on the veranda, troubled. "Good heavens, that place has been in turmoil since yesterday because of the disturbance." Knowing she was in a bad mood, Dane smiled and changed the subject. "Priscilla, have you found anything?" Sure enough, she immediately focused elsewhere and said, "Yes, I've heard the magic department's team captured them, and Professor Dinavo even came in person." Ernest said quietly, "If the professor came himself, this must be serious." Layla awkwardly scratched her neck. "We've really caused a big mess." This made the academy's daily paper already want to see it. Hearing that, Ernest could no longer contain himself. "What? That fast? Talk about walls having ears." The paper's report was clear. The forbidden zone was breached and 5 strangers are being questioned by the magic department. The captain of the guard says he accepts all blame. While everyone read the paper intently, Dane stood quietly behind, thinking that if Professor Dinavo appeared personally, he must have recognized the severity. He thought for a moment and said, "But if the magic department is handling it, it should be fine." Priscilla sighed in despair. "Yes, they're notorious for brutality. They'll use any spells to interrogate." Layla timidly and fearfully asked, "But will they find us?" Unlike her, Ernest was optimistic and reassuring. "Come on, calm down, we've erased all traces." She also tried to comfort the girl. "Actually, the academy should thank us. If not for us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught." Hearing that, you just gave up. What kind of logic is that? Seeing them chatting happily, Dane chuckled and nodded, quietly saying, "Don't worry. Their fall into the trap was unaware of us. For now, just stay hidden for a while." Then he turned to ask his friend Ernest, "Did you bring their stuff?" The other was startled, then answered, "Ah, yes. Here are the analysis results, take a look." They all shared the same thought. Who knows, maybe if we track them more times. They all hoped to find another treasure, like an essence from Saul Hangston, for example. A few days later, the academy fell into chaos again. A host of cavalry stood majestically on the campus. The reason? The arrival of the Royal Investigative Delegation. They marched in with thunderous steps. Royal banners fluttered in the air. Others stood aside watching. The royal family rarely set foot on the academy, yet today they arrived with dozens of people and banners flying. Unprecedented. Under the blazing sun, no one said a word. Somewhere else, in the basement, an unusually built, strongly built man dressed like a knight exclaimed, "Strange." He frowned and continued, "The Amer Church was infiltrated without a trace, and now strangers are found hiding in Saul Hangston's laboratory." This man was Delphian, the fourth commander of the Royal Knights. Someone else nodded in agreement. "This is very odd. We've followed the trail but still have no clear results." He glanced at the other and asked in a low voice, "What about the barrier?" Under pressure from the high-ranking man, the girl holding the paper stepped forward slowly and hesitantly replied, "Yes, we are still investigating, but so far we've seen no clear signs." After hearing this, Delphian walked away in frustration. What a problem, especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's designs. He then looked up and carefully asked, "What do you think about this?" "Your Highness," the third Prince Edward flinched. Caught off guard by the question, he was very flustered. He averted his gaze and stammered, "I haven't thought of anything yet." Seeing this, Delphian grew more irritated and sighed, "I understand, Your Highness." Dinavo, having just noticed this person's arrival, was extremely shocked. Wait, the third prince came in person. Why would he come here himself? Edward closed his eyes to sense, in a moment of silence. He gradually perceived something mysterious. Could this be the trace of a barrier that has been melted away? It's hard to notice, but the surface is somehow off. The third prince no longer looked embarrassed. He folded his arms seriously, as if it had been dissolved and reassembled. He pressed his lips and thought, "Whoever broke it is truly impressive." Saul Hangston's barrier was made to last centuries. Until now, no one had ever broken it. Hearing this, Delphian, who stood ahead, nodded. "Yes, a perfect steel fortress that had never been pierced, and now it's been broken." Edward uttered this terrifying news with remarkable calm. It means even the royal barrier can be infiltrated. Suddenly his eyes went wide. His body felt a pain piercing to his core. The prince's pale face broke out in sweat. Unable to bear it, Edward clutched his stomach. Seeing the other's strange condition, Delphian spoke anxiously, "Your Highness." He hurried over, frowning and asking where it hurt. Edward bowed his head and replied calmly, "It's fine, just a normal ache." The rugged-faced man spoke softly in counsel, "Please, if you feel any discomfort, tell us and we'll return immediately. The investigation matters, but your health matters more." The prince's demeanor seemed to change. "No, I came here of my own will." He waved his arm, "Don't worry, my hand is fine." Meanwhile, Dinavo stood aside observing and thought. The prince and the knight commander both showed up. Those two are also paying attention to him. Perhaps this time we must be very careful. Delphian advised, "Perhaps you should step outside and rest for a moment. If it worsens, tell us at once." He heard this and gently replied, "Yes, I will." Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back. What a pitiable man, branded a useless prince. Now even his hands won't obey. Delphian frowned slightly. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body. The prince's figure remained standing there alone in silence. But once Delphian left, he revealed his annoyance. "Damn it, there's always something blocking me." Looking around the scene, he thought to himself that now is not the time to hesitate. "I need more clues. I must find them myself." Edward began to walk. "They told me to stay, but..." He closed his eyes and thought, "Sorry, Delphian." On this side, he asked his subordinate, was there no trace? The man said around 5 in the morning. Dinavo answered, "Yes, just before sunrise, that's when it happened." Delphian asked further, "What about mana detection?" "None detected, sir." He tensed up at this and became a complete mess. At that moment someone ran from afar to report, "Captain, bad news. His Highness has vanished." Delphian panicked. "What? Impossible, he was just here." The man stammered the story. It happened when the guards let down their vigilance for a moment. He listened and widened his eyes in alarm. "Fools." Immediately Delphian shouted to those around, "Halt all other activities. Stop the investigation and search for His Highness at once." The others promptly bellowed in serious tones, "Understood." He was constantly worried inside. His body was already weak, so why this too? Over here, Edward ran relentlessly through the forest, his steps quickening. "I must advance this investigation at all costs." Edward looked ahead and resolved that this time his father would notice him. Since he lacked talent, he would prove himself through effort. He told himself inwardly that he could not remain a useless prince forever. Cut to another place, the Bonia forest. Layla stood with her arms folded, reminding Ernest, "Your stance isn't steady, try again." He, embarrassed, asked like this. She praised him much better. Dane nearby smiled softly. It seemed he was getting used to training here, and Layla had helped him a lot. At that moment, his hand reached out to activate mana. Thanks to that, he could better concentrate on controlling his mana, and circles began to form around Dane. He looked at his hand and smiled with joy. He had completed 2 mana rings and even succeeded in planting a 4-tier code structure. Suddenly Dane's eyes shifted to blue and he stared at them. Ancient magic was truly astonishing. But every time he focused on the 4-tier spell, he saw it more clearly. First he looked toward Ernest, seeing the flow of mana moving within the human body. Then Dane looked toward Layla. Extraordinary. I wonder what I'll see next. So in the air, a small swirling vortex seemed to form. The two of them both looked up in surprise. Ernest exclaimed, "Wind." Layla, puzzled, asked Dane, "What spell is that?" Dane smiled and answered, "A wind bomb, a compressed air projectile." He widened his eyes in astonishment. "Amazing. I have never seen a mana explosion this large." Layla marveled too. "It must be because it's a 4-tier code spell. The power is terrifying." He watched the gusts blowing by. Dane reached out to steer it. "Just toss it gently, okay?" The wind then began to rise gently, no longer as fierce as before. It slipped between the trunks, winding softly. Suddenly from the distance, someone collided with it and cried out pitifully. The 3 friends were startled and wondered, "Is someone there?" The branches there snapped and flew into the air. After a moment the dust cleared, and the trunks tumbled on the ground. The 3 of them stared in shock, then quickly ran over. Layla anxiously asked Dane, "Dane, did you hear that too? Someone's there." He quickly replied, "Yes, I heard it clearly." Dane worried inwardly. "Damn, I thought it was just us here." So the 3 of them agreed to check it out. "Be careful, what if they're hurt?" Time shifted to a few minutes earlier. Edward had reached the forest where they trained. Who knew the academy grounds contained such a large forest? He looked around in wonder. The students here must be very happy, studying and laughing with friends. I'm truly envious. Edward felt a twinge of sadness. If I weren't born a prince, could I attend the academy like them? He smiled lightly, hopeful for the future. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Immediately Edward snapped awake, scolding himself. No, daydreaming again. Focus on finding traces of the intruder. In the distance, he heard a strange sound and went over out of curiosity. What's that noise? Edward stopped in a clearing to observe for a moment. Is someone in the woods? Something seemed to be streaking through the air toward that spot. That was where the trio, Dane and the others, were training. Seeing them, Edward grew curious. Students practicing. They look about my age and they're skilled. Layla turned to Dane and asked, "Dane, can you check my sword move? This transition feels awkward." He stepped forward and suggested, "Measure your foot placement, then after the spin step the back foot half a step back." She adjusted and said, "Got it, I'll try again." So Edward watched them train from afar. "Begin." He stared at where they stood and was startled when she said, "Dane, wait, Dane Saggers." Edward then recalled Dane's identity, the freshman causing a stir across the academy. It's him. Everyone knew the story. Dane Sagers, the name even the royal family knew, accepted into the research department, outstanding in 4 different fields. At that realization his spirits sank, and me, I can't even get a small thing right. Still watching Dane's movements, Edward felt some envy. He called a genius among geniuses, yet trains diligently. Edward began to long. If I could enter the academy too, maybe I'd find friends, learn many things and laugh with them. At that moment something like a gust of wind suddenly rushed straight toward them. Edward panicked and couldn't dodge in time. Something was flying this way. It bore down on Edward, charging toward the place where he was hiding. A loud crash rang out. The trunks there trembled and snapped into many pieces. It also affected Edward, who was hiding behind those trees. He was flung into the air with a dazed expression. Then came the pitiful cry the Dane group had heard. In the forest behind the academy, Ernest anxiously asked if he was okay. Dane was also flustered and apologized, saying he thought no one was here. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Wait, that uniform. Doesn't it look like the Royal Investigation Team's uniform?" Layla King shouted in surprise, "So you're a member of the Royal Investigation Team?" He hurriedly stopped her. "No, Layla, that person is probably—" Dane keenly realized, yes, that's the Royal Investigation Team's uniform and that red hair, the royal hairstyle. Ernest guessed, "Could it be that you are really royalty?" The words left him speechless, and beside him she was also sobbing. Only then did the person react and begin to stand up. Then he shouted, "You fools, all of you." Dane hurriedly knelt and said, "I am Dane Sagers, eldest son of Count Sagers, Your Highness, Prince." Then he immediately confessed, "I am terribly sorry, Your Highness, I have committed a grave offense." He panicked as well. "I am Ernest Dillon, eldest son of Baron Dillon, first year in exploration." She trembled, "Layla Termian, eldest daughter of Duke Termian, first year in swordsmanship. Please forgive our rudeness, Your Highness." The prince laughed, "It's all right, I'm not hurt, just a bit surprised." He added that, more importantly, he's glad to meet them like this. "Dane Sagers, I've heard much about your reputation." The prince also mentioned that the Dillons are famous in exploration and that they will become great explorers. "As for the Termian daughter, you won the Dainter Cup, didn't you?" "I watched that final." Layla replied awkwardly, "Yes, it's an honor, Your Highness." He dismissed their bows. "Enough introductions, rise." They respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Ernest expressed relief that the prince was unhurt, but asked why His Highness came to such a remote place. "This area is so secluded, even academy students rarely come here, which makes it suitable for training." Now it was the Crown Prince's turn to be shy. "Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I wandered off alone and got lost." He brought up, "You know about the strange incidents in Saul Hankson's residence, right? We're investigating that, but haven't found any clues. It's vexing." They curiously asked if he came to investigate. They revealed that they had noticed a few odd things as well, but couldn't be certain. Dane thought to himself, what did they detect? A normal person couldn't notice, but they didn't sound confident. He guessed so that strange phenomenon was discovered by His Highness himself. He hesitated, it could be said that way. Ernest and she whispered that if everything ties back to them, they'd be ruined if discovered. Meanwhile he stood silently observing. Dane judged silently that unlike the first 2 princes, the youngest prince, Third Highness, who is the same age as them, is said to be ordinary without any special talent. He wondered inwardly, that's strange. We carefully spread anti-tracking powder around here, yet he still found this place and noticed oddities others couldn't. There's no way he's ordinary. Dane speculated that perhaps he was hiding some special ability. The prince repeated that he simply got lost and came here. This academy is complex. They hinted he should return soon since the investigation team is probably searching everywhere. They seemed lost too, as it's their first time at this academy. He was embarrassed that the grounds were vast, but then made an excuse. "While I'm here, I'd like to hear you tell me a bit about life at the academy." Ernest and Layla were surprised by his friendliness, about their stories. He thought to himself that even though he's a prince, he's still just a teenager. Having been confined to the palace for so long, It's understandable he'd be curious about ordinary life. You asked what were you doing earlier training. They replied, yes. Since this place is quiet, we often use it for training. Still, Dane remained suspicious. There's something very odd about this prince. He gives me a suffocating feeling, as if a current of mana is tightening around me. He wondered if mana could flow like that. Perhaps I should observe more closely. At the same time, elsewhere the academy was noisy. Not here, damn it, move to the next building. Students whispered that it was the Royal Investigation Team. What's going on? It looks like they're searching for something. They speculated whether they'd caught the culprit. No way if they had, the Mage Legion would be here, not the investigation team. The atmosphere was tense. They anxiously called out, Your Highness. The captain fretted, damn it, not here either. Where on earth has he gone? He thought inwardly that they didn't even know who was involved or what power was behind it. If the prince, with a hand not yet healed, ran into trouble alone, being dismissed would be bad, but worse if something happened to His Highness. Just then a subordinate ran up and reported, Captain, a witness has appeared. Someone in a gold-trimmed cloak was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. The captain found hope. Really, bring that person here at once. He immediately ordered whole team, move to the forest outside the academy. Top priority is ensuring the safety of His Highness. Subordinate Dong Than. Yes, sir. He wondered why the forest. Why would he think of a place like that? A suspicion arose. Could it be that he discovered something? Meanwhile, the prince confided to them that he was envious. If only he hadn't been born into royalty, he might have lived like an ordinary person, not bound by princely duties. Perhaps the gods truly hated him. Dane hesitated. Your Highness, if I may, I'd like to ask one thing. The prince asked, What is it, Dane Saugers? Speak. Given permission, he spoke up. Does your hand hurt badly? A simple question, but it panicked the prince. He was shocked and thought, No, how do you know? She looked at Dane with question marks. His Highness's hand, why? The prince hurriedly covered it up. You surely that's a mistake. He doubted, really. But from what I see, she frowned. Dane, what nonsense are you talking about? Across from them, the prince stared at Dane, worried he'd press the matter to the end. That attitude put Dane in a dilemma as well. After a moment's consideration, he let it go. If you don't want to talk about it, fine. I intend to forget everything I saw and heard today. He silently wondered if this guy had really noticed the condition of my hand. Layla grumbled, Dane, what are you saying to His Highness? Dane says strange things sometimes, please forgive him. But the prince spoke up to confirm, no, he's right. He and she froze, both thinking, what really? A silence fell over them. After a while he admitted honestly, my right hand is like a disabled hand. Dane Saugers, how did you realize that? Dane was also silent, unsure how to answer. Then he revealed, to be precise, I didn't see the state of your hand. I saw the mana flow toward your hand being blocked. The prince was dumbfounded. What, you can see the mana flow with your eyes? He said it was a power he gained, after a relic luckily fused with his body. He thought to himself that actually it was ancient mana, but he couldn't tell the truth. You were surprised. An astonishing ability, so you can discover the real cause. Dane replied at once, no. I can't see the deeper cause, but at least right now I can tell why you feel pain. The main reason is that the mana that should flow into the hand is being blocked at the wrist and is overflowing upward. He sensed a hand that mana cannot reach. And as a result, it is gradually dying. Dane stepped closer, Your Highness. At the same time he probed, may I ask what happened? Hearing Dane's question, Edward's mood darkened a little. After a moment he lowered his voice and began. It started when I was about 1 year old. As he spoke he recalled the past. When Edward was an infant there were no problems, but at some point it became like this. I could only hold eating utensils at 7. At first when I could hold a spoon my hand trembled constantly. And I only held a pen and wrote after I was over 10. Edward had to struggle far more than others to write. But the most important things, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't manage. I couldn't learn swordsmanship, riding, everything a prince should learn, and magic was out of the question. The moment he touched them, his hand would shake uncontrollably. This was Edward's greatest sorrow and torment. As he spoke, his eyes shone with loss and disappointment. Edward turned his face away, not daring to look directly at Dane. His voice was cold as he mocked himself. "I've lived like this until now, a shameful prince who won't let others know." After hearing his story, Dane felt some sympathy and thought in silence that this problem had existed since childhood, explaining why he wasn't as prominent as the other princes. By contrast, Layla and Ernest were flustered after hearing it, clutching their heads in panic. Layla stammered to Edward, "But, Your Highness, are you okay hearing this?" Ernest likewise trembled, saying someone would tell such a big secret. Edward looked calm, shook his head, and assured them casually, "It's fine, I trust you'll keep it secret." Then he went on, "And besides, I'm in a good mood today. No matter what the royal physicians and mages did, they couldn't find the cause, but finally I have." As Edward finished, Dane suddenly asked him an abrupt question, "Do you believe me?" Edward nodded slightly and half-jokingly replied, "Of course. I wouldn't be deceived by someone from the Sagar's clan. If so, the liar would have to be great to fool a prince." Hearing that, Dane frowned slightly, helplessly thinking, "What kind of joke is that?" Edward then held out his hand, his voice weary and self-mocking. "As you can see, power is leaving my hand. I know sooner or later this hand will become useless." But he quickly rallied and eagerly asked Dane then, "Can you heal it?" Dane's face remained expressionless. He did not answer immediately. Ernest and Layla were tense and silent, not daring to breathe, glancing from Edward to Dane. Dane pressed his thin lips together. Seconds later he spoke coolly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'm not a physician." Hearing that, Edward's eyes widened and he froze for a moment. Then he shut his eyes and sighed reluctantly. "Certainly this isn't an easy matter." Suddenly Dane said seriously, "But if Your Highness wishes, I can try," making Edward immediately open his eyes wide and freeze. Dane kept smiling brightly at him. From deep within the forest, a loud shout rang out excitedly, "Really? Then do it now." Edward scratched his head, beaming with delight, promising that if you can heal my hand, I'll do anything. Dane asked nervously, "Really?" Then he lowered his gaze slightly and seriously outlined his plan. "If that is your wish, I'll try to change the mana flow. However, if I fail, you could die." Edward flinched at that, startled and terrified, unconsciously exclaiming, "What?" Dane continued, "If this attempt goes wrong and harms Your Highness, I will surely be executed for attempting regicide." At his words, Edward vaguely imagined Dane, Layla, and Ernest bound and taken away by royal soldiers. Knowing the severe consequences, Dane nonetheless insisted, "But I still have many years to live and many things I want to do. So if I succeed in healing your hand—" He paused then, frowning slightly, an expression hard to read. Staring straight at the dazed Edward, he asked bluntly, "How will you repay me?" Ernest couldn't believe he would so shamelessly ask Edward that question. His face paled. Layla was equally shocked and instinctively covered her gaping mouth. Only then did Edward speak, asking Dane, "Do you want to make a bargain with me now?" Dane replied honestly, "I don't accept vague risks. However, if a sufficiently attractive reward were offered, that would be different." He did not hide his ambition and admitted it plainly. Edward was momentarily stunned by his bluntness for a full 5 seconds. The deep forest fell silent. Then after a few seconds he half-jokingly said that making a bargain with him, "You're the first to suggest that." Dane said flatly that he's only seen princes grant favors to seek patrons. Edward muttered a decisive assessment of him. "Someone else, Dane Sagars." He gave a slight upward curl of his lips and praised softly, "Very well." Then looking directly at Dane's cold face, he generously negotiated, "Dane Sagars, if you heal my hand, I'll grant any request you make." Saying that, he burst into a calm, loud laugh. Dane hadn't expected him to agree so easily and asked again in puzzlement, "Really, Your Highness?" Edward held out his hand and casually said as usual, "Yes, my hand will soon lose function. At worst, failure only makes that happen a bit sooner." Then he stepped closer to Dane, patted his arm and pledged, "Then try. If you fail, at least I'll leave a will declaring your innocence." Dane froze, not sure whether to laugh or cry. Layla let out an embarrassed chuckle, and Ernest closed his eyes and sighed wearily. Edward's other hand remained resting on Dane's arm. Finally, Dane succinctly said, "Yes, I'll try." Edward sincerely thanked him, saying, "Very good, thank you." Then he raised his hand to his left chest and made a gesture. Despite his bold offer, Dane couldn't help worrying inwardly that this might be the greatest event of his life. Success would be a huge victory, failure a catastrophe. He quickly regained his composure and resolved that he must succeed at all costs. Having decided, Dane told Edward to sit comfortably first. He obeyed, replying briefly, "All right." Edward sat on the stone bench, thinking to himself that he'd practiced controlling mana since childhood and felt very confident. All three, Dane, Ernest, and Layla, stared at him tensely. Edward tilted his head and closed his eyes, relaxing and thinking to himself that, moreover, I have ancient mana within me. Dane stepped forward, knelt, and took his hand. He palpated the joints of his hand. Half closing his eyes, he whispered a warning, "Then I'll begin." Edward quickly sank into a drowsy stupor. Dane proceeded to transmit mana to him. A faint green light enveloped Edward's hand. Dane closed his eyes and tried to concentrate with all his might. The glow grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, deeper in the forest elsewhere, people whispered to one another, "How's your side? There's a sheer cliff and we can't move." A panicked soldier ran up and urgently reported to Delphian, the captain, that there were many forks ahead. He grimly muttered, "Damn, I don't have enough men to split up here." Suddenly Delphian sensed something and turned around alertly. Staring into the bushes and the forks, he thought in alarm, "Impossible. What is this feeling?" He abruptly raised his hand high. Then he ordered the soldiers, "Everyone hide." All the soldiers drew their swords at once. They gripped their blades tightly, as Delphian commanded them to move as silently as possible. One soldier glided forward swiftly and quietly. He was followed by a line of other soldiers. They acted as quietly as they could, not daring to make loud noises. When they reached the spot, they stopped. Delphian held his sword firmly and strode forward mightily. At that moment, Dane still held Edward's hand tightly, channeling magic, while Layla and Ernest stood by watching, not daring to make any disruptive sound. Suddenly, a strange noise cut through. Dane and Edward slightly opened their eyes. Layla and Ernest did the same, turning to look tensely. Delphian led the troops, scowling, and coldly demanded of the three, Dane, Layla, and Ernest. Suddenly, a man dashed toward Dane's group, shouting, "You bastards, what are you doing?" He furiously glared at them, raising his sword high. Layla screamed in fear, "Knights are surrounding us." Dane also panicked inwardly, thinking, "Damn, they're closing in. I need to explain." With that thought, he reached out to cast a spell. Meanwhile, the man lunged forward with a sharp sword, shouting, "How dare you touch His Highness?" Dane rushed forward as well. "He's too fast." Seeing the blade descending, he couldn't help thinking that at this rate he'd be defeated. At that moment, the red-haired prince suddenly appeared and stepped between them, halting Delphian. Delphian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Your Highness." Edward fixed his gaze steadfastly on him. After a moment, Delphian stood opposite him and asked anxiously, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you know how worried we were?" Edward replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He nodded a few times, then asked, "Your Highness, how did you get so deep into this area, and who are they?" Edward answered that he had wandered while investigating and gotten lost, and that he would explain about them on the way back. After speaking, Edward looked down at his right arm. "The sensation in my hand is different now. There must be progress." Then he looked at Dane with grateful eyes and said, "I'm off now, thank you, Dane Saugers." Dane smiled back and replied, "I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was my honor." Not long after, on the road back through the mountains, "So he's the son of Count Saugers." "Yes, he's my benefactor." Delphian couldn't help but be curious. "Your benefactor?" Edward glanced at him and hinted, "He has already been an immense blessing to me." But then he asked, "So tell me, what gift should I give them?" Delphian was puzzled. "A gift? What do you mean, Your Highness?" He thought to himself that they might be noble-born, but you only met them today. Edward suddenly rubbed his chin in thought. "Ordinary gifts won't suffice. I want to give them something truly precious." No sooner had he finished speaking than he seemed to remember something and instinctively let out a small exclamation. Edward smiled at Delphian and said, "Well then, what about that one?" He leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. After hearing it, Delphian's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Your Highness, even so." Edward grinned mischievously. "Is that appropriate?" While Delphian worriedly asked if it wasn't too much. "He thought you were already so pleased just to make friends." He continued cheerfully, "Compared to what Dane has done for me, this isn't excessive. Send a messenger to the palace to bring everything immediately." Delphian helplessly accepted the order. "Understood." With everything settled, Edward happily hummed as he walked ahead. Delphian stood behind watching and fell into thought. On second thought, this isn't a bad move. The image of the three from Dane's group immediately appeared. They're the children of Count Sagers and Duke Termian. Because of that, ties between the royal family and the great houses could grow stronger. He also added silently that they'd be a great support for His Highness. Under the blazing sun reflecting off the palace roofs, a week later we were invited to the royal residence, to the reception room of the annex. Edward sat in the center of the room and said, "My hand is much better, no side effects. Thank you, Dane." Dane bowed slightly in response. "I'm relieved, Your Highness." After speaking, he extended his hand to the side and said, "Please, have a seat." Once everyone was seated, Edward spoke again. "I've prepared a little token to show my gratitude. Please accept it. This is all I deem worthy of you." The three from Dane's group all widened their eyes and cried out in unison, "Your Highness, this is." Inside the small box on the table lay an exquisite badge. Yes, the royal token. Edward smiled and explained, "It's very simple. If you run into trouble, present this token and everything will be taken care of." Ernest, still stunned, looked up and asked, "May we accept it?" "Of course." Dane comfortably turned to him and said, "Thank you very much, Your Highness." Edward added, "The formalities are done. Enjoy yourselves today." The three seated to his left answered in unison, "Yes." After a while, a table full of delicious dishes was presented before them. Layla happily nibbled each pastry. Meeting the prince that day was an unexpected stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Ernest was enjoying the sandwich in his hand, but the identities of the intruders remained a mystery. Dane calmly chewed his food. None of us suspected anyone further, and the odd incident gradually faded into silence. Edward sat at the head and happily savored the fine food. The sky outside the window remained as clear blue as when they first arrived. Then after some time midterms arrived. Below the academy a voice rang out joyfully, "The exams are finally over." Dane looked at Layla and asked, "Layla, how are you?" She waved her hand and replied, "The major exams weren't too hard. The general subjects should be okay too." Priscilla clenched the paper and shouted in frustration, "As for me, I wish the world would just burn. How can the exam be so hard when I've memorized the entire scripture?" Seeing her, Dane could only smile wryly, thinking to himself that the Sacred Studies department wasn't easy after all. Ernest spoke up then, "Anyway, it's over." Dane quickly added, "We're free. Come on everyone, we have a few days off. What does everyone plan to do?" Ernest grinned and replied, "I'm thinking of joining the gym club, the one focused on physical training." "What you, Ernest?" Priscilla rubbed her chin and scrutinized him. "Looks like you've recognized your weakness after those combat simulations. Do you know what to do?" Ernest replied confidently, "Yes, wait and see the results." The blonde girl added, "Don't get hurt, okay?" Then Layla smiled softly and said, "I think I'll go home for a bit. My mother has wanted to see me for a long time." After saying that, she looked at Dane. "What about you, Dane?" He hesitated briefly then answered, "I'll probably spend time in the library studying more. Study? After exams?" Dane lowered his eyes and continued, "There's really nothing else to do. Ah, wait." An image of him as a child facing the Duke suddenly appeared. Layla's words reminded him. Back then, little Dane was staring intently at the gift in his hands. When he was 7, the Duke gave him a present, the badge of the Termian Forge. He thought to himself that he planned to make a new sword, so he'd probably visit that forge. Meanwhile, Layla and Priscilla nearby exclaimed, "It's been ages since you mentioned that. You really are diligent." Under the blue sky, Dane suddenly said, "No, Layla, I'll go with you. To my house." "Sure, but why so suddenly?" He rubbed the back of his neck and explained, "I just thought I'd like to see what your forge looks like." Layla turned and muttered, "You're the only person in the world who can call that seeing." At that moment, Ernest suddenly asked, "Can I come? The Termian forge. That would definitely be an amazing experience." Amid the rows of tiled roofs, a cheerful voice rang out, "You want to go too?" "Sure, the more the merrier." Later, on the road to Layla's house, the Termian ducal estate, I was nervous. "Just don't touch anything, okay?" "Of course, I'll just look." Layla suddenly turned and said regretfully that it would be more fun if Priscilla could come. The department's top student doesn't get time off. Dane looked at her and replied, "Yeah, can't help it. I heard she's been summoned to the temple." Ernest suddenly grew curious. "Layla, how long does it take from here to the Termian lands?" Layla quickly answered, "Less than an hour by carriage." Ernest exclaimed, "That close? I live all the way in the west. It takes nearly a month on horseback." The three stopped in the road to chat. "So it must have been hard for you when enrolling." Ernest turned to Dane and asked, "What about you?" Dane replied, "It only took me a day to get here. My family has a teleportation gate." Layla gasped in surprise, "A teleportation gate?" She spun around, hands on her hips in disbelief. "You actually used that to get here in a day?" Dane didn't hesitate to admit it. "Yes, haven't I told you? This is the first I'm hearing of it." Layla suddenly remembered the two prominent blonde heads and said, "Oh right, your sisters probably use the gate too. They helped you a lot with your studies at the academy. I'm so jealous." She took a few steps forward and complained, "I wonder how my brothers are doing these days." Dane and Ernest stood behind, watching thoughtfully. On second thought, she'd never mentioned her siblings before. One of them suddenly asked Layla, "What are your brothers like?" "The weather today is perfect for going home," Layla chatted as she walked. "My eldest brother was really kind before he left for the East. He used to play with me every day." She mentioned each of them with a different expression. "As for the second brother, he just liked to tease me. When he annoyed me, I got really upset." Dane smiled and listened, nodding she was clearly much loved by her brothers. Ernest, overhearing this, asked in curiosity, "Does your second brother also live at the manor?" Layla frowned and waved her hand. "No, he's too free-spirited." Even she, his sister, didn't understand the reason. One day he suddenly ran away from home and no one knows where he is now. He claimed he went off to train somewhere, but I don't really believe it. That answer sounded unbelievable to a normal person. Run away from home. Layla's brows knit tightly and her tone dropped slightly. "Since becoming a knight, he's been living away from home. I truly don't understand why he would do that." Ernest chimed in with a breathy exclamation. "So he's a young knight. Your family is full of extraordinary people." She didn't deny it much. "The eldest is just diligent, while the second is unpredictable." Dane glanced at the pink-haired girl with a pensive look. Sibling disputes are common among the nobility. He sensed this didn't seem to be the case in their family, yet clearly the Termian house didn't strike him as rigid. Perhaps there was a deeper story behind it. Before long, chatting as they walked, they reached their destination. Three knights suddenly stepped up to meet them. The one in the middle spoke, "Miss, you're back." Layla recognized him, Lord Asmar. He smiled kindly and bowed respectfully. "It's been a long time. Are you well? I heard you were returning, so I came at once." The great doors of the Termian house opened wide in welcome. "Come in, everyone." The family's little daughter ran forward. The father greeted her cheerfully. "You've grown since I last saw you. How's life at the academy?" She proudly boasted to her parents, "It's wonderful, I study hard. When your father sees your grades, he'll be amazed." The Duke laughed sincerely. "Ha ha, I look forward to it." Then he turned his gaze to the other visitor and said, "And who do we have here, Dane?" Dane stepped forward, smiling and bowing. "Duke, it's been too long, it's a pleasure to see you again." The Duke sized him up and remarked, "You look much sturdier than before." Ernest shyly introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you, Duke. I am Ernest Dillon." It seemed the Duke remembered what his daughter had written in her letters. "So you're the friend Layla often mentioned. Our family also has some relics discovered by House Dillon. Layla, your friend. That's impressive." Praising Layla's friend was effectively praising her. Of course, he's my daughter's friend. The Duke turned and urged them inside. Don't stand out here, come in. We've prepared a small feast to welcome you. Hearing this, the three replied in unison, Really? Thank you very much, Your Grace. With excitement shining in Layla's eyes, he turned and led the way. Follow me. Dane smiled enthusiastically and made conversation with her. I loved your tarts last time. Will there be some this time? Layla, already guessing, grinned and signaled. I knew you'd like them, so I had them prepare strawberry tarts. You're going to love them. Inside, the feast they hosted wasn't exactly small. After a hearty meal, Dane was extremely satisfied. It's been a long time since I've had food this good. Ernest scratched his head and realized, now I understand why Layla was so excited. Layla was still munching a pastry and lamented that the seniors couldn't make it. They promised one another they'd visit together next time. Suddenly, the noise rose as a group of people entered. He couldn't hide his curiosity and leaned in to ask softly, Layla, who are those people? She replied, They're knights of my house. My father invited them to the feast. I heard more people came when they learned you'd stop by. Dane's tone became vaguely indescribable. Really? Why do I have this bad feeling? As if reading his thoughts, they stepped forward to greet him. Quintaz Daggerweld, greetings, young Master Dane Saugers. Dane politely returned their greeting. It's an honor to meet you. Layla has told me about you. You're the Duke's knights, right? The uncle leading them, affable and smiling, replied, Yes, indeed, we've heard much about you. Young Master, it's a great honor to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we'd like to talk for a bit. He had no reason to refuse. Of course. Layla set her plate down and told him a rumor. I've heard the Termian Knights are one of the strongest teams in the Empire. Aside from the Royal Guard, countless squire knights are competing to join them now. The others approached in a friendly mood. I've also heard the Saugers Knights are very famous. Dane answered candidly, That's right. Our unit mainly trains spear techniques, mostly thanks to my father. A genuine gleam of admiration shone in his eyes. The development history of House Saugers is truly admirable. Since he taught spear techniques on the battlefield, it gradually grew into a real knightly corps. Now it's the Empire's only spear knight legion. The Termian Knights, showing strong admiration, commented, We've always been curious about your training methods. Young Master, you must be good with the spear. He smiled modestly and replied, Haha, it's just okay. Suddenly Layla buted in loudly, Dane's good at everything. If all of you attacked at once, you still couldn't beat him. The leader looked astonished and said, Really, miss? The others found it hard to believe, even if we all attacked together. Impossible. Dane felt something was off and said, Layla, don't say things like that. Then they straightened into a crisp line and said, Very well then, young Master Dane. They all bowed and issued a challenge. We officially challenge you to a friendly match. Please teach us a bit. Dane's face showed hesitation and he didn't answer immediately. Wait, fight right here. Why is my bad feeling always right? Layla's calm, unconcerned face reassured him. It's fine, it'll be okay. Show them what you can do, Dane. He turned to look at the expectant faces of the knights. Now he was forced into reluctant agreement. If you insist, I will accept. They immediately set off for the training ground. The Termian Knights, as rumored, were nearly the best team. Dane had to fight against 5 people at once. Nonetheless, his control of the spear in his hand remained very fluid. Moreover, his footwork was very agile back and forth. His stance stayed steady without tiring at all. His focused, tense expression exuded an extraordinary aura. The audience consisted only of 3 people, the Duke and 2 friends. Yet the Duke's face was full of astonishment as he watched the match. Dane's foot struck the ground firmly. From the start, he hadn't taken a single blow. The spear in his hand knocked the swords from the knights' grips. One by one, those who lost their weapons were declared defeated. The final sword was sent flying into the air. The victory was complete, leaving looks of astonishment on their faces. Dane calmly planted his spear against the ground. His face was utterly triumphant with the decisive result. It seemed his face radiated a dazzling aura. After a moment of bewilderment, the Duke hurriedly proclaimed, The victory belongs to young Master Dane. What an impressive match. Layla exclaimed about the Duke's prize for the victory. Really? Father gave you a gift, he nodded. Yes, some books written in an ancient language. She nodded too. Of course. I told him you were interested in ancient tongues. Perhaps he remembered. Hearing that, he awkwardly thanked her for the kindness. Really? Thank you. The Academy library is very limited. Those volumes will be useful. She simply smiled and replied, better that someone who truly values them reads them than that they gather dust. Dane frowned and looked around for the rest of their group. By the way, where's Ernest? Layla knew where he'd been invited. He went with the steward to the relic vault and looked very excited. Hearing that, Dane grew curious. Really? I'm curious too. Suddenly her face lit up and she urged him, aren't you tired? Rest a bit, it's vacation after all. He stammered a refusal, I'll rest after I visit the blacksmith tomorrow. Hearing that, she relaxed and soaked in the atmosphere. It feels great, after the exams, going home, seeing family. My father was so pleased when he saw your spear skills, people even thought you were his natural son. Dane showed unease when she mentioned her second brother, but the Duke's expression changed completely at the mention of your second brother. What's that about? Mentioning it suddenly silenced Layla. After a long moment, she began to explain the reason. That's what frustrates me. The eldest still writes now and then, but the second went completely silent and father never explained why. This made her recently brightened expression fall again. No contact, no explanation at all. Before he could speak, there was a sound from the direction of the woods. Layla's sharp eyes noticed it and she said, wait, what's that? Something's moving over there. Dane followed her lead and looked over to observe. Suddenly he agreed with her keen sense. Yes, I can feel it too. At that moment, a stream of magic began to surge continuously through the air. Dane watched ahead warily and said, come out before I have to step in myself. His hand slowly moved, channeling magic toward the bushes. Then a voice answered from inside, all right, I'm coming out, don't be rough. Hearing that voice, they froze. Layla hesitated and said, that voice. From within the bushes came the rustle of footsteps and shifting leaves. A person stepped out slowly and said, this is tense. Leaves flew up into the air as a voice called out, I was only watching my sister walk with some stranger. Then a man emerged from the bushes to stand opposite them. He smiled and greeted, it's been a while, my little sister. This was Delward Termian, the Duke's second son. Seeing him, Dane frowned and said, don't tell me this is. He startled to see the man carrying a bundled sack on his shoulder, your brother, no less. Layla immediately began striking Delward angrily. Oh my, I've worried so much for you. How could you do that? Not once, never once did you contact me. He clutched his head and said, sorry Layla, that hurts. She didn't stop but shouted in fury, you're outrageous. I've waited for news from you for so many years. Even our second brother wrote, but what about you? Delward looked up and forced a smile. Ouch, you hit hard. Seems you've trained diligently. Layla didn't let up and kept striking. Yes, I'm stronger now, can you handle it today? Dane beside them worriedly said, enough Layla. At that moment, his hand reached out and stretched toward her. Delward suddenly hugged Layla tightly, stopping her actions. He smiled gently and said softly, I'm sorry Layla, I have never forgotten my family. Delward's words were sincere, I have my own reasons. He added, I'm sorry for leaving you alone all this time. Delward continued to soothe her gently, I'll tell you everything, please calm down. At that she began to tear up and asked, really? So it wasn't that you didn't want to see the family? He immediately affirmed, of course not Layla, I never forgot my family, not even for a second. These words even moved Dane. Then Delward gently let go of Layla. She stood up straight and asked, then tell me, where were you and what did you do all this time? He folded his arms and reminded them, first, could you give us a bit of privacy? Suddenly Delward dashed over and grabbed Dane's hand. No, Dane will listen with you. He can keep a secret, don't worry. She looked at Delward and insisted, go ahead and speak. Dane, embarrassed, said, Layla, it's okay. Delward looked at Dane and couldn't help but assess him before speaking. You know who he is, you're Dane Saggers, right? I've heard a lot about you. They say a remarkable student just joined the academy. Delward evaluated his appearance. I noticed that striking silver hair, so you're my sister's friend. He reconsidered. Our families are also fairly close. Delward patted his head and said, All right, I understand. You seem trustworthy, Dane. This is family business, so don't tell it outside. He immediately affirmed, Yes, I swear on my family's honor. Delward frowned at Dane and said, Good, move this somewhere else. They went to a quieter spot. Delward sat on a chair and said, Actually, I've been in the Drenic Empire all this time. Hearing that, he started and cried out, The Drenic Empire. Layla grew worried. What? Why would you go to such a dangerous place? He frowned and answered, I want to find a cure for Mother. Delward continued, She has been bedridden for so long. I searched everywhere from a young age for clues about her illness. So he wandered far and wide, and those clues eventually led to the Drenic Empire. Despite that, Layla remained angry. You sneaked into enemy territory. Dane was also worried. Yes, that's serious. She continued angrily. You could have told us and searched together. Why go alone? Delward smiled and replied, At the time I had no other choice. I had a chance to infiltrate the Empire, but I didn't want to put my family in danger. At least I returned safely. See, I'm fine. Hearing this, Layla lost her composure again and wanted to punch him. Dane quickly intervened. Layla, let him finish speaking. She calmed down and said, All right, then why have you only just returned? Delward's face fell sadly as if something weighed on him. He continued, Actually, I've found what was needed to cure her, but those ingredients aren't available in the E-Empire, so I came back here. She looked puzzled. If not there, then in the Altian Empire, he answered. Yes, so far I only have a few clues, but I'll proceed step by step. Delward's tone grew quieter. I also discovered something in the Drenic Empire. His expression turned grave. What afflicts Mother is not an illness, it is a curse. The two sat stunned and shocked at those words, a curse. He needed to explain further. Yes, her strength was draining, her limbs trembling, dizzy, coughing up blood. Then purple bruises appeared along her back. Everything matched the symptoms of a curse exactly. Those words struck Layla like a thunderbolt. She whispered, Good heavens. Layla murmured the words again. Mother's illness is a curse. He remained silent and nodded, confirming it. Then Delward said, At first I didn't believe it either. A curse doesn't appear on its own. Someone deliberately cursed Mother. She found that hard to understand. Who would do such a thing? Delward replied. I'm not certain who hates us. Honestly, our family has quite a few enemies. He took her by the shoulder. Layla, we can hunt down the mastermind later. What matters now is breaking the curse. Tears sprang to her eyes as she asked, Is there a way? He answered, Yes. Delward smiled softly. I've found both the ingredients and the ritual. Most of the ingredients aren't hard to find. He continued, They're expensive but attainable. Only one thing is a problem. The most important ingredient is the Roxanatir. Hearing that, she asked, What is a Roxanatir? Delward replied, A legendary material said to purify almost any curse. They say it's in the Haverox mountain range between the two empires. At the mention of that location, they gasped. The Haverox Mountains, he answered. Yes, the rumor says it's within ruins guarded by an ancient creature. Hearing this, Dane couldn't help but reconsider something in his mind. He recalled that place, the ancient ruins, and sensed something suspicious. Delward affirmed, Layla, I'll go find it. I know it's dangerous, but there's no other way. She worried, What, you're going alone? What about the Termian Knights? He replied, I'm as strong as someone with 5 cores now, well, actually 4. Delward added, More importantly, if knights march there, it could spark another war between the empires, so it's safest if I go alone. She protested, Still, I can't let you go alone. He smiled, I'm not recklessly rushing in, I will prepare. Dane suddenly interjected, If it's ancient ruins, there's one person who knows those things better than anyone. They both turned in surprise and asked, Who? He smiled mysteriously, Looks like I'll need the help of our club this time. Later that night at some manor, someone suddenly exclaimed, An ancient entity in ruins. If we're lucky, this could be a major discovery. Dane leaned on a hip and asked, You think so too, right? Ernest answered excitedly. Yes, I want to go right now. Delward, facing them, said irritably, You two have no sense of fear, do you? He frowned and warned, I know you're excited, but this is truly dangerous, not child's play. Dane retorted immediately, Isn't going alone up Mount Habarosk dangerous? Sometimes you need to go with a group, you can't always be solitary. Layla, standing beside Delward, agreed, That's right, the Dillon family are explorers. If you go alone and get lost, it would be tragic. Hearing them, he hesitated briefly. True, but... Dane looked at Delward's expression and thought to himself that he must be very conflicted. An image of him standing motionless beside his mother's sickbed flashed before Dane. He couldn't imagine how much suffering Delward had endured, roaming for years across territories just to cure his mother. Sometimes it was Delward's back turned away, sometimes his face was solemn. Dane couldn't help but admire him. He gathered information and returned safely, so he's certainly no ordinary warrior. Outside the nearby door, the Black Knight still quietly enveloped the scene. Delward then spoke reluctantly. All right, going together is fine, but we must keep absolute secrecy before, during, and after the trip. As soon as he finished, the three faces lit up instantly, each wearing radiant smiles. Yes, of course. A little while later, a small box was suddenly produced and placed on the table. Layla asked curiously, What is this? Delward smiled softly and replied, A gift, open it. Layla narrowed her eyes suspiciously, trying to win me over with a present. I won't go easy on you. Ernest, witnessing this, forced a smile. She's really angry, huh? Dane turned and cautioned his friend, Don't say anything, earlier she was even scarier. On the other side, Layla slowly reached out toward the small gift box. As she opened it, a melodious sound rang out. If it's something silly, I swear. Lively, cheerful music danced gently in Layla's ears, cutting off her half-finished remark. She looked surprised at the two figurines inside the music box. These are. The two figures resembled each other, one large and one small. Layla hesitated and said, Mother, and me. The smaller figure bore an uncanny likeness to Layla. It was smiling to the gentle music. Delward beside her confirmed, Yes, when our family was happiest, I had a craftsman in the Drenic Empire make it. The mother and child figures stood on a golden platform in the music box, holding hands and dancing. He made it remembering the time when mother was still healthy. Moving with the music, the two figures slowly came to life. Young Layla at that time had kept smiling joyfully. Layla was so moved she couldn't hold back her tears. Two streams welled at the corners of her eyes. She whispered softly, It's so beautiful. Delward pressed his lips slightly and looked at Layla with tender, loving eyes, saying nothing more. Dane and Ernest, standing nearby, also smiled in the music, as if rejoicing for her. Layla suddenly turned to him and expressed, Seeing this makes me feel like mother is well again. She squinted and smiled. Tears overflowed as she whispered, Thank you. The music continued to play over the image of the mother and child holding hands. Delward hugged his sister and closed his eyes with a gentle smile. I should be the one to thank you. Layla quietly let her tears fall as she listened in his embrace. Delward added, Thank you, Layla. Dane and Ernest watched from afar, also moved. Ernest couldn't hold back and cried. In that scene, the small music box continued to emit its clear, bright notes. At the same time, at the banquet, Duke Termian looked around and then said in puzzlement, Wait, now that I think about it, where did the main guests go? He tilted his head suspiciously. Where have they all gone? Back with Dane's group, they were gathered in the manor courtyard. Layla spoke regretfully, Can't you stay? You should see father too. Delward remained firm and declined, Sorry, Layla, I don't know what will happen next. I'll greet father next time, please understand. He suddenly took Layla's arm and added, I've left a contact code in the crystal, call anytime. I'll be in the Empire for a while longer. If you need me, I'll return at once. Layla bowed her head shyly, All right, but be careful. Delward replied firmly, Of course, I will return soon. He suddenly spoke as if remembering something, making Layla look up. One more thing. Delward produced a small, carefully wrapped pouch. Take this, it helps ease your mother's symptoms. He looked at Layla gently and instructed carefully. Make sure mother takes it regularly, and don't tell father the story I told you." Layla stared at Delward for a few seconds before snapping back. "Okay, I will take good care of mother." Upon hearing that, he fell silent and watched Layla intently, unable to look away. Still smiling, Delward entrusted them, "Please look after my sister. When I return, we'll go up the mountain together." Dane replied enthusiastically, "Of course, travel safely." Immediately after, he spun around to gain momentum. Delward leapt high enough to clear the manor's fence. "I'm off, take care, Layla." With that, he vaulted out of the manor. His family's distinctive colored hair streamed behind him. In a matter of seconds, Delward's figure vanished from sight, leaving only the starlit sky and the familiar fence. Layla still looked anxious, clutching her chest. "He's really gone." Ernest immediately offered reassurance. "He'll be fine, Layla. He looks terrifyingly strong." Just then, Dane suddenly flinched, as if sensing something, and quickly glanced in another direction. Dane then asked, "Ernest, can you stay and comfort Layla for a bit?" Ernest wondered. Where are you going?" Dane made an excuse. "I left something in my room, I'll be right back." Watching his hurried back retreat, Ernest smiled and said, "All right, go ahead, I'll stay with Layla." The courtyard where they had just stood was empty in an instant. The bright moon above remained full and clear, lighting a patch of the night sky. Meanwhile, on the cobbled road, the sound of hurried footsteps continued to echo. Delward ran tensely, taking long strides. These pursuers were persistent. He hadn't expected them to follow him here. As he moved past each dark window, he thought, "Luckily, they don't know I'm from Duke Termian. Maybe they were lingering nearby while I was in the manor. It's good I escaped via a secret route." Delward sprinted out of the narrow alley, just before leaving the Drenic Empire. He frowned deeper as he thought. Exposing that he's from the Althian Empire would be a grave mistake. Delward kept running at top speed, his cloak billowing behind him. How much longer could he hold out? He clenched his teeth in frustration, vowing to himself with resolve that he would break his mother's curse at any cost. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, his foot skidding along the ground. He stopped, his body taut, and the expression of tension on his face darkened. Seeing the wall blocking his path, Delward cursed under his breath, "Damn it." At that moment, the cloaked figures hunting him had also caught up. One of them suddenly spoke up, "You've left too long a trail." Two more cloaked men appeared one after another around the corner. Even on the nearest rooftop, two others stood waiting. Delward found himself trapped with enemies closing in from all sides. He bit his lip and murmured, "Could this be the end?" Delward stood surrounded by the assassins. He watched in silent surprise, about 10 of them in total. The assassins slowly drew their blades. Delward judged at a glance that they were all seasoned killers. He placed his hand on the hilt, calculating that if he was lucky, he might take down 2 of them. Delward ground his teeth in anger. He drew his sword, looked toward the assassins and thought, "Sorry, Layla, I probably can't keep my promise." One of the assassins narrowed his brow and stared at him. He shouted an order, "Kill him." The surrounding assassins immediately lunged at Delward. In the blink of an eye, they were upon him. The assassins gripped their swords and attacked Delward relentlessly. They forced him back toward the wall. Delward regretted inwardly. If he'd known it would come to this, he would have apologized to his father before leaving. He froze and widened his eyes at the scene before him. A faint green light flashed, then moved continuously through the assassins' bodies. They tried even harder to block the light with their blades. One shouted, "Captain, that's mana rounds." The lead assassin snapped angrily, "What is this? Who's helping him? He always acts alone. Who got past the traps and reached here?" A familiar figure appeared behind them. Dane spoke up, "Assassins shouldn't be so careless." 2 assassins immediately turned to look at him. They glared at Dane and shouted, "Who are you?" He smiled and said, "You don't need to know." After a while, Dane and Delward had disposed of the assassins. He checked each body and said he hadn't expected Dane to appear so suddenly. Dane smiled and replied that he sensed something was wrong and followed him. Then he added, "All right, let's finish them quickly. We don't want rumors spreading." Delward wondered. It was hard to believe. She was only 14 and avoided the traps to get this clothes. Dane answered, I learned from my mother. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate. He laughed and said, I see, thank you, you saved my life. He continued, these are the ones who have been tormenting me non-stop, so that's how I got rid of them. A moment later, Delward slung his bag over his shoulder and said, Layla is lucky to have a friend like you. Dane smiled. It's nothing, and added that they'd been tailing him since the border. He scratched his head, sighed, and said he couldn't understand why they kept tracking his trail. Dane pondered in cases like this. He raised his mana to his eyes, and thought that targets often have something placed on them. Before him, he saw the mana veins on Delward's body. He bent to look at his feet. Dane noticed a strange ring-shaped mana trace on his right foot and realized, there it is. Dane said, I think I know why. Check the sole of your shoe. Delward took off his shoe and asked, what do you mean? He said, there's a mana signal device attached here. Delward froze immediately. Delward looked at the light flashing on the shoe sole and murmured, is it true? Dane explained, assassins often use these. They're so small you won't notice, but their tracking ability is strong. It was probably attached before you crossed the border. Delward asked how Dane had detected it when he hadn't noticed at all. Dane said, let me remove it first. He immediately agreed, okay. Dane said they wouldn't be able to track him anymore, so he could relax. Delward replied, good, I'll be more careful from now on. Dane suddenly fell silent and contemplative. He watched Delward fumble with removing the tracking device and asked, but why did you go alone like this? He wondered aloud whether it wouldn't have been better to see the Duke first. You could tell your eldest brother everything and ask for help. Delward let his hand fall. He pressed his lips together and remained silent. Delward thought of his father and explained that his father probably just thinks he's useless. He wanted Delward to inherit the house, but Delward left right after graduation. He said his father probably wouldn't believe what he said anyway. Delward added that his brother is even less ambitious than he is. He continued that his brother is in a remote eastern region busy fighting monsters, so he can't rely on him. He looked up at the night sky and said it's easier to go alone for now. He'll gather all the ingredients to cure his mother and prove himself to his family. He said now isn't the time. Dane replied, I understand. If that's what you want to do, I respect it. Then Delward put his shoes back on. He smiled and said, done. I've removed them all. I will repay this kindness. Dane smiled and replied, I'm happy to accept. Then he handed Dane a piece of paper and said, this is my contact code. Call if you need anything. Dane said, you have to stay alive to repay the debt. He laughed heartily, that's right. Dane took the scrap of paper from his hand. Dane said, thanks, I'll keep it safe. Delward hesitated and added, and please take care of my sister. Dane answered, I will, don't worry. Delward forced a bright smile. Dane smiled back. Then as he walked away, he told himself he couldn't tell Layla about tonight. He smiled, thinking that if she found out, she'd certainly want to chase after him. The bright moonlight shimmered down on the main road. Dane smiled and murmured that he should head home. The nearby street lamp cast a warm, pale yellow light. The next day at the academy, Dane asked Layla how her mother was. She replied that her mother was much better and even ate today. He said, that's great. Layla recounted that her father was happy too. Outwardly, he seemed indifferent, but he was actually very curious about the brother. Dane asked in surprise, did you tell your father everything? Layla smiled and replied, not exactly. I only said he stopped by and left some medicine. She tilted her head and said, but besides that, we have something more important today, remember? Dane asked, something important. Layla said, come on, let's go to the Thermion Forge. Before long they arrived at the planned location. Layla introduced, this is the Thermion Forge. Dane was astonished, a forge. It's so large it looks like a small town. She laced her fingers behind her neck and replied casually that it's true. The area around the forge is wide enough to resemble a small village. However, only a few blacksmiths actually craft equipment here. Layla emphasized that because it's run by a small group of master smiths, security is tight. Without proper credentials, you absolutely cannot enter. He couldn't help but ask, "What about you, Layla?" She admitted honestly that even as a member of the Thermion family, she couldn't freely enter without going with her father. Hearing that, Dane tensed a little and thought, "Don't tell me I have to go in alone." Layla nodded. "Yes, even I haven't been inside. Dane is about to get such a cool weapon himself." Ernest looked at him with admiration. "I'm so jealous, Dane." He swallowed nervously and stepped forward. "I have no other choice. I'll go in quickly, so wait for me." Dane entered the forge area alone. Along the way, two people were talking. Though the place was vast, there really weren't many people. He couldn't help but marvel silently. The scale is truly enormous. Dane looked around at everything, from the furnaces to the workshops. His gaze turned toward a display of weapons. He wondered what kind of weapon he would receive. Suddenly, the ground shook violently with a loud noise. Dane looked up in confusion. What was that? It sounded like the earth trembling. His eyes narrowed as he saw something. No. In front of him, a giant carrying a huge hammer was approaching. He was certain it was footsteps. It was the blacksmith Volbek. He looked down at Dane and said, "So it's you, the child who received the forge's token." He felt a bit startled. A being that large actually exists. After a few seconds of freeze, Dane awkwardly greeted him. "Yes, I'm Dane. I received the Thermion Master's token when I was young. It's an honor to meet you." Volbek confirmed in a grave tone, "I've heard a lot about you. Thermion doesn't hand out tokens lightly." Dane nervously rubbed his fingers. "I understand. I hope to learn from you." He also wondered inwardly whether the man spoke so familiarly even with the Duke. Volbek frowned and warned, "Let me say this first. Your status means nothing here. There are smiths and non-smiths, even royalty. Only Thermion is the exception." Volbek paused, then added, "Even members of the Thermion family must prove their ability." His words made Dane unconsciously swallow. Still, Dane felt deep respect. A master unafraid of royal power, truly extraordinary. Volbek urged him, "Follow me. I'll show you inside." Dane quietly followed Volbek. They walked down a long, wide corridor. Torches mounted on the stone walls cast a pale yellow light. He marveled that the deeper they went, the larger and more expansive the place became. Volbek explained, "It was built to my body size. I'm a hybrid, half-dwarf, half-human. That mix gave me this large frame. Consider it a unique physique." Volbek warned, "So don't make rude comments about my appearance." Dane didn't hesitate to reply, "Of course not." He also thought that the man seemed to have seen much in his life. After walking a bit, Volbek stopped and asked, "All right, boy with the token, you must have a reason for coming. What do you want?" Dane hesitated. "Actually, I haven't decided yet. This will be an important weapon for me, so I need to consider carefully." He nodded. "Wise, but from what I can tell, what you want is quite clear." He asked curiously, "What do you think I want?" Volbek pushed a door open with his hand and answered, "I can smell metal. From the scent alone, I can tell how a weapon was forged and its shape." He guessed, "You carry the scent of a good spear and a good dagger, so what you want isn't a spear or a dagger." Dane couldn't help being amazed. To identify a weapon by smell alone was astonishing and accurate. Volbek glanced at him and urged, "Come in, this is my private workshop." Once inside, he placed several swords on the table. Dane stepped forward to inspect them. Volbek suggested, "Since you already have a good spear and dagger, how about a sword?" He asked with genuine concern, "Is the table too high?" Dane shook his head, "It's fine." Dane thought carefully, "A sword?" He expressed, "Yes, it's one of the weapons I'm best with. It's the foundation of combat and also one of the most powerful weapons." Volbek teased, "If your father heard that, he'd scold you." Dane laughed. "True, but as you can see, I'm still growing. If I take up a sword now, won't it be harder to use when I'm bigger later?" He shrugged. "That's not an issue. I can easily forge a sword you can still use well once you've matured. That's what a true smith does." He suddenly remembered. A sword, it's certainly a common weapon, but in his previous life it was the weapon he used best if it was forged properly. After a moment of hesitation, Dane decided, "All right, I'll choose a sword." Volbek praised him, "A wise choice. Actually, when I first saw you, a sword design suited to you came to mind. With your build I can visualize the perfect design. Dane, surprised, said, "Really? That makes it faster then." He responded with a firm nod. "Yes, I'll let you choose the material you prefer." Dane's eyes widened with excitement. "All right then." Volbek declared, "Better I show you directly, follow me." He led him to the material storage. Looking at the multicolored ore stones before him, Dane couldn't help exclaiming, "Amazing, all of these are used to craft equipment." Volbek said proudly, "You could say every mineral in the world is here." Excited, Dane asked if he could look around. Volbek didn't refuse. "Yes, feel free to choose." With permission, Dane stepped closer to inspect. "This looks extremely rare." Volbek, slightly speechless, said, "You have a good eye." The multicolored ore stones continuously shimmered. Dane rubbed his chin, puzzled. "Impressive, not only are there precious minerals, there are many kinds I've never seen. A lot of this looks fascinating." He reached toward a blue stone. Volbek spoke up, "That is Terragang." He explained, "It's light, durable, and can produce reactive force, better suited for armor than weapons. Even so, there's not enough currently to craft a full set of armor." Dane nodded and moved on to a red stone. "I see, what about this one?" Volbek hurried to stop him. "Ezendanio, don't touch that. It's poisonous. You need neutralizing gloves to handle it." He recoiled in alarm, swallowing audibly. "Too dangerous, I can't use that." Suddenly, Dane was drawn to something. His gaze fixed on a black mineral. "That one, it gives a strange feeling." Dane quickly ran to the pedestal holding the stone and asked, "What's that called?" Volbek stood behind him, his eyes deep and intense. He did not answer immediately. After a while he slowly spoke. "That is Arcanium." Dane jolted at the name. He stammered, "Arcanium? Don't tell me it comes from the ancient magical kingdom, Arcana." Volbek stroked his beard and confirmed, "Yes, it's metal excavated from the ruins of the royal castle of that ancient kingdom. It's extremely rare. Now the ruins are scarce, and almost nothing remains of the old palace foundations." He went on, "But beyond knowing it's a metal, no one has determined its use or structure." Dane asked, "Why?" Volbek explained, "Because it cannot be melted or analyzed. With current technology, no one can smelt or test this ore, so it's regarded only as a rare collectible." Hearing that, he fell silent. Seeing Dane unresponsive, Volbek warned, "It's nearly unusable, you should look at something else." Dane startled and asked, "What about the one next to it?" He replied, "That's Artma, only found in the deep veins of Mount Havarosks." Volbek continued speaking, but Dane seemed not to hear anything else. He pursed his lips slightly. "What is this feeling?" Dane's gaze was drawn back to the black stone, as if it were calling him. The feeling grew stronger, like a whisper in the silence. "Choose me." He stood motionless, completely captivated. Suddenly the stone trembled slightly, as if it were moving. Dane was stunned. No way was it reacting to him. Before he could think further, the stone suddenly emitted a beam of light. Dane's eyes widened in amazement. The light from the stone spread powerfully, startling even Volbek. The beam quickly enveloped Dane's body. Startled, he cried out in alarm, "Hey, kid!" At the Thermion forge, Mr. Bolvark, a master blacksmith with an impressive beard, was stunned. What was happening? The Arcanium, a metal that had never been forgeable before, was reacting in his hands. Dane Saugers, the young man with distinctive white-tanned hair, thought to himself, "It reacted just from him looking at it. Doesn't that mean it can actually be forged?" Mr. Bolvark was so shocked he broke into a sweat. Dane's extraordinary mana perception had produced an unprecedented phenomenon. From the stone, Mr. Bolvark could distinctly sense a metallic scent. In this state, forging it might actually be feasible. He still couldn't believe it. Arcanium was a metal no one had ever been able to use. While Mr. Bolvark was still astonished, wondering who this child really was, Dane was visibly excited, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. After a while, the Arcanium cooled and returned to its solid state. Mr. Bolvark looked at Dane and declared, "You want to forge a sword, right? Then let's do it. I'll forge it myself." Dane cheered with joy, expressing complete trust in Mr. Bolvark's skill. But that was the only time the Arcanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried afterward, the metal would not melt, and every effort ended in failure. As everyone struggled, Karna's, Dane's companion, a small dragon-like creature, also looked worried. Dane suddenly remembered that what had melted the arcanium in that instant was the blazing flame of Karna's. The tremendous heat from that flame was the key to solving the problem. Back in the present, Dane was talking with his two friends, Ernest, the bespectacled scholar, and Layla, the enthusiastic girl with pink hair. He explained, "We decided to seal Karna's flame into an artifact." The artifact was a lantern containing Karna's powerful flame. With this heat source, Mr. Bulwark would be able to continue the forging process. Layla said happily, "Wonderful, you get help from Karna's again. A sword made from arcanium. It would surely be incredibly powerful and beautiful. How romantic." Dane nodded firmly, his eyes shining with determination and anticipation for the legendary sword about to be born. After everything was arranged, the group decided to return to the academy, but first they had to go have lunch. Of course, the group happily headed into town. 1 week later at the academy, students buzzed around the bulletin board. A major event was about to begin, an event reserved for the most outstanding talents and even under royal patronage. It was the recruitment announcement for the Academy's periodic monster suppression team. The activity would be led by the 4th Night Squadron. With great rewards and fierce competition, the event drew everyone's attention. Dane's group was there too. The whole academy was abuzz because of this monster suppression. Dane smirked. He knew it wasn't just about the rewards. This was a royal event, a chance for people to prove themselves. Layla suddenly remembered something. Wait, the 4th Night Squadron. She squinted, trying to connect the events. Isn't that the squad led by the man who accompanied the 3rd Prince last time? What a coincidence. Priscilla, the blonde friend from the Divine Department, confirmed. You mean Sir Delphian one, right? Layla teased. Yes, Priscilla wasn't there then. Everyone went wild over the royal gifts. Another student curiously asked, has the suppression site been announced? The person next to them answered, I heard from a classmate in the Divine Department that it's a ruin near the capital. At the mention of the word ruins, Ernest's eyes immediately lit up. Dane noticed. His expression changed the moment he heard ruins. Ernest explained it was a relic site abandoned for some reason, now occupied by monsters. Priscilla sighed, complaining that monsters were such a nuisance. She said, the Divine Department will be deployed automatically, so I have to go too, probably to treat the injured right. Layla turned to Dane with curious eyes. What about you, Dane? Are you going to go? Dane fell silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting thoughtful calculation. Dane thought, Priscilla is required to go, and Ernest will join for sure because of the ruins. He turned to Layla and said, Layla, isn't this a great chance for you to gain experience fighting monsters? He continued boldly, there's nothing better for getting stronger than real combat. Let's sign up together. I'll go too. Layla agreed immediately. Hearing Dane's decision, Ernest's eyes behind his glasses also hardened with resolve. Layla exclaimed excitedly, so our whole club will join, right? This will be so fun, Dane reminded Ernest. Don't be too careless, Ernest. They're still monsters, and the selection test won't be easy. Ernest looked a bit anxious but agreed. Dane smiled confidently. He knew that even if Ernest seemed weak in combat, his knowledge and skills regarding ruins were the best. Ernest would surely have a chance to shine. Then let's start special training today. The group brimmed with energy, arranged to meet after classes, determined to give their all this time. The scene shifted to the Academy's grand, magnificent hall, where students lined up neatly, signaling that a major event was about to take place. A few days later, the Monster Suppression Team selection officially began. This was one of the Academy's biggest annual events. Students did their best to showcase their abilities, hopping to catch the eye of the Royal Knight Squadron and the nobility. For the professors and dignitaries like Sir Delphian and the 3rd Prince seated in the stands, this was a chance to witness the students' development firsthand. Sir Delphian I, the respected commander, turned to report to the 3rd Prince, Your Highness, all preparations are complete. The third prince, a powerful member of the royal family with red hair, smirked. Good, begin. A trumpeting sound rang out, officially commencing the grueling selection. The Academy's banner was raised, and the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. We will now begin the monster suppression team selection. Immediately, the atmosphere surged with excited cheers from the students. The selection was held in a large arena inside the academy. The test began with sword matches. Students charged at each other, the clash of metal ringing non-stop. Meanwhile, in another area, mages displayed their talents with dazzling and powerful spellcasting. One-on-one bouts using spears and other weapons were also fiercely contested. Physical tests took place as well, where combat department students showcased their muscle strength in unarmed confrontations. Meanwhile, the summoning department was in its segment, with summoned beasts brought forth to fight. The selection's atmosphere was extremely tense and fierce on every front. The tournament brackets were updated continuously, showing the students' progress through each elimination round. Meanwhile, in the royal meeting room, a heated argument was underway. Department heads refused to yield. Dane Sagers must be placed in the sword department. Nonsense. With such outstanding magical talent, he clearly belongs in the magic department. This is all absurd. He must go to the summoning department, no doubt about it. Another professor praised Dane's spear skills. Have you seen that student's spear technique? Give him a spear and he'll skewer everything. Watching the chaos, the third prince could only shake his head, thinking this debate would never end. He clasped his hands and spoke. Everyone calmed down. Sir Delphian remained silent, observing with a grave expression. At the sound of the third prince's voice, the professors fell silent at once, and a tense atmosphere settled. The third prince said, "Seeing you all argue so fiercely, it's clear he truly is an outstanding student. Isn't that so, Sir Want?" Sir Want bowed his head and confirmed, "Yes, Your Highness. There have been students who entered 2 departments, but in history, no one has topped all 4 departments with the highest scores." The third prince smirked inwardly, thinking, as expected of Dane. He tapped his hand lightly on the table, as if a decision had been made. He stood and said, "Even if I choose a department myself, this argument won't end, so I've come up with a solution." A professor asked anxiously, "That's what, Your Highness?" The third prince looked them straight in the eye, his voice full of authority. "There is only one way to properly use his special ability. That is to have him serve directly in my own unit." The final decision was made, ending all disputes and opening a completely new future for Dane. The third prince had his eye on Dane Sagers. He believed that with Dane's exceptional talent, there was only one reasonable way to make use of it. And that way was to have Dane join his personal unit, a move that showed he wanted to turn Dane into his own pawn. Cut to the day the suppression team set out. The schedule for this campaign was simple. They would stay at the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, both to ensure security and to assess the trainees' skills. However, the atmosphere on this trip was tense. Everyone hoped no one would die. Some families even forbade their children from participating. No matter how talented, dying at the hands of monsters would be a waste. Everyone seemed very tense. Priscilla Neriel, the blonde friend in Dane's group, said this was a real battle and to be careful not to get injured, since the healers couldn't be everywhere. Dane also warned his friends that because they would be moving separately, he couldn't protect everyone, so they all had to be extremely careful. Priscilla reassured them not to be too frightened, saying the knights would thoroughly protect the trainees during the campaign, though sometimes people still died. Her words only made Ernest and Layla more fearful, wondering if the trip would truly be safe. Dane advised everyone not to overexert themselves or act alone. If something seemed dangerous, run immediately. Everyone responded in unison. After that, the troops began to take their positions. A commander ordered everyone to assemble and quickly move to their assigned areas. Another emphasized doing one's best in the assigned role and absolutely not dying. That was all. Dane Sagers, of the royal contingent, enthusiastically rallied everyone to move out. Layla Thermion of the combat division cheerfully said her goodbyes. Ernest Dillon of the reconnaissance division was also excited, wondering how long it had been since he'd had an adventure like this. And Priscilla Nerial of the Healing Division wished for everyone's safe return. All the trainees headed forward together, beginning their challenging journey. They arrived in the Ruwasan area. On the way, Dane Sagar sensed something was wrong. He went to ask Sir Hilderin, one of the commanders. Dane said he had heard the original plan was to head west of Ruwasan. He had been told they'd reach the camp in half a day, but now they were heading east instead of west as planned. Dane wondered why the route had changed so suddenly. Dane's perceptiveness caught the attention of Roya's Hilderin, deputy commander of the 4th Royal Knights. He praised Dane and asked him to keep secret what he was about to reveal, as it might panic the other trainees. Dane indicated he understood, fell silent, and agreed to keep the secret. Sir Hilderin began to explain. He was sweating, indicating the situation was not simple. He revealed that monster movements had been detected to the west of Ruwasan, where they had originally planned to go. A massive pack of monsters was advancing. A large group had been confirmed heading toward the ruins. According to the Ruwasan Ranger Unit, their number was at least 300. Dane was astonished to hear the figure, 300 monsters. He analyzed that strange monsters usually had distinctive behaviors and did not tend to gather. That they were assembling and moving to one place was unusual. Sir Hilderin once again had to acknowledge Dane's sharpness. He said that, from his experience in cases like this, the ruins themselves were very likely attracting the monsters. Dane couldn't help but worry, wondering what kind of ruins could attract monsters. Sir Hilderin explained that was why they were detouring to the opposite side. He reassured Dane that no matter how many gathered, they'd be burned away by their forces. Dane appeared to agree. But inwardly, he still felt uneasy. Ruins that attract monsters. If not dealt with quickly, things could get very bad. Just then, a soldier ran up to report to the deputy commander that they had reached the campsite. Sir Hilderin immediately ordered all units to set up camp, demanding all preparations be completed before sunset. The soldiers acknowledged the order in unison. The sunset fell over the mountains, signaling a long night ahead. As night fell, Dane's group stood on a cliff observing. Priscilla noted that the terrain wasn't good for defense. Dane agreed, but with so many people they had no other choice. Layla anxiously asked Dane if anything was wrong. Dane replied it was hard to say, and they should carefully assign guard shifts, especially to keep watch toward Ruwasan, where the threat from the monster pack lay. Dane looked toward the mountain range, a rising sense of unease washing over him. The whole group felt something eerie. Suddenly, Dane felt something stir inside his coat. It was Karna's, his small dragon. It wanted to get out. Karna's seemed very agitated. Dane couldn't understand why it was acting this way all of a sudden. Immediately, Karna's flew out, circling in panic and letting out an alarm cry. Its unusually intense reaction was an ill omen that demanded the group's attention. Layla anxiously asked Dane what was happening to Karna's. Dane didn't know either, but guessed it was sensing something. Ernest and Priscilla also noticed the abnormality. Ernest said Karna's was on high alert. There was definitely something out there, and you couldn't ignore a dragon's instincts. Priscilla urged Dane to report to Sir Hilderin immediately. Dane agreed at once. Meanwhile, Karna's continued to fly in panic, its cries full of anxiety. Dane told his friends he'd go report to Sir Hilderin and asked them to watch Karna's while he was gone. Everyone agreed, and Dane quickly left. Inside the command tent, Sir Hilderin was skeptical when he heard Dane's report of an attack. Dane pleaded that they needed to strengthen defenses, mobilize magic students to thicken the barricades, and prepare maximum countermeasures. But Sir Hilderin told him to stay calm. He said Dane was being overly sensitive because this was his first time camping. He insisted he'd sent scouts along the mountain flank and there was no problem, then asked Dane if he had any evidence. Dane was flustered. He couldn't say precisely that Karna's had reacted, so he had to make up an explanation. He lied that they'd found droppings, footprints, and monster fur, and that all of it looked recent. Still, Sir Hilderin brushed it off, saying that even if recent, It was likely only a few. Monsters weren't stupid enough to attack when facing such a large force. He told Dane to rest and assured him they'd handle anything that happened. Dane was furious. It was clear the man wasn't listening. Dane kept trying to persuade him, saying they still needed to reinforce, especially near the mountain, moving the sentries forward. But Sir Hilderin lost patience and shouted for him to stop. Sir Hilderin rose angrily to his feet. He pointed at Dane's face and scolded him that no matter how talented he was still just a student. His army was the Empire's elite. Finally, he kicked Dane out. Dane could only stand silent before that arrogance. When Dane returned, Ernest angrily said the suppression had failed from the start. Priscilla asked Dane what they should do now. Unexpectedly, Dane said this could actually be a good thing. His friends looked puzzled. Dane explained with a knowing smile that having issued a warning would be a legitimate reason for them to act, and later their superiors would have no grounds to deny it. Priscilla seemed to grasp Dane's intention. Ernest and Layla panicked, asking if he wanted them to go stop it themselves. Dane's face grew extremely resolute. He asserted they couldn't ignore even the smallest chance. This concerned the lives of the knights and the academy's students. Dane decided he would act alone. The monsters suddenly attacked and stepped on Dane's traps. A series of explosions went off, annihilating a large number of monsters. Waves of monsters surged forward and were blown away by the preset traps, preventing them from advancing deeper inside. At the campsite, a soldier shouted in panic, sounding the alarm that the monsters were launching a night raid. Everyone was ordered to arm themselves quickly and assemble. The scene turned chaotic. A trainee cried out in fear that they had no real combat experience, while the knights hurriedly prepared. The knights were rapidly assembled. A commander shouted for everyone to form battle lines immediately, as this was a real combat situation. A guard soldier rushed off to find the deputy commander to report the emergency. He panted as he reported to the deputy commander that a large number of monsters were approaching from Mount Riwa. He estimated their numbers to be around 200. Hearing the figure 200, the deputy commander was stunned and aghast. The soldier added that fortunately the explosive traps were slowing their advance, and it seemed a few students were holding the front line. The deputy commander asked in surprise about the explosive traps, since he had never ordered them to be set up. The deputy commander suddenly realized something and broke into a sweat. He thought to himself, could the one responsible be Dane Saggers? Meanwhile outside, Dane's traps continued to take effect, sweeping away wave after wave of attacking monsters. The monsters, including goblins and black wolves, fell across the mountainside, unable to get past the trap barriers. At that moment, Dane's group was perched above observing. A friend in the group cheered that the traps were indeed working effectively. The purple-haired girl in the group looked down and said that it seemed the army below had finally realized the situation. They were rallying and advancing. Layla, the pink-haired girl, snorted and said, "See, wouldn't it have been better if they'd listened to Dane from the start?" Dane kept a serious expression and reminded everyone not to let their guard down. He explained that the monsters just encountered were probably a fast-moving vanguard. The truly powerful ones would come later. Layla was excited, saying it turned out that had only been the warm-up. She was ready to show the monsters her real power. Dane stood in thoughtful silence, watching the situation from above with a pensive look. He was silent for a long while, seemingly analyzing something. After a period of thought, Dane felt that something was truly off about this attack. He noticed that goblins and black wolves, two species that normally do not cooperate, were fighting together. They were even attacking simultaneously in an organized manner, rather than charging chaotically on instinct. Dane concluded this was not normal. He had the sense they were being directed by someone behind the scenes, and his intuition warned that that person was about to appear. Just as Dane predicted, a massive dark figure appeared, signaling the start of the second wave of attack. Layla and Ernest also readied themselves for battle, their faces extremely tense. Ernest shouted to Dane that they were surging forward. A far larger horde of monsters, including huge orcs, appeared and roared. Dane ordered everyone to hold their formation. The large, ferocious army of monsters charged straight toward Dane's group. A blonde girl along with Ernest and Layla were also ready, declaring that round 2 had begun. With a confident, resolute expression, Dane ordered the team to wipe out all the monsters. Immediately, Dane began chanting an incantation, preparing to unleash a trump card. A massive pillar of magical light shot into the sky, signaling that a powerful summoning was about to appear. Dane ordered it to respond to the summon. In the distance, the knights and other trainees felt a tremendous surge of mana, drawing their attention. The deputy commander asked in astonishment what it was. A soldier wondered if it was another explosive trap, but the guard soldier from earlier recognized the difference. He stammered that it was a 4th-rank summoning, Etherak. The deputy commander and the other trainees were left speechless with shock. Immediately, Etherak, a giant wolf wreathed in purple energy, appeared and let out a powerful roar. Etherak charged into the horde, tearing them apart easily with its razor-sharp claws. Goblin after goblin was shredded under Etherak's claws. Even the huge orcs were no match for it. Alone, Etherak swept through, effortlessly clearing a wide area of the horde. Witnessing the scene, the purple-haired trainee exclaimed that the monsters couldn't move. Ernest recognized it as Dane's summon and said it was incredibly powerful. The purple-haired girl reminded Ernest not to let his guard down. Ernest replied confidently, "Don't worry, I won't let a single one slip through." With that, Ernest drew his bow and loosed a magic-infused arrow at the monsters. His arrow easily pierced a massive orc. Layla was fighting with all her might as well, cleaving the monsters with her sword. However, the monsters came in such numbers that they kept surging, forcing even Ernest to struggle to hold them back. He couldn't help but be astonished at their endless numbers. Suddenly, the attacking monsters all turned and fled at once. Ernest shouted to inform Layla that the monsters were running away. With a sharp glare and giving them no chance to escape, Layla immediately gave chase. She quickly closed in on the fleeing horde. Layla's pink hair streamed in the wind as she charged forward. She shouted that she wouldn't let them escape and swung her sword to attack. She plunged into the horde, executing masterful sword strikes and cutting down monster after monster. Her slashes were sharp and powerful, no monster could resist. Layla's sword flashed in the night, creating a deadly dance. She fought with fervor, monster blood splattering everywhere. Watching that, Dane smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself that Layla's training had truly paid off. Suddenly, Karnas, Dane's small dragon, flew over and let out an unusual cry, as if it had sensed something. Dane turned to ask Karnas what was wrong. His expression grew serious. Standing amid countless monster corpses, Dane asked Karnas if there were stronger foes deeper inside. He felt his blood begin to boil. Dane decided to leave Etherak here to hold the line. He trusted that with the others around, the rear would be secure. Dane exhaled and prepared for a bold decision. He thought to himself that this was the first time since his past life that he had charged straight into enemy territory like this. With a confident smile, Dane ordered Karnas to follow him, and the two plunged deeper into the mountain to find the true mastermind. Chapter 72 ends. Not long after, Karnas's fireballs began flying across the battlefield, turning the orcs into piles of charred meat. Before the devastating firepower of this kid, no orc could stand against him. They could only scream in despair, while Karnas himself kept spewing flame without pause. Elsewhere, our protagonist swung his sword in battle and praised aloud, "Well done, Karnas. You've gotten a lot stronger." Saying that, Dane scanned the area, focusing ahead, and unleashed a move that immediately struck two orcs, who cried out miserably. Then his sword strokes kept coming, unceasing. Seeing the endurance of these hulking monsters, Dane had to compliment them. "Impressive, they still have stamina, huh? If this were my previous life, I'd have run out of mana and energy ages ago. But with a body that holds ancient magic, that's no longer an issue." Having said that, he landed lightly, looked at the red dragon ahead and asked, "Are you their leader?" The red dragon did not answer, but its eyes flared red, looking blood-crazed. Seeing that, Dane declared, "Damn it, I'll clean you up in no time." Cut to the student's position. By now, the monsters had all been defeated by them. A young soldier ran over to report to the commander. "Deputy Commander, we have exterminated all the magical beasts." The commander, somewhat surprised, asked, "Really?" The soldier nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir. Thanks to the trainee named Dane who took down the Alpha. While the beasts were in chaos, coordination between the cavalry and the trainees worked. Fortunately, casualties were only minor." Upon hearing this, Royals seemed to be pondering inwardly. He looked over the monsters the trainees had killed, then analyzed. "Isn't this a bit absurd? There were as many as 200 magical beasts, 200 of them. At that scale, even mobilizing the entire cavalry might not have been enough. Yet they were stopped by only 4 trainees, and most of them were killed by a single person. Is this a prodigy? Is the word prodigy sufficient to explain this?" He bit his lip in thought. And to clarify matters, he soon went directly to the protagonist. Royals greeted him. "Dane Sagers, you saved all of us. I apologize for ignoring your warning. If not for you, we would have been ambushed by the beasts without time to react. There surely would have been seriously wounded, even fatalities. But now only a few suffered minor injuries." Saying this, he put his hand to his chest, annoyed with himself, then spoke loudly. "On behalf of everyone, I extend our thanks to you and your comrades." Across from him, Dane looked somewhat surprised by the gesture, while the other 3 beamed. All around, people began vying to thank them. "Indeed, thanks to you we're alive. You saved the whole expedition team. This is a miracle." The soldiers raised their swords high, and the trainees clapped incessantly. Seeing himself hailed as a hero, Ernest couldn't stop smiling. "Thank you all, but we didn't do it for the praise." Layla nodded and added, "You've all worked hard." Turning to Dane's vantage point, he calmly replied to Royals, "This isn't my achievement alone. If reinforcements hadn't arrived quickly, it would have been hard to defeat them. I'm sure the deputy commander has noticed this isn't normal at all." Noticing the oddity, Royals hurriedly asked, "What are you seeing, Dane?" Dane slowly explained what he'd observed. "Exactly. The magical beasts moved very orderly, as if receiving orders. Even when they saw powerful summoned creatures, they didn't flee by instinct. Moreover, many different types of magical beasts gathered in one spot without fighting among themselves. Silently organizing an ambush like that is impossible." Hearing this, the deputy commander also recognized the danger. From what Dane said, this operation might be more dangerous than we thought. He felt admiration for Dane inwardly. To have underestimated such a perceptive child was truly shameful. Thinking that, he continued, "Soon someone will report to the campaign headquarters. I will submit a detailed report on this incident. Now I understand why His Highness the Prince assigned you to the unit. I'll instruct the messenger to report thoroughly on your deeds." Dane smiled and thanked him. Then Royals looked at the group and asked, "By the way, you're a club, right? What's the name of your club?" Ernest, standing a bit away, smiled and replied, "Romantic, we're the Romantic Club." Royals nodded and added, "Romantic, that's a nice name. I look forward to seeing your romantic displays in the future." Next, he began issuing orders. "Now start clearing the battlefield. Guards, search the approaches in case any magical beasts escaped. The rest, collect the carcasses and burn them." The group responded in unison, "Roger." Cut to the prince's location. At this time, planning discussions were echoing in the meeting room. "Place the martial arts division here. The spear division will take the front line. Then the martial artists will join the battle. Since Point A concentrates many magical beasts, we must encircle and eliminate them in one operation." A commander spoke up, "Your Highness, what about using magic to strike Point B from a distance?" The prince listened and shook his head. "It's a good idea, but it's better to have the reconnaissance precisely observe the situation first. That area has treacherous terrain we may not fully understand." Witnessing his sharp words, those in the meeting were surprised. How did this happen? Not long ago, rumors said he was cursed. How has it changed like this? Isn't he supposed to be the most nondescript prince? What on earth happened? Has he been hiding himself all this time? Standing aside and observing, one couldn't help but offer a faint smile. Excellent, Your Highness. Not long ago those hands trembled holding a spoon, yet now you confidently issue commands to the commanders. I don't know how your hands recovered, but Your Highness has completely regained his confidence. Unaware of his thoughts, the prince's voice rang out. Sir Knight 1, you mentioned a problematic area, right? Tell me about it. One snapped out of his thoughts, stepped to the command table and explained. Yes, Your Highness. In that area, one of our reconnaissance squads went missing. Just now, another squad also vanished without a trace. One's report made everyone widen their eyes. 2 squads missing. One could only helplessly nod. Yes, because this area is near the center of the ruins, I suspect a strong source of mana is at work. If we don't approach the ruins, I'm afraid we won't be able to resolve the problem thoroughly. An urgent report arrived, stating that an extremely powerful source of magical energy had appeared, producing an energy current completely different from ordinary mana flows. This mana source seems to have created a kind of barrier. The scouts' final report said they couldn't pierce it. The situation was dire. In the war room, senior officers buzzed at the news. A mana barrier at an impenetrable level was unprecedented. They wondered what could be inside it. A general reported to the third prince that, in the scouts' last transmission, they heard soldiers screaming. This raised speculation that an extremely powerful entity was hiding there. The third prince's gaze hardened. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. The situation was clearly far more serious than they'd imagined. On the tactical map, the general explained that if the report was true, it would explain why so many monsters had gathered near the ruins. Instinctively, they are always drawn to mana. The general asserted to the third prince that the monsters would be even more strongly attracted if it was a powerful mana source. After consideration, the third prince made a decision. He concluded there was no choice but to clear the outer rings gradually before moving inward, since a direct breakthrough to the center would be too dangerous now. The other officers in the room wore tense expressions, worried about this risky plan. At that moment, a messenger from the Academy escort unit burst in, carrying urgent news. The third prince's face changed instantly, showing excitement. He knew this messenger brought news about Dane. 2 days after the messenger's arrival, the scene shifted to the third prince's command tent. The third prince warmly welcomed Dane Sagers. He asked about Dane's condition after being injured, and Dane replied he was completely fine, all thanks to the prince's help. Taking the opportunity, the third prince revealed that he was researching the royal secret art, something even his elder brothers couldn't complete. Dane was surprised, saying it was the first time he'd heard of it. Although ordinary houses have their own secret arts, the royal art was clearly something special and piqued his curiosity. The third prince admitted his chances of success were slim. However, Dane trusted and encouraged him, saying that if he were the third prince, he would surely succeed. Buoyed by Dane's encouragement, the third prince smiled more confidently. He invited Dane to have tea to relax before discussing the main matter. A steaming cup of tea was set on the table, heat rising in a brief moment of calm. After a short respite, the third prince returned to the main issue. He confirmed the messenger's report that more than 200 monsters had been detected. The third prince explained that a large group of monsters attacking at once was extremely rare. Therefore, the suppression plan must change. An unusual threat was certainly lurking. With a serious expression, the third prince turned to Dane and said he wanted to hear his thoughts first. Dane was momentarily surprised but quickly composed himself. He thought to himself that in his previous life, planning military operations had been a daily routine. The third prince encouraged Dane to speak freely. With sharp, confident eyes, Dane responded, ready to present his strategy. Dane began analyzing the map. He pointed out that the usual strategy, clearing monsters from the outer rings then surrounding the center, would no longer work. He emphasized that circumstances had changed since someone was now controlling the monsters, requiring a completely different approach. The third prince listened intently, completely convinced by Dane's sharp argument. He nodded and immediately asked, "So what method do you propose?" Dane continued to explain his reasoning. He pointed out that they couldn't rely on immediate support from the crown. Clinging to the old strategy would only lead to a prolonged war of attrition. Moreover, they couldn't keep the Academy's trainees in this campaign for too long. That would only make matters worse. Dane fell silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with determination as he prepared to deliver his final conclusion on the strategy. After analyzing all the factors on the map, Dane reached one bold and singular conclusion. He decisively placed a piece at the center of the map. A direct breakthrough to the center is the optimal option. The third prince couldn't help but be astonished by Dane's audacity. "You mean we should confront the monsters head-on?" Dane affirmed confidently with a smile, "Yes, Your Highness." He explained further that it was thanks to the scouts' noble sacrifices that they had information about a safe route leading straight to the center. Therefore, Dane proposed that the Emperor's direct unit should move there in person. He pointed out that if they continued as before, they'd only waste time and effort fighting monsters on the outer rings while the situation escalated. The third prince pondered. He admitted that the route Dane outlined might be the one with the fewest casualties. However, he still hesitated a little. Could this plan be executed with only his direct unit? Dane insisted it must be carried out only by the direct unit. He emphasized that the path the scouts secured was very narrow. If they moved with more than 10 people, they'd likely be detected. And because the monsters were being commanded, they could block the route, making subsequent access far more difficult. The third prince fell silent, grasping the problem. In the end, the direct unit would have to move as an independent strike team. Dane nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Other forces' missions will follow. After we lure the enemy at the center, we'll deal with the uncontrolled monsters." The third prince's eyes shone with utter amazement at such a detailed, perfect plan. He exclaimed in admiration. It was a plan officers and commanders could all agree on. He couldn't believe Dane had grasped the situation and proposed a strategy in an instant, asking if he had studied military science. Dane modestly replied that he had only read a few books in his father's study. But inwardly, he knew it was all thanks to the knowledge and experience from his previous life. Without hesitation, the third prince sprang to his feet, stamping decisively. "Good." He decided to end the meeting and assemble the members of the direct unit. Then he asked Dane if he could nominate anyone capable for the mission. However, Dane interrupted, saying there was something they needed to do first. When the third prince asked what it was, Dane asserted they needed to conduct reconnaissance first. Without scouting, they couldn't fully understand the real situation. The third prince agreed that reconnaissance was necessary, but he also expressed concern that after 2 teams had gone missing, he wasn't sure any soldiers would volunteer for such a dangerous mission. Upon hearing this, Dane only slightly curled his lips in a confident smile. It seemed he already had a solution to the problem. Dane tapped the third prince's shoulder confidently. "In that case, don't worry. It just so happens there's an expert in this field." The third prince was stunned, stammering an expert. He immediately assumed Dane was referring to himself. "The expert is you." However, the person Dane nominated was Ernest Dillon, the eldest son of a famous exploration family. Startled by being named, Ernest flinched and awkwardly responded to the third prince. Yet once he stepped into his area of expertise, Ernest became like a different person. He confidently pointed at the map, explaining that the terrain was too open and offered poor cover, so it would be better to take a detour. The third prince was extremely pleased with Ernest's plan, praising him as a reliable teammate. Ernest happily thanked His Highness. Seeing the third prince pleased, Dane quietly thought it was time to explain the backup plan he had prepared. The third prince confirmed one last time. If they fired the signal, would he be ready to attack immediately? He affirmed he would not delay for a second. The third prince looked at Dane and Ernest, entrusting the mission to them and instructing both to return safely. After Ernest's reconnaissance plan and Dane's plan B were officially approved, the two quickly prepared to depart. The other female students came to see them off. One told them to come back safe and uninjured. Another joked that if only their souls remained, she would use holy power to purify them, making everyone shiver. Thus, Dane and Ernest began the dangerous reconnaissance journey toward the mountain range where the mysterious ruins lay. Dane's eyes shone with intense focus. He knew this trip would not be simple. As they neared the mountains, they noticed flocks of birds scattering in panic, a bad sign. A huge flock of birds swirled across the sky, as if fleeing from something utterly terrifying. While on the road, Ernest wondered aloud what might be inside the ruins. Dane reminded him that the important task now was to learn as much as possible about what lay at the center of the site. Ernest asked what they should do next. Dane added that, if possible, they should map the surrounding terrain, and if the scouts' bodies remained, at least recover their belongings. Ernest was astonished and admiring. He hadn't expected Dane to think so thoroughly and so far ahead. A majestic yet perilous mountain landscape unfolded before them. The two continued along the trail, winding through the dense forest. A faint, ethereal light filtered through the leaves, signaling they were approaching a special place. Finally they arrived. Ernest stopped and pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Wait, Dane, this must be it, the path into the ruins." Dane abruptly halted. He sensed a familiar energy. "Yes, I know what you mean." That familiar feeling washed over his whole body. Dane recognized immediately. It was similar to the Mist Garden. Dane and Ernest began to advance deeper into the ancient ruins. The dark space was filled with the terrifying growls of monsters lurking in the shadows. Dane reminded Ernest to be very careful and to stay close to him. Ernest exhaled to regain his composure, but his eyes behind the glasses still betrayed his anxiety at the pressure of the surrounding environment. In the hazy mist, the huge monsters lay in a deep sleep. They resembled fierce beasts waiting for prey. The rasping breaths of the monsters echoed down the corridor, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Dane noticed that there were more monsters than expected. The two had to move very quietly, holding their breath to avoid making any sound that might wake the creatures. Ernest suddenly stopped and pointed to one side. He recognized a flow of mana mist blowing from that direction and suggested they follow the trail. The murky mist swirled at their feet, obscuring the uneven paths of the ruins. The deeper they went, the denser the mist became, significantly limiting their visibility. Dane concluded that there was a mana core concentrated at the center of the ruins. With that ancient energy source, controlling the monsters would be entirely feasible. He suspected someone was using mana indirectly, possibly channeling it into mana stones for easier manipulation. A blue mana stone appeared in Dane's mind as a possible answer. But the biggest question was, who possessed such an enormous amount of mana that they could create a vast misted area like this? Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. Armored bodies lay scattered across the ground. Dane froze. His green eyes widened in shock at the devastation before him. Ernest was about to rush forward, but Dane quickly held him back. "Ernest, stop!" Dane's voice rang out firmly. Ahead of them were corpses, their unfortunate comrades who had fallen within these ruins. The hand of one soldier still gripped his sword, showing they had fought until their last breath. The bodies were mutilated, evidence of the brutality of the monsters hiding here. Dane silently identified them. They were scouts from the Academy's expedition team. No one had survived. Ernest bowed his head, his voice trembling. They had all been slaughtered savagely. Not a single body remained intact. He could not believe such a tragedy had occurred. Suppressing his grief, Dane decided to collect their bodies and personal belongings. He asked Ernest to search the area to ensure it was safe. Ernest nodded, forcing himself to control his emotions so he could continue the task at Dane's request. Dane quietly knelt beside a fallen soldier and offered a solemn prayer. "Rest in peace." His eyes sank. A deep sorrow passed through him but was quickly replaced by resolve. He would not let their sacrifice be in vain. Cutting through the mist, a massive mana barrier flashed into view with a dark blue honeycomb structure. This was the final magical boundary separating them from the core area of the ruins. Ernest was stunned by its scale. his eyes wide with amazement. The more he studied the barrier, the more he felt the surrounding atmosphere growing heavier. Ernest felt the mana pressure weighing increasingly on his body, a clingy, heavy sensation found only near immense mana sources. He told himself he must report this to Dane immediately. By then, Dane had finished gathering the scouts' remains. Ernest called him over to examine what he had just discovered ahead. They discussed their current position. Ernest believed they were very close to the center of the ruins, but it seemed some force was deliberately interfering with their senses. Ernest's complexion worsened. He panted, admitting his body felt increasingly heavy. Now he understood why previous scout teams could not return alive under this terrible pressure. Dane was astonished because he felt no discomfort at all. He realized it was the mana pressure that had weakened the scouts, turning them into easy prey for the monsters, unable to fight back. Ernest secretly admired Dane's strength, since the pressure seemed to have no effect on him. Ernest pointed ahead, where a gigantic mana barrier stood. The energy wall, with its blue-green hexagonal cells, blocked the passage and radiated an aura of authority. Judging by its large arching structure, they concluded that the barrier completely enclosed the central area of the ruins. Ernest was excited, thinking that passing it would mean reaching their goal, but Dane worried about dismantling it. If done incorrectly, all the monsters in the area would be awakened. That would be a real disaster, since the monsters inside would surely be far more ferocious, and whoever was secretly controlling them would detect the intrusion. Dane looked at Ernest sternly, warning that even a small mistake could ruin the entire plan, and they would share the same tragic fate as the scouts lying there. Ernest swallowed nervously, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. He asked in confusion, "So what do we do now?" Dane looked at his hand, thinking that with the ancient mana he possessed, things might take a completely different turn. Ernest cried out in alarm when he saw Dane reach toward the barrier. "Dane, what are you going to do?" Dane reassured his friend, "Don't worry, if my guess is right." He continued to extend his hand forward. Dane was convinced the barrier would not react to him, because their mana shared a certain similarity. Dane's hand began to sink into the energy wall, without encountering any resistance. Dane's body gradually passed through the layer of energy barrier, to Ernest's utter astonishment. A blue light enveloped Dane as he stepped fully to the other side. Ernest's eyes widened in amazement, not understanding why the barrier remained completely silent. Ernest yelled in excitement when he saw Dane pass safely with no reaction from the monsters. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Dane nodded in confirmation. As he suspected, because he carried ancient mana, a barrier built from similar energy would not recognize him as an intruder. Dane could clearly feel that this was raw, unrefined mana, exuding an ancient, potent breath. Although happy for Dane, Ernest couldn't help but feel sad that he couldn't cross on his own. He anxiously asked if Dane could go alone. Seeing Ernest begin to worry for himself, Dane offered a warm, confident smile. He firmly assured him he would never leave his friend behind, for he had devised a bold plan for them to act together. While Ernest was still bewildered and didn't yet understand Dane's intention, Dane reached out decisively and said, "Ernest, give me your hand for a moment." Dane grabbed Ernest's hand, covered him with his mana, and the two stepped through the energy barrier together. Ernest gasped in astonishment as the improbable method proved effective. A brilliant blue mana flow radiated from Dane's hand, forming a protective membrane around Ernest and allowing him to fully synchronize with the magical wall. After successfully crossing the barrier, Dane calculated that they could use this method to bring reinforcements in later. He asked Ernest if he had memorized the route carefully and received a confident nod from his friend. Now inside the central area, Dane began outlining the next steps of the plan. They needed to find a way to open the barrier from within so the expedition force could advance easily and break the deadlock. Dane explained that the barrier was maintained by special devices installed around it. Destroying them would open the path behind and allow the army to enter smoothly. Ernest fully agreed with the plan. He thought to himself that whoever built the barrier would never have suspected someone could pass through it with nothing more than a light touch like Dane's. A knowing smile appeared on Dane's lips. It seemed every card the enemy could play was already accounted for in his calculations. Suddenly, Ernest let out a soft cheer as a brilliant light flashed from the end of the corridor. Their final destination might be right before them. Stepping out of the narrow passage, they were stunned to realize they had reached the deepest part of the ancient ruins. A vast, pressure-filled space opened before them. Dane's gaze sharpened. It was time to unmask whoever had orchestrated all these deceptions and force them into the open. They moved cautiously along the steep rock ledges. Below them, a dark abyss with cold, underground flows of mana. Their footsteps echoed softly in the vast space, amid the cave's thick, mana-heavy atmosphere. Looking down, Ernest felt a chill as he saw hundreds of massive monsters with gruesome horns lying asleep across the cavern floor. Orcs, minotaurs, and countless other high-tier creatures had gathered into a huge army at the center of the ruins, creating a horrifying sight. Dane and Ernest hid behind a rock, stunned by the scale of the lair. "Unbelievable! This place is teeming with high-level monsters," Ernest whispered in horror. Dane squinted and watched, holding his breath to avoid making even the smallest sound. He sensed another unusual presence below. A hazy veil of mana covered the sleeping monsters, creating a terrifying stillness that preceded the storm. Suddenly, steady footsteps sounded. A mysterious figure in a black cloak, leaning on a staff, slowly emerged from the darkness among the giant creatures. Dane and Ernest quickly drew back behind the large rock. From afar, they dared only to peek and observe every move of the stranger. Dane signaled Ernest to remain absolutely silent. His eyes were fixed on the silhouette of the mysterious figure, standing proudly amid his monstrous army. The cloaked figure stood motionless. An aura of authority radiated from him so powerfully that even the sleeping monsters did not stir. He was the one manipulating the entire tragedy. In his hand was a mana cube emitting a mystical blue light, the source of the mana mist covering the ruins. Dane clenched his fist. The real confrontation was only beginning. The cloaked figure stood proudly before the horde of monsters, ordering them to annihilate the entire expeditionary force in a single strike as soon as they entered the ruins. A lion-like hybrid monster roared ferociously, its cry signaling the start of a bloody slaughter. The sharp appendages and claws of the horde waved through the air, revealing the destructive power of the legion. Under the control of the mysterious sorcerer, the monsters moved in organized formations, readying for an all-out assault. The face hidden beneath the controller's hood was sinister and cold. He seemed certain of victory. From a secluded high vantage, Dane Saugers, the silver-haired genius of the Saugers family, and his friend Ernest watched in stunned silence as the savage monsters obeyed the sorcerer like obedient sheep. Ernest quickly reminded Dane to watch the enemy's hands, where the secret of this terrifying control power was hidden. The cloaked figure gripped his staff tightly, emitting a mystical green mana that enveloped the surrounding space. It was an ancient mana stone with an extremely high energy density, directly manipulating the wills of hundreds of monsters. With his genius perception, Dane Saugers realized the sorcerer was using the stone indirectly, not absorbing the ancient energy into his body as Dane did. Quickly forming a strategy, Dane instructed Ernest to set explosive traps at the weak points of the central pillars according to their plan. The ruins spread out on a massive scale, where a series of ancient structures had now become lairs occupied by the monsters. The thunderous footsteps of orcs and goblins echoed through the corridors, indicating the enemy's overwhelming numbers. After the traps were set, their ultimate goal was to take the mana stone and disable the sorcerer's control. Dane explained that without the stone, the monsters would fall into chaos, making it easier for the expedition to handle them. However, the exact number of monsters remained a major unknown. Ernest squinted as he tried to observe the besieged town below. His expression showed tension when faced with the true scale of things. They realized a horrifying truth. At least over 500 monsters were densely concentrated throughout the ruins' alleys. Legions of diverse monsters continued to pour in loudly. The actual numbers likely far exceeded their initial estimates. Though not an unbeatable number, if the expedition met them head-on, they would surely suffer extremely heavy casualties. Dane Saugers ordered Ernest to use magic to map the entire terrain. He was determined to learn more about the identity of the one commanding this army. Ernest smiled in agreement. He had absolute faith in Dane's ability, but reminded his friend to act with great caution. Dane nodded slightly, his eyes showing resolve as he prepared to enter the most dangerous hunt yet. The two moved silently like phantoms, deftly avoiding the gaze of the monster guards along the way. Dane Saugers glided like a ghost through the crumbling corridors, quietly approaching the inner chamber to prepare for his strike-at-the-head plan. Hidden behind a shadowed corner, he watched the enemy's every move. Ahead, the hooded sorcerer began deploying the monster legion to strictly guard the entrance. The cloaked figure ordered the monsters, from orcs to the lion hybrids, to vigilantly guard the ruins' entrance. He sensed the expedition's attack could begin at any moment and would allow no mistakes. The monsters growled in obedience. Their presence created a heavy, oppressive atmosphere right before the gate. With his staff gripped tightly, the mysterious man stood tall, commanding his loyal servants, ready to confront anyone who dared trespass on his domain. From a secluded high corner, Dane Saugers, the young genius with silver hair and sharp eyes, watched silently. He couldn't help but be intrigued by the other's ability to communicate with monsters, something even he, who had directly absorbed ancient mana, had never managed. Dane wondered quietly whether this was a special technique tied to the third circle. He analyzed every possibility to find the opponent's weakness. Or was he simply using ancient mana to amplify some innate talent? Every hypothesis stoked Dane's curiosity. When the cloaked figure began stepping back into the inner chamber, Dane knew his moment to act had arrived. Determination flashed in Dane's eyes. Whatever the other's secret, he would uncover the answer as soon as he seized the item the man held. He needed to know why someone like him possessed such a high concentration of ancient mana, and who truly hid beneath that mysterious cloak. The scene shifted deeper into the inner chamber, an ancient hall lit by flickering torches, where darkness seemed to swallow everything. The cloaked figure entered a private room, a silent space adorned with red carpets and towering stone pillars. He carelessly planted the staff bearing the glowing ancient mana stone to one side, setting aside the weary task of coordinating his legions. Removing the heavy hood, the cloaked figure revealed a tired face with a short beard. He kept grumbling about the vermin monsters he had to manage, finding them disgusting and feeling no fondness despite their proximity. He only resented that he was the sole compatible for this troublesome power. He muttered in frustration, wondering how long he'd be stuck in this remote, dark place before he could return. Just outside in the corridor, Dane Saugers hid perfectly, listening to every word of the target's monologue to gather more information. Dane analyzed silently. If he called himself a compatible, that suggested this monster-commanding power wasn't innate but granted by his organization. A cold glance from Dane slid through the crack of the door, as he calculated each tiny movement to ensure the assassination went smoothly. Fortunately, Dane sensed no other presence in the room, and that all the monsters had been withdrawn by his earlier order. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. The steady sound of wine pouring into a glass broke the hush of the room. The mysterious man was attempting to enjoy a rare moment of rest. The cloaked figure tried to reassure himself by thinking this was fate and the noble mission entrusted by his organization, so he must accept it willingly. But deep down, his true fear was that absurd man. He seethed at the thought of the one who had disrupted his plans and was terrified of the mad power that man possessed. He wondered how someone could single-handedly slaughter such a vast number of monsters. The image of Dane Saugers with his blazing silver hair, massacring the monsters, in an instant flashed vividly in the sorcerer's mind. Although he had never faced or seen the true face of that silver-haired genius, rumors of a monster in human guise were enough to make him shudder in fear. The monsters fell at his feet like harvested grass, a horrific scene beyond anything the secret organization had anticipated. His face showed extreme worry and unease at the mention of the name Dane Saugers. He had no idea that the death he feared most was standing right behind him. In his heart, the cloaked figure remained obsessed with the power of the famed silver-haired Saugers family. He shivered at the thought of that absurd genius, a being whose power far exceeded his ordinary understanding of magic. To soothe the fear closing in, he poured another glass of wine, trying to regain his composure in the silent room. He muttered that he had to report the existence of that silver-haired man to the organization, as this was an extremely serious threat. The sorcerer slammed the glass down on the table beside the staff, fitted with the glowing ancient mana stone, the weapon that allowed him to command the monster legions. From a nearby shadowed corner, Dane Saugers, the calm genius of the Saugers family with his distinctive silver hair, watched silently. He confirmed that this man had been the one commanding the monster legions outside. Dane's sharp gaze never left the target as he carefully calculated every scenario to make the assassination flawless. The mana stone on the staff emitted a strange pull, seeming to resonate with the abundant ancient mana within Dane's body. Dane realized that by seizing the staff, the sorcerer would completely lose control of the monsters, and Dane could use it to break through and form an additional mana ring. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure carelessly continued pouring wine, completely unaware that death was closing the distance. "All right, begin," Dane murmured as he gently left his hiding place, preparing to deploy his infiltration technique. This time he decided to use illusion, a supreme technique learned from his mother to absolutely conceal his identity, in case the plan went awry. The moment Dane lightly touched the floor, a brilliant, intricate magic circle appeared, sparkling in the dark room. A hazy smoke began to spread from the magic circle, slipping through cracks and silently enveloping the space. Dane explained that this smoke was colorless and scentless, capable of inducing powerful hallucinations that would make anyone who inhaled it see their deepest terrors. To ensure he remained unaffected, Dane took a small antidote pill from his jacket pocket. He quickly swallowed the antidote to block the illusion smoke's effects, keeping his mind completely clear throughout the assassination. "Now it's time to make you reveal all your secrets," Dane said coldly, as he advanced toward the target after the illusion smoke had done its work. The cloaked figure was about to drain the glass when a chilling killing intent ran down his spine. He froze mid-motion, wine spilling from the glass as he sensed the presence of an intruder in his room with no sound to announce them. The sorcerer broke out in a cold sweat of terror when he turned and saw Dane Saugers standing right behind him with eyes as cold as ice. Before he could react, a keen blade pressed to the cloaked figure's throat, rendering him utterly motionless with fear. "Don't move," Dane's low voice rang out. He warned that the blade was coated with a potent toxin that would end the man's life instantly if he so much as twitched. The sorcerer trembled, sweat streaming down his pale face as he realized he was completely at the mercy of this terrifying youth. All prior arrogance vanished, leaving only overwhelming fear that began to choke his mind. "How surprising," the cloaked figure whispered in horror, unable to believe a guest could penetrate so deeply without his knowledge. He stared at his opponent, desperate for an explanation for this impossible appearance that threatened his life. The cloaked figure stared into the air in terror, stammering to ask the identity of the astounding intruder. He couldn't believe someone had passed layer upon layer of guarded monsters to reach him so easily. In response to that extreme fear, Dane Saugers offered a cold, arrogant smile. His terrifying calm made the sorcerer feel the breath of death filling the entire room. With the poison-coated blade pressed tight against his throat with no margin for error, Dane Saugers issued a commanding declaration. "Shall I say that death has come to take you away?" The chapter closes on the utter horror of the monster controller as he faces a real monster disguised as a man. Asir was bewildered by the appearance of the man who called himself Reaper. Why would a high-level death agent from the organization come to this heavily guarded place? The young man stressed that Asir must know how impossible it was for anyone to break in here, so he shouldn't pretend otherwise. Asir broke into a sweat, his face drained of color. He couldn't understand how the man before him had bypassed the barriers and the swarms of monsters. Dane pressed the knife to Asir's throat, coldly reminding him not to underestimate the situation. This was no joke. His life was in his hands. Asir gripped the tabletop, full of suspicion. He wondered who this young man really was and what method he used to slip in alone. Dane tilted his head and looked at him, his voice dropping threateningly. He ordered him to confess truthfully if he still wanted to keep his worthless life. Asir remained silent, sweat streaming down his face. The other's overwhelming presence left him tongue-tied, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Meanwhile, Dane privately reveled that his impersonation and grim Reaper demeanor had fooled the old man. The first stage of interrogation was a success. Dane smirked and asked if the fun had begun yet. Light from his magic staff flickered, signaling that secrets were about to be revealed. By the wavering candlelight, Dane stood imposingly and demanded the man's true purpose. The room's atmosphere grew stifling and tense like never before. He probed why he had gathered such a massive legion of monsters. Was he plotting to overthrow the Empire with the strength of orcs and goblins? Faced with a barrage of sharp questions, Asir remained mute. He hung his head, trying to stay calm, but his trembling shoulders betrayed him. Dane shouted for an immediate answer. He suspected the man was carrying out a mad experiment or acting under someone's orders. At the mention of orders, Asir froze, trembling. This small reaction couldn't escape the keen eyes of the Sagar's genius. The blade drew closer, emitting a strange, dangerous purple smoke. The crushing pressure made him feel the Reaper's breath at his back. Dane's gaze flashed with cold when he recognized the other's reaction. In a blink, he had seized the fear buried deep within him. Images of cloaked figures suddenly appeared in Dane's mind. He wondered whether the organization behind this man was connected to them. He bluntly asked whether the man belonged to some secret organization. The direct question froze Asir, his face paling. He was stunned, eyes widening in disbelief that his secret had been exposed. Panic began to take hold as he looked at the Reaper. Asir stared at the other's uniform and badge, full of questions. He couldn't fathom how an outsider knew of their existence. He shouted that he would never reveal anything, even if it killed him. But Dane remained calm, as if he had anticipated this reaction. Dane smiled slyly behind his mask, looking extremely dangerous. He knew how to make even the most stubborn mouths open willingly. His hand slammed down on the table, producing a harsh bang that shattered the silence. It was time to switch to a more brutal interrogation method. Dane leaned close to Asir's ear and whispered about a proper greeting. Seeing his smile, the man could only tremble from the chill crawling down his spine. He looked at Dane with eyes wide in terror. Dane warned in a cold voice that he would not repeat himself, forcing him to choose to talk or face a bitter end. Dane's reddened eyes bore straight into Asir's mind. The murderous look made him feel his soul being crushed by a terrifying presence. In his half-demon form, Dane threatened coldly. He asked whether the man wanted to confess everything here or experience life in the dungeon. Asir collapsed to the ground, trembling as he asked where this young man had come from. He couldn't believe someone had broken into this place without anyone knowing. Dane quietly delighted that the illusion was working extremely well. If the old man was in league with the others, everything would have been much easier. With the blade at his throat, Dane ordered him to state his true purpose. The room fell deathly silent, broken only by Asir's terrified gasps. Dane stepped forward, each footfall striking the floor like a hammer on Asir's heart. The old man backed away in panic, stammering pleas for the youth to stay away. The pressure of heel taps echoed on the floor. Dane raised an eyebrow and asked if he intended to remain silent until he truly died, with a blade at his neck. A close-up of Dane's uncanny eyes sent a chill through anyone who looked. An invisible pressure radiated from him, making the air in the room seem to congeal. Asir screamed in desperation, saying he'd rather die than reveal anything. His will was completely broken by the terrifying menace of the Reaper. Dane's cold stare seemed to pierce through every lie. He waited for a crack in the man's psyche to end the conversation. The short sword once again became an effective tool of pressure. Dane knew exactly what he needed to do to make this old man speak willingly. Suddenly Dane recited the organization's regulations verbatim about prioritizing security above life. The young man smirked, praising him as unlike the fools before. Asir froze, his face going ashen as he asked how he could know such classified matters. The organization's core secrets were clearly held by a stranger. Dane smirked inwardly as the reaction matched his prediction. The notes he had gathered earlier truly were the key to manipulating this man. By the flickering candlelight, Dane continued to play the authoritative superior. He repeated conduct rules, making Asir fully believe the false identity. Asir innocently asked if this was a test from the organization. He thought the incident at the academy was merely a trap to evaluate him. Dane seized the moment, asserting that now they could speak properly. He smiled inwardly. The prey had fully fallen into the illusionary trap he had set. Asir suddenly changed attitude, feeling extremely honored to receive the challenge. His earlier fear transformed into blind, ridiculous adoration. The young man sheathed the short sword, preparing for the next step of his plan. The opponent's blind trust was the strongest weapon he had now. Dane judged Asir a fanatic and decided to play it to the end. He pretended to praise him for safely getting through the dense swarm of monsters. Asir fell to his knees, vowing to dedicate his full loyalty to the organization. He was ready to do anything if ordered by his superiors. A close-up of Asir's bowed head showed complete submission. He had no idea he was kneeling before the greatest enemy he had long hoped to destroy. Dane looked down impassively, thinking this turn of events actually worked in his favor. A fanatic could be an endless source of information if properly exploited. Dane curled a sly smile, certain the prey had fallen into the trap. The psychological game was over. The victory had belonged to the Sagar's genius from the start. He switched to a cold tone, scolding him for losing hundreds of important monsters. This final blow sent Asir into a frenzy, desperately trying to make amends with secret information. Asir knelt at the feet of the man he thought was his superior, babbling apologies for how an unidentified enemy had ruined all the plans. In the Reaper role, Dane coldly declared he would handle accountability later. He instructed him to focus on completing the immediate mission to redeem himself. Hearing that, Asir lit up inside and hastily pledged he would never disappoint his superior again. The old man was truly easy to fool. Dane smirked inwardly at how his clumsy act had an unexpectedly effective result. He winked with satisfaction as the prey had completely fallen into the trap. The young man continued to steer the conversation, asking Asir to confirm the true objective of this mission to test his loyalty. Asir was a bit stunned by the unexpected question. He couldn't understand why his superior would ask such an obvious thing. Still, he dared not delay his answer. Dane raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze reminding him of the test. The pressure from the youth made Asir break out in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly clasped his hands and confessed everything. He admitted that the mission was to incite the monsters to create utter chaos across the Empire, a malicious and brutal plot. Additionally, they wanted to test the limits of the magic staff's power in his hands and report all the data gathered. The staff emitted a strange blue light. Dane realized this was what allowed a nobody like Asir to command an entire army of monsters. Dane pressed to know how much he knew about the weapon. Asir frankly admitted he was merely chosen to wield it and didn't know the details. The young man was inwardly surprised to learn the power wasn't innate but granted. This indicated the organization behind it possessed extremely advanced technology. Asir trembled as he added that it was an extremely dangerous item. He felt he had to strain himself to contain the energy that threatened to erupt. A close-up of the ancient scepter of the legendary kingdom of Arcana. A long-lost treasure had resurfaced in the hands of these calculating rebels. He believed increasing the chaos would help reshape the world according to the organization's will, a mad ideal of those who wished to overthrow the order. Dane quietly judged the plan as utterly mundane and predictable. He kept a cold expression so the old man wouldn't suspect his true identity. From the account, the young man determined they were allied with the assassins he'd encountered earlier in the forbidden area. He also suspected that even Professor Denabo at the academy was closely connected to this dark organization. Things were getting interesting. Dane decided he would stir the place up properly. He wondered how the organization's superiors would react when they learned everything had been exposed. He pretended to reveal that he had been sent by a powerful figure at the academy who had been secretly watching Asir for some time. Asir froze, amazed, and guessed that person was the branch head of the academy, a highly valuable piece of information Dane had just unwittingly extracted. The young man nodded in confirmation, adding that the person was very pleased and held great expectations for him. Asir was ecstatic, nearly moved to tears. Dane silently mocked his counterpart's stupidity. Though he didn't yet know who the spy was, the name Branch Head had narrowed his target. To finish, the young man told Asir to close his eyes to receive a gift from the mysterious superior. He believed it wholeheartedly, his face showing eager anticipation. Asir obediently complied, thrilled at the thought of a promotion. He had no idea what was about to descend upon him was actually a one-way ticket to humiliation. Asir squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted from a mix of nervousness and excitement. He held his breath for the honorary gift from his superior, unaware disaster was imminent. Dane smirked meaningfully as he held a white rectangular object in his hand. With half his face still bearing the fearsome Reaper visage, he prepared to give this sinner an outcome he could never have imagined. Dane Saggers appeared amid the ruined remains after finishing his task. The moment Ernest saw him, he jubilantly cried out, relieved that his friend was intact and unharmed. Dane strolled over leisurely, apologizing for being a little late. The young man explained that extracting information from the traitor took far longer than he had originally expected. Ernest chuckled and said he had been standing there waiting for Dane to return. His elated expression made clear how much he trusted his friend's abilities. Just then, Ernest noticed something glinting in Dane Saggers' hand, a magical stone emitting an eerie green light that looked remarkably powerful. Dane smiled meaningfully and confirmed he had milked every secret out of Asir. His sharp gaze showed everything remained under his control. It turned out the final gift the young man gave the traitor was anything but simple. Sir Delphian held the small box with a grave expression as Dane explained. Inside that box was paralysis poison, an extremely potent paralytic toxin. A single small dose would be enough to render even the toughest foe obediently motionless. Looking at the box, Sir Delphian was secretly astonished by Dane Saggers' thorough preparation. The young man was not only skilled in combat but also deeply cunning in his schemes. Dane coldly asserted that even if the man woke up, he wouldn't be able to escape. With this poison's effect, he'd be like a fish on a chopping block awaiting his fate. Ernest breathed a sigh of relief, saying there was no longer anything to worry about regarding that man. Immediately, Dane ordered them to destroy the barrier to notify the main forces at once. However, Ernest still felt uneasy and was sweating nervously. He feared that once the barrier disappeared, the monsters would lose all control and become utterly frenzied. Dane smirked and said that was exactly the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Without the will to be controlled, the monsters would turn on one another and tear each other apart until none remained. Hearing this savage, let the tigers fight on the mountain plan, Ernest finally understood. He eagerly nodded in agreement, ready to help Dane destroy the cursed magical seal. The two quickly set to work, with Ernest confidently declaring he was ready. The final preparations were complete. Now they only had to wait for the spectacle to unfold. After a while, the night sky suddenly burst into brilliant magical fireworks. The explosions rang out everywhere as a signal that a glorious victory for their side was near. Multicolored lights danced across the sky, illuminating the ruins. The scene was spectacular, signaling that the dangerous mission had been successfully completed. Exactly 6 hours after Dane Saggers and Ernest had ventured deep into the ruins, everything was resolved. Time had not been long, but the results exceeded expectations. The magical fireworks were not just for show, but served as a victory signal to the entire army. The group of knights below looked up, each face showing boundless joy. Watching from afar, Third Prince Edward smiled with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased to see the plan go off smoothly, exactly as he had expected. Edward immediately ordered a full assault to sweep away the final remnants. Sir Delphian drew his sword and led the 4th Knights, charging straight into the heart of the ancient ruins. The army marched with thunderous steps, their morale intimidating even the monsters. The plan to annihilate the enemy in one stroke proceeded smoothly and more successfully than expected. The ancient ruins had become the battlefield for the largest sweep the region had ever seen. Old stone structures trembled under the triumphant march of the troops. The battle was fierce as the soldiers confronted the savage orcs head-on. The clash of weapons rang harshly amid the wreckage, and dust and smoke filled the air. A soldier shouted for the ranks to hold formation against the enemy's pressure. No matter how frenzied the monsters became, they could not break through the defenses. The commander's booming voice rose above the snarls, ordering the entire force to concentrate fully. The battle was intense, everyone strained to finish off the stubborn monsters. The fight within the ruins grew hotter than ever. The knights had to continuously channel inner power, shouting to each other to pour all their mana into their weapons to withstand the fierce onslaught from the savage green orcs. In the midst of the encirclement, the red-haired woman bravely swung her sword to cleave foes, yet couldn't help but mutter in admiration. These monsters looked tougher and hardier than previous waves, costing her considerable effort. Just as she had predicted, the deeper they pushed into the ruins, the more unusually empowered the creatures became. The redhead's sword strikes grew heavier as she faced the mounting pressure. While the warriors struggled to hold the line, Priscilla Nerial arrived in time to assist. The blonde mage quickly deployed magic circles, urging her comrades to hang on a little longer while she restored their health. Priscilla squeezed her eyes shut, focusing intensely as ancient runes traced the air. A gentle green energy from her spells began to spread, healing the wounds of the exhausted knights. With the situation urgent, a commander immediately ordered the army to concentrate magical firepower toward the southwest. Brilliant purple beams erupted, aiming directly at the giant lion-like monster, baring its fangs and slashing its claws. The knightly units took the order and quickly formed ranks to shield and clear the way forward. Though the orcs swarmed like ants, the legion's coordinated effort began to push them back markedly. The power of the coordinated strikes turned the scene into unprecedented chaos. The creatures tore into one another or were blasted apart by the expeditionary forces' overwhelming might, creating a blood-soaked tableau. Sir Delphian once stood amid the battlefield, his keen eyes tracking every minor fluctuation. The commander's face showed firm resolve. He would not let any monster escape this encirclement. The valiant commander roared, ordering the soldiers to annihilate every last remaining monster, not leaving a single one behind. Sir Delphian's vigor seemed to ignite the entire legion's fighting spirit. The knights charged like a whirlwind, hacking at the green orcs without mercy. Lightning-fast sword slashes tore through the air, turning the ruins into a true meat grinder for the uncontrolled beasts. Harsh explosions rang out everywhere as magic collided with monster flesh. The blast forces shook the ground, and dust and smoke billowed, obscuring the combatants' vision. A massive detonation erupted, marking the total collapse of the monster's final defensive line. Everything trembled violently, signaling that the sweep was reaching its triumphant conclusion. Ernest, elated, ran over with his bow to tell Dane Saugers that the main forces had arrived in time to reinforce them. The delighted look on the bespectacled man's face showed he could finally breathe easy. Dane Saugers gave a slight smile, his expression utterly composed as if everything had gone according to plan. He was very pleased that the barrier-breaching plan had proceeded smoothly and yielded a major victory. Cleanup of the battlefield began hastily, and Dane and Ernest returned together to report the situation. They intended to present themselves to the third prince at once to conclude this arduous mission. Smoke from the explosions still drifted around the ancient buildings in the ruins. The post-battle scene looked fairly devastated, But the most important thing was that the threat had been completely eliminated. The cliffside homes were now peaceful again after the storm of magical fire. The entire ruin area seemed to be gradually recovering after the frenzied monsters had been wiped out by the Royal Legion. At the central area, 3rd Prince Edward Danter began his solemn commendation speech. He declared that in this campaign, one individual had rendered exceptionally great service, surpassing all others. All the knights stood solemnly, listening as Edward praised the mysterious hero who had stood on the front line. According to him, this person had halted the monster's surprise assault and opened the path to victory. The crowd of students couldn't help but be curious when the prince mentioned the person who had bravely infiltrated the heart of the ruins. Thanks to the valuable information this person brought back about the enemy's weaknesses, our casualties were significantly reduced. Edward stood on the platform, pointed at the man beside him, and declared that this fellow had personally subdued the enemy in the fiercest battle. All eyes turned to the platform, where the hero's identity was about to be revealed. Cheers echoed throughout the ruins as the knights raised their swords and spears in salute. The jubilant atmosphere of the commendation ceremony made the scene more rousing and heroic than ever. The soldiers shouted, "Long live," in unison, excitement rippling across the cliff faces. After those life-and-death moments, they could finally exhale and celebrate their blazing victory. 3rd Prince Edward beamed and announced he would lavishly reward the campaign's hero. He looked toward Dane Saugers, preparing to drop a revelation that would stun everyone. The 3rd Prince called out Dane Saugers' name in a loud, authoritative voice. He affirmed that the young man's brave actions would become a shining example for the entire empire to follow. Edward Danter stepped forward and placed a hand on Dane's shoulder as formal recognition before the public. It was a rare gesture of intimacy between a noble prince and a trainee. Edward then dropped the bombshell that left everyone frozen. He wanted Dane to stand by his side as a friend. The word friend, coming from the prince, carried tremendous weight. Sir Delphin once broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears at that shocking declaration. The seasoned commander seemed equally stunned by the prince's breach of social boundaries. The student crowd below began whispering excitedly. A friend! The prince just called Dane his friend. No one could quite grasp what was happening to the lucky young man. Dane laughed, saying Edward's proclamation was nothing short of earth-shattering. The prince admitted it might put him in an awkward position, but Dane was glad for the trust. After the excited moments, Dane's expression suddenly grew pensive. He remembered and wondered what fate awaited the traitor Asir. Edward Danter's face immediately hardened at the mention of that man. The prince exuded a colder, more serious aura than before. Edward revealed that the man would be thrown into the royal dungeon, a place likened to hell on earth. The screams that echoed daily made it a terror even the prince had never set foot in. Hearing that, Dane understood immediately that the fellow had no chance of surviving a return. In any case, he'd already squeezed every valuable piece of information from him. Edward felt that fate was deserved and wanted to award Dane further for his efforts, but the young man remained modest, saying it was far too much. Dane fell silent for a long moment, as if weighing something important. His thoughtful eyes showed he was preparing to make a special request. In truth, he had a grave matter he wanted to petition the prince for. Seeing Dane serious, Edward generously told him to speak whatever he desired. The two stepped aside to a corner of the platform to discuss weighty affairs. The space fell strangely quiet, leaving only the secret dialogue between the prince and the new hero. Dane candidly raised the real enemies targeting the Empire and the prince himself. This blunt warning made Edward ponder the potential threats. The young man's face was grave, indicating the conspiracy scale was far larger than imagined. Now the political game was truly heating up. The campaign in the ruins ended, leaving an unusual calm beside the majestic waterfall. But beneath that tranquility, undercurrents were poised to erupt. A few days later, the scene shifted to the head of magic's office at the academy. The atmosphere there was hushed and rife with covert scheming. Professor Drenavo stood by the window, muttering Dane Saugers' name with extreme displeasure. The young man's presence seemed to be upending all of his plans. The old head of department kept wondering about the content of Dane's conversation with the third prince that day. The frightening silence over the past few days made him increasingly uneasy and anxious. Just then, a figure in a black cloak slipped into the room without making a sound. This mysterious arrival signaled that the meeting would be far from wholesome. Drenavo spun around in shock when he felt the warmth of a stranger standing right behind him. His face showed obvious alarm at being breached in his own lair at midnight. The intruder spoke with a mocking tone, asking what the professor was so seriously pondering. The room's atmosphere instantly tightened to the extreme. A bearded man smiled slyly beneath his cloak, telling Drenavo there was nothing to be surprised about. The chapter closed with the emergence of the Shadow faction, promising intensely dire developments to come. Arthur walked down the corridor, wondering if the professor was still here. He planned to go in and file a detailed report of tomorrow's schedule before going home to rest. Just as he was about to open the door, Arthur froze when he heard someone inside ask if anything unusual had happened. He stopped dead, realizing the professor was seeing a visitor at this hour. Arthur peered through the crack in the door, sweat beginning to stream down his face from the tension. Inside, a gloomy atmosphere filled the closed room. Professor Denabo stood beside a man in a black cloak. He sneered that the dead could not speak. The old professor scoffed, confident that even if the man spilled everything, he wouldn't reveal anything about him. The cloaked man smiled complacently, asserting that Denabo's position would remain secure. Denabo's eyes showed a sinister glint under the dim light. The cloaked man promised to send people soon to support the next phase of the plan. Arthur hid behind the door, stunned and unable to believe what he had just heard. The conversation began to mention the investigation team and the recent conquest. Arthur narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Clearly, they were hiding a huge secret. He started to feel chills at the truth about the teacher he had long respected. The talk shifted to a high-ranking figure coming to straighten out the academy. Denabo clicked his tongue, calling it mere formality. They had already prepared contingency plans. The cloaked man carefully asked again if there were any loopholes. The professor smiled smugly, assuring that both of their positions would remain unshaken. Then he mentioned someone the organization was keeping a special eye on. Arthur jumped when he heard the name Dane Saggers escape the old professor's mouth. The cloaked man emphasized that Dane had performed a great deed, but had actually ruined the organization's plan. He demanded that Denabo quickly either recruit or deal with this young man. Denabo folded his arms and nodded, promising to focus all efforts on the new target. In their eyes, no matter how talented Dane was, handling him was only a matter of time. Before leaving, the cloaked man didn't forget to remind the professor about the letter of introduction. Denabo responded generously, treating it as a small gift for what he had helped accomplish. He promised to soon send the official letter of introduction to the Tower of Magic as planned. The mysterious figure bowed and prepared to vanish into the night. A devilish smile appeared on the face hidden beneath the cloak. Arthur choked with rage. He had not expected the professor to trade his future to traitors. The office door slammed shut, ending the dark conversation. Arthur turned and ran, his breath coming fast with fear. He understood that he had just heard a secret that could overturn the whole academy. Hasty footsteps echoed in the night. He knew he had to find Dane immediately. Arthur sprinted between the silent rows of houses, not daring to look back even once. The scene shifted to the park near the dormitory late at night. Under the pale streetlight, Arthur recounted the entire incident to Dane Saggers. He emphasized that their next target was him. After hearing him out, Dane calmly summarized the situation in a strangely composed manner. He concluded Denabo must be in such a rush to have exposed such a basic slip-up. Arthur anxiously asked whether Dane would be safe if the professor discovered this. Arthur told himself he had nothing left to lose after being abandoned by the teacher he had long respected like a sacrificial pawn. He bitterly recounted how Professor Denabo had used the letter of introduction as bait to turn him into unpaid servitude. Despite his despair, Arthur recognized the vast scale of the conspiracy and had sought out Dane for help. Arthur admitted that of everyone he knew, Dane was the strongest and most reliable. Dane listened quietly, his eyes showing sympathy for the pain of betrayal before him. He knew that discovering his professor was a member of the traitorous organization would be an enormous shock to him. Dane considered that this was no longer merely about trust, but now directly affected Arthur's future. Arthur fell silent and bowed his head, his solitary silhouette stretching beneath the academy's dim light. He looked up at Dane desperately, asking what he should do to escape this dead end. Dane's gaze sharpened as he realized a golden opportunity had just presented itself. Winning over someone close to Denabo, like Arthur, would make his plan run much more smoothly. Dane asserted that Denabo's power meant nothing compared to the third prince, and exposing this conspiracy would yield far greater benefits. Arthur froze when he realized Dane was suggesting he undertake a plan fraught with danger. Dane stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that served as a promise of absolute protection. He smirked confidently, declaring that he had a plan nothing could top. Rather than continue serving the sly old professor, Dane urged Arthur to place his full trust in him. Dane's resolute word struck the deeply shaken psyche of the assistant. No longer hesitating, Arthur affirmed he would do whatever Dane asked to reclaim justice for himself. The night passed in silence, signaling the first moves of the pieces on the political chessboard. 2 days later at the academy, a calm exterior still shrouded everyday activities. In the laboratory, Denabo unleashed a torrent of scolding over Arthur's delay. Arthur could only bow and apologize, claiming an experimental accident. From a distance, Dane watched silently, pleased to see events unfolding exactly as predicted. He smiled triumphantly as he watched Arthur play the subservient role perfectly in front of the old professor. Originally, Dane had planned to tail Denabo himself and have Ernest gather evidence, but Arthur's appearance changed everything. Arthur stood beside Denabo, fulfilling the role of an undercover informant right under the enemy's nose. No one could track the old professor's movements more closely than his own trusted assistant. Dane believed that with inside help, rounding up Denabo's tail would be only a matter of time. He stood motionless in the courtyard, his cold gaze fixed on the laboratory building. He softly called Denabo's name with a knowing smile, as if victory were already in hand. Seeing the professor's arrogance, Dane thought to himself that the man was digging his own grave without realizing it. Professor Denabo vented a tirade of disappointment about Arthur's results. The young man could only bow and apologize. The old man extended his hand mockingly, saying Arthur should have been first in this campaign. At this rate, the letter of introduction is as good as gone. Arthur continued to take the blame with a resigned look, while Denabo began to find him truly bothersome. With a slam of his fist on the table, the old man bellowed, asking if Arthur truly understood his mistake. The teacher's anger had not subsided. He scolded that however clever Arthur once was, he was now pathetic. He insisted that only if Arthur handled this properly would his future have any hope. Sighing, Denabo changed his tone and said he would give the boy one last chance. Arthur broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing obvious worry at the loaded offer. A chance to atone, the old professor began to steer Arthur into his trap. Immediately after, Arthur hurried off to carry out the assigned task. Denabo's instruction echoed in his head, go to that exact spot to receive an important item. He dashed across the courtyard as fast as he could, ignoring the stares around him. Denabo stressed that this was extremely important, which was why he trusted his most reliable person with it. Arthur gritted his teeth and ran, sweat streaming down his face. The old teacher added that he surely wouldn't fail at such an easy task. Arthur assured him to leave it to him. Running, Arthur thought this was exactly the kind of information Dane Saugers needed. A faint smile crossed his face. This was a golden opportunity to topple the corrupted professor. According to the plan, in a week's time Arthur would head to the academy's supply route, where a secret door would be left open. Back in the present, Arthur met someone privately and handed over the small item he held. Dranavo's words still rang in his ears. If the situation were unfavorable, he would have had to go himself. The recipient of the item was none other than Dane Saugers. He watched silently. Dane's expression was pensive as he calculated the next moves. The object had been passed neatly from hand to hand. Arthur recounted the entire conversation with Dranavo to Dane and asked what he thought of it. Dane wondered whether the professor had ever forced Arthur to do anything like this before, but Arthur insisted it was the first time. Dane fell silent, a new plan slowly forming in his mind. He judged that the professor intended to pin all the blame on Arthur if anything went wrong. Arthur nodded in agreement. Both understood they could not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dane asserted that nothing related to that secret society must be allowed to slip through. Dane immediately proposed a baiting tactic. Arthur sighed in relief. The goal was to create a situation that would force Dranavo to reveal himself and cut off all his escape routes. Dane folded his arms, thinking over which method would be most effective. Arthur waited in silence. He turned to Arthur and asked whether he dared to carry out this risky plan. Under the sunset, Dane affirmed that he himself would set the situation in motion. Arthur smiled confidently, vowing he would use every means to complete the mission. Dane was pleased and told him to prepare. The two would reconvene soon to finalize the plan. Dane's determined gaze showed he was ready for the hunt. Arthur likewise displayed equal resolve. Everything seemed to be proceeding more smoothly than expected. "We should also report this to the prince," Dane said as he surveyed the entire academy. 1 week later, at the academy's supply route, Arthur, in more discreet clothing, moved silently through the night. Dranavo's instructions returned to mind. Head north to an inn on the outskirts of the capital, sit at the left corner table, and wait to receive the goods. Arthur scanned the area, searching for the designated spot. He silently repeated the directions in his head, certain the inn had to be somewhere around here. There it was. His gaze settled on an old wooden house exactly as described. Arthur quickened his pace toward the inn, resolved to cause as much disruption as possible to stop the transaction. He gripped the rolled message tightly, the one Professor Dranavo had given him to use if things went wrong. His steps were steady as he moved toward the target. He told himself that at last the sly old professor would be forced to show himself. The inn emerged clearly in the hazy twilight. Inside, the inn was loud and boisterous, a stark contrast to the eerie quiet outside. Arthur sat alone in a shadowed corner, trying to appear as normal as possible while he waited. His eyes betrayed a tension he struggled to conceal. A flashback came. Dane Saugers had given him a box of poison needles, saying it would be useful for the mission. He clenched the secret weapon in his hand. Dane's encouragement still echoed in his ears. Dane had also reminded him he was not alone. Prince Edward would be watching and supporting from behind. Suddenly, Arthur sensed a shift in the inn's atmosphere. The wooden door creaked dryly as someone entered. A stranger with deep purple hair and a menacing air appeared in the doorway. Arthur held his breath and watched. He instantly realized this was no ordinary patron. The stranger curled a lip and swept his gaze around the smoke-filled room. He strolled leisurely between the rows of tables and chairs, heading straight for the corner where Arthur sat. Finally, the man stopped directly in front of Arthur, an invisible pressure enveloping the space. Arthur looked up, inwardly confirming that this was the person he needed to meet. The man's footsteps ceased completely. Silence fell over them both. Arthur's hand moved slightly, ready to respond to any sudden development. The purple-haired man squinted at Arthur for a long moment, mumbling that he'd never seen this face before. However, he sneered, clicked his tongue and dismissed it, saying it didn't matter much at this point. At a shabby inn, where plots began to simmer, a brown bag was plopped down onto the wooden floor. Arthur flinched slightly, his face revealing obvious worry. In a corner of the table, Dane Saugers was in disguise, sitting opposite Arthur to conduct a covert transaction. Arthur insisted this was the item he needed. He instructed Dane to wait for a while after he left before going out, and to move the item immediately. Dane looked at the bag in astonishment. A completely different plan was forming in his mind. Arthur stood up to leave. Dane called after him, asking if he was really going to go. Dane's hand silently tightened around a prepared vial of paralytic poison. He intended to act now. Taking advantage of Arthur turning his back, Dane decided to act. He couldn't let this chance slip away. He glanced at the people around, realizing he needed to draw the crowd's attention. A heavy blow to Arthur's nape left him no time to react. Dane's gaze turned icy, completely different from his earlier mild appearance. A dry thud rang out in the middle of the inn. The strike stunned the opponent. The nearby maid stared in panic at the scene. Arthur collapsed to the floor, completely motionless. Dane exulted as the paralytic had taken effect with remarkable efficiency. Everything was going according to plan. He hurried over pretending to be frantic, asking questions as if deeply worried. His plan was to create as big a commotion as possible to ruin the transaction. Dane shook Arthur, shouting for him to wake up and asking if he could hear him. Arthur foamed at the mouth, completely unconscious. The performance began to grow dramatic. Murmurs rose from the surrounding tables. All eyes turned to the two of them. Hastened footsteps approached. The innkeeper had been drawn in. The owner ran over to ask what was happening. Dane pretended naivety, saying the man had suddenly fainted. He looked at Arthur's body with a suspicious, tense expression. Dane continued playing the role of a panicked academy student, trying to appear innocent. But the innkeeper's gaze suddenly shifted, staring at Dane with menace. He had realized something. From behind, he quietly drew a dagger. He had no intention of letting Dane leave. He launched an attack and shouted that Dane shouldn't think he could fool him with cheap tricks. It turned out the whole inn was full of professionals. Dane dodged, still screaming that he was an academy student and demanding that he stop. He glanced around and saw the others beginning to stir. Both the male server and the maid simultaneously drew weapons. They were all disguised assassins. Sharp blades were drawn from their sheaths, ready to silence him. Dane feigned shock as he realized the inn was a den of criminals. He found himself trapped among them. The innkeeper clicked his tongue in annoyance, as matters became more complicated than expected. He ground his teeth in anger to see a fly, like Dane, dare to ruin an important deal. He threatened that Dane would pay with his life for what he'd done, and would not die easily. The assassins closed in with sinister smiles, certain the prey was trapped. Dane feigned fear, privately thinking this was really bad and he had no way out. But immediately his demeanor shifted. Dane realized this was the perfect setup to draw one more player into the affair. He was ready to stage the scene as an academy student, attacked by a secret organization, colluding with Professor Denabo. Dane withdrew the magic scroll, preparing to trigger the final trap to drag Denabo into the abyss. Amid the circle of assassins, Dane Saggers remained calm, the scroll in his hand. He challenged them to see who would be in trouble. Dane began activating the scroll. Mana surged violently through the inn. He declared it was time for that person to appear. A brilliant blue light radiated from the scroll, engulfing the space. The teleportation magic had been successfully activated. The innkeeper and his henchmen were stunned, unable to understand how a student could possess and use a teleportation signal scroll at this moment. He panicked, wondering if Dane was calling reinforcements. Mana poured from the scroll in a torrent, terrifying everyone present with its power. One of them shouted skeptically, asking if Dane was actually a mage. Dane curled his lips in a sly smile. Everything was unfolding perfectly according to the script he had painstakingly arranged. A giant magic circle flared to life, ready to summon the target to the scene. The blinding light kept the assassins from looking directly. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was more than a simple summons. He gasped as he felt the pressure of the teleportation magic. The assassins panicked as they realized this was forced teleportation magic. They couldn't believe a student could pull this off. Within the blazing light, a human silhouette began to take shape. The plan to unmask the mastermind had entered its decisive phase. Professor Denabo appeared in the middle of the inn in utter bewilderment. He still didn't understand what was happening to him. Dane stared at the professor, inwardly triumphant that his biggest prey had fallen into the trap. The scenario he'd waited for had finally begun. Denabo looked around in shock, realizing he stood in a shabby inn surrounded by armed men. He was stunned to find himself suddenly teleported here. The magical light faded, revealing the chaotic scene to everyone. A silence fell over the room for a moment. The innkeeper recognized the man who had appeared as Denabo and exclaimed in astonishment. Their connection was now exposed before Dane. Dane immediately attacked with words, loudly demanding to know why Denabo hadn't come himself and had sent someone like Arthur instead. He added a pointed question about whether this commotion was part of Denabo's plan. He curled his lips in a cold smile, mocking Denabo for appearing so quickly as he had intended. All accusations now pointed to the professor. Denabo froze, still struggling to process what his student was saying. He demanded to know what nonsense Dane was babbling about. Arthur remained sprawled on the ground, motionless after being struck by the paralytic poison. He became living evidence for the assault Dane had staged. The assassins' hands still gripped their weapons. They were in a quandary as matters had gone too far. The blades now seemed ironically pointed at the professor. Dane held the brightly glowing bag aloft in his hand. This was the item Denabo craved, now serving as evidence to incriminate him. Denabo's face drained of color. He ground his teeth in fury as he realized he had completely fallen into a clever student's trap. His career and reputation hung by a thread. The entire inn became a stage for the shocking unmasking. Denabo shouted for an explanation as he saw Arthur lying there and his men surrounding Dane. He realized he was caught in a situation where facts and appearances were against him. Dane stood tall, the glowing bag in his hand, his gaze fixed resolutely on Denabo. He was ready for the final step to utterly bring down the treacherous professor. Denabo cursed Arthur as an ungrateful brat, complaining that he'd taken him in out of pity only to be repaid like this. Arthur snapped back, telling him not to be ridiculous, since he'd only ever treated Arthur as a tool to be discarded. He declared bluntly that he was fed up with being a slave to a man like him. Arthur suddenly ignited flame in his hand, causing Denabo to scream in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He gripped the pocket of space tight as the magical fire began to flare up, threatening to burn everything to ash. Arthur warned the old professor not to try anything, or he would immediately burn this precious item to cinders. The patron's henchmen in the tavern also started panicking, urging the professor to stop him because the item couldn't be ruined. Denabo ground his teeth in bitterness as he watched the important item being used as a hostage. But to Arthur, this situation quietly signaled it was time to begin the next phase of his plan. He looked at the old man and murmured, "The bait's taken, now it's your turn, Dane." Immediately, a brilliant blue light began to envelop the entire window frame of the building. A massive magic array was suddenly activated, covering the entire tavern from the outside. A vortex of blue mana swirled violently, sealing every corner so no one could escape. The light flared intensely, piercing even the smallest cracks in the tavern walls. From afar, the whole structure was submerged in a radiant sea of mana. From above, the scene showed the magic trap fully set, enclosing the tavern area. Inside, light began to seep through the glass panes, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone in the tavern froze, feeling a massive magical pressure weighing down on them. The bald tavern owner widened his eyes as the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Denabo tried to channel mana, but only met with futility as his hands trembled uncontrollably. The old professor broke into a sweat, dimly realizing what terrifying force was sealing the place. Arthur smirked, confirming to him that it was a high-level mana disruption field. This magic turned the entire building into a perfect anti-magic zone, eliminating every escape route. Arthur added a killing remark. Now nobody could get away, not even the professor. Denabo went pale, only able to utter in utter astonishment as he realized he'd fallen into a trap. He trembled as he looked at his useless hands, unable to believe anyone would dare move against him. He wondered where Arthur had found the nerve to do this. There must be an immensely powerful force behind him. In Danabo's mind appeared the image of a mysterious army waiting outside, surrounding them. He realized that if captured here, all his long-hidden efforts would vanish into thin air. The tower of power he'd painstakingly built at the academy was about to collapse completely tonight. In a panic, Danabo shouted orders for his men to seize Arthur immediately. The henchmen obeyed, drawing weapons and charging forward, hoping to use Arthur as their ticket out. Arthur clicked his tongue. He knew he alone couldn't hold off this group of assassins for long. He clutched the evidence pouch, silently urging Dane to finish this quickly. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out as the window was smashed by the Special Forces swords. The force from outside swept in like a whirlwind, surrounding those who tried to attack Arthur. Dane Saggers appeared at the front of the line, his cold gaze fixed on the old professor. Amid the choking smoke, armored figures majestic in bearing took up every key position. Their swords swung, emitting a pressure that completely overwhelmed all the criminals in the room. The knights in their distinctive blue cloaks drew swords in unison, ready to secure the entire scene. The tavern owner stammered, unable to find words as he recognized the identities of these imposing guests. Arthur beamed, pointed at Danabo and declared loudly, "Royal Knights Professor." A loud blast echoed as the door was torn open, dust and smoke billowing throughout the entrance. The heavy footsteps of the night squad began to advance rapidly into the tavern. The ranks of knights moved forward solemnly, leaving no gap for the criminals to slip through. The commanding knight at the front ordered everyone to stand down, and behind him Dane and Prince Edward appeared. He proclaimed that from this moment on, they were all under arrest in the name of the crown. The henchmen and assassins in the tavern froze, sweating profusely from the sudden ambush. Dane smiled with triumph, thinking to himself that the timing of this coordination was perfect for a raid. He stared hard at the old professor, asserting with certainty that Danabo's end had officially come. Professor Danabo collapsed utterly, falling to the floor pitifully under the pressure of the night squad. He gritted his teeth in rage as he realized he had been completely trapped by a meticulously planned snare. Danabo could not understand how his identity had been exposed so quickly. His hand trembled on the floor as all his power and prestige suddenly crumbled away. He bowed his head to the ground, bitter over the swift collapse of the tower of status he had painstakingly built. From above, the knights had encircled the entire scene, forcing everyone to lay down their weapons and surrender. Those who attempted to resist were immediately pinned to the ground, only able to groan in despair. Each member of the secret organization was subdued in turn. No one could escape the encirclement. Ropes began to bind the criminals' hands tightly in preparation for escorting them to the capital. A long procession of secret society members was led away under the strict guard of the Royal Knights. Dane surveyed the scene, pleased that this haul had exceeded even his expectations. He and Prince Edward discussed the results. They had captured more than a dozen members of the secret organization here. Edward smiled and praised Dane's strategy, affirming that he had performed excellently on this mission. The item they intended to trade was actually a space pouch filled with the organization's dark secrets. A slew of evidence spilled from the pouch, handwritten orders meant to erase all traces of rebellion. Dane suggested awarding Arthur a royal recommendation letter to the Mage Tower as a deserved reward. Prince Edward agreed, since with this letter Arthur's position and safety would be secured after his deed. The captured criminals were led away from the area, and the night gradually returned to its usual quiet. Danabo hung his head and trudged away in chains, leaving behind all his lost glory. Dane stood there, his deep-set gaze surveying the results after a high-stakes game of chess with the secret organization. Once again, this startling incident has erupted, promising to shake the very foundations of the Academy in the days to come. The awards ceremony began solemnly right on the Academy grounds. The first name called was none other than Dane Saggers. Next were Layla Termian, Ernest Dillon, and Priscilla Nerial, the members who had stood together in the recent mission. Crown Prince Edward personally presided. He declared that this group of students had achieved outstanding deeds and were a shining example for the whole school. Ernest and Priscilla both showed obvious relief. Finally, the mission had concluded smoothly after Professor Denabo was captured. Prince Edward handed the certificate of merit to the group's representative. Thanks to Dane's efforts, the entire club received this honor. The crowd of students below began to murmur. Rumors spread that Dane alone had dealt with over 200, perhaps even 500 monsters. The schoolgirls were still in shock to learn that a respected professor like Denabo was a spy. The thought made their hair stand on end. Despite receiving countless benefits from this campaign, the rumors about Dane continued to spread far and could not be stopped. However, Dane's greatest gain was discovering the existence of the organization plotting to overturn the world. He told himself he must prepare thoroughly to confront them before his peaceful life was destroyed. While Ernest was still waving to the excited crowd, Dane quietly slipped away. Edward smiled with satisfaction as he watched the young hero's departing figure, beside him the commander of the knights. Leaving the ceremony, Dane's mind focused on the item he had sent to Bulbak earlier. He wondered what the blacksmith had discovered. The sharp ring of hammers echoed from the Termian forge. Dane entered just as Bulbak was examining the magic staff. Its appearance seemed ordinary, but Bulbak insisted the staff had been forged with blood. Dane was startled to hear that. The blacksmith explained that it did not react to ordinary fire. The only thing that altered it was human blood. Dane's expression began to tense as he realized the item's wicked nature. It was aldius, an ancient metal that can only be forged after being soaked in the blood of dozens of people. Bulbak pointed to the staff's core and said it was the source of the faint smell of blood lingering beneath the ordinary casing. He emphasized that this was an extremely dangerous item that few even knew about. Dane truly did not expect Denabo to possess such a terrifying weapon. It was not only bloodthirsty, but could also drive its user mad if handled carelessly. Dane folded his arms in thought. He wondered if, since it craved blood so much, why it was forged as a staff instead of a sword or spear. Bulbak stroked his beard, preparing to offer his own judgment on the matter. It seemed that only the material aldius could withstand the tremendous power radiating from that gem. Dane stared at the staff, inwardly understanding the true purpose of its maker. He tightened his grip on the handle, feeling the immense pressure hidden beneath the pitch-black metal. Dane stood silently for a long time, with the deadly weapon in his hands. He felt this thing was truly unstable and should not be allowed to exist carelessly. The gem atop the staff still emitted a mysterious, hypnotic blue light. Bulbak nodded, confirming this was an extremely rare item, not something anyone could lay hands on. Unexpectedly, Dane held the staff out to the blacksmith and decided to give it to him. Bulbak's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe the kid was generous enough to gift such a treasure. He laughed and said he never used a staff, so it was better left to someone who understood its value like Bulbak. Seeing Dane's sincere expression, Bulbak no longer showed any doubt. He reached out to take the staff and promised he wouldn't refuse such an invaluable gift. Bulbak thanked him profusely, finally having the rare material to satisfy his forging passion. But Dane deftly asked to keep the gem at the staff's tip, since that was what he needed. Bulbak agreed immediately, since he cared only for the metal and had little interest in magical stones. He excitedly said that after removing the gem he'd look into finishing Dane's new sword. Dane nodded eagerly. Bulbak turned his back to prepare his tools, still exclaiming about the powerful ancient mana core. Dane narrowed his eyes with calculation. He could never let a treasure like this slip by. After successfully separating the mana core from the staff, the two moved to the storage area for Dane's new sword. It was Bulbak's hoard of precious ore, filled with shimmering minerals of every hue. Bulbak announced the sword was nearly finished, only needing final sharpening and adjustments. He urged Dane to try lifting it. Dane carefully grasped the hilt, feeling its perfect balance and grip. A superb blade glowed with a translucent blue. He couldn't hide his amazement at the blacksmith's skill. The blade reflected Dane's excited eyes. It was truly a masterpiece, every detail exuding unbelievable finesse. Seeing the boy's satisfied face, Bolbeck laughed triumphantly and asked if he really liked the gift. Dane admired the sword a while longer, unable to take his eyes off its beauty. The sword emitted a faint halo of light, elegant yet full of power. He noticed the sword's reaction was exactly like when he had touched Arcanium or before. Dane swung a basic arc. The speed and flexibility Arcanium provided far exceeded expectations. Skeptical, he asked if it was prone to breaking. Bolbeck snorted and scolded him for underestimating the legendary material. The blacksmith asserted firmly that ordinary metals weren't in the same league, and this sword would never chip no matter how roughly used. Although pleased, Dane had a small concern. Was there any way to make the sword less radiant? If it shone so brightly, how could he move in secrecy or perform a nighttime assassination? It would stand out too much. Bolbeck laughed heartily, calling the boy strange for complaining instead of being satisfied. To complete the final step, he asked Dane to channel his unusual mana into the sword. Dane nodded, planted his feet, and prepared to follow the instruction. He closed his eyes and began to focus, drawing the flow of mana from deep within his body. With his hand gripping the hilt, Dane began to release his energy. Immediately, magic circles and radiant currents began to whirl fiercely around his feet. A colossal pillar of energy erupted from the sword, lighting up the entire forge. The power was overwhelming. The room shook violently under the pressure of the raging mana surge. Bolbeck stood by, watching intently. The sword quivered as if cheering from being filled with mana. Dane began to feel that something was wrong. This sensation, it was completely different from before. The sword was like a bottomless pit, ravenously draining his mana without pause. Bolbeck laughed with glee. He immediately knew this sword would accept and be perfectly compatible with Dane's mana. Although it seemed like a perfect match, Dane nervously asked how long he had to keep doing this. The blacksmith looked at him with eager eyes, showing no intention of telling him to stop. He shouted that Dane must pour mana in until he had no strength left. Dane could only cry out to the heavens at such an outrageous demand. A verdant stream of mana began surging and coiling around the blade. Dane ground his teeth, enduring as the sword drained nearly half of his mana. He tightened his grip, feeling the magical pressure grow heavier. His eyes narrowed, focusing intensely on every shift in the energy flow. The sword blazed brightly, violently reacting to the new power. Bolbeck, standing beside him, remarked that only this weapon could contain his unique mana. Dane was slightly surprised by the blacksmith's assertion. He explained further that because it was made from Arcanium, once it absorbed mana it would become incredibly terrifying. Hearing that, Dane fell into thought about its true might. At this rate, Dane was certain the sword could cut through anything in existence. He scanned the workshop anxiously, searching for something hard enough to test it on. His gaze stopped on the staff named Aldius, and he decided to use it as the test subject. Dane pointed at the target, signaling he was about to strike. Bolbeck shouted, thinking the kid intended to destroy his precious item. But Dane only shrugged and said splitting it to analyze it would be even better. The blacksmith clicked his tongue in resignation and let him have his way. The wooden staff was set ready for the decisive strike. A swing of the sword rose, tearing space with terrifying speed. Mana light swept across the room, dazzlingly radiant. The blade carried a blue electric current, slicing cleanly through the obstacle without any resistance. Even Dane was stunned to see how deadly his strike had become. The sturdy staff was cleaved in two in an instant. The two wooden pieces fell to the floor with perfectly flat cuts, not a scratch in sight. He thought to himself that even in his past life, he had never seen such an overpowering weapon. The sword still crackled with sparks after the impact. Bolbeck picked up a shard of wood and examined it, the perfect cut leaving him speechless. The blacksmith cried out in amazement, having never seen Aldius sliced so cleanly. Normally, when using mana to cut, the wound would be jagged because the energy flow is uneven. But this cut proved Dane's mana had completely mastered the sword. Bulbak congratulated him, affirming that they had truly become one. From now on, this would be the one and only arcanium sword in the world made especially for him. A confident smile spread across the young genius's face. He tightened his grip on the hilt, feeling a strong connection to his new weapon. Dane nodded in satisfaction as he admired the result of his and Bulbak's labor. It was the only sword capable of bearing and responding to his ancient mana. All final preparations were now in place. He gave a small smile, thrilled to have gained such a formidable companion. In the shimmering mana light, Dane raised the blade high as a declaration of the feats to come. The keen edge reflected the light, ready for every perilous journey ahead. As he stepped out of the workshop, he called back for the old man to give the blade one final, precise sharpening. The blacksmith grumbled that the kid was fussy, but cheerfully led him on. The hammer's clang echoed through the corner of the street, heralding the birth of a new legend. A few days later, we returned to Arabella's laboratory. She was all playful praise, saying the data Dane brought back was a huge boost to her research. Dane stayed modest as ever, saying he was the one who should thank her. On the table lay the ancient mana core from the Kingdom of Arcana. He stared at the glowing orb, telling himself, "All right, now it's my turn." Dane took a deep breath and began to channel, preparing to absorb the full force of this power. Immediately, streaks of blue-green mana began dancing around him. The moment his hand touched it, the energy from the core flared violently as if about to explode. He squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to stay calm against the raging power surging in. The lab space began to shake violently, making the surrounding equipment groan. Waves of mana spread forcefully, enveloping the entire large room. Dane stood in the light, his silhouette proudly taking it all in. Magic began seeping into his palms and spreading through the veins of his body. After bracing himself for a while, everything gradually subsided and stabilized. Arabella watched from the side, her mouth agape in astonishment. Dane's face showed clear relief as he felt the miraculous change within. He felt each pulse of the new mana surging right against his chest. A brilliant mana circle had perfectly formed. Dane smiled faintly, his whole body feeling unusually invigorated after the breakthrough. His eyes opened wide, glittering with a deep, powerful blue magical light. There it was. He had officially broken through to third circle. Weeks flew by, and the Academy's atmosphere began to buzz with activity. People started chattering nervously as the final exams drew near. Layla Thermion and Priscilla Nerial were excitedly planning outings. Priscilla even wanted to take a trip up north for fun. Just as they were enjoying themselves, the communicator in Dane's breast pocket began vibrating wildly. He paused, wondering who would be calling him at this hour. Pulling the device out, Dane still couldn't guess who was trying to reach him. The moment he picked up, a cheerful voice came through. "Hello, Dane. Long time no see. I'm almost back in the capital." From the voice alone, Dane recognized the caller. The other party asked if they could drop by the academy to see him. It turned out to be Dayward Termian. The sudden appearance of this explorer brother surely meant something important. Layla scolded Dayward harshly in front of the building for disappearing, without telling her anything. She started to get physical, punching and shouting, asking Dayward what he thought. Dane was that he only informed that guy when he got back. Dayward could only grit his teeth and take it, not daring to utter a word in reply to his sister. Watching from a distance, Ernest shook his head in exasperation because the torment had already lasted for over 10 minutes. He smiled and insisted this time was entirely Dayward's fault due to his poor communication habits. Dane looked at Dayward with understanding. He guessed that Dayward must still feel guilty toward his sister, which is why he hesitated to tell her first. Layla hadn't calmed down. She threatened to be harsher if he dared return with that battered body again. Seeing the tension, Dane stepped forward to intervene, telling Layla to calm down since at least everyone had returned safely. Turning to Dayward, Dane kindly asked whether he was truly all right after the recent expedition. Dayward immediately beamed, waving at Dane excitedly as if nothing had happened. Layla crossed her arms and snorted, nodding he returned earlier than expected, while Dane reported that all preparations were in order. With a confident look, Dayward claimed he had gathered all the necessary items for the plan. But then his tone turned serious, as he mentioned one crucial item that was still missing. The group turned their curious gazes to Dayward to hear what could be so important. Rare ingredients were strewn across the table. With only the tears of Roxana missing, the set would be complete. Ernest admitted he wasn't well versed in alchemy, but even at a glance, he knew these materials were extremely hard to find. Dayward puffed up proudly, boasting that he had to put in considerable effort to collect so many items. Layla suddenly remembered, and asked to be sure whether the tears of Roxana were located somewhere in the Havarask mountain range. It was a glittering crystal, but aside from rumors that it lay within some ancient ruin, there were no other clues. Dayward planned to hand over these precious materials to an acquaintance alchemist, which surprised Ernest, who asked why Dane wouldn't make it himself. Ernest felt uneasy about entrusting the group's hard-won haul to a stranger. Dayward explained the curse was very complex. A slight mistake could backfire, so they needed a true expert. Seeing Dayward assure them the person was trustworthy, Layla nodded in agreement and asked further about the expedition plan. Looking toward the snow-capped range, she worried that the ruins might be so well hidden the group would spend too much time searching. Dayward admitted there was very little information about that border region, so he came up with the idea of asking Dane for a favor. Dane was startled, sensing something ominous at being targeted by his adventurous older brother. Sure enough, Dayward only gave a knowing, ambiguous smile at his brother's sensitivity. That night, Dane began considering using his connection with Third Prince Edward to gather information. The magnificent palace scene unfolded as Edward curiously asked if Dane had any special request of him. Dane bluntly stated his request. He wanted detailed information about the Havarask range and the ruins hidden there. Seeing Edward smile warmly in support, Dane felt noticeably relieved. The prince agreed to help immediately, saying many of his knights had served as rangers in the mountains and knew the terrain well. Dane bowed in thanks, but Edward waved him off, saying it was nothing and just a small favor between friends. Taking a sip of tea, Edward wondered why Dane chose that remote mountain range as the expedition target. He narrowed his eyes and looked intently at Dane, wondering if this might be a newly discovered archaeological site. Dane explained that the group was searching for an important artifact, and his information network didn't reach that area. Edward pondered for a moment and agreed to help, but he reminded them that the place was extremely dangerous. Because it's a sensitive border region, he told Dane to act very carefully to avoid causing unnecessary political conflict. Dane promised he would prevent that from happening, while Edward grinned with relish at the risky nature of the trip. The prince was so enthusiastic he said he'd join them if he weren't too busy with court affairs in the capital. Dane smiled back warmly at the young prince's enthusiasm and sincerity. The meeting ended with Edward promising to contact Dane soon, once he heard back from the Royal Rangers. With the information in hand, it was time for the group to begin thorough preparations for the journey. Dayward began sharing expedition experience, instructing everyone to pack as much dry rations as possible, because it's hard to make fires on the mountain, and they must avoid leaving traces for the rangers. He also personally checked the climbing gear, explaining that the soil there is very soft so anchors can pull out easily, and they need specialized types. Piles of bags were neatly arranged. Dayward reminded them to choose low odor, filling rations to maintain stamina during the ascent. Ernest looked at the adventurous older brother with admiration, certain that, with this knowledge Dayward could teach at the Exploration Academy. While they were busy, the magical communication device suddenly lit up with a message from Third Prince Edward to Dane. Through the device, Edward reported he had found the entrance to the ruins, but warned that the Ranger Knights couldn't go further because they hit a dead end just inside. Dane listened attentively, and then thanked the prince for the valuable information. However, Edward wasn't finished. He cautioned the group to be especially wary of a creature called Dranius lurking around the ruins. At the mere mention of the monster's name, Dayward and Layla's expressions immediately turned grave. It was a gigantic lizard species with masterful camouflage, making it a terrifying predator that even veteran rangers struggled to deal with. Dayward patted Dane's shoulder and asked him to send the prince their thanks, while Dane affirmed the group's safety was paramount, so thorough preparations were never excessive. With the final preparations complete, Dayward flashed an excited smile and urged everyone to depart promptly. Confident smiles blossomed on the members' faces. Everyone was mentally ready for the challenging journey ahead. Dane nodded firmly, his eyes revealing intense determination for this expedition. The adventure officially began with the ultimate goal of finding the tears of Roxana, though Layla still reminded Ernest not to get overexcited and careless. The group moved quickly, deciding to use teleportation magic to the city nearest the mountain range to save time. Time passed swiftly, after 3 days of relentless riding from the teleportation point. At last, the gloomy Oliva Marquisate domain came into view. The group urged their horses into the domain. The clatter of hooves sounded dry and hollow on the deserted road. Layla looked around with curiosity as she set foot in this borderland for the first time. Dayward suddenly halted. He realized something was very wrong when he saw the domain's desolation and felt the air turn eerily strange. From above, the town appeared bleak and ominously silent, sending shivers of unease through everyone. The streets were deserted, the buildings gray and shrouded in a mist, like a ghost town. Dane furrowed his brow worriedly, wondering what on earth had happened to this land for it to become so dilapidated.